mention of White Guards. Nikolov and 14 other young men, all Komsomoltsi, were executed. Zinoviev and Kamenaya were expelled from the party for the third time, they were imprisoned, and awaited trial by a court-martial. Press and radio linked Trotsky with Zinoviev and Kamenaya and assailed him as the real instigator. A mass terror was let loose against Kirov's assassins, Trotskyists, Zinovievists, and disgruntled Stalinists. Many thousands were deported to concentration camps. Finally, several high officers of the Leningrad GPU were charged with neglect of duty and sentenced, with surprising mildness, to 2 or 3 years. At the cottage in the Alps, Trotsky, glued to his wireless set and listening to transmissions from Moscow, followed the unfolding of the plot and recorded his comments. 28 In the clamor rising from Moscow he discerned at once a prelude to events far vaster and more sinister than the Kirov affair. He was convinced that Zinoviev and Kamenaya had not been implicated in the attempt on Kirov. Old Marxists that they were, nothing could have been more unlike them than a cloak and dagger action, which hit an individual holder of office without changing the system. He had no doubt that Stalin was using the assassination as a pretext for a new assault on the opposition. On December 30, a fortnight before the news about the trial of the chiefs of the Leningrad GPU was broadcast, Trotsky asserted, on the internal evidence of the official announcements, that the GPU had known about the preparations of the attempt and had, for their own reasons, condoned them. What were those reasons? Nikolov had been one of the Komsomoltsi who had grown up after the suppression of the oppositions and, who, disillusioned, robbed of any way of expressing themselves legally, and uninhibited by Marxist tradition, sought to protest with bomb and revolver. Not the opposition, Trotsky asserted, but the ruling group was responsible for this. The GPU had known about Nikolov's intentions and had used him as their pawn. What aims did they pursue? Nikolov had allegedly confessed that the Latvian consul had urged him to enter into contact with Trotsky and to write a letter to him. The consul, Trotsky pointed out, had been acting for the GPU, who had planned to discover Nikolov's plot only after they could produce evidence that he was in correspondence with Trotsky. As long as they had not obtained that evidence, they left Nikolov at large, and were confident that they were able to watch him closely and direct all his moves. They miscalculated. Nikolov aimed his revolver at Kirov before the GPU had achieved their purpose. Hence the contradictions between the various official versions, hence the secrecy in which Nikolov's trial had been held, and hence the trial of the GPU officers for neglect of duty and the mildness of their sentences. Trotsky concluded that the GPU, having failed to obtain false evidence against him from Nikolov, would try to get it from Zinoviev and Kamenaya. Meanwhile, Zinoviev and Kamenaya had been sentenced to 10 and 5 years prison respectively, but had been allowed to state in public that they had had no dealings with Nikolov and that they could be held co-responsible only indirectly, insofar as their criticisms of Stalin in bygone years might have influenced the terrorist. The court accepted their plea, and Trotsky concluded that behind the scenes a bargain was being struck between Stalin and Zinoviev and Kamenaya. Stalin must have promised to rehabilitate them if they agreed to denounce Trotsky as the leader of a terroristic conspiracy. As far as I can judge, Trotsky wrote, the strategy which Stalin displayed around Kirov's corpse has brought him no laurels. The incongruities of the affair had given rise to comment and to rumor which placed the odium on Stalin and his entourage. Precisely because of this Stalin can neither halt nor retreat. He must cover up the failure of this amalgam by new amalgams which must be conceived on a much wider scale, on a world scale, and more successfully. 29 Dissecting the Kirov affair, Trotsky predicted the great trials, which were indeed to be conceived on a world scale with Hitler, instead of a mere Latvian consul, being cast by Stalin as Trotsky's ally. The Kirov affair at once affected the fortunes of Trotsky's family. His two sons-in-law, Nevelson and Volkov, deported since 1928, were arrested, and without trial the terms of their deportation or internment were prolonged. His first wife, now over 60, was expelled from Leningrad, first to Tobolsk and then to a remote settlement in the Omsk province. His 3 grandchildren who had been under her care were now put up with an old aunt and were at fate's mercy. I receive letters from the little ones, Alexandra wrote to Lyova, but I do not have a clear idea of their life. My sister is probably having a hard time, although she keeps reassuring me. My health is so-so, there is no doctor here so that I must keep well. 30 This time the terror also hit Sergei, Trotsky's youngest son who, we remember, was a scientist, shunned politics, and avoided contact with his father. In all the years since 1929 he had been writing only to his mother, confining himself to such matters as his health and his progress in academic work, and inquiring about the family's well-being. There had never been even the slightest political allusion in his letters and postcards. Just a few days after Kirov's assassination he wrote again to his mother about his professional work, describing the variety of the subjects on which he lectured at the Higher Technological Institute in Moscow, the effort this demanded of him, and so on. Only in the closing lines he hinted that something unpleasant is brewing. So far it has taken the form of rumors, but how all this is going to end I do not know. A week later, on December 12, he wrote again about his academic work, and concluded alarmingly, "My general situation is very grave, graver than one could imagine." 31 Was it possible, the parents wondered in anguish, that the GPU would seize Sergei as a hostage? For many a week they lived in expectation of another letter from him. None came. An old friend of the family, the widow of L.S. Klyachko, domiciled in Vienna, visited Moscow and inquired about Sergei, with the result that she was ordered to leave the country at once, without any explanation. For weeks and months, through many a sleepless night, his parents' thoughts went out to Sergei. They were tormented by uncertainty. Perhaps his trouble was of a personal and private nature, not political? Perhaps the GPU had only expelled him from Moscow but not imprisoned him. Surely they must realize that he was not politically minded at all? Could they have imprisoned him without Stalin's knowledge? Natalia asked, as if she entertained a faint, unspoken hope that perhaps an appeal to Stalin would help. No, Trotsky replied, only on Stalin's order could they have imprisoned him. Only Stalin could have contrived such an act of vengeance. Would they try to extract from Sergei a confession with accusations against his own father? But of what use could these be to Stalin? Would their falsity not be obvious? Yet for what other reason could they have seized him? Would they torture him? Would he break down? 32. For days and nights on end his parents were haunted by the image of their son facing his inquisitors. They feared that in his political innocence he would not be able to take the blows. They saw him bewildered and crushed, and they reproached themselves for not having insisted that he should go with them into exile. But could they try and tear him away from his academic preoccupations and routine when they themselves did not know what awaited them? It was different with Lyova, whose mind and passions were completely engaged in the political struggle. They remembered Zina, whom they had been unable to save after she had joined them abroad. They recollected Sergei's jolly childhood, his reaction against his father and elder brother, his distaste for politics, his restless yet gay adolescence, and finally his serious and dedicated concentration on science. No, they could not have asked him to become involved in his father's affairs. But was he thinking now that they had abandoned and forgotten him? They searched Russian newspapers to see whether there was any mention of him. In the mounting avalanche of abuse against the dregs of Zinovievists, Trotskyists, former princes, counts, and gendarmes they came across names of relatives and friends, but there was dead silence about Sergei. Stalin, Trotsky noted, is clever enough to realize that even today I would not change places with him. But if revenge on a higher moral political plane has not succeeded, and clearly it will not succeed, it is still possible for Stalin to reward himself by striking at people close to me. 33. The feeling that Stalin had laid hands on the son because he could not reach the father gave Trotsky a sense of guilt. In his diary, between entries about Sergei, he tells, seemingly out of context, the story of the execution of the Tsar and the Tsar's family. In his anxiety over Sergei falling a victim to his conflict with Stalin, He evidently thought also about those other innocent children, the Tsars, on whom the sins of the father had been visited. He records in the diary that he had no part in the decision about the Tsar's execution, the decision having been Lenin's primarily, and that he was taken aback when he first learned about the fate of the Tsar's family. He does not recall this, however, to dissociate himself from Lenin or to exculpate himself. 17 years after the event, he defends Lenin's decision as necessary and taken in the interest of the revolution. In the midst of civil war, he says, the Bolsheviks could not leave the White armies with a live banner to rally around, and after the Tsar's death any one of his children might have served them as the rallying symbol. The Tsar's children fell victim to that principle which constitutes the axis of monarchy, dynastic succession. The unspoken conclusion of this digression is clear enough, even if one granted Stalin the right to exterminate his adversaries, and Trotsky was, of course, far from granting him that. Stalin still had not a shred of justification for persecuting the children of his adversaries. Sergei was not bound to his father by any principle of dynastic succession. Immediately after this digression, Trotsky notes, no news about Seryozha, and perhaps there won't be any for a long time. Long waiting has blunted the anxiety of the first days. 34. Yet the anxiety began to tell on Trotsky. He was depressed. He brooded again over his advancing age and death. He was not yet 55, but repeatedly he recalled Lenin's, or rather Turgenev's, dictum, "Do you know what is the greatest vice? To be more than 55 years old." With a hint of envy he remarked, "But Lenin did not live long enough to develop this vice. My condition is not encouraging. The attacks of illness have become more frequent, the symptoms are more acute, my resistance is obviously getting weaker. Of course, the curve may yet take a temporary turn upwards. But in general I have a feeling that liquidation is approaching." With a clear prescience of what was to come, he observed that Stalin would now give a great deal to be able to retract the decision to deport me. He will unquestionably resort to a terroristic act, in two cases, if there is a threat of war, or if his own position deteriorates greatly. Of course, there could also be a third case, and a fourth, we shall see. And if we don't, then others will. He began to think of suicide, and reflected that he should commit it if and when his physical strength gave out and he could no longer continue his struggle. Perhaps, it occurred to him, in this way he might save Sergei. But these were fleeting thoughts. Although his energy was sapped, he was still to show astonishing vitality and vigor in years to come, when events were to confront him with their challenge even more directly. Meanwhile, he was experiencing something as ordinary and human as the crisis of middle age. He succumbed to bouts of hypochondria and to the weariness of prolonged isolation and passivity. 35. He was now at his nadir. The ambitious plans and sanguine hopes with which he had left Turkey were in the doldrums. His great campaign against the Stalinist surrender to Hitler had brought him no political rewards. Stalinism was even exploiting the surrender to make fresh political capital. Playing on the fear of Nazism, it ingratiated itself with the European left. Trotsky sensed, although he could not admit it even to himself, that the Fourth International was stillborn. He could neither escape his circumstances nor make peace with them. And so he found some solace in exalted reflections on his historic mission in founding the Fourth International. It was in this context that he contemplated what would have been the course of the Russian Revolution without Lenin and himself, and that he asserted that his work for the new international was indispensable in a sense in which even his work in the October insurrection and the Civil War was not. There is no arrogance in this claim at all, he noted. The collapse of the two internationals has posed a problem which none of the leaders of these internationals is at all equipped to solve. There is now no one except me to carry out the mission of arming a new generation with the revolutionary method over the heads of the leaders of the Second and the Third Internationals. And, the worst vice is to be more than 55 years old. I need at least about 5 more years of uninterrupted work to ensure the succession, that is to form an international capable of leading the working class to revolution. 36. At his nadir he challenged fate, which was to grant him exactly 5 more years, yet was not to allow him to ensure the succession. In all the years of their life together, now 33, Trotsky and Natalia had never been as alone as they were during these 11 months at Domsen. Solitude and suffering drew them even closer to each other. In tragic hours, he said, he was always amazed at the reserves of her character. Their love had survived triumph and defeat, and the afterglow of their past happiness broke through even the gloom of these days. Her face was becoming wrinkled and tense with worry and anxiety, and he thought with pain of her bright and gaily defiant youth. Today on our walk we went up a hill. Natalia got tired and unexpectedly sat down, quite pale, on the dry leaves. Even now she still walks beautifully, without fatigue, and her gait is quite youthful, like her whole figure. But for the last 2 months her heart has been playing up now and then. She works too much. She sat down all of a sudden. She obviously just could not go any further and smiled apologetically. What a pang of pity I felt for her youth. She bore her lot with quiet fortitude, and her life was wholly absorbed in his. Every storm that passed over him shook her, every current of his emotion permeated her being as well, and every reflex of his thought was mirrored in her. She had not been to him the kind of political comrade Krupskaya had been to Lenin, for Krupskaya, being childless, had been a political worker in her own right and sat on the party's central committee. Natalia was not only less active but less politically minded. Even though she is interested in the small daily facts of politics, these are Trotsky's words, she does not usually combine them into one coherent picture. The loving husband could not express more clearly a doubt about his wife's political judgment. But this was not important. When politics go deep down and demand a complete response, Natalia always finds in her inner music the right note. 37. To this, her inner music, he often referred, and, incidentally, when he described her in his diary, it was mostly while she was listening to music. Her independent interests were, as always, in the arts, and she had uncommon gifts of insight, observation, and expression, which appear strikingly in her own diary pages. Her husband's disciples sometimes raised eyebrows at her political remarks, which caused Trotsky to say that sensitive people instinctively feel the depth of her nature. Of those who pass her by with indifference or condescension without noticing the forces concealed in her, one can almost always say with certainty that they are superficial and trivial. Philistinism, vulgarity, and cowardice can never be concealed from her, even though she is exceptionally lenient towards all minor human vices. Of her inner forces there can indeed be no doubt. At the worst moments, when he was almost at the end of his endurance, it was she who raised him back to his feet and revived in him the strength to carry his burden. At Domsen he noted with gratitude that she never reproached him for Sergei's misfortune and that she concealed her suffering from him. Only exceptionally did her anguish break out in a remark like this: "They will not deport Sergei, they will torture him in order to get something out of him, and after that they will destroy him." She hid her feelings in work, housekeeping, helping her husband in his writing, and discussing the French and Russian novels they read together. Her voice made me feel a sudden pang, slightly hoarse. "It comes from deep in her chest," he remarked. "When she suffers it withdraws even deeper, as if her soul were speaking directly. How well I know this voice of tenderness and suffering." And on one occasion he noticed that for days she had been thinking more about his first wife than about Sergei, saying that Sergei might after all not be in any trouble and fearing that Alexandra, in her old age, would not survive deportation. 38. In the slender hope that perhaps an appeal to the conscience of the world might save Sergei, Natalia wrote an open letter in his defense and published it in the Bulletin. 39. She explained Sergei's complete innocence and, doing some violence to her pride, related how his distaste for politics had been caused by his reaction against his father. Had recent developments changed Sergei's attitude and drawn him to the opposition? I would be happy for him if I could think so, since under those conditions it would be immeasurably easier for Serioza to bear the blow. Unfortunately, this supposition was unreal. She knew from various people that during the last few years he had been keeping as much out of politics as before. but personally I would not need even this evidence. The GPU and the university authorities must know this, for they had undoubtedly watched him, and Stalin, whose son was a frequent guest in our boys' room, knew it too. She appealed to famous humanitarians and friends of the U.S.S.R., such as Romain Rolland, André Gide, Bernard Shaw, and others, to speak up. She proposed that an international commission should investigate the mass reprisals that followed the Kirov affair. The Soviet bureaucracy cannot stand above the public opinion of the working class of the world. As far as the interests of the workers' state are concerned, these would only benefit by a serious examination of its actions. I offer all the necessary information and documents concerning my son. If, after long hesitation, I openly raise the question of Sergei, it is not only because he is my son. That reason would be only too sufficient for a mother, but not adequate for political action. But Sergei's case is a completely clear, simple, and indisputable instance of conscious and criminal abuse of power, and a case which can be examined very easily. The appeal brought no answer. By a curious coincidence, about the time when Natalia made this appeal, Trotsky was rereading the autobiography of Protopop Avakium, a famous and colorful Russian archpriest and preacher of the Old Belief, who lived in the 17th century, after the time of trouble. Avakium defended true Greek orthodoxy against Patriarch Nikon, his harsh rival, who had for temporal reasons changed the church rites and the prayer book, and he exposed the corruption of the ecclesiastical hierarchy, and took up the cause of the oppressed peasants. He was unfrocked, jailed, banished first to Siberia and then to the Mongolian frontier, starved and tortured, but he refused to recant. His family suffered with him, and he, a loving husband and father, wondered for a while whether he should not give up the struggle and save his next of kin. His children died of disease and starvation in exile. It was in Siberia that he wrote his autobiography, a work which made an epoch in Russian literature, and he continued to preach with such effect that his fame as hero and martyr for truth grew in the country. Banished, he was even more dangerous to his enemies than he had been when he stood near the throne. They brought him back to Moscow and burned him at the stake. 40 Across the chasm of centuries and ideologies, Trotsky could not help feeling with a shudder his affinity with this legendary rebel, how much and how little had changed in Russia. And even the spirit of Avakium's wife stood before him as if embodied in Natalia. Reflecting on the blows that had fallen to our lot, I reminded Natasha the other day of the life of the archpriest Avakium. They were stumbling on together in Siberia, the rebellious priest and his faithful spouse. Their feet sunk in the snow, and the poor exhausted woman kept falling in the snowdrifts. Avakium relates, and I came up and she, poor soul, began to reproach me, saying, "How long, archpriest, is this suffering to be?" And I said, "Markovna, unto our very death." And she, with a sigh, answered, "So be it, Petrovich, let us be getting on our way." 41. And so it was to be with Trotsky and Natalia, the suffering was to be unto our very death. They could not now remain at Domsen much longer. Any political swing to the right, bringing forward the fascist leagues, and any swing to the left, adding strength to the Communist Party, threatened to rob Trotsky of his precarious refuge. It was the swing to the left that came. Since the Kirov affair, the Stalinist incitement against the leader of world counter-revolution had grown so brutal and venomous that it was all too likely to provoke an act of violence. 42 He could not feel secure even in the remote village in the Alps. He describes how once in these days he and Natalia, alone in their cottage, listened in tense silence to two men who as they approached were singing the Internationale. In past times only a friend could come with that song, now it might be an enemy and an assailant. They felt like those old Narodniks who, 2 generations earlier, went out into the country to enlighten and emancipate the mujiks, and were beaten up and lynched by the mujiks themselves. The government could no longer afford to ignore the Stalinist clamor. In May 1935 Laval had gone to Moscow to negotiate the Soviet-French alliance with Stalin, and he returned with that startling declaration by which Stalin pledged his support to Daladier's and Laval's defense policy. The French communist leaders, who had hitherto opposed that policy on principle, at once took up a patriotic line, and the Popular Front took shape. Trotsky had every reason to believe that the government would presently enforce the expulsion order it had served on him the year before, and as no other country was willing to accept him, he feared deportation to a remote French colony, possibly to Madagascar. In the spring of 1935 he asked for asylum in Norway. An election had just been held there and the Labour Party had taken office. This was a social democratic party with a difference: it had belonged to the Comintern, and although it had broken with it in 1923, it did not adhere to the Second International. It was only natural to expect that such a party should give Trotsky refuge. Walter Held, a German Trotskyist, living as an émigré in Oslo, approached Olav Skofl, one of the party's outstanding leaders, who headed its radical wing and was greatly devoted to Trotsky. It took many weeks before an official reply came. Trotsky supposed that the Norwegians had been stung by an article of his which taunted them for abandoning, on the assumption of office, their republican tradition and making peace with their king. Early in June, however, he was informed that they had granted him asylum. On June 10 he left Domsen and went to Paris, where he was to obtain the visa. But there was a hitch: high Norwegian officials, displeased with the government's decision, sought to obstruct it. He did not receive the visa and he had to cancel the arrangements for the voyage. The French police, suspecting that he had used all this as a pretext for descending on Paris, ordered him to leave France at once, within 24 or at the most 48 hours. He was resigned to returning to Domsen but was not allowed to do so. He proposed to wait for the final answer from Oslo in a private clinic, but the police, imagining that he was playing another trick on them, objected to this too. For a day or two he found refuge in the home of Dr. Rosenthal, a well-known Parisian surgeon. On June 12 he cabled a reproachful message to the Norwegian Prime Minister, saying that he had left his place of residence, relying on the Norwegian promise, and now, the French government believes that I have deceived it, and demands that I leave France within 24 hours. I am sick and my wife is sick. Situation is desperate. I solicit immediate favorable decision. 43 To make matters worse, he was penniless and had to borrow money for the journey. The Norwegians still asked him to secure a French re-entry permit, which he had no chance of obtaining, before they would allow him to come to Norway. At last, thanks to Skofl's efforts, they granted him the visa, with a residence permit for 6 months only. He parted hurriedly from his French followers. I was seeing numerous Parisian comrades. The worthy doctor's apartment had unexpectedly been transformed into the headquarters of the Bolshevik-Leninist group. There were meetings going on in all the rooms, the telephone was ringing, more and more new friends kept arriving. 44 He described the scene in a manner calling back to one's mind the moment of his deportation from Moscow in 1928. But this description is something of a pastiche. The farewells in Moscow had concluded one great epoch of his struggle and opened another. The farewells in Paris concluded and opened nothing. He once again wrote, as he had done before his expulsion from France in 1916, an open letter to the French workers. He told them that during his stay he had been condemned to silence. The most democratic ministers, like the most reactionary ones, see their task in defending capitalist slavery. I belong to a revolutionary party which sees its task in the overthrow of capitalism. He lashed out at the Stalinists. 2 years ago Humanite reported every day that the fascist Deutscherr has called the social fascist Trotsky to France in order to organize with his assistance military intervention against the Soviets. Today the same gentlemen have formed an anti-fascist popular front with the fascist Deutscherr. They have ceased to talk about any French imperialist intervention against the USSR. Now they see the guarantee of peace in the alliance of French capital with the Soviet bureaucracy and say that Trotsky's policy serves not Ario and Deutscherr but Hitler. He concluded vehemently that Stalinism was a festering sore on the labor movement, which should be burned out with red-hot iron, and that the workers should reassemble under the banner of Marx and Lenin. I am leaving with a deep love for the French people and ineradicable faith in the future of the working class. Sooner or later they will render me the hospitality that the bourgeoisie refuses me. 45 After 2 dismal and wasted years he was leaving France never to return. The tale of Trotsky's sojourn in Norway reads like a large variation on Ibsen's Enemy of the People. Ibsen presents the drama of Dr. Stockman, revered for his nobility by all his fellow citizens, until he threatens to destroy their prosperity by disclosing the truth about the poisoned source of their wealth. Then his own brother, the town mayor, and his own radical friends, turn against him with cold and murderous fury. We are now in Ibsen country once again. It does not greatly matter that this time the enemy of the people is a fugitive from abroad, that he speaks not about the contaminated conduit pipes of a Norwegian resort but about a revolution that has been perverted. The drama and the stage are essentially the same, and so are the family traits of the actors, especially of the sons and grandsons of Ibsen's pseudo-radicals. Even their people's messenger is still there, as of old, changing sides overnight and manipulating public opinion. In the crowd we may also discern one or two descendants of the modest and courageous Captain Horster, who stood up for the enemy of the people. Only the times are changed, the forces in action are far more potent, and the conflict more cruel. From the outset the auguries were not promising. Not only had the Norwegians been niggardly in granting Trotsky asylum, they placed him under restrictions not very different from those under which he had lived in France, and they reserved the right to fix the place of his residence at some distance from the capital. No sooner had he disembarked on June 18 than the National Farmers' Union protested against his admission, and on June 22 the Storting was already debating the protest. This had no immediate sequel, but it was clear that the opposition would use his presence to embarrass the government. The conservative bourgeoisie was scared of the ogre, it was impossible to find lodgings for him, no householder dared to accept him as tenant. The government asked him to pledge himself to refrain from political activity. He did this, on the understanding that what was demanded from him was that he should not interfere in Norway's domestic affairs. The government was to claim later that it had asked him to refrain from any political activity, a demand to which no political exile can normally submit or is asked to submit. The circumstance that he was thus treated by men still thinking of themselves as schismatics from official communism underlined the meanness of their behavior. However, on his arrival, the chiefs of the government and the Labour Party made a great show of generosity. The working class of this country and all right-thinking and unprejudiced people, this is how their newspaper Arbeiderbladet welcomed him, will be delighted with the government's decision. The right of asylum must not be a dead letter but a reality. The Norwegian people feel honored by Trotsky's presence in their country. Without going into the pros and cons of his dispute with Stalin, on which they held no definite views, they denied Stalin the right to persecute and banish a man like Leon Trotsky, whose name will stand together with Lenin's in the history of the Russian Revolution. Now that, despite his great and imperishable services, he has been exiled from his own country, any democratic nation must consider it a welcome duty to offer him refuge. 46 Martin Tranmæl, the party's founder and leader, came out with personal greetings. Various ministers intimated that the terms of Trotsky's admission, the 6 months limit and the restrictions on his freedom of movement, were so many formalities. The government asked Konrad Knudsen, a socialist editor, to assist in settling Trotsky, and Knudsen, seeing that it was impossible to lease a house, invited him and Natalia to move into his own home. 47. Presently 3 party chiefs, Tranmæl, Trygve, the Minister of Justice, and the editor of Arbeiderbladet, paid Trotsky a formal visit. The meeting was rather awkward. The Norwegians reminded Trotsky that in 1921 they had been in Moscow and negotiated with him, Lenin, and Zinoviev the terms of their adherence to the Comintern, but before they proceeded further Trygve wished to make sure that Trotsky was aware of his obligation to refrain from political activity. He answered that he had not the slightest intention of meddling in Norwegian affairs. Trygve later maintained that he, had demanded there and then that Trotsky should abstain from all action hostile towards any friendly government. An eyewitness recollects that Trotsky refused to be drawn into any political discussion with us and talked only about the weather. But the visitors, having gone through with the official part of the business, were eager to change over to a tone of comradeship, to talk politics, and to bask in the greatness of the man to whom they had given refuge. They begged him to give Arbeiterbladet a long and exhaustive interview on the major issues of world politics. According to the same eyewitness, he replied frigidly that the Minister of Justice had just forbidden him to indulge in any form of political activity. His interlocutors shrugged and laughed off the prohibition as a piece of make-believe which they had to go through pro forma in order to appease their parliamentary opponents, and the Minister of Justice reassured Trotsky that by expressing his opinions he would in no way offend against the terms of his residence. The minister himself then turned into an eager journalistic interviewer, and Trotsky answered his questions at length, availing himself of the opportunity to denounce Stalin's policy and the terror unleashed since Kirov's assassination. On July 26 Arbeiterbladet published the interview, with much editorial flourish, leaving readers in no doubt that the Minister of Justice himself had been instrumental in making the benefit of Trotsky's views available to them. Thus the misunderstandings of the first days seemed dispelled. The party in office treated Trotsky as an illustrious guest rather than as a refugee on sufferance. Parliamentarians and journalists vied with one another in paying him respects, and for a time nothing bestowed greater distinction on a person in Oslo's leftish circles than the ability to boast of having been received by the great exile. Before the end of June, Trotsky and Natalia were installed in Knudsen's home at Vauxhall, a village near Hønefoss, about 30 miles north of Oslo. Amid the quiet and peace of the country, sharing in the domesticities of a modest, warm-hearted, and fairly large family, they could recover from recent harassments. Knudsen was a moderate, suave social democrat, very remote from Trotskyism. It was from sheer sensitiveness and from defiance of Philistinism that he had invited the man of October under his roof. By tacit agreement they never touched on their political differences. And so during his entire stay with us, these are Knudsen's words, we were not troubled even once by the slightest misunderstanding. Trotsky was too much concentrated on his work to waste time in fruitless discussion. He worked very hard. I have never met anyone as precise, punctual, and pedantic in his habits. When he was not ill, he used to get up at 5:20 or 5:30 in the morning, go down to the pantry, take a little food, and set to work. He did it all very quietly, on tiptoe, so as not to disturb anyone. I have no words to describe his tact and consideration for all who lived in our house. Natalia's behavior was the same. We nicknamed her affectionately the little lady of the big house. Their needs were quite incredibly modest. 48. For the first time since 1917 Trotsky did not have to live under the protection of a comradely bodyguard or under police surveillance and incognito. The yard gate was wide open day and night, with village folk straying in for amiable chats. Occasionally, visitors came from abroad, German refugees living in Scandinavia, Frenchmen, Belgians, and Americans. Among the Americans was Harold Isaacs, who had just returned from China, after a stay of several years, and was a source of valuable information on that country and its communist movement. He was just writing a book, The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution, to which Trotsky was to contribute a preface. Schachtman and Must, the well-known American socialist who had joined the Trotskyists, also came to Vauxhall. The French arrived several times with their disputes and quarrels, asking Trotsky to act as umpire. They could not agree whether they should leave the SFIO and reconstitute themselves as an independent party. Raymond Molinier had set up his own paper, La Commune, advocating disaffiliation. This brought the quarrel into the open and at last led Trotsky to break with Molinier. The incident would not be worth mentioning had it not been for the fact that the feud was to go on for years and to become grotesquely intertwined with the fortunes of Trotsky's family. Amid all this, and while his correspondence with his followers, which he could not well carry on from France, grew to enormous bulk, Trotsky began writing a new book, The Revolution Betrayed. 49. Towards the end of the summer, however, on September 19, he entered the municipal hospital of Oslo because of the persistence of his fevers and a general debility. In the stillness of his ward he gave himself to melancholy musings. "It is nearly 20 years," he wrote, "since I lay on a bunk in a Madrid prison and wondered in amazement what on earth had brought me there. I remember I burst into a fit of laughter, and laughed until I fell asleep. Now once again I am wondering in amazement what on earth has brought me here, into an Oslo hospital." 50. A Bible on his bedside table sent his mind wandering farther back, to a prison cell in Odessa where 37 years before he had been learning foreign languages from a multilingual copy of the Bible. "Unfortunately, I cannot promise that this new encounter with the old and so familiar book will help in saving my soul. But reading the Gospel in Norwegian may help me to learn the language of the country which has shown me hospitality, and its literature which I have loved since my early years." After many tests and examinations he left hospital, his soul not saved and his body not restored to health. He spent the greater part of December in bed. "This," he said later, "was the worst month of my life." His recovery was impeded by old and new anxieties and worries. He was depressed by the futility of his organizational work. He was irritated by the French Trotskyists, who did not cease to pester him with their quarrels, and he wrote to Lyova, "It is absolutely necessary that I should get at least 4 weeks' leave and should not be approached with any letters from the sections. Otherwise it will be impossible for me to recover my capacity for work. These disgusting trivia, Ekel Hafter Kleinkram, not only rob me of the ability to occupy myself with more serious affairs, but give me insomnia, fever, etc. I request you to be quite ruthless about this. Then I may perhaps be at your disposal again, say, by 1 February 51. In the following weeks and months, however, he repeatedly reproached Lyova for harassing him with the Ekelhaft-Kleinkrammerei and vented his despair at the silly intrigues of the French cliques. 52 His correspondence shows all too clearly that things were no better in most of the other sections of the would-be Fourth International. And there was the anguish over events in Russia and the uncertainty about Sergei. Indirect inquiries in Moscow brought forth an official explanation that Sergei was not imprisoned but placed under police surveillance to keep him from communicating with his father. But when Natalia tried to transmit a small money order to Sergei's wife in Moscow, this was returned to a bank in Oslo with the note that the addressee was unknown. On top of all this, he was troubled by lack of money. Publishers' advances had just enabled him to cover the expenses of settling in Norway and to pay off a debt to Henry Molyneux, which he was anxious to do before he broke with the Molyneux set. In what bad straits he was can be seen from a letter to Harold Isaacs which he wrote from the Oslo hospital on September 29, begging for help in a financial catastrophe. He had to pay 10 kronas per day in hospital, and had only 100 kronas left. 53. Just before Christmas he went with Knudsen and a few young Norwegians to the wild rocky country north of Hønefoss, hoping that a few days of physical activity in the open air might improve his health. The time of this trip should be noted a year later. At Radek's and Pyatakhov's trial, Vyshinsky was to claim that at this time Pyatakov paid Trotsky a secret visit, and Pyatakov himself was to confess that he had come to Oslo by plane from Berlin and had gone by car straight from the airfield to meet Trotsky. These allegations were refuted by Norwegian authorities, who ascertained that no German plane had landed at Oslo airfield at the end of December 1935 and for several months before and after that, and Trotsky's companions proved that no one could have come by car to the place where they stayed with Trotsky. The winter was extremely severe, the roadless country was completely submerged by snowdrifts, and gripped by Arctic ice. We remember this well, because once during the trip Trotsky was trapped by snow and ice. We were on skis, and he was not good at skiing, and so we had to organize a regular rescue operation, and we were very worried. 54. Soon after, by one of those abrupt changes in his health which puzzled his doctors, he recovered, and resumed the writing of The Revolution Betrayed. This kept him busy for the next 6 months until he completed the book. The Revolution Betrayed occupies a special place in Trotsky's literary work. It is the last book he managed to complete and, in a sense, his political testament. In it he gave his final analysis of Soviet society and a survey of its history up to the middle of the Stalin era. His most complex book, it combines all the weakness and the strength of his thought. It contains many new and original reflections on socialism, on the difficulties with which proletarian revolution has to grapple, and on the role of a bureaucracy in a workers' state. He also surveyed the international position of the Soviet Union before the Second World War and tried to pierce the future with daring and partly erroneous forecasts. The book is a profound theoretical treatise and a tract for the time, a creative restatement of classical Marxist views, and the manifesto of the new Trotskyism calling for revolution in the Soviet Union. Trotsky appears here in all his capacities, as detached and rigorously objective thinker, as leader of a defeated opposition, and as passionate pamphleteer and polemicist. The polemicist's contribution forms the more esoteric part of the work and tends to overshadow the objective and analytical argument. Because of the wealth of its ideas and its imaginative force, this has been one of the seminal books of this century, as instructive as confusing, and destined to be put to adventitious use more often than any other piece of political writing. Even its title was to become one of the shibboleths of our time. The Revolution Betrayed was Trotsky's critical reaction to a crucial moment of the Stalin era. Official Moscow had just proclaimed that the Soviet Union had already achieved socialism. Until recently it had contented itself with the more modest claim that only the foundations of socialism had been laid. What emboldened Stalin to proclaim nothing less than the advent of socialism was the progress of industrialization, the first superficial signs of the consolidation of collective farming, and the nation's fresh relief at having left behind the famines and massacres of the early 1930s. A new constitution, the most democratic in the world, was to be the epitome of the new epoch. It nominally abolished discrimination against members of the former possessing classes, and introduced general and equal franchise for all. This presupposed that the proletarian dictatorship no longer needed any special constitutional guarantees, because a virtually classless society had come into being. Yet while it gave all citizens the equal right to vote, the constitution deprived all of the right to choose for whom to vote, and unlike previous Soviet constitutions, it formally consecrated the single-party system. That system and the monolithic party, the propagandists maintained, conformed to the very nature of a socialist community, which was not torn by any conflict of class interests, whereas any multi-party system reflected the inherent antagonisms of bourgeois society. Yet this was also a time of growing inequality, when discrepancies between high and low earnings widened rapidly, when socialist competition degenerated into a wild scramble for privileges and necessities of life, when Stakhanovism carried that scramble to every factory bench and coal seam in the country, and when the contrast between the affluence of the few and the pauperism of the many took on most offensive forms. Stalin, conducting a ferocious drive against the levelers, placed himself at the head of the nouveau riches, whetted their appetites, ridiculed the faint scruples that inhibited them, and glorified the new inequality as an accomplishment of socialism. A new hierarchical organization was taking shape. It was elaborately graded, with ranks, titles, and prerogatives sharply differentiated, and with every little rung on all the multiple steep ladders of authority marked out with bizarre precision. Nowhere was this reversal from earlier proletarian democratic ways to the new authoritarianism as pronounced as in the armed forces, where the ranks and distinctions of Tsarist times were reintroduced. Amid the celebrations of the advent of socialism there was thus the flavor of something like restoration in the air. The educational system and the nation's spiritual life were deeply affected. The progressive school reforms of the 1920s, which had aroused the admiration of many foreign educationists, were decried as ultra-left aberrations, and a heavy, increasingly nationalist traditionalism and an old-fashioned paternalistic discipline invaded classrooms and lecture halls, stifling the spirit of the young generation. The bureaucratic tutelage over science, literature, and the arts grew unbearably tyrannical. In every field the state exercised absolute power provocatively and brazenly, glorifying itself as the supreme guardian of society. And the autocratic bearer of power was exalted as father of the peoples, fount of all wisdom, benefactor of mankind, and demiurge of socialism. Trotsky set out to refute Stalin's claims, and he did this by confronting the realities of Stalinism with the classical Marxist conception of socialism. He pointed out that the predominance of social forms of ownership did not yet constitute socialism, even though it was its essential condition. Socialism presupposed an economy of abundance. It could not be founded on the want and poverty that prevailed in the Soviet Union and that led to the recrudescence of glaring inequality. Stalin had invoked Marx's dictum about the two stages of communism, a lower one where society would reward its members each according to his work, and the higher where it would reward them each according to his needs. It was at the lower stage, Stalin declared, that the Soviet Union found itself. Trotsky pointed out that Stalin was abusing the authority of Marx in order to justify the inequality he was promoting. While it was true that Marx had foreseen that inequality would persist in the early phase of socialism, it would not have occurred to him that it would grow, and even grow by leaps and bounds, as it did under Stalin's rule. Soviet society was still only halfway between capitalism and socialism. It could advance or slide back, and only to the extent to which it overcame inequality would it advance. The growth of inequality indicated backsliding. The orgies of Stalinist absolutism were part and parcel of the same retrograde trend. Lenin had, in his State and Revolution, wrested from oblivion the Marxian notion of the withering away of the state and made of it the household idea of Bolshevism, and Trotsky now defended the idea against Stalinist manipulation. He insisted that socialism was inconceivable without the withering away of the state. It was from class conflict that the state had arisen, and it existed as an instrument of class domination. Even in its lower phase, socialism meant the disappearance of class antagonisms and of political coercion. Only the purely administrative functions of the state, the management of things, not of men, were to survive under socialism. Lenin had imagined the proletarian dictatorship as a semi-state only, modeled on the Commune of Paris, whose officials would be elected and deposed by vote and paid workers' wages, so that they should not form a bureaucracy estranged from the people. In backward and isolated Russia the scheme had proved unworkable. All the same, the advance towards socialism must be measured by the degree to which the coercive power of the state was on the decline. Massive political persecution and the glorification of the state in themselves refuted the Stalinist claim about the achievement of socialism. Stalin argued that the state could not wither away in a single country. To Trotsky this was only an indirect admission that socialism could not be achieved in a single country either. But it was not the capitalist encirclement that was the chief reason for the increased power of the state, for the Stalinist terror aimed primarily at domestic enemies, i.e. at communist opposition. To the non-Marxist much of this critique must seem doctrinaire. To the Marxist it was vital because it stripped Stalinism of ideological pretensions and dissociated Marxism from Stalin's practices. Trotsky sought to establish for the Marxist school of thought a position, from which it could disclaim the moral liabilities which Stalinism was creating for it, and from which it could declare that its ideas were no more responsible for Stalin's reign of terror than the Ten Commandments and the Sermon on the Mount had been for the Holy Inquisition. Nor is the significance of this argument only moral and historical, for it still has a profound bearing on communist thinking. The notion, which Khrushchev has expounded in the late 1950s and early 1960s, that the Soviet Union is passing from socialism to communism is predicated on the Stalinist claim about the achievement of socialism in the 1930s, and is just as unreal as that claim. Seen from Trotsky's standpoint, Soviet society is, as yet, despite its immense strides forward, very far from having achieved socialism. As all the thinking of Soviet ideologues, economists, sociologists, philosophers, and historians is still entangled in the canon about the completion of socialism, and is moving within a circle of fictions construed around that canon, the application of Trotsky's criteria to present Soviet reality would entail a revision of the legacy of Stalinism far more thoroughgoing than that undertaken in the Soviet Union in the first decade after Stalin. The revolution betrayed is Trotsky's classical indictment of bureaucracy. Once again, in the conflict between the ordinary working woman and the bureaucrat who has seized her by the throat, he sided with the working woman. He saw the mainspring of Stalinism in the defense of privilege, which alone gave a certain unity to all the disparate aspects of Stalin's policy, connecting its Thermidorian spirit with its diplomacy and the debasement of the Comintern. The ruling group shielded the interests of an acquisitive minority against popular discontent at home and the shocks of revolutionary class struggle abroad. Trotsky analyzed the social composition of the managerial groups, of the party machine, of the civil servants and of the officer corps, who between them form 12 to 15% of the population, a massive stratum, conscious of its weight, rendered conservative by privilege, and straining with all its might to preserve the national and the international status quo. Not content with indicting the bureaucracy, Trotsky considered again how and why it had achieved its power in the Soviet Union and whether its predominance was not inherent in socialist revolution at large. He went beyond his earlier answers and threw into bolder relief the objective causes for the recrudescence of inequality amid all the want and poverty in the Soviet Union. But he also stated with emphasis that some of these factors would recur in every socialist revolution, for none would be able to abolish inequality immediately. Even the United States, the wealthiest industrial nation, did not yet produce enough to be able to reward labor according to needs. It still suffered from a relative scarcity which would compel it, under communist government, to maintain differential wages and salaries. Consequently, tensions and social conflicts would persist, although they would be much milder than in an underdeveloped country. And so the tendencies of bureaucratism would everywhere show themselves even after a proletarian revolution. 55 Marx and Lenin had been aware of this. Marx had spoken of bourgeois law, safeguarding unequal distribution of goods, as being inevitable in the first phase of communist society. Lenin had described the Soviet Republic as being in some respects a bourgeois state without the bourgeoisie, even if it were governed in the spirit of proletarian democracy. But only the experience of the Stalin era had revealed the full dimensions of the problem and allowed real insight into the contradictions of post-capitalist society. A revolutionary government had to maintain inequality and had to struggle against it, and it had to do both for the sake of socialism. It had to provide incentives to technicians, skilled workers, and administrators in order to ensure the proper functioning and the rapid expansion of the economy, yet it had also to aim at the reduction and the eventual abolition of privileges. Ultimately, this contradiction could be resolved only by an increase in social wealth, surpassing all that mankind had hitherto dreamt of, and by the attainment of so high and universal a level of education that the gulf between manual labor and intellectual work would vanish. In the meantime, before these conditions are fulfilled, the revolutionary state assumes directly and from the very beginning a dual character. It is socialist in so far as it defends social property in the means of production, and it is bourgeois in so far as it directs an unequal, differential distribution of goods among the members of society. The clear formulation of this contradiction and duality as inherent in the transition to socialism is one of Trotsky's important contributions to the Marxist thought of his time. 56. Returning to the analysis of Soviet society, he admitted that Lenin and he had not foreseen that a bourgeois state without a bourgeoisie would prove inconsistent with genuine Soviet democracy, and that the state could not wither away as long as there was the iron necessity for it to foster and support a privileged minority. The destruction of Soviet democracy was thus due not merely to Stalin's conspiracy, which was the subjective aspect of a wider objective process. He went on to say that the Stalinist government had preserved the dual character inherent in any revolutionary government, but that the bourgeois element in it had gained immense weight and power at the expense of the socialist element. The bureaucracy was by its very nature the planter and protector of inequality. It acted like a policeman who during an acute shortage of goods keeps order while crowds queue up at food shops. When food is abundant there are no queues and the policeman becomes superfluous. Yet nobody who has wealth to distribute ever omits himself. Thus out of a social necessity there has developed an organ which has far outgrown its socially necessary function, and has become an independent factor and therewith the source of great danger for the whole social organism. The poverty and cultural backwardness of the masses have again become incarnate in the malignant figure of the ruler with the great club in his hand. 57. Had the bourgeois element in the Soviet state acquired enough force to destroy the socialist element? Trotsky asked. Once again he firmly rejected the view that the bureaucracy was a new class or that the Soviet masses were exploited by state capitalism. State capitalism without a capitalist class was to the Marxist a contradiction in terms. As for the bureaucracy, it lacked the social homogeneity of any class which owed its place in society to the ownership and the command of the means of production. The exercise of mere managerial functions had not turned the directors of the Soviet industry and state into such a class, even though they treated both state and industry as if these were their private domains. The inequality which Stalinism promoted was still confined to the sphere of private consumption. The privileged groups were not permitted to appropriate means of production. Unlike any exploiting class, they could not accumulate wealth in the form that would give them command over the labor of others and enable them to appropriate more and more wealth. Even their privileges and power were bound up with the national ownership of productive resources, and so they had to defend that ownership and thereby to perform a function which, from the socialist viewpoint, was necessary and progressive, though they performed it at an exorbitant cost to society. But the social balance of the Stalinist state, Trotsky went on, was unstable. In the long run either the socialist element or the bourgeois one must prevail. The continuous growth of inequality was a danger signal. The managerial groups would not indefinitely content themselves with consumer privileges. Sooner or later they would seek to form themselves into a new possessing class by expropriating the state and becoming the shareholding owners of trusts and concerns. One may argue that the big bureaucrat cares little what are the prevailing forms of property, provided only that they guarantee him the necessary income. This argument ignores not only the stability of the bureaucrat's own rights, but also the question of his descendants. Privileges have only half their worth if they cannot be transmitted to one's children. But the right of testament is inseparable from the right of property. It is not enough to be director of the trust, it is necessary to be a stockholder. The victory of the bureaucracy in this decisive sphere would mean its conversion into a new possessing class. Stalin, Trotsky pointed out, could not preside over this conversion. His regime was based on national ownership and a planned economy. Turning into a new bourgeoisie, the bureaucracy would therefore necessarily come into conflict with Stalinism, and Stalin, by encouraging its acquisitiveness, was unwittingly undermining not only his own rule, but all the conquests of the revolution. So close did this danger appear to Trotsky that he had no hesitation in stating that the 1936 Constitution creates the political premises for the birth of a new possessing class. As in the 1920s so in the 1930s, he considered the bureaucracy, or a section of it, as the potential agent of a capitalist restoration, but while earlier he saw it as an auxiliary of the kulaks and the NEP men, now, after the liquidation of those classes, he regarded it as an independent agent. 58. This view appears altogether erroneous in retrospect. Far from laying its hands on and appropriating the means of production, the Soviet bureaucracy was, in the coming decades, to remain the guardian of public ownership. It should be remarked, however, that Trotsky spoke of the bureaucracy's metamorphosis into a new bourgeoisie as of one of several possibilities. He was careful to point out that the potentiality should not be mistaken for actuality. He dealt, as he emphasized, with an unprecedented, complex, and enigmatic phenomenon, at a time when the Stalinist anti-egalitarianism and reaction against early Bolshevism were at the highest pitch. The theorist could take nothing for granted. He could not rule out the possibility that these trends might release powerful and independent forces utterly inimical to socialism. Stalin, representing an ambiguous combination of Leninist orthodoxy with the revulsion against revolutionary principle, did indeed appear at times to lead Russia to the very brink of restoration. That he could not cross that brink Trotsky had no doubt. He feared that others might cross it, even if over Stalin's body. 59. The same fear, however, haunted Stalin as well, and this was why he raged against his own bureaucracy and, on the pretext of fighting Trotskyism and Bukharinism, decimated it in each of the successive purges. It was one of the effects of the purges that they prevented the managerial groups from consolidation as a social stratum. Stalin whetted their acquisitive instincts and wrung their necks. This was one of the most obscure, least discussed and yet important consequences of the permanent terror. While on the one hand the terror annihilated the old Bolshevik cadres and cowed the working class and the peasantry, it kept, on the other, the whole of the bureaucracy in a state of flux, renewing permanently its composition, and not allowing it to grow out of a protoplasmic or amoeboid condition, to form a compact and articulate body with a socio-political identity of its own. In such circumstances the managerial groups could not become a new possessing class. Even if they wanted to, they could not start accumulating capital on their own account while they were hovering between their offices and the concentration camps. Just as he had liquidated the kulaks, so Stalin was constantly liquidating the embryo of the new bourgeoisie, and in this he once again acted, in his own barbaric autocratic manner, from Trotsky's tacitly accepted premise. In any case, the bureaucratic would-be bourgeoisie was no mere figment of Trotsky's imagination. But he patently exaggerated its vitality and capacity for self-realization, just as he had exaggerated the power of the kulaks, and he underrated once again Stalin's cunning, tenacity, and ruthlessness. The manner in which Stalin both promoted and repressed the bourgeois element in the state was utterly alien and even incomprehensible to Trotsky, who, as always, thought that only a conscious and active working class could check the anti-socialist tendencies of the state. Yet Trotsky also realized that the Soviet workers were unwilling to rise against the bureaucracy, for even if they were hostile to it in their vast majority, they feared lest in throwing out the bureaucracy they would open the way for a capitalist restoration. The workers felt that for the time being the bureaucracy continues to fulfill a necessary function as the watchman guarding some of their conquests. They will inevitably drive out the dishonest, impudent, and unreliable watchman as soon as they see another possibility. What a paradox this was! The same social group which might turn into a new possessing class and destroy the revolution was to some extent the revolution's protector. Trotsky knew that doctrinaires would not be satisfied with his appraisal of the situation. They would like categorical formulas, yes yes, and no no, and, of course, sociological analysis would be simple if social phenomena had always a finished character. But he refused to force realities into any neat scheme and to give for the sake of logical completeness a finished definition to an unfinished process. Confronted by a completely new and dynamic social formation, the theorist could produce only working hypotheses and let events test them. 60. Events disproved the hypothesis about the transformation of the bureaucracy into a new possessing class already in the 1930s, but even more so during and after the Second World War. Then the needs of national defense and the destruction of the bourgeois order in Eastern Europe and China powerfully reinforced the nationalized structure of the Soviet economy. The Stalinist state, by promoting or assisting for its own reasons revolution in Eastern Europe and Asia, created formidable counterchecks to its own bourgeois tendencies. The post-war industrialization, the immense expansion of the Soviet working class, the growth of mass education, and the reviving self-assurance of the workers tended to subdue the bourgeois element in the state, and after Stalin's death the bureaucracy was compelled to make concession after concession to the egalitarianism of the masses. To be sure, the tension between the bourgeois and the socialist elements of the state continued, and, being inherent in the structure of any post-capitalist society, it was bound to persist for a very long time to come. The managers, the administrators, the technicians, and the skilled workers remained privileged groups. But the gulf between them and the great mass of the toilers was narrowing in the middle and late 1950s and the early 1960s, and so the balance between the contradictory elements in the state was very different from what it had been when Trotsky wrote The Revolution Betrayed. Trotsky himself anticipated such a development. Two opposite tendencies are growing up out of the depth of the Soviet regime. To the extent that, in contrast to a decaying capitalism, that regime develops the productive forces, it is preparing the economic basis of socialism. To the extent that, for the benefit of an upper stratum, it carries to more and more extreme expression bourgeois norms of distribution, it is preparing a capitalist restoration. This contrast between forms of property and norms of distribution cannot grow indefinitely. Either the bourgeois norms must in one form or another spread to the means of production, or the norms of distribution must be brought into correspondence with the socialist property system. 61. It is this latter course that events were to take 20 and 25 years later, when Stalin's successors began grudgingly yet unmistakably to bring the norms of distribution into closer correspondence with the socialist property system. Trotsky's hypothesis about the rise of a new possessing class appears therefore unduly pessimistic, even though it reflected a situation in which the balance was strongly and dangerously weighted against the socialist elements. Yet, despite the pessimism, Trotsky's analysis of the dynamic contradictions of the post-revolutionary state still offers the best clue to the subsequent social evolution. It was against a greedy, mendacious, and cynical caste of rulers, against the germ of a new possessing class, that Trotsky formulated his program of a political revolution in the USSR. "There is no peaceful outcome," he wrote. "The Soviet bureaucracy will not give up its positions without a fight. No devil has ever yet voluntarily cut off his own claws. The proletariat of a backward country was fated to accomplish the first socialist revolution. For this historic privilege it must, according to all the evidence, pay with a second supplementary revolution against bureaucratic absolutism." He preached a political, not a social revolution, a revolution, that is, which would overthrow the Stalinist system of government, but would not change the existing property relations. 62. This was a completely new prospect. Marxists had never imagined that after a socialist revolution they would have to call upon the workers to rise again, for they had taken it for granted that a workers' state could be only a proletarian democracy. History had now demonstrated that this was not so, and that, just as the bourgeois order had developed various forms of government, monarchical and republican, constitutional and autocratic, so the workers' state could exist in various political forms, ranging from a bureaucratic absolutism to government by democratic Soviets. And just as the French bourgeoisie had to supplement the social revolution of 1789–93 by the political revolutions of 1830 and 1848, in which ruling groups and methods of government were changed but not the economic structure of society, so, Trotsky argued, the working class too had to supplement the October Revolution. The bourgeoisie had acted consistently within its class interest when it asserted itself against its own absolutist rulers, and the working class would also act legitimately in freeing its own state from a despotic stranglehold. A political revolution of this kind had, of course, nothing to do with terroristic acts. Individual terror is a weapon of impatient and despairing individuals, belonging most frequently to the young generation of the bureaucracy itself. For Marxists it was axiomatic that they could carry out the revolution only with the open support of the majority of the workers. It was therefore not with a call for any immediate action that Trotsky came out, for as long as the workers saw in the bureaucracy the watchman of their conquests, they would not rise against it. Trotsky advanced the idea, not the slogan, of a revolution. He offered a long-term orientation for the struggle against Stalinism, not guidance for direct action. This is how he formulated the program of the revolution. It is not a question of substituting one ruling clique for another, but of changing the very methods of administering the economy and guiding the culture of the country. Bureaucratic autocracy must give place to Soviet democracy. A restoration of the right of criticism and genuine freedom of elections is the necessary condition for the further development of the country. This assumes a revival of freedom of Soviet parties, beginning with the party of Bolsheviks, and a renaissance of the trade unions. The bringing of democracy into industry means a radical revision of plans in the interests of the toilers. Free discussion of economic problems will decrease the overhead expense of bureaucratic mistakes and zigzags. Expensive playthings palaces of the Soviets, new theaters, showy metro subways will be abandoned in favor of workers' dwellings. Bourgeois norms of distribution will be confined within the limits of strict necessity, and, in step with the growth of social wealth, will give way to socialist equality. Ranks will be immediately abolished. The tinsel of decorations will go into the melting pot. Youth will receive the opportunity to breathe freely, criticize, make mistakes, and grow up. Science and art will be freed of their chains. And, finally, foreign policy will return to the traditions of revolutionary internationalism. 63. He reiterated here all the familiar desiderata of the period when he still stood for reform. Only in one point did he make a new departure, namely, in his demand for genuine freedom of elections. On this point, however, he was confronted with a dilemma. He had discarded the principle of the single party, but he did not advocate unqualified freedom of parties. Going back to a pre-1921 formula, he spoke of a revival of freedom of Soviet parties, that is, of the parties that stood on the ground of the October Revolution. But who was to determine which were and which were not Soviet parties? Should the Mensheviks, for instance, be allowed to benefit from the revived freedom? He left these questions in suspense, no doubt because he held that they could not be resolved in advance, regardless of circumstances. He was similarly cautious in discussing equality. He did not speak of any abolition of bourgeois norms of distribution. These were to be maintained, but only within the limits of strict necessity, and dispensed with gradually, with the growth of social wealth. The political revolution was thus to leave some privileges to managers, administrators, technicians, and skilled workers. As he himself sometimes, in polemical utterances, spoke loosely of the overthrow or abolition of bureaucracy, this gloss put the problem in a more realistic perspective. What he envisaged on calm reflection was a drastic curtailment, not the obliteration, of bureaucratic and managerial privilege. Over a quarter of a century after its formulation, this program has remained relevant, and most of its ideas have reappeared in the post-Stalinist movement of reform. Yet the question must be asked whether in insisting on the necessity of a political revolution in the USSR, Trotsky had not taken too dogmatic a view of the prospect and, against his own advice, given too finished a definition to an unfinished process. From the tenor of the revolution betrayed, it is clear that he saw no chance of any reform from above, and there was indeed no chance of it in his lifetime and for the rest of the Stalin era. But during that time there was no chance in the Soviet Union of any political revolution either. This was a period of deadlock. It was impossible either to cut or to untie the Gordian knots of Stalinism. Any program of change, whether revolutionary or reformist, was illusory. This could not prevent a fighter like Trotsky from searching for a way out. But he was searching within a vicious circle, which only world-shaking events began to breach many years later. And when that happened, the Soviet Union moved away from Stalinism through reform from above in the first instance. What forced the reform was precisely the factors on which Trotsky had banked: economic progress, the cultural rise of the masses, and the end of Soviet isolation. The break with Stalinism could only be piecemeal, because at the end of the Stalin era there existed and could exist no political force capable and willing to act in a revolutionary manner. Moreover, throughout the first decade after Stalin there did not emerge from below any autonomous and articulate mass movement even for reform. Since Stalinism had become an anachronism, nationally and internationally, and a break with it had become an historic necessity for the Soviet Union, the ruling group itself had to take the initiative of the break. Thus, by an irony of history, Stalin's epigones began the liquidation of Stalinism and thereby carried out, malgré Yux's memes, parts of Trotsky's political testament. 64. But can they continue this work and complete it? Or is a political revolution still necessary? On the face of it, the chances of revolution are still as slender as they were in Trotsky's days, whereas the possibilities of reform are far more real. The conditions for any revolution, as Lenin once put it, are, a. that the rulers should not be able to go on ruling as they used to, b. that the ruled, in their misery, despair, and fury, should refuse to go on living as before, and, c. that there should exist a revolutionary party determined and able to seize its chance. These conditions are not likely to materialize in a country with a vital and expanding economy and with rising standards of living, when the masses, having unprecedented access to education, see before them prospects of continuous social advance. In such a nation, any conflict between popular aspirations and the selfishness of a ruling group, a conflict under which Soviet society is still laboring, is more likely to give rise to pressure for continuous reform than to lead to a revolutionary explosion. History may therefore yet vindicate the Trotsky who had for 12 or 13 years struggled for reform rather than the Trotsky who, in his last 5 years, preached revolution. This, however, can be only a tentative conclusion. The problem of a bureaucracy in a workers' state is indeed so new and complex that it allows little or no certitude. We cannot determine in advance how far a bureaucracy can go in yielding up privileges, what strength and effectiveness popular pressure for reform can acquire under a single-party system, and whether a monolithic regime can gradually dissolve and transform itself into one allowing freedom of expression and association on a socialist basis. How far do the social tensions inherent in primitive socialist accumulation soften or abate as the accumulation loses its primitive, forcible, and antagonistic character? To what extent does the rise in popular well-being and education resolve antagonisms between the bureaucracy and the people? Only experience, in which there may be more surprises than are dreamt of in any philosophy, can provide the answer. At any rate, the present writer prefers to leave the final judgment on Trotsky's idea of a political revolution to a historian of the next generation. Mention should be made here of the revision, which Trotsky carried out in the Revolution Betrayed, of his conception of the Soviet thermometer. We have described earlier the passions and the turbulence which this abstruse historical analogy had aroused in the Bolshevik Party in the 1920s, and we have said that this was a case of le mortcis at levif.65. About 10 years later we find Trotsky, under a Norwegian village roof, still wrestling with the French phantom of 1794. We remember that as long as he stood for reform in the Soviet Union, he rejected the view, originally held by the workers' opposition, that the Russian Revolution had already declined into the Thermidorian or post-Thermidorian phase. Thermidor, he argued, was the danger with which Stalin's policy was fraught, but not yet an accomplished fact. He still defended this attitude against friend and foe alike in the first years of his banishment. But having decided that the opposition must become an independent party and that political revolution was inevitable in the Soviet Union, he thought again and stated that the Soviet Union had long since been living in the post-Thermidorian epoch. 66. He admitted that the historical analogy had done more to obfuscate minds than to enlighten them, yet he went on elaborating it. He and his friends, he argued, had committed a mistake in thinking that Thermidor amounted to a counter-revolution and restoration, and having so defined it, they had been right in insisting that no Thermidor had occurred in Russia. But the definition was wrong and unhistoric. The original Thermidor had not been a counter-revolution, but only a phase of reaction within the revolution. The Thermidorians had not destroyed the social basis of the French Revolution, the new bourgeois property relations, that had taken shape in 1789–93, but they had on that basis set up their anti-popular rule and set the stage for the consulate and the empire. The comparable development in the Soviet Union occurred as early as 1923, when Stalin suppressed the left opposition and established his anti-proletarian regime on the social foundations of the October Revolution. With the calendar of the French Revolution before his eyes all the time, Trotsky went on to say that Stalin's rule having assumed a Bonapartist character, the Soviet Union was living under its consulate. Within this perspective the danger of restoration appeared all too real in France. 20 years had passed between Thermidor and the return of the Bourbons, and Trotsky's call for a new revolution and a return to Soviet democracy echoed the cry raised by the conspiracy of equals for a return to the First Republic. Thus, Trotsky involved himself deeper and deeper in that summoning up of the ghosts of the past which Marx had seen as a peculiar feature of bourgeois revolutions. The English Puritans had conjured up the prophets of the Old Testament, and the Jacobins the heroes and the virtues of Republican Rome. In doing so, Marx said, they did not just parody the past, but genuinely strove to rediscover the spirit of revolution. 67 Marx was confident that a socialist revolution would not need to borrow its costumes from the past because it would have a clear awareness of its own character and purpose. And indeed, In 1917 the Bolsheviks did not dress up in such costumes and had no use for the pageantry and the symbols of earlier revolutions. In later years, however, they derived from Jacobinism all their nightmares and fears, the nightmares of the epurations and the fears of their Mittelr, and they magnified these by their own actions and in their own imagination. They did so not from sheer imitativeness, but because they were struggling with similar predicaments and sought to master them differently. They consulted the gloomy experiences of the past in order to avoid their repetition. And although it is true that the Bolsheviks did not escape the horrors of a fratricidal struggle in their midst, yet they did manage to avoid the whole fatal cycle through which Jacobinism had moved to its doom and through which the French Revolution was driven to its end. The fear of their Mittelr that haunted the Bolsheviks was a reflex of self-defense and self-preservation. But the reflex often worked irrationally. Trotsky now admitted that for more than 10 years the opposition had raised the alarm about their Mittelr without perceiving clearly the meaning of the precedent their Mittelr represented. Was he himself more clear about it now? The original their Mittelr was one of the most involved, many-faceted, and enigmatic events in modern history, and this accounts partly for the confusion about it. The Thermidorians overthrew Robespierre after a series of internecine Jacobin struggles, in the course of which Robespierre, leading the center of his party, had destroyed its right and left wings, the Dantonists and Hébérists. The end of his rule marked the downfall of his faction and of the Jacobin party at large. Soon after their Mittelr the Jacobin Club was disbanded and ceased to exist. The Thermidorians replaced Robespierre's reign of terror by the rule of law and order and inflicted final defeat on the plebs of Paris, which had suffered many reverses even earlier. They abolished the quasi-egalitarian distribution of food, which Robespierre had maintained by fixing maximum prices. Henceforth, the bourgeoisie was free to trade profitably, to amass fortunes, and to gain the social dominance which it was to preserve even under the empire. Thus, against the background of ebbing revolutionary energies and of disillusionment and apathy in the masses, the revolutionary regime passed from the popular to the anti-popular phase. It is enough to outline briefly these various aspects of their Mittelr to see where Trotsky was wrong in his assertion that Russia had gone through her their Mittelr in 1923. The defeat of the opposition in that year was not in any sense an event comparable to the collapse and dissolution of the Jacobin party, it corresponded rather to the defeat of the left Jacobins which had taken place well before their Mittelr. While Trotsky was writing The Revolution Betrayed the Soviet Union was on the eve of the Great Purge trials in France. The epurations were part and parcel of the Jacobin period, only after Robespierre's downfall was the guillotine brought to a halt. Their Mittelr was in fact an explosion of despair with the permanent purge, and most of the Thermidorians were ex-Dantonists and ex-Hébertists who had survived the slaughter of their factions. The Russian analogy to this would have been a successful coup against Stalin carried out, after the trials of 1936-8, by remnants of the Bukharinist and Trotskyist oppositions. Another difference is even more important. Their Mittelr brought to a close the revolutionary transformation of French society and the upheaval in property. In the Soviet Union these did not come to a halt with Stalin's ascendancy. On the contrary, the most violent upheaval, collectivization of farming, was carried out under his rule. And it was surely not law and order, even in a most anti-popular form, that prevailed either in 1923, or at any time during the Stalin era. What the early 1920s had in common with the Thermidorian period was the ebbing away of the popular revolutionary energies and the disillusionment and apathy of the masses. It was against such a background that Robespierre had sought to keep the rump of the Jacobin party in power and failed, and that Stalin struggled to preserve the dictatorship of the Bolshevik rump, i.e. of his own faction, and succeeded. Admittedly, there was a strong Thermidorian flavor about Stalin's anti-egalitarianism. But that was not absent from Lenin's NEP either. Curiously, when in 1921 the Mensheviks described NEP as the Soviet Thermidor, neither Lenin nor Trotsky protested. On the contrary, they congratulated themselves on having carried out something like Thermidor peacefully, without breaking up their own party and losing power. It was not they the Mensheviks, Trotsky wrote in 1921, but we ourselves who formulated this diagnosis. and, what is more important, the concessions to the Thermidorian mood and tendencies of the petty bourgeoisie, necessary for the purpose of maintaining the power of the proletariat, were made by the Communist Party without effecting a break in the system and without quitting the helm. 68 Stalin also made the most far-reaching concessions to the Thermidorian moods and tendencies of his bureaucracy and managerial groups, without effecting a break in the system and without quitting the helm. In any case, an historical analogy which led Trotsky, in 1921, almost to boast that he and Lenin had carried out a semi-thermidor, then to deny that any Soviet thermidor had occurred, and finally, in 1935, to maintain that the Soviet Union had for 12 years lived under a thermidor, without Trotsky himself noticing it. Such an analogy did indeed serve more to obfuscate minds than to enlighten them. The historically far more justified charge that Trotsky could have levelled against Stalin was that he instituted a reign of terror like Robespierre's, and that he had monstrously outdone Robespierre. However, Trotsky's own past and the Bolshevik tradition did not allow him to say this. It will be remembered that in 1903-4, when he first dissociated himself from Bolshevism, he levelled the accusation of Jacobinism against Lenin, and in reply Lenin proudly identified himself as the proletarian Jacobin of the 20th century. 69 The two men were thinking of two different Robespierres, Lenin of the one who had secured the triumph of the revolution against the Gironde, Trotsky of the one who had sent his own comrades to the guillotine. Not only in Lenin's eyes, but in those of most Western Marxists, the conductor of the purges had, after a century, receded behind the great incorruptible hallowed in the pantheon of the revolution. Trotsky the Bolshevik regretted that he had ever raised the charge of Robespierreism against Lenin, and he was wary of throwing it at Stalin. Having in the meantime accepted the Bolshevik glorification of Jacobinism, he virtually identified himself with Robespierre, and this led him to see his enemies as Thermidorians, which they were not. True, his alarms did much to rouse all Bolsheviks, including the Stalinists, to vigilance. Moreover, something of the Thermidorian mood still survives in the Soviet Union, and it can be found, together with the bourgeois element and bourgeois norms of distribution, in any workers' state. All the same, we who have seen, in the 1940s and 1950s, the Russian Revolution in its full protean power, by far surpassing the French Revolution in scale and momentum, we can only wonder over the strange quid pro quo through which the Thermidorian phantom strayed onto the Russian scene and kept itself there for a whole historic epoch. The pessimism, real and apparent, underlying the revolution betrayed shows itself also in those pages where Trotsky tried to anticipate the impact of the Second World War on the Soviet Union. He noted that the new social system had provided national defense with advantages of which the old Russia could not dream, that in a planned economy it was relatively easy to switch from civilian to military production and to focus on the interests of defense even in building and equipping new factories. He underlined the progress of the Soviet armed forces in all modern weapons and stated that the correlation between the living and mechanical forces of the Red Army may be considered by and large as on a level with the best armies of the West. 70 This was not, in 1936, a view generally accepted by Western military experts, and the emphasis with which Trotsky expressed it was undoubtedly calculated to impress the governments and the general staffs of the Western powers. But he saw the weakness of the Soviet defenses in the Thermidorian spirit of its officer corps, in the army's rigidly hierarchical structure which was replacing its revolutionary democratic organization, and above all in Stalin's foreign policy. He argued that Stalin, having first neglected the danger from the Third Reich, was now, to counter it, relying mainly on alliances with Western bourgeois governments, on the League of Nations, and on collective security, for the sake of which he would in case of war refrain from making any genuinely revolutionary appeal to the armed workers and peasants of the belligerent nations. Can we, Trotsky asked, expect that the Soviet Union will come out of the approaching Great War without defeat? To this frankly posed question we will answer as frankly, if the war should remain only a war, the defeat of the Soviet Union would be inevitable. In a technical, economic, and military sense, imperialism is incomparably stronger. If it is not paralysed by revolution in the West, imperialism will sweep away the regime which issued from the October Revolution 71. Divided though the West was against itself, it would eventually unite in order to block the military victory of the Soviet Union. Well before the Munich crisis, Trotsky observed that France was already treating her alliance with the Soviet Union as a scrap of paper, and she would continue to do so, no matter how much Stalin tried to secure the alliance through the Popular Front. Only if Stalin were to yield further to French, British, and American economic and political pressures, would the alliance assume reality, but even then the Allies would take advantage of the Soviet Union's wartime difficulties and seek to sap the socialist foundations of its economy and exact far-reaching concessions to capitalism. At the same time, the peasantry's individualism, stirred up by war, would threaten to disrupt collective farming. These external and domestic pressures, Trotsky concluded, would bring the danger of counter-revolution and restoration closer to Russia. The situation was not hopeless, however, because the war would also bring revolution closer to Europe, and so, on balance, the Soviet regime would have more stability than the regimes of its probable enemies. The Polish bourgeoisie could only hasten the war and find in it certain death, and Hitler has far less chance than had Wilhelm II of carrying a war to victory. Trotsky's confidence in European revolution was as strong as was his despondency about the prospects of the Soviet Union in the absence of such a revolution. The danger of war and defeat of the Soviet Union is a reality, but the revolution is also a reality. If the revolution does not prevent war, then war will help the revolution. Second births are commonly easier than first. In the new war it will not be necessary to wait a whole 2 years and a half for the first insurrection as it was after 1914. Once it is begun, moreover, the revolution will not this time stop halfway. The fate of the Soviet Union will be decided in the long run not on the maps of the general staffs, but on the map of the class struggle. Only the European proletariat, implacably opposing its bourgeoisie, can protect the Soviet Union from destruction, or from an Allied stab in the back. Even a military defeat of the Soviet Union would be only a short episode, if there were to be a victory of the proletariat in other countries. And, on the other hand, no military victory can save the inheritance of the October Revolution if imperialism holds out in the rest of the world. Without the Red Army the Soviet Union would be crushed and dismembered like China. Only its stubborn and heroic resistance to the future capitalist enemy can create favorable conditions for the development of the class struggle in the imperialist camp. The Red Army is thus a factor of immense significance. But this does not mean that it is the sole historic factor. It is not under the banner of the status quo which Stalin's diplomacy defended in the 1930s that the European workers and the colonial peoples can rise. The task of the European proletariat is not the perpetuation of boundaries, but, on the contrary, their revolutionary abolition, not the preservation of the status quo but a socialist United States of Europe. 72. The outcome of the Second World War was to be far less clear-cut than this alternative, and nothing would be easier than to compile from the revolution betrayed a list of Trotsky's errors in prognostication. Yet each of his errors contains important elements of truth and follows from premises which retain validity, and so more can still be learned from his mistakes than from the correct platitudes of most political writers. Trotsky is in this respect not unlike Marx. His thought is algebraically correct, even when his arithmetical conclusions are wrong. Where his forecasts were erroneous, they were so because too often he viewed the Second World War in terms of the First, but his general insights into the relationship between war and revolution were deep and are still essential to an understanding of the revolutionary aftermath of the Second World War. 73. The revolution betrayed has exercised its influence in a strange, often self-defeating, manner pro caput lectoris. It was published in May 1937, right in the middle of the slaughter of the old Bolsheviks, just after the trial of Radek, Pyatakov, and Sokhonikov and on the eve of the execution of Tykhaevsky and the other generals. The volleys of Stalin's execution squads gave a peculiar resonance to the title of the book. It came as a desperate and piercing cry of protest. Focusing all of Trotsky's tragic invective, it suggested that the October Revolution had suffered its last and irretrievable debacle and that Trotsky and his followers had abandoned all allegiance to the Soviet Union. Thus, "The Revolution Betrayed" became a startling, memorable, yet vacuous slogan, and for a long time the title page of the book made a stronger impression than the book itself. Often it closed minds to Trotsky's complex and subtle argument. His speculations about the possible emergence of a new possessing class caught readers' attention to the exclusion of his qualifying clauses and counterbalancing ideas. Quite a few of his disciples saw actuality where he saw mere potentiality. The very brilliance of his controversial style helped to produce this distorting response, for it tempted hosts of lesser writers to imitate the master's invective, which was so much easier to do than to enter critically into his thought. Not only did The Revolution Betrayed become the Bible of latter-day Trotskyist sects and chapels, whose members piously mumbled its verses long after Trotsky's death. The effect of the book was felt more widely, in the literature of disillusionment produced by Western ex-communists in the 1940s and 1950s. Some of them lived on mere crumbs, and not the best ones, from Trotsky's rich table, and they gained a reputation for originality by serving these up in their own brands of sauce. James Burnham, a Trotskyist in the 1930s, based his managerial revolution on a few fragments of Trotsky's theory torn out of context. 74 The Revolution Betrayed re-echoes through the early writings of Ignacio Silone and Arthur Koestler. George Orwell was strongly impressed by it. The fragments of the book, which take up so many pages in his 1984, were intended to paraphrase The Revolution Betrayed, just as Emmanuel Goldstein, Big Brother's enigmatic antagonist, is modeled on Trotsky. And last but not least, in the 1940s and 1950s, many of the intellectually ambitious Sovietologists and propagandists of the Cold War drew, directly or indirectly, their arguments and catchphrases from this source. 75. Despite the adventitious use made of it, The Revolution Betrayed remains a classic of Marxist literature. But this is Trotsky's most difficult book, and only the reader who approaches it with discrimination, without accepting or rejecting it in toto, can benefit from it. Goethe once said of Lessing that, being the greatest thinker of his generation, his influence on contemporaries was only slight and partly even harmful, because only an intelligence equal to Lessing's could absorb the full complexity of his thought. He therefore swayed the mind of Germany only indirectly and posthumously. This is also true of the author of The Revolution Betrayed, and accounts for the distorted and distorting influence of this book in the West. In our time, however, its ideas are already in the air in the USSR, where Trotsky's writings are still banned. The Soviet Jordanes who nowadays unknowingly speak his prose are legion. They are to be found in universities, factories, literary clubs, Komsomol cells, and even in the ruling circles. To give only a few random illustrations, Trotsky's verdict that the Stalin era will go down in the history of artistic creation preeminently as an epoch of mediocrities, laureates, and toadies has come to be generally accepted. Who does not now agree with him that under Stalinism the literary schools were strangled one after the other, and that the process of extermination took place in all ideological spheres, and it took place more decisively since it was more than half unconscious? The present ruling stratum considers itself called not only to control spiritual creation politically, but also to prescribe its roads of development. The method of command without appeal extends in like measure to the concentration camps, to scientific agriculture, and to music. The central organ of the party prints anonymous directive editorials having the character of military orders, in architecture, literature, dramatic arts, the ballet, to say nothing of philosophy, natural science, and history. The bureaucracy superstitiously fears whatever does not serve it directly, as well as whatever it does not understand. 76. If fortunately not all of this is any longer true, much of it still is, and as critic of the legacy of Stalinism the dead Trotsky still speaks more powerfully than all the living de-Stalinizers. The school and the social life of the student are saturated with formalism and hypocrisy. The children have learned to sit through innumerable deadly dull meetings, with their inevitable honorary presidium, their chants in honor of the dear leaders, their predigested debates in which, quite in the manner of their elders, they say one thing and think another. The more thoughtful teachers and children's writers, in spite of the enforced optimism, cannot always conceal their horror in the presence of this spirit of repression, falsity, and boredom. Independent character, like independent thought, cannot develop without criticism. The Soviet youth, however, are simply denied the elementary opportunity to exchange thoughts, make mistakes, and try out and correct mistakes, their own as well as others. All questions are decided for them. Theirs only to carry out the decision and sing the glory of those who made it. This explains the fact that out of the millions upon millions of communist youth there has not emerged a single major figure. In throwing themselves into engineering, science, literature, sport, or chess playing, the young people are, so to speak, winning their spurs for future great action. In all these spheres they compete with the badly prepared older generation, and often equal and beat them. But at every contact with politics they burn their fingers. And how alive still is the prophetic anger, faith, and vision which inspired words like these 77. The actual establishment of a socialist society can and will be achieved, not by these humiliating measures of a backward capitalism, to which the Soviet government is resorting, but by methods more worthy of a liberated humanity and above all not under the whip of a bureaucracy. For this very whip is the most disgusting inheritance of the old world. It will have to be broken into pieces and burned at a public bonfire before one can speak of socialism without a blush of shame. The months during which Trotsky wrote The Revolution Betrayed were, despite intense work, a respite. Life at Vauxhall was uneventful and tranquil. The daily routine was rarely interrupted for visitors or for an outing in the bare and rocky countryside to the north. Once a week the Trotskys and Knudsens went to the cinema at Honnefos to view an old and faded American film. So well did Trotsky progress with his work that, having concluded The Revolution Betrayed, he looked forward to taking up the Lenin at once. He had found, so it seemed, the security of a real asylum at last. Yet now and then a small cloud showed itself. Elections were due in the autumn, and already in the summer a small pro-Nazi party, the National Samling, had begun to attack the government for jeopardizing peace and prosperity by harboring Trotsky. The party's leader was Major Quisling, who a few years later, under German occupation, was to become head of a puppet government, and whose name then became the byword for collaboration with the occupant. At this time, however, his following was small and it belonged to the lunatic fringe, little notice was therefore taken. More disturbing were the attacks of Arbeiteran, the communist paper. Although it too had few readers, it voiced the views of the Soviet embassy, when it charged Trotsky with using Norway as a base for terroristic activities directed against the Soviet Union and its leaders, above all against the greatest leader of the world proletariat in our time, Stalin. How long, the paper asked, will the Norwegian workers tolerate this? What has the Central Bureau of the Norwegian Labour Party to say? What has the Norwegian government to say? This was the first time it was alleged that Trotsky was using Norway as a base for terroristic activities. The charge was to be taken up by Wyszynski a few months later. The Labour Party firmly rejected the allegation. What is the purpose of this? Scoffle replied. To make the Norwegian workers believe a lie, and to compel the Labour government to place Trotsky under arrest? Well, gentlemen, neither will happen. You will not so easily make fools either of Norwegian workers or of the Norwegian Labour government. Other spokesmen for the party in office replied in the same vein. Point 78. The Norwegian police nevertheless kept Trotsky under surveillance and regularly reported not only their own findings but communications received from the Belgian and the French police to the Minister of Justice. A Sherlock Holmes in Brussels had discovered that Trotsky was the actual inspirer and leader of the Fourth International, and at Oslo police headquarters cautious minds inquired whether that disquieting piece of information was correct. The French police confirmed it and expressed concern over the comings and goings of Trotsky's secretaries, all agents of the Fourth International. The Norwegian ministers could only be amused by this feat of detection a little earlier. They themselves, or some among them, might even have been inclined to join the subversive organization. All the same, to appease his police, the Minister of Justice ordered the deportation of Jan Frankel, one of Trotsky's secretaries. His place, however, was soon taken by Erwin Wolf, who stayed at Vauxhall for about a year unmolested and married Knudsen's daughter. To avoid needless irritation, Trotsky asked his followers to delete his name from the list of the international executive of their organization, and he published articles on internal Trotskyist affairs anonymously or under a pen name. 79 He refused to give interviews to foreign newspapers. And so scrupulously did he avoid even the slightest involvement in Norwegian politics that when Knudsen, who stood for parliament, invited him to attend his election meetings as spectator, Trotsky refused. He used to accompany Knudsen and wait for him outside, in his car, until the meeting was over. 80 The police dutifully reported to the minister that Trotsky's behavior was in this respect irreproachable. We knew, of course, that Trotsky continued to write his commentaries on international affairs, says the foreign minister, but we considered it our duty to respect his right to do so under the democratic principle of asylum. 81 The government was so satisfied that it twice prolonged Trotsky's residence permit automatically, without raising any question. Nevertheless, when in the summer of 1936 Code went on a mission to Moscow and was ostentatiously feted there, Trotsky awaited his return with misgivings. "They are bargaining over my head in the Kremlin," he said to Knudsen. "Do you believe," Knudsen asked with shocked incredulity, "that we, the Norwegian Labour Party, are ready to sell your head?" "No," Trotsky replied, sparing the feelings of his host, "but I believe that Stalin is ready to buy it." 82 According to Code himself, he had gone to Moscow only on a courtesy visit, having previously been in Warsaw as guest of the Polish government. He had been anxious to avoid giving Moscow the impression that he had ganged up with the Poles. During his visit, he says, the question of Trotsky's asylum was never raised. Only once in Geneva, at a session of the League of Nations, had Litvinov blandly alluded to it in a private talk. 83 Coates' testimony may well be accepted. Stalin would hardly have bargained over Trotsky's head with Coate, a gentle and somewhat unworldly scholar diplomat, for that he had to find a much tougher character. Trotsky's suspicion arose out of the stupendous growth of the anti-Trotskyist terror in the Soviet Union. He had recently received first-hand accounts about this from 3 followers who had come straight from Soviet prisons and concentration camps. They were, A. Tarov, a Russian worker and old Bolshevik, Anton Siliga, former member of the Politburo of the Yugoslav Communist Party, and Viktor Serge, to whose role in the Russian opposition we have frequently referred. 84 Serge owed his freedom to Romain Rolland's personal intervention with Stalin. Siliga was released at the instance of Western European friends, and Tarov had secretly crossed the frontier. Tarov related that, impressed by the rise of Nazism, he had been ready to make his peace with Stalinism and had negotiated with the GPU over the terms of his capitulation. "Do you agree or do you not," they asked him, "that Trotsky is the chief of the vanguard of bourgeois counter-revolution?" This was the formula the capitulators were now required to accept. Tarov replied that to his mind Trotsky is the man most devoted to the cause of the world proletariat, an unflinching revolutionary, whom I consider my friend and comrade in a common cause. Throughout many a night he was interrogated and pressed to renounce Trotsky, but he could not bring himself to do that. 85. All 3 described the new, cataclysmic violence of the terror, the huge concentration camps set up all over the USSR, the pitiless brutality with which the inmates were being treated since Kirov's assassination, and the torture and deceit by which the GPU extracted confessions. For all the severity of his criticisms of Stalin, Trotsky had not been fully aware how far things had gone. Like any political émigré, he had to some extent preserved the image of his country as he had known it, when the terror had been much narrower in scope and milder. The new accounts, and André Gide's just published Retour de l'U.R.S.S., filled him with shame and anger, and confirmed him in his determination to renounce all reformist illusions, and to give the sharpest possible expression to his break with the Comintern. These reports, it should be added, left hardly any ray of hope for the opposition, for while they dwelt on the depravity of the ruling group and the hatred and contempt which surrounded it, they described also, in the grimmest terms, the total dispersal and impotence of the opposition. 86 It must have been only a bitter consolation for Trotsky to learn how people like Tarov still defended his honor in the dungeons and prison camps. These people appeared to be the last Mohicans of the opposition. Yet, before the end of 1935, fresh mass expulsions from the party were announced. On December 30, Khrushchev, then secretary of the Moscow Committee, stated that in the capital alone 10,000 members had been expelled. From Leningrad, Zdanov reported the expulsion of 7,000. All over the country at least 40,000 people had been deprived of membership, many more had been expelled from the Komsomol, and most were branded as Trotskyists and Zinovievists. Even if only 1/2 or 1/3 of this mass had been genuine oppositionists, their numbers would have been far greater than the 4,000 to 6,000 who had put their signatures to the platform of the joint opposition in 1927. Was this a new tide? Trotsky wondered, and, despite Serge's and Siliga's depressing accounts, he struck an optimistic note. Under the influence of the Stalinist press and its agents, of the type of Louis Fischer and his like, not merely our enemies but many of our friends in the West without noticing it have become accustomed to thinking that if Bolshevik-Leninists still exist in the USSR, they do so only as hard labor convicts. No, this is not so. It is impossible to eradicate the Marxist program and a great revolutionary tradition by police methods. If not as a doctrine then as a mood, a tradition, and a banner, our movement has now a mass character in the USSR and is evidently absorbing new and fresh forces. Among the 10 to 20,000 Trotskyists expelled in the last months there are no more than a few tens, perhaps a few hundreds, of men of the older generation, oppositionists of the 1923-8 vintages. The mass is made up of new recruits. It can be said with confidence that in spite of 13 years of baiting, slander, and persecution, unsurpassed in wickedness and savagery, in spite of capitulations and defections, more dangerous than persecution, the Fourth International possesses already today its strongest, most numerous, and most hardened branch in the U.S.S.R.88. This seemed to contradict Trotsky's earlier resigned statements that no revolutionary initiative could be expected from the Soviet Union, even from his followers. As a mood, tradition, and banner, even if not as an organized party, Trotskyism was still as alive as ever. And both Stalin and Trotsky knew that in favorable circumstances a mood and a tradition could easily cohere into a party. Stalin was therefore preparing his final onslaught on Trotskyism. Meanwhile, in the spring and early summer of 1936, there was still an uneasy lull. In Western Europe this was the heyday of the Popular Front. The parties of the Popular Front had gained an overwhelming electoral victory in France, and this encouraged the workers to raise demands, join trade unions by the million, occupy factories, and stage nationwide strikes and demonstrations. The French Revolution has begun, Trotsky proclaimed in the title of an article he wrote for the American Nation. The conservative Le Temps spoke of les grandes manœuvres de la Révolution. He pointed to the collapse of the French economy, the sharpening of all class antagonisms, the panic in the possessing classes and their parties, and the impetus of the mass movement. The whole working class has begun to move. This gigantic mass will not be halted by words. The struggle is bound to end either with supreme victory or with the most terrible of defeats. The leaders of the Popular Front courted defeat. They did what they could to subdue the energy and the self-confidence of the workers and to reassure the bourgeoisie. The socialists and communists had been working with all their strength for a ministry headed by Ario, at the worst by Deutscherr. What have the masses done? They have imposed on them Blum's ministry. Does this not amount to a direct vote against the policy of the Popular Front? For the time being counter-revolution lay low, waiting for the storm to blow over and preparing a comeback. It would be frivolous to maintain that its calculations are groundless. With the help of Blum, Jouherho, and Kakin, the counter-revolution may yet achieve its purpose. For years the Communist Party had clamoured les Soviets partout, but now, when it was time to pass from words to deeds, to rally and arm the workers, and to form workers' councils, it declared the slogan to be untimely. He also addressed this warning to his own followers: the party or group which cannot find a foothold in the present strike movement and establish solid ties with the embattled workers is not worthy of the name of a revolutionary organization. Not for the first and not for the last time his followers were unable to find the foothold. On August 4, having just mailed to his publishers his preface to The Revolution Betrayed, Trotsky left with Knudsen for a holiday, which they intended to spend on a wild and deserted little island in a southern fjord. They traveled by car, and on the way Knudsen noticed that a few men, whom he recognized as Quisling's adherents, were pursuing them. At a ferry, however, he managed to put them off the track, and pleased with this, he and Trotsky crossed the fjord, reached the island and settled down for the night in a fisherman's hut. Next morning they were aroused by an urgent message from Vauxhall. During the night Quisling's followers, disguised as policemen, had broken into Knudsen's house and, claiming that they had orders to carry out a search, had tried to force their way into Trotsky's rooms. Knudsen's daughter, suspecting a fraud, resisted them, while her brother alarmed neighbors. The intruders fled, having seized only a few sheets of typescript from a table. Apprehended by the police, they declared that they had planned to break into the house during Trotsky's absence, and that, having tapped Knudsen's telephone, they had known when he and Trotsky would be away. There was no question then of any attempt on Trotsky's life. Their purpose was to obtain evidence of Trotsky's political activity and of his transgression against the terms of his residence in Norway, evidence which Quisling's party intended to use in the elections. The intruders claimed that they had achieved their purpose. The incident seemed ludicrous. Trotsky was sure that Quisling's men could not possibly have obtained proof of a transgression he had not committed. Nor could they have seized anything of importance from his archives, which Knudsen had, as a precaution, placed in a bank safe before the departure. And so, after a moment of excitement, he and Knudsen went back to climbing the rocks and to fishing. A week later, on August 14, a small aircraft landed on the island, and from it emerged the chief of the Norwegian criminal police. He had come on Tryggvali's orders to interrogate Trotsky in connection with the forthcoming trial of Quisling's men. The questions concerned the papers the latter had seized at Knudsen's house, a copy of Trotsky's private letter to a French follower and his article "The French Revolution Has Begun," to which we have just referred. Trotsky answered all questions put to him, and the police officer left to tell the press that he had found the Nazi charges against Trotsky absolutely groundless. 89. Early next morning Knudsen listened as usual to the news. The reception was indistinct, there was no electricity on the island, and he had only a small portable wireless set. But what he heard was enough to send him breathless to Trotsky. Moscow had just announced that Zinoviev, Kamina, and 14 other defendants would presently stand trial, charged with treason, conspiracy, and attempts at the assassination of Stalin. A long indictment was then broadcast which branded Trotsky as their chief abettor. Knudsen was not sure of the details, but he had no doubt that Zinoviev and Kamina were accused of terrorism and also of collusion with the Gestapo. Trotsky was dumbfounded. Terrorism. Terrorism, he kept on repeating. Well, I can still understand this charge. But Gestapo? Did they say Gestapo? Are you sure of this? He asked in amazement. Yes, this is what they said, Knudsen confirmed. Later in the day they learned that the indictment also claimed that it was from Norway that Trotsky was dispatching terrorists and assassins to the Soviet Union. They felt as if the rocks of the tranquil island had suddenly erupted with flames and lava. They rushed back to Vauxhall. On the same day, August 15, Trotsky refuted the charges, describing them to the press as the greatest forgery in the world's political history. Stalin is staging this trial in order to suppress discontent and opposition. The ruling bureaucracy treats every criticism and every form of opposition as conspiracy. The charge that he was using Norway as a base for terroristic activity, he said, was designed to rob him of asylum and of the possibility of defending himself. I emphatically assert that since I have been in Norway I have had no connection with the Soviet Union. I have not received here even a single letter from there, nor have I written to anyone either directly or through other persons. My wife and I have not been able to exchange even a single line with our son, who was employed as a scientist and has had no political connection with us whatsoever. He proposed that the Norwegian government should investigate the charges he was ready to place before it all relevant papers and materials. And he also appealed to the labor organizations of all countries for an impartial and international commission of inquiry. 90. Thus the culmination of the terror, which he had so many times predicted, had come. It was more hideous and more menacing than anything he had foreseen. His ears once again glued to the wireless set, he listened, from 19 to August 24, to the accounts of the trial. Hour by hour he absorbed its horror, as prosecutor, judges, and defendants acted out a spectacle, so hallucinatory in its masochism and sadism that it seemed to surpass human imagination. It was clear from the outset that the heads of the 16 defendants were at stake, and with them the heads of Trotsky and Lyova. In the indictment Lyova figured as his father's chief assistant. As the proceedings went on, it became obvious that the trial could only be the prelude to the destruction of an entire generation of revolutionaries. But worst of all was the manner in which the defendants were dragged through the mud, and made to crawl to their death amid indescribably nauseating denunciations and self-denunciations. Compared with this, all the nightmares of the French Revolution, the tumbrils, the guillotine, and the Jacobins' fratricidal struggles, looked now like a drama of almost sober and solemn dignity. Robespierre had put his adversaries in the dock amid thieves and felons and had loaded them with fantastic accusations, but he had not prevented them from defending their honor and dying as fighters. Danton was at least free to exclaim, "After me it will be your turn, Robespierre." Stalin hurled his broken adversaries to unfathomable depths of self-humiliation. He made the leaders and thinkers of Bolshevism behave like the wretched medieval women who had to relate to the Inquisition every act of their witchcraft and every detail of their debauchery with the devil. Here, for instance, is Vyshinsky's dialogue with Kamina, conducted in the hearing of the whole world. Vyshinsky, what appraisal should be given to the articles and statements you wrote in which you expressed loyalty to the party? Was this deception? Kamina, no. It was worse than deception. Vyshinsky, perfidy. Kamina, worse than that. Vyshinsky, worse than deception, worse than perfidy. Then find the word for it. Was it treason? Kamina, you have found the word. Vyshinsky, defendant Zinoviev, do you confirm this? Zinoviev, yes. Vyshinsky, treason. Perfidy. Double dealing. Zinoviev, yes. And this was how Kamina wound up his mea culpa. Twice my life was spared, but there is a limit to everything, there is a limit to the magnanimity of the proletariat, and that limit we have reached. We are sitting here side by side with the agents of foreign secret police departments. Our weapons were the same, our arms became intertwined, before our fate became intertwined here, in this dock. We have served fascism, we have organized counter-revolution against socialism. Such has been the path we took, and such is the pit of contemptible treachery into which we have fallen. 91. Zinoviev followed. I am guilty of having been organizer, second only to Trotsky, of the Trotskyist Zinovievist bloc, which set itself the aim of assassinating Stalin, Voroshilov, and other leaders. I plead guilty to having been the principal organizer of the assassination of Kirov. We entered into an alliance with Trotsky. My defective Bolshevism became transformed into anti-Bolshevism, and through Trotskyism I arrived at fascism. Trotskyism is a variety of fascism, and Zinovievism is a variety of Trotskyism. 92. Ivan Smirnov, who had defeated Kolchak in the Civil War and had sat by Trotsky's side on the Revolutionary Military Council, stated, "There is no other path for our country but the one that it is now treading, and there is not, nor can there be, any other leadership than that which history has given us. Trotsky, who sends directions and instructions on terrorism and regards our state as a fascist state, is an enemy. He is on the other side of the barricade. 93. Mrakovsky, another one of Trotsky's old companions and also a hero of the Civil War, said, "Why did I take the counter-revolutionary path? My connection with Trotsky brought me to this. From the time I made that connection I began to deceive the party, to deceive its leaders." 94. Bakayev, the intrepid chief of the Leningrad Cheka during the Civil War and leader of the opposition's demonstrations in 1927, confessed. The facts revealed before this court show to the whole world that the organizer of this counter-revolutionary terrorist bloc, its moving spirit, is Trotsky. I have staked my head over and over again in the interests of Zinoviev and Kamina. I am deeply oppressed by the thought that I became an obedient tool in their hands, an agent of counter-revolution, and that I raised my arm against Stalin. 95. For hours, Vyshinsky, the ex-Menshevik who had climbed on the Bolshevik bandwagon well after the Civil War, and was now prosecutor general, fumed and raged in a deliberate affectation of hysteria. These mad dogs of capitalism tried to tear limb from limb the best of our Soviet land. They killed one of the men of the revolution who was most dear to us, that admirable and wonderful man, bright and joyous as the smile on his lips was always bright and joyous, as our new life is bright and joyous. They killed our Kirov, they wounded us close to our very heart. The enemy is cunning, a cunning enemy must not be spared. Our whole people is quivering with indignation, and on behalf of the state prosecution I am joining my angry and indignant voice to the rumbling voices of millions. I demand that dogs gone mad should be shot, every one of them. 96. After 5 days filled with coarse vituperation and obscene insults, days during which the prosecution had not submitted a single piece of evidence, the court pronounced a verdict condemning all defendants to death and concluding that Lev Davidovich Trotsky and his son Lev Lvovich Sidov, convicted, as having directly prepared and personally directed the organization in the USSR of terroristic acts, are subject, in the event of their being discovered on the territory of the USSR, to immediate arrest and trial by the military collegium of the Supreme Court of the U.S.S.R. 97. Stalin had timed the trial to be staged just after Hitler's march into the Rhineland and shortly after the Popular Front had formed its government in France. In doing so he blackmailed the labor movement and the left intelligentsia of the West, who looked to him as their ally against Hitler. He threatened in effect that if there were any protests against his purges, he would retaliate by breaking up the Popular Front and leaving Western Europe alone to face the Third Reich. He was assisted in his purpose by the somber irrationality of the trial, which confounded people who might have raised their voices against an infamy they understood, but were utterly reluctant to protest against a dark and bloody mystery and thereby to become involved in it. Oppressive though the trial and the executions were, they aroused in Trotsky all his fighting spirit. He was determined to meet the challenge with all the concentrated power and confidence with which he had once directed the first battles of the Civil War. He had been the chief defendant in the Zinoviev-Kamina trial, and he knew that there would be further trials, in which he would be made to bear an ever heavier load of ever more stupendous accusations. He fought for his head and honor, for his surviving children, and for the dignity of all the doomed old Bolsheviks who could not defend themselves. He showed up contradictions and absurdities with which the trial was riddled. He strained every nerve to expose its falsehood and to shatter its mystery. He knew that he stood alone against Stalin's huge power and the legions of propagandists who served it. But at least he was free to speak and organize his counteraction, and he was determined to make the fullest use of this. On the second day of the trial he gave an exhaustive interview to Arbeiterbladet, which published it next day, August 21, on the front page, under the title "Trotsky claims that Moscow's accusations are false," and left its readers in no doubt about its sympathy with Trotsky's case. He prepared statements for American, British, and French telegraph agencies and for many reporters, who rushed to Oslo. He was in the thick of battle, and time was of its essence. he had to refute Stalin's accusations before the world's amazed and shocked sensitivity was blunted. All that he needed was the freedom to defend himself. Of that freedom he was suddenly and insidiously robbed, and those who robbed him of it were the men who had just professed friendship for him, had honored him, and had prided themselves in having given him refuge. On August 26, a day after the end of the Moscow trial, 2 senior police officers called on him to tell him, on the orders of the Minister of Justice, that he had offended against the terms of his residence permit. They asked him to sign an undertaking that henceforth he would refrain from interfering directly or indirectly, orally and in writing, in political questions current in other countries, and that as author he would strictly limit his activity to historical works and general theoretical observations not directed towards any specific country. 98 The demand sounded like a mockery. How could he refrain from expressing himself on questions current in other countries now, when Stalin had denounced him as Hitler's accomplice and ringleader of a gang of wreckers and assassins? How could he confine himself to theoretical observations not directed towards any specific country? His silence would only lend color to all the calumny against him which Stalin was drumming into the world's ears. He flatly refused to sign. Thereupon the police put him under house arrest, placed guards at his doors, and forbade him to make any statement for publication. What accounted for this sudden change in the Norwegian government's attitude? On August 29, Yakubovich, the Soviet ambassador, delivered in Oslo a formal note demanding Trotsky's expulsion. The note insisted that Trotsky was using Norway as the base for his conspiracy, it invoked the verdict of Moscow's Supreme Court, and it ended with this slightly veiled threat: the Soviet government wishes to state that the continued granting of asylum to Trotsky will impair friendly relations between the USSR and Norway and will violate rules governing international intercourse. 99 This was 3 days after Trotsky had been placed under house arrest, a circumstance which enabled THIRD-WORLDISM to maintain that it was not because of Soviet intervention that he had taken action against Trotsky. However, the Soviet ambassador had already asked for Trotsky's expulsion a few days earlier in an oral démarche. The difficulty, says Cote, in establishing the exact date when the Soviet ambassador first asked that we should deny Trotsky asylum arises from the fact that he did this in an oral communication, of which no record seems to exist. I was away from Oslo at that time, touring my constituency in the far north, and at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs THIRD-WORLDISM acted as my deputy. 100 In fact, the ambassador saw THIRD-WORLDISM shortly after Arbeiderbladet had published its interview with Trotsky about the Moscow trial. It is inconceivable that he should not have protested against the publication of the interview in the paper of the ruling party and demanded that Trotsky be denied asylum. Oslo was astir with rumors that he also threatened to cut off trade with Norway, and that the shipping companies and the fishing industry were pressing the government not to endanger their interests at a time of slump and unemployment. My colleagues in the government, says Cote, were afraid of economic reprisals, although the Russians did not say that they would apply them. I did not believe that they would resort to a commercial boycott, and I held that, in any case, our trade with Russia herring was our main export was not large enough for us to be afraid. I was therefore opposed to the proposal that we should intern Trotsky, but I was overridden by my colleagues in the cabinet. 101. The ministers were afraid of a break with Russia and of losing the elections over this issue. And so, although they knew that the allegation that Trotsky was using Norway as a base for terroristic activities was sheer humbug, and although they denied it in their reply to the Soviet note, they yielded to the pressure. They could not, however, expel Trotsky, because no other country would accept him. Nor could they hand him over to the Soviet government, which did not ask for extradition, despite the fact that Trotsky had defied Stalin to ask for it. Such a demand would have necessitated a hearing of the case before a Norwegian court, and this would have given Trotsky the opportunity to refute the charges. Afraid of incensing Moscow by allowing Trotsky to conduct his defense in public, the ministers therefore decided to intern him. Democratic conscience and ministerial self-importance, however, did not allow them to admit that they were yielding to threats and that in their own country they could not give shelter to a man of whose innocence they were convinced and whose greatness they had extolled. They had therefore to cast a slur upon his innocence. They did not dare to take up Vyshinsky's accusations, for although they lacked the courage to stand up for the truth, they did not have the audacity to embrace so big a falsehood either. They were small men capable of telling a small lie only. They decided to accuse Trotsky of having abused their confidence by engaging in criticisms of foreign governments and by being involved with the Fourth International, although they admitted that none of these activities was illegal. They now looked for proof of his misconduct. But where was it to be found? At Oslo's court, Quisling's men were flaunting from the dock the few sheets of paper they had managed to snatch at Knudsen's house, the copy of Trotsky's article "The French Revolution Has Begun." Had he not attacked in it the French Popular Front and Blum's ministry? Was this not an activity directed against a friendly government? There was, however, nothing clandestine or illegal about it. The article had appeared in the American Nation and in two small Trotskyist periodicals, Verite and Unser, and it would be unseemly for labor ministers to make use of papers stolen from Trotsky's desk by Quisling's men. The Minister of Justice had in his files the police reports about Trotsky's contacts with the Fourth International. But the government had taken these contacts for granted and had shrugged off the police reports as recently as June, when they gladly prolonged his residence permit. Wherever they turned they could find no respectable motive for denying him asylum. Yet deny it they had to, even if the legal motivation was to be bungled. As the days passed and Moscow's wrath grew louder and louder, they became more and more terrified to see their Lilliputian interests and reputations involved in a contest of giants, and they cursed the hour when they had allowed the Man Mountain to come into their country. He was in their hands, however, and they were free to make him their prisoner. They did this fumblingly, ashamed of turning into Stalin's accomplices. But, to quote a Norwegian writer, a guilty conscience and the sense of shame seldom lead a wrongdoer to penitence. He must obtain an imaginary justification of his misdeeds. And it is not unusual for the wrongdoer to come to hate his victim. 102 And the amour propre of the ministers had been so enormously flattered when they acted as hosts to Lenin's closest companion that they grew fretful and irascible when they became his jailers. On August 28, Trotsky appeared, under police escort, at the court of Oslo to give, for a second time, testimony in the case of Quisling's men. He found himself almost at once put into the position of a defendant rather than of a witness. Quisling's men pleaded that they had exposed his disloyal behavior in Norway, and the presiding judge subjected him to close questioning. Had he during his stay in Norway engaged in correspondence with his comrades abroad? Had he offered them political guidance? Had he criticized any foreign government in his articles? Trotsky answered all these questions in the affirmative, although they had no legal bearing on the case before the court, which was whether the men in the dock, in disguising themselves as policemen and breaking into Knudsen's house, had been guilty of fraud and burglary. The judge then declared that Trotsky had, on his own showing, violated the terms on which he had been admitted into the country. Trotsky replied that he had never assumed the obligation to refrain from expressing his views and communicating with his comrades, and that he was prepared to prove there and then that he had not engaged in any illegal or conspiratorial activity. At this point the judge interrupted him and ordered him to leave the witness stand. Straight from the courtroom the police took him to the Ministry of Justice, where the minister, surrounded by officials, asked him peremptorily to sign on the spot the following statement. I, Leon Trotsky, declare that I, my wife, and my secretaries shall not engage, while in Norway, in any political activity directed against any state friendly to Norway. I declare that I will reside at such place as the government may select or approve, that I, my wife, and my secretaries, will in no way, involve ourselves in political questions current either in Norway or abroad, that my activities as author shall be limited to historical works, biographies, and memoirs, that my writings of a theoretical nature shall not be directed against any government of any foreign state. I further agree that all mail, telegrams, telephone calls, sent or received by myself, my wife, and my secretaries be censored. 103. 20 years later, eyewitnesses of the scene still remembered the flashes of scorn in Trotsky's eyes and the thunder of his voice as he refused to comply. How, he asked, did the minister dare to submit to him so shameful a document? Did he really expect a man of his, Trotsky's, record, to sign it? What the minister asked of him was complete submission and renunciation of any right to express a political opinion. Had he, Trotsky, ever been prepared to accept such terms, he would not have been in exile now and would not be dependent on Norway's dubious hospitality. Did Trygve believe himself to be so powerful as to obtain from him what Stalin could never obtain? In admitting him to the country, the Norwegian government knew who he was. How then dare they ask that even his theoretical writings should not be directed against any foreign government? Had he ever allowed himself even the most trivial interference in Norwegian affairs? Had they the slightest reproach against him on this count? The minister admitted that they had none. Did they then believe that he was using Norway as a base for terroristic activities? No, the government definitely refused to believe that, Trygve answered. Did they accuse him of conspiratorial or illegal action against any foreign government? No, the minister replied again, there was no question of any conspiratorial or illegal activity. The government's case against Trotsky was that he had broken his pledge to refrain from any political activity, and his article "The French Revolution Has Begun" and his contacts with the Fourth International were proof of this. Trotsky denied having ever given such a pledge. No communist, no socialist can ever commit himself to refrain from all political activity. What sort of idea did the minister have of socialism and socialist morality? In what respect was the article on France more reprehensible than the interview for Arbeiderbladet he, Trotsky, had given to Trygve himself, when Lie assured him that by expressing his political opinion he would not be offending against the terms of the residence permit? And how dare the government base the charge against him on a document supplied by Nazi burglars? Were they allowing a gang of Hitler's stooges to determine their conduct? At this point Trotsky raised his voice so that it resounded through the halls and corridors of the ministry. This is your first act of surrender to Nazism in your own country. You will pay for this. You think yourselves secure and free to deal with a political exile as you please. But the day is near, remember this, the day is near when the Nazis will drive you from your country, all of you together with your pantoffel minister-president. Trygve shrugged at this odd piece of soothsaying. Yet after less than 4 years the same government had indeed to flee from Norway before the Nazi invasion, and as the ministers and their aged King Haakon stood on the coast, huddled together and waiting anxiously for a boat that was to take them to England, they recalled with awe Trotsky's words as a prophet's curse come true. 104. After this encounter Trygve put Trotsky in more stringent internment, deported his 2 secretaries, and placed guards inside Knudsen's house, so as to prevent Trotsky from communicating even with Knudsen. In ordering all this he exceeded his powers, for the Norwegian constitution did not allow him to deprive of freedom any person not convicted by a court of justice. Many people, including conservatives, were scandalized and protested, and so, 3 days after he had ordered Trotsky's arrest, Lie obtained the king's signature for a decree which invested him with extra constitutional power for this exceptional occasion, and on September 2 he ordered that Trotsky and Natalia be transferred from Knudsen's house to Sundby, in Hurum, to a fjord 20 miles to the south of Oslo, where they were interned in a small house which the ministry had rented for this purpose. Guarded day and night, they had to share the house with 20 jackbooted, stamping, pipe-smoking, and card-playing policemen. No one was allowed to visit Trotsky, except his Norwegian lawyer. Even his French lawyer was not admitted. He was denied the prisoner's normal right to take physical exercise or a short walk outdoors. To obtain a newspaper he had to apply for special permission, and he had to submit all his correspondence to censorship. The censor was a member of Quisling's party, and so was one of the 2 officers in charge of the guard, Jonas Lie, who was to become chief of police under Quisling's government. Trotsky's isolation was so strict, Knudsen recalls, that Trotsky repeatedly refused me permission to go to Hurum, even after I had become a member of parliament. Only after much trouble and delay was I allowed to send Trotsky a wireless set. At first he had been forbidden even to listen to the Radio 105. All this was to prevent Trotsky from replying to Stalin's charges. Yet he did not give in. He wrote articles exposing in detail the trial of Zinoviev and Kamina, and in letters to his followers and to Lyova he instructed them how to conduct a campaign against the purges and how to assemble factual evidence disproving every count of Vyshinsky's indictment. Under protest he submitted the articles and letters to the censor, and then for weeks waited impatiently for answers. None came. The censor confiscated all his writings without informing him. Meantime, Trotsky and Natalia listened day after day to Moscow radio as it thundered out the accusations and made these re-echo through the world like an apocalyptic cacophony. How many people, Trotsky wondered, were by now beginning to recover from their first shocked astonishment and to give credence to the incredible? Had not the huge clouds of poisonous dust that had risen from Moscow begun to settle on people's minds and harden into a crust? The fact that the Norwegian government had seen fit to intern him inevitably prejudiced many against him. People reasoned that if he had been quite innocent then surely his friends, the Norwegian socialists, would not have deprived him of freedom. His very silence seemed to cry out against him, and his enemies made the most of it. Barely a fortnight after the internment, Vyshinsky pointed out in Bolshevik that Trotsky evidently had nothing to say in self-defense, for otherwise he would have spoken up. 106. Straining in the trap, Trotsky then tried to sue for defamation two Norwegian editors, a Nazi and a Stalinist who had in their newspapers, Vridvok and Arbeideren, endorsed Vyshinsky's accusations. On October 6, Puntervold, his Norwegian lawyer, initiated the suit. The court had already issued the summonses. The case was to be heard before the end of the month when the government stopped the proceedings. Having interned Trotsky so as to make it impossible for him to answer Stalin, the government could not allow him now to use the court as his forum. Yet in law it could not prevent him from doing that, for even a jailbird had the right to defend himself in court against libel and slander. But Trotsky was not to be put off by legal niceties, and just as he had secured the decree which, after the event, sanctioned Trotsky's internment, so, on October 29, he obtained another provisional royal decree stating that an alien interned under the terms of the decree of August 31, 1936 Trotsky was the only alien interned under that decree cannot appear as plaintiff before a Norwegian court without the concurrence of the Ministry of Justice. The ministry, of course, refused its concurrence, and it forbade the court to hear Trotsky's suit against the two editors. Trotsky then asked his French lawyer to sue for defamation Stalinist editors in France, Czechoslovakia, Switzerland, Belgium, and Spain, hoping that, even if he were not to be summoned as witness, he would at least be able to state his case through legal representatives. To this, it would seem, the Norwegians could have no objection. They had no legal ground whatsoever for preventing him from defending his reputation before foreign courts. By now, however, the government's zeal for appeasing Stalin knew no limits. The Ministry of Justice, Trotsky declared, after having conferred with the government, has decided that it will oppose Leon Trotsky's attempts to take legal action before a foreign tribunal, while he remains in Norway. 107 In addition, the minister forbade Trotsky to communicate with any lawyers abroad. Now at last he had trapped and gagged him completely. Yesterday I received the official statement forbidding me to sue anyone even abroad, Trotsky informed Gerard Rosenthal, his French lawyer, on November 19. I am refraining from any comment in order to make sure that this letter reaches you. To Lyova he wrote, you must take into account that the Minister of Justice has confiscated all my important letters relating to my personal defense. I am now confronted by slanderers, burglars, scoundrels, and am completely defenseless. You must act on your own initiative and tell all our friends about this. In the next letter he gave even stronger vent to exasperation. He remarked that Arbeiderbladet was just conducting a campaign for the release of Ossietzky, the famous radical writer, from a Nazi concentration camp, but had nothing to say about his own internment in Norway. Trotsky at least was not slandered by his jailers. This letter too naturally goes through the censor's hands, but I have ceased to pay any attention to this. I am writing these words, privately and confidentially, to my son who is pursued by bandits in Paris and whose life may be in danger, while I am imprisoned and tied hand and foot. At stake are matters on which our physical and moral existence may depend, and I must speak out. 108. There was probably something of a ruse de guerre in these letters. Trotsky claims that Trotsky communicated with his son by illegal means, that he wrote some of his letters in chemical ink, that he communicated stealthily with his followers while he was allowed to visit a dentist in town, and that his followers smuggled letters to him in cakes sent to Hiram, and so on. For once the charges appear to be based on facts, although Natalia, when asked, 20 years later, whether Lie's allegations were true, did not know what to say about them. But political prisoners use such devices to maintain clandestine contact with their comrades, and it would be strange if Trotsky had not used them, when he was subjected to so much violence, trickery, and chicanery. In view of Trotsky's enforced silence, the burden of the first public campaign against the Moscow trials fell on Lyova. Shy, somewhat inarticulate, and accustomed to keep himself in his father's shadow, he was suddenly brought to the fore in this great and grim affair. Vyshinsky had depicted him as a pillar of the terroristic conspiracy, and as his father's deputy and chief of staff, who instructed eminent old Bolsheviks about how to conduct their action inside the USSR, and the court's verdict had referred to him in the same terms as to his father. Now he was indeed compelled to act in his father's place. Within a few weeks of the Zinoviev-Kamina trial he published his Livre Rouge sur le procès de Moscou, the first factual refutation of the Stalinist charges, and the first detailed exposure of their incongruities. He produced proof that he had never been with his father in Copenhagen, and that the Hotel Bristol where he was supposed to have met the conspirators was non-existent. He delved into the mystery of the confessions, saying that with their self-accusatory statements based on no facts and no evidence, with their literal repetition of the prosecutor's pronouncements, and with their zeal for self-defamation, the defendants were in effect saying to the world, "Don't believe us, don't you see that all this is a lie from beginning to end?" 109. He was, however, shaken to his depths by the misfortune and the self-humiliation of the old Bolsheviks. He had known them all from his childhood, had played with their sons in the squares and corridors of the Kremlin, and had, as adolescent, looked up to them as the great men of the revolution and his father's friends. With these feelings still alive, he thus defended their honor. The inner moral strength of Zinoviev and Kamina was very considerably above the average, though it proved to be insufficient in these quite exceptional circumstances. Hundreds of thousands would not have been able to stand even 1/100th part of the continuous and monstrous pressure to which Zinoviev, Kamina and the other defendants were subjected. But Stalin wants Trotsky's head. This is his main purpose, and he will resort to the most extreme and villainous concoctions to get it. He hates Trotsky as the living embodiment of the ideas and traditions of the October Revolution. Not content with triumphs at home, the GPU were in fact seeking to exterminate Trotskyism abroad as well. They accused the Spanish Trotskyists of wrecking the Popular Front and trying to assassinate its leaders, and they branded the Polish Trotskyists as agents of the Polish political police, and the German ones as agents of the Gestapo. Stalin aims at reducing all political differences in the labor movement to this formula, GPU or Gestapo. Who is not with the GPU is with the Gestapo. Today he uses this method mainly in the struggle against Trotskyism, tomorrow he will turn it against other groupings in the working class. Woe, if the world's labor movement proves unable to defend itself against this mortal poison. 110. Trotsky describes the relief with which he received at Hiram the first copy of the Livre Rouge. There are forms of paralysis under which one can see, hear, and understand everything, but is unable to lift a finger in order to turn away a mortal danger. To such political paralysis the Norwegian socialist government had subjected us. What an inestimable gift Lyova's book was for us in these conditions. The opening pages, I remember, seemed pallid to me. They reiterated a familiar political evaluation. But from the moment the writer began his independent analysis of the trial, I became completely absorbed. Every chapter seemed better than the previous one. Our brave dear Lyova, I and my wife said to each other, we have a defender. 111 in their correspondence, full of pain, anxiety, and tenderness, Lyova described all he was doing to set afoot a campaign against the purges, and he conveyed to his parents every word of sympathy and encouragement he could pick up from their all too few well-wishers. Yet the horrible spectacle in which he was involved was probably more than Lyova's sensitivity could bear. He was, next to his father, the G.P.U.'s most important target. The feeling that he was being spied upon and that his mail was intercepted by a mysterious hand never left him. He feared that he would be kidnapped. He was lonely, defenseless, and completely dependent on the comradeship of the little band of Trotskyists around him. He found some solace in the friendship of Alfred and Marguerite Rosmer, who had now rallied to his father's defense, forgetting and forgiving all past misunderstandings. But within the narrow circle of his comrades he confided most of all in Mark Zborowski, a young and well-educated man, who had studied medicine and philosophy and who worked in the organization under the pseudonym Etienne, helping to publish the bulletin and sitting on a little Russian committee supposed to deal with the opposition in the USSR. Being of Polish-Ukrainian origin, Etienne knew Russian and had an intimate feeling for Soviet affairs. This enabled him to render Trotsky many small services and to gain Lyova's confidence. This well-educated and fervent friend, however, was a Stalinist agent provocateur. Such was his knack for dissimulation that he never incurred the slightest suspicion on the part of Lyova and Trotsky. And so complete was Lyova's trust in him that he held the key to Lyova's letterbox and collected the mail for him. The mysterious hand that intercepted Lyova's correspondence was Etienne's. He was also in charge of the most confidential files of Trotsky's archives. He kept these in his own home. 112. A few months before the internment, Trotsky asked Lyova to place a section of his archives with the Dutch Institute for Social History. He did this in part because he was pressed for money, and the institute was willing to pay for the papers. He offered them the modest sum of 15,000, depreciated, French francs, but he was actuated mainly by a fear that the GPU might try to seize his archives, and he was anxious to deposit these in safe hands. In the first days of November, Lyova and Etienne delivered a number of files at the Paris branch of the Institute, at 7, Rue Michelet. The branch was then under the management of Boris Nikolaevsky, the well-known Menshevik and one-time associate of the Marx Engels Institute in Moscow. The transaction was made tentatively, as an experiment, and the bulk of the archives, including the most confidential papers, remained with Etienne. 113. No sooner had the files been delivered at the Rue Michelet than a burglary was perpetrated there, on the night of 6 to 7 November, and some of the files were stolen. At once the suspicion arose that this was the G.P.U.'s work. The burglars had left untouched valuables and money they had found and carried away only Trotsky's papers. Who but GPU agents would have done that? The French police were puzzled by the technical skill of the housebreaking, and they decided that this could not have been the work of French criminals but only of a powerful international gang. They interrogated Lyova, who accused the GPU. But how and from whom, they asked, did the GPU learn so quickly that the files had been delivered at the Rue Michelet? Who had been acquainted with the transaction? Lyova declared that apart from himself only 3 people had known about it: Nikolaevsky, a certain Madame Estrin, an employee of the Dutch Institute, and Etienne. He vouched for the integrity of all 3, although he suspected that Nikolaevsky might have unwittingly, through careless talk, given the GPU a clue. What about Etienne? The police inquired. Etienne, Lyova replied, was absolutely above suspicion. The proof of it was that at the very moment of the burglary he was guarding the most valuable parts of the archives in his own home. 114. Thus the question from whom the GPU had learned about the deposition of the files appeared insoluble. It turned out that the burglars had seized only press cuttings and relatively unimportant papers, but no one doubted that, disappointed by the meager spoils, the GPU would make another and far more serious attempt. To the end of his days, Trotsky was to remain almost as much concerned about the safety of his archives as about the safety of his own person. Yet the GPU never made that other, much feared, attempt to seize his papers, and this was another puzzle. In the light of the facts stated here, it is clear that they had no need to get hold of the archives, for they could have them, or copies of them, directly from Zborowski. They evidently staged the burglary in Paris as a feint to shield Etienne and enhance Trotsky's and Lyova's trust in him. Nothing, indeed, could more definitely divert all suspicion from him and turn it in other directions than the fact that, while the GPU appeared to do their utmost to seize the archives, Etienne had reliably guarded them in his apartment. At Hurom the months dragged on with leaden monotony, and nothing promised to open or even to loosen the trap in which Trotsky found himself. American followers were trying to obtain for him asylum in Mexico, but it was far from certain that they would succeed, and Trotsky, though anxious to get out of Norway, was reluctant, at so critical a moment, to seek shelter in a country at once so remote and so ill-famed for its cloak-and-dagger politics, where, as Lyova reminded him, an assassin is hired for a few dollars. 115. He still had a glimmer of hope that he would be able to make himself heard even in Norway. On December 11 he was to reappear as witness in the protracted trial of the Quisling men who had broken into his home at Hønefoss, and he reckoned that this time the government would not dare to stop the proceedings. However, the Minister of Justice intervened once again, not indeed to stop the trial, but to order that the case be heard in camera. And so, when Trotsky appeared in the witness box, surrounded by a platoon of police, the public and the reporters were removed from the courtroom. In contrast to what happened during the previous open hearing, now that everything had been done to suppress Trotsky's testimony, the presiding judge treated him with exquisite consideration and courtesy, and for several hours Trotsky pleaded his case, refuting the Stalinist charges, with as much power and gravity as if he were speaking to a worldwide audience. Not once did the president of the court interrupt him, not even when he attacked the Norwegian Minister of Justice as Stalin's accomplice. It was almost grotesque for Trotsky to make this plea, which was a forensic masterpiece, in the course of an almost trivial trial and in a closed and empty courtroom. But so uncertain was he now of his future and so doubtful whether he would ever have a chance to state his case, that he availed himself of this opportunity to state it, even if only for the record. 116. A few eyewitnesses offer vivid glimpses of Trotsky in internment. Eskvik, one of the officers in charge of the guard, describes, in unpublished memoirs, his calm dignity, pride, and self-discipline. Trotsky, Eskvik says, met every restriction on his freedom with a protest and firmly claimed his rights, without ever offending his guards, whom he addressed in correct and fluent Norwegian. 117. Puntervold, the Norwegian lawyer, recalls how intently Trotsky followed the elections. He was worried that Knudsen, who stood for parliament in a predominantly conservative constituency and was attacked as Trotsky's host, might be defeated. Puntervold was at Hurom when the news came that Knudsen had been elected with an unexpectedly large majority, and he relates that Trotsky, overjoyed, jumped up, seized Natalia in his arms, and danced with her in celebration of his friend's success, which was also something of a slap in the government's face. Knudsen's steadfast loyalty was one of the few consolations left to him in these dreary months, as was also the campaign in Trotsky's defense which Helge Krog, a radical writer, conducted with fire and brilliance in Dagbladet, Oslo's liberal paper. 118. Twice or perhaps thrice Tryggve visited Trotsky at Hurom. He came first on 11 or December 13 to warn Trotsky that he was going to be transferred from Hurom to a more remote and inaccessible place of internment in the north, because the ministry could not afford to go on paying for the large police guard it had had to keep at Hurom. Trotsky then told Lie that his friends he mentioned Diego Rivera intended to take him over to Mexico, and that he would rather go there than allow himself to be moved to the desert of Norway's far north. While they were talking, Lie noticed Ibsen's works on Trotsky's table. "Are you reading Ibsen here?" Lie asked. "Yes, I am rereading his works. Ibsen used to be the love of my youth, and I have gone back to him. The dialogue which now followed would be worthy of Ibsen himself. Trotsky remarked how irrelevant the idea of the enemy of the people was to the situation in which he himself and the minister were involved. Lai replied evasively that Ibsen could be variously interpreted. No matter how you interpret him, Trotsky said, he will always testify against you. Remember Burgomaster Stockman. The minister asked whether Trotsky really intended to compare him with the villain of Ibsen's play, who for the sake of authority and vested interests destroys his own brother. With Burgomaster Stockman? At best, Mr. Minister, at best, Trotsky replied. Your government has all the vices of a bourgeois government without any of its virtues. Stung by this remark, the minister inveighed against Trotsky's ingratitude, saying that he made a silly mistake when he allowed Trotsky to come to Norway. And this silly mistake you now wish to make good by crime. Trotsky retorted, and opening Ibsen's drama he read out the challenge with which Dr. Stockman meets his villainous brother, we shall yet see whether meanness and cowardice are strong enough to close the mouth of a free and honest man. This brought the conversation to an end. The minister rose, yet before leaving he turned to his prisoner with an outstretched hand, but Trotsky refused the handshake. 119. A week later Lai returned to tell Trotsky that Mexico had granted him asylum and that he, Lai, had already chartered a petrol tanker on board which Trotsky and his wife would sail the following day, under the escort of Jonas Lai, the commander of the Hurum Police Guard. The haste and the details of the deportation aroused Trotsky's forebodings. Why, he asked, was the minister leaving him only 24 hours to prepare for the voyage? Why did he not release him from internment? He demanded that he should be allowed to leave as a free man, to consult friends, to wind up his affairs and collect his papers, to communicate with the Mexican government, to choose his own route, and to make his own safety arrangements. And what, he asked, if Stalin knows about your tanker? We may be torpedoed on the high seas and never reach the English Channel. He even inquired whether the vessel had any defenses. The minister refused all his demands, but tried to reassure him about the safety of the voyage, saying that no one knew about the plan except he himself and the ship owner. Trotsky then asked to be allowed to travel via France. Surely the French would give him a transit visa now that he had asylum in Mexico. Lai declined this demand too. He was in great haste to get Trotsky out of the country before Parliament assembled to debate the affair. His haste seemed to Trotsky more sinister than it was. Of course, he said, you are in a position to destroy us physically, but morally you will break your necks just as the German Social Democrats broke theirs on Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. He repeated his prophecy, in 3 to 5 years, you will all be émigrés. And once again he turned his back on the minister, refusing to shake hands. 120. He had the feeling that he was being driven from one trap into another, and he was not sure what might happen to him and Natalia on the way. While Natalia was packing luggage, he wrote, in chemical ink, an article under the title Shame. This was to be a reply to slanderers, especially to well-known British and French lawyers who had vouched for the legal correctness of the Zinoviev-Kamina trial. One of these lawyers was a king's counsel, another was an eminent member of the Ligue des Droits de l'Homme, and both had praised the Moscow court for not having sentenced Trotsky to death in absentia. Whoever knows anything at all about revolutionary history, human psychology and the biographies of the men involved, Trotsky commented, will agree that there is 1,000 times more ground to assume that these lawyers are in Stalin's service than to admit for a minute that Trotsky can be an ally of the Gestapo. All the leagues of the rights of man of the whole solar system will not be able to prove this. I shall give the final answer to the accusers and their lackeys, in Mexico, if ever I arrive there. Before starting on the voyage, he wanted to leave this article behind as the shipwrecked sailor leaves a bottle in the sea. 121 to Lyova he wrote, it seems that tomorrow we are going to be sent to Mexico. This then is our last letter from Europe. If something happens to us en route or elsewhere, you and Sergei are my heirs. This letter should have testamentary value. As you know, I have in mind future royalties on my books. Apart from these I possess nothing. If you ever meet Sergei, tell him that we have never forgotten him and do not forget him for a single moment. 122 As he was writing these words, his doctor, his lawyer, and his tax collector presented their bills, and to secure their claims they sequestrated his bank account. 123 On December 19 the petrol tanker, the Ruth, sailed from Norway, with Trotsky, Natalia, and their police escort as the only passengers. The deportation was carried out in such secrecy that for several days afterwards police sentries stood outside the internment place at Hurum to give the impression that Trotsky was still there. The seas were rough at first, and in their cabin Trotsky and Natalia read books about Mexico and wondered what the future held in store for them. Then, as the sea calmed down, Trotsky began to write, partly in diary form, his analysis of the trial of Zinoviev and Kamina, which he included in his book Stalin's Crimes. He worked hard for 3 weeks while the vessel tacked about, changed course, and avoided normal routes. But the world had already learned about the deportation, and press agencies were anxious to interview Trotsky by radio. The captain of the Ruth, however, was ordered from Oslo not to allow him to use the transmitter. On board the empty ship Trotsky and Natalia were still treated as internees, even at their meals they remained flanked by their police escort. This was Cain's year, runs the entry in Trotsky's diary dated December 31, 1936. On the next morning the Ruth greeted the new year with her sirens. No one returned the greetings, and there were no wishes of the season. Only the fascist police officer came to the dining table, flourishing New Year greetings which he personally had received from his socialist minister. The world seemed engulfed in absurdity. By one of those strange coincidences which run through Trotsky's life, it was exactly 20 years since Trotsky had last sailed from Europe, also as an exile expelled from a country which had given him temporary refuge. 124 But in 1917 the world was at war and the seas were infested with submarines. Now the world seemed at peace, and no submarines lurked in the ocean. Yet there was an almost warlike tension on board the tanker, and Trotsky noted in his diary that the captain and the crew kept alluding to the GPU, but avoided uttering the name, as if they were hinting at underwater rocks. 125 And 20 years before Trotsky had written from his voyage, "This is the last time I am casting a glance on that old Cana Isle Europe," only to hurry back across the ocean 3 months later. Now he had indeed cast his last glance on the old Cana Isle. But as he departed from Europe, his head and heart were full of its infernal turmoil, and his thoughts hovered over the graves he was leaving behind, the graves of his 2 daughters, the graves of so many friends and followers, and the graves of so many hopes. 1 Trotsky's Diary in Exile, p. 21. 2 In February 1851, after the defeat of revolution in Europe had become clear, Engels wrote to Marx, "Now at last we have again the opportunity to show that we need no popularity, no support from any party in any country, and that our position is altogether independent of such trifles. Really we should not even complain when these petits grands hommes, the leaders of the various socialist parties and sects, are afraid of us, since so many years we have behaved as if Rag, Tag, and Bobtail were our party, whereas we had in fact no party at all, and the people whom we counted as belonging to our party, at least officially, sous réserve de l'appel de bêtes incorrigibles entre nous, did not grasp even the rudiments of our problems. From now on we are responsible only for ourselves, and when the moment comes when these gentlemen need us we shall be in a position to dictate our terms. Till then we have at least peace. To be sure, with this goes some loneliness. Yet how can people like ourselves, who shun any official post like the plague, fit into a party, i.e. into a band of asses who swear by us because they think we are of their sort? At the next occasion we can and must take this attitude: we hold no official position in the state, and as long as possible no official party post either, no seats in committees, and no responsibility for asses, but instead we exercise merciless criticism of all and enjoy a cheerfulness of which the plotting of all the blockheads cannot deprive us. The main thing for the moment is that we should have the possibility to publish what we write. either in quarterlies or in bulky volumes. What will be left of all the prattle-tattle, in which this entire émigré mob may indulge at your expense, once you have come out in reply with your economic treatise? Marx Engels Briefwechsel, Volume I, pages 179-82. Chapter V. The Hell Black Night. As the Ruth sailed into the great oil harbor of Tampico, on January 9, 1937, Trotsky and Natalia were still so apprehensive of what might await them on the Mexican shore that they refused to land unless they were met by friends. The Norwegian police were threatening to disembark them by force when a small boat approached, from which a Mexican general, accompanied by officials, emerged, bringing a message of welcome from Lázaro Cárdenas, the President of Mexico. The President had sent his official train to take Trotsky and Natalia from Tampico. On the pier, two American Trotskyists, George Novak and Max Schachtman, waved greetings, and Frida Kahlo, Diego Rivera's wife, was waiting to offer hospitality. The contrast between the warm reception in Mexico and the icy send-off from Norway was so sharp as to seem unreal. Entering the presidential train, Trotsky and Natalia ran into a police guard and again shrank back. A fear crossed our minds. She notes that perhaps we were being taken to just another place of captivity. At a small station near Mexico City, Diego Rivera received them with expansive enthusiasm and took them to Coyoacán, a suburb of the capital, and to his blue house. This was to be their home for the next 2 years. The place might have been designed to soothe weary nerves. It was spacious, sunlit, covered with a profusion of pictures, full of flowers and objects of Mexican and Indian art. At every step the newcomers found comforting signs of the care with which their Mexican and American friends had prepared the new abode for them, and had thought of their personal protection and provided facilities for work. Thus, the first few days in Mexico brought quite unexpected relief. There was even a touch of the fleeting idyll about them. 1. The country's political climate also offered attractions. The Mexican Revolution was still at its height. Quite recently Cárdenas had signed a decree, under which some of the latifundias were shared out among the poor peasants, and he was about to nationalize the American and British-owned oil and railway companies. Foreign investors, native landlords, and the Catholic Church fought back, and relations between Mexico and the United States were strained. But Cárdenas had behind him the peasants and the Confederation of Mexican Workers, which had suddenly grown into a great political force. In admitting Trotsky, at Rivera's request and on promptings from his own entourage, Cárdenas had acted from a sense of revolutionary solidarity. He declared that he had not merely granted Trotsky asylum, but invited him to stay in Mexico as the government's guest. From the outset he did his utmost to protect his guest's head against the storms of hatred gathering over it, and he was to go on doing this till the end. However, his own situation was rather delicate. On the one hand, his political enemies soon began to insinuate that Trotsky was the inspirer of his revolutionary policy, and the insinuation found its way into American newspapers. 2. On the other, the Confederation of Mexican Workers, on whose support he depended, was a Stalinist stronghold. Its leader Lombardo Toledano and the Communist Party protested fiercely against Trotsky's admission and warned the president that they would not rest until that chief of the vanguard of the counter-revolution was expelled. Cárdenas was careful to lend no color to the charge that he was expropriating British and American investors at Trotsky's instigation, and he was even more anxious to calm the Confederation of Mexican Workers. He was himself politically very far from any form of Trotskyism and indeed of communism. The son of poor peasants, he was guided by agrarian radicalism and the empirical experience of his patriotic struggle against foreign predominance. He was therefore wary of getting involved in any of the internal conflicts of communism. In these difficult circumstances he repudiated with dignity the Stalinist clamor against Trotsky's admission, but he kept studiously aloof from his guest. They never met in person. He asked Trotsky to pledge himself that he would not interfere in Mexico's domestic affairs. Trotsky gave this pledge at once, but, taught by his bitter Norwegian experience, he was on his guard and explicitly reserved his moral right to reply in public to any accusations or slanders. 3 Cardenas was satisfied with this. It never occurred to him to ask Trotsky to refrain from political activity, and he himself stood up for Trotsky's right to defend himself against Stalinist attacks. In this attitude of aloof but vigilant benevolence he was to persist. Trotsky often expressed his gratitude and, strictly observing his pledge, never ventured to state any opinion on Mexican politics even in private, although his view of Cardenas' policy, which did not go beyond the bourgeois stage of the revolution, must have been critical to some extent. During his first years in Mexico, Diego Rivera was Trotsky's most devoted friend and guardian. A rebel in politics as well as in art, the great painter had been one of the founders of the Mexican Communist Party and a member of its Central Committee since 1922. In November 1927 he witnessed the Trotskyist street demonstrations in Moscow and the expulsion of the opposition, which gravely disturbed him. Subsequently he broke with the party, and also with David Alfaro Siqueiros, another of Mexico's great painters, his closest friend and political comrade, who sided with Stalin. The dramatic pathos of Trotsky's fate stirred Rivera's imagination. Here was a figure of heroic dimensions who might have been destined to take a central place in his epic frescoes. He had indeed put Trotsky and Lenin in the forefront of that famous mural glorifying class struggle and communism with which he had, to the horror of all respectable America, decorated the walls of the Rockefeller Center in New York. For Rivera it was a moment of rare sublimity when strange fortunes brought his leader and prophet under his roof at Coyoacán. Trotsky had long admired Rivera's work. He probably first saw his paintings in Paris during the First World War, and references to them occur in Trotsky's Alma Ata correspondence of 1928. Rivera's restless search for new artistic expression aptly illustrated Trotsky's own view that the malaise in contemporary painting was rooted in its divorce from architecture and public life, a divorce which was inherent in bourgeois society and could be overcome only by socialism. The striving for the reunion of painting, architecture, and public life animated Rivera's art, in which Renaissance traditions and Goya's and El Greco's influences merged with Indian and Mexican folk art and Cubism. This interplay of tradition and innovation suited Trotsky's taste. He was captivated by Rivera's defiant courage and the soaring and passionate imagination with which he brought motifs of the Russian and Mexican revolutions into his monumental murals. Nor could Trotsky help being fascinated and puzzled by Rivera's elemental temperament, somnambulism, and gargantuan size and appetites, which made of him a riotous and roaring prodigy like any of the chimerical figures appearing in his paintings. And in counterpoint, as it were, to Diego there was his wife Frida, herself a painter of delicate melancholy, introspective and symbolist, and a woman of exquisite beauty. She emanated exotic grace and dreaminess as she moved about in long flowing, richly shaded, and embroidered Mexican robes which concealed a deformed leg. After the dreary months of internment, it was gratifying, even thrilling, for Trotsky and Natalia to find refuge with such friends. An onlooker with some insight into the characters might have wondered how Trotsky and Rivera would get along and whether a clash between them was not bound to occur. Not satisfied with his artistic eminence, Rivera saw himself also as a political leader. He was not exceptional in this. Painters and sculptors played an extraordinarily large part in Mexican politics. Most members of the Politburo of the Communist Party were painters. Political agitation carried out by means of brush and chisel may have appealed to masses of illiterate but artistically sensitive campesinos more directly than any other form of agitation. Yet as a politician Rivera was even less than an amateur. He frequently fell a prey to his restless temperament. However, in Trotsky's presence, at least at the beginning, he kept his political ambition under control and modestly assumed the disciple's role. As to Trotsky, he had always treated the political vagaries of artists with tender understanding, even those of lesser artists, to whom he was not indebted for anything. All the more willing was he in Rivera's case to say that genius does what it must. Thus Trotsky might have been in a mood to count the blessings of his new refuge had he not been driven back into his grim struggle almost at once. He was daily the object of threats from the local Stalinists and from Moscow. President Cardenas had to order police guards to be placed outside the Blue House. Inside, American Trotskyists, who had come to serve as secretaries and bodyguards, kept watch. Trotsky's American followers were aiding him unstintingly in organizing his defense and his campaign against the Moscow trials. They were few and poor, but they assisted him as well as they could in re-establishing his contacts with friends and followers all over the world and in resuming his work. "What good luck it is," he wrote to Lyova on February 1, 1937, "that we have managed to come to Mexico just before the start of the new trial in Moscow 5. The new trial opened less than a fortnight after his landing at Tampico. Radek, Pyatakov, Muralov, Sokholnikov, Serebryakov, and 12 others took their place in the dock, and Trotsky was once again the chief defendant in absentia. The accusations piled up ever more incongruously and incredibly. Vyshinsky now spoke of Trotsky's formal agreement with Hitler and the Emperor of Japan, in exchange for their aid in the struggle against Stalin. Trotsky, he maintained, was working for the military defeat and dismemberment of the Soviet Union, for he had pledged himself inter alia to cede the Soviet Ukraine to the Third Reich. Meanwhile he was organizing and directing industrial sabotage in the Soviet Union, catastrophes in coal mines, factories, and on the railways, mass poisonings of Soviet workers, and repeated attempts on the lives of Stalin and other members of the Politburo. The defendants echoed the prosecutor and elaborated his charges. One of them, Ram, who had been Izvestia's correspondent in France, confessed that he had seen Trotsky in Paris in July 1933 and taken terroristic instructions from him. Pyatakov told the court that he had visited Trotsky in Oslo in December 1935 and there taken orders from him. 6. "We listened to the radio, we opened the mail and the Moscow newspapers," Natalia writes, "and we felt that insanity, absurdity, outrage, fraud, and blood were flooding us from all sides here in Mexico as in Norway." With pencil in hand Lev Davidovich, over-tense and overworked, often in fever, yet tireless, lists the forgeries which have grown so numerous that it becomes impossible to refute them. 7. The trial lasted a week and was followed by executions. Radek and Sokholnikov, however, were sentenced to 10 years imprisonment each. For Trotsky to refute the accusations was indeed like wrestling and arguing with monsters in a nightmare. The trials were more and more unreal in their horror, and horrible in their unreality. They seemed designed to paralyze every critical thought and to render every argument grotesquely inadequate. Yet even before Trotsky had had the time to marshal his facts and arguments, some of the charges were pricked. The Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs investigated the statement that Pyatakov had arrived in Oslo by plane from Berlin in December 1935 and seen Trotsky, and it ascertained that no plane coming from Berlin had landed at Oslo airport in that month and for many weeks before and after. The airport authority issued a statement to that effect. Trotsky then telegraphed these questions to the Moscow tribunal: when exactly, on what day and at what hour, had Pyatakov landed? And where, when, in what circumstances had he, Trotsky, received him? He asked similar questions about his alleged meetings with Ram. 8. The prosecutor and the judges ignored the questions, knowing full well that if the defendants tried to answer they would involve themselves in glaring contradictions and discredit the show. On January 29, just before the end of the proceedings, Trotsky once again challenged Stalin to demand his extradition. In an appeal to the League of Nations he declared himself ready to submit his case to a commission on political terrorism which the League was supposed to set up on Soviet initiative. He had already made one such appeal from Norway. The League kept silent, and Stalin once again disregarded the demand for extradition. 9. In another effort to come to grips with his accusers, Trotsky stated in a message to a public meeting in New York, "I am ready to appear before a public and impartial commission of inquiry with documents, facts, and testimonies, and to disclose the truth to the very end. I declare, if this commission decides that I am guilty in the slightest degree of the crimes which Stalin imputes to me, I pledge in advance to place myself voluntarily in the hands of the executioners of the GPU. I make this declaration before the entire world. I ask the press to publish my words in the farthest corners of our planet. But, if the commission establishes, do you hear me? Do you hear me, that the Moscow trials are a conscious and premeditated frame-up, I will not ask my accusers to place themselves voluntarily before a firing squad. No, the eternal disgrace in the memory of human generations will be sufficient for them. Do the accusers in the Kremlin hear me? I throw my defiance in their faces, and I await their reply. 10. About this time Trotsky's two sons were finally linked with him in his ordeal, and here the story turns into the modern version of the Laocoon legend. Lyova, feeling that he was pursued by the GPU, published in a French newspaper a statement saying that if he were to die suddenly the world should know that he had found his death at Stalinist hands. No other version should deserve credence, for he was in good health and was not harboring any thought of suicide. Sergei had been arrested at Krasnoyarsk in Siberia, according to the Russian press, and charged with attempting, on his father's orders, a mass poisoning of workers in factories. Stalin intends to extract a confession from my own son against me, Trotsky noted. The GPU will not hesitate to drive Sergei to insanity, and then they will shoot him. Natalia came out with another appeal addressed in vain to the conscience of the world. 11 There were moments, she recollected later, when LD felt crushed and remorseful at still being alive. Perhaps my death could save Sergei, he once told me. 12 She alone knew of those moments. In the eyes of the world Trotsky remained indomitable, unflinching, and possessed of unconquerable energy. He never tired of summoning his followers to action and rousing flagging friends. This, for instance, is what he wrote to Angelika Balabanov, his old Zimmerwald associate, when he heard that the Moscow trials had plunged her into deep pessimism, indignation, anger, revulsion. Yes, even temporary weariness. All this is human, only too human. But I will not believe that you have succumbed to pessimism. This would be like passively and plaintively taking umbrage at history. How can one do that? History has to be taken as she is, and when she allows herself such extraordinary and filthy outrages, one must fight her back with one's fists. 13 So he himself fought back. He undertook to establish his full alibi, to prove that not a single one of the Stalinist charges was or could have been true, and to bring to light the political meaning of the gigantic frame-up. This was, in the view of many, an impossible task. He had to retrace all his whereabouts and activities through all the years of his banishment, to assemble evidence from his enormous and partly scattered archives and from newspapers in many languages, to collect testimonials and affidavits from former secretaries and bodyguards and from adherents, some of whom had turned into opponents, and from ministries, consulates, police headquarters, travel agencies, landlords, householders, innkeepers and casual acquaintances in various countries. Yet in a sense this vast and costly undertaking was bound to be useless. Those who wished to know the truth could very well grasp it without such a mass of detailed evidence, while people with indifferent or closed minds were not to be persuaded anyhow. Nor was it likely that posterity would ever require such an accumulation of testimonies in order to be able to form its opinion. Trotsky, the great controversialist, might well have been satisfied with exposing the trials on their internal evidence alone, as Lyova and a few friends and Bernard Shaw urged him to do. 14. But it was characteristic of the man's relentless meticulousness that once he had resolved to put the whole record straight, he left nothing to chance, allowed not a single relevant incident to remain undocumented, and omitted not a single affidavit from the dossier. He behaved as if he were reckoning with the possibility that Stalin's forgery might endure for ages, and for the ages he was preparing a foolproof and indestructible alibi. This nerve-wracking labor took him many months. He put all his strength into it and drove his secretaries and adherents remorselessly, and above all Lyova, who in Paris performed the major part of the work. He brooked no delay, no contradiction, no excuse. At the slightest sign of a letdown he threatened to break off all relations, first with Shachtman and then with Navali, and to denounce their sabotage or even worse, although both men did their best to assist him. In the first letter to Lyova from Mexico he was already venting disappointment at not having received a pile of testimonies he had expected to find on arrival. After a fortnight or so he was bursting with impatience, and every letter to Lyova was bitter with reproach. Why had the papers relating to his Copenhagen trip not yet come? Was this not a plain crime? Why were some testimonies not validated legally by commissioners of oaths? Why were the signatures under others illegible? Why were the dates not precise? Why were certain place names not indicated beyond all possibility of misunderstanding? From week to week his tone grew more scolding and brutal. Today I have received your letter, with the usual excuses, and the usual promises. He wrote to Lyova on February 15, but I have had enough of excuses and have long since ceased to believe in promises. Lyova's slovenliness bordered on treachery. After all the experiences of recent months I must say that I have not yet had a day as black as this one, when I opened your envelope, confident I would find the affidavits in it and instead found only apologies and assurances. It is difficult to say which are the worst blows, those that come from Moscow or those from Paris. 15 He planned the opening of a counter-trial for the spring, and he was afraid that the dossier would not be ready in time. The Blue House looked almost like a sweatshop in these days, with the secretaries, Trotsky himself, and Natalia translating, copying, and typing endless papers. At the same time he filled pages in American newspapers with his comments, tried to make his views intelligible to the Mexican press, and arranged for commissions of inquiry to be set up in various countries. Obsessed with the importance of what he was doing, suspicious of every hitch, apprehensive of interference by the GPU, and despairing perhaps of ever finishing the job, he felt no inhibition about prodding and chiding Lyova, whose life and honor were as much at stake as his own. So indeed might Lacan have upbraided his sons and goaded them on to strain every nerve in fighting off the giant snakes in whose strangulating coils they had all been caught, father and sons. Lyova was hurt and wounded in his filial devotion. While Trotsky was interned in Norway he had stepped bravely into the breach. But the incubus with which he was struggling was stronger than himself, and he had looked forward to the day when his father would be released and take the burden on his own broad shoulders. He was distressed now to see that his father was so wrought up and irate. He still doubted the value of the whole undertaking and wrote to Natalia that Stalin's Crimes, the short book Trotsky had written en route to Mexico, was a far more effective riposte than any counter-trial, or the work of any commissions of inquiry, could be. Yet, once his father had decided to establish his alibi, Lyova put all his heart into the job. It was not his fault that progress was slow and misunderstandings arose. From Hurum, for instance, Trotsky had directed him to arrange a counter-trial in Switzerland, but in the meantime it had been decided to hold it in America. Lyova, not knowing about this, was still busy with preparations in Switzerland. This brought him a severe rebuke from his father, who threatened to cut off all the money needed and to take all further work out of Lyova's hands, and entrust it to Navali, in whom he had always had so little confidence. 16 The gathering of testimonies was impeded by the animosities of the Trotskyist sects. Lyova had to obtain many statements from members of the Molyneux group whom Trotsky had disowned, and he had to use tact and diplomacy. He was overworked and depressed. He too was engaged in the press campaign against the trials. His articles appeared now and then in the Manchester Guardian. He went on looking after his father's publishing affairs, collected royalties, forwarded them regularly to Mexico, paid parental debts in Norway and France, and brought out the bulletin. Offended by his father's censoriousness, sensing that he was being ensnared by the GPU, deeply unhappy in his family life, he began at the age of 30 to suffer from persistent insomnia. He grew weary and exhausted. As usual, he opened his heart only to his mother. Darling Mamaka, I have no doubt that you alone are not cross with me for my silence or for anything else. But he also met his father's reprimands with this poignant reproach. I have had to carry out, in very difficult conditions, part of the work which would otherwise have burdened yourself, and I have had to do it without the necessary authority and without the assistance you have. Sometimes I do not even have the money to buy postage stamps. I thought that I could count on your support. Instead you are making me your butt and are telling all and sundry about my criminal carelessness. Even if I bear a share of responsibility for the delay with the Copenhagen documents, this does not justify your attitude towards me. 17 Harassed and dejected, Lyova confided all the more trustingly in Etienne, whom no one seemed to equal in ingenuity, industry, and devotion to the cause. Trotsky at first hoped that the counter-trial would be set on a scale appropriate to the provocation, that it would be conducted in such a way as to shake the conscience of the international labor movement. He sought to associate the Second International with it and the so-called Amsterdam International of the trade unions. On his advice, Lyova had approached Friedrich Adler, the secretary of the Second International, who had of his own accord denounced the Moscow purges as medieval witch hunts. Adler did what he could, yet all he achieved was that after much delay the executive of the International issued a statement condemning the purges. It refused to take part in any inquiry or counter-trial. So did the Trade Unions International. Both these organizations, their German and Austrian sections suppressed by Hitler and Dollfuss, were under the thumb of Leon Blum, and as head of the Popular Front government he depended on Stalinist support. Blum was embarrassed even by the International's Platonic declaration against the purges, and he used his influence to prevent any further action by his own party and by fraternal sections. And so the Western European Social Democrats, usually so eager to defend the freedoms and rights of the individual against communism, preferred this time to observe a diplomatic silence, or even to exculpate Stalin. The International, as Trotsky put it, boycotted its own secretary. This reduced in advance the effectiveness of any counter-trial. Without the socialist parties and the trade unions no campaign could engage the attention of the working classes. 18. Trotsky's adherents then tried to enlist the support of eminent intellectuals of the left. This did not quite suit Trotsky, who often derided the peace committees, peace congresses, and anti-fascist parades for which the Stalinists assembled galaxies of literary and academic stars. He despised the showy snobbery of such stage effects, especially when the Comintern substituted them for solid and united action by the labor movement. He reproached his American followers for failing to draw workers into the committees for Trotsky's defense, but he had no choice in the matter. 19. Yet the response of the intelligentsia was also disappointing, for the Stalinists, who in France, Spain, Britain, and the United States exercised a strong influence on them, brought to bear upon the intelligentsia every means of moral pressure to prevent them from lending the slightest support to any protest against the purges. From Moscow, where the flower of Russian literature and art was being exterminated, the voices of Gorky, Sholokhov, and Ehrenberg could be heard, joining in the chorus that filled the air with the cry, "Shoot the mad dogs." In the West, literary celebrities like Theodor Dreiser, Leon Feuchtwanger, Barbusse, and Aragon echoed the cry, and a man like Romain Rolland, the admirer of Gandhi, the enemy of violence, the humanitarian conscience of his generation, used his sweetly evangelical voice to justify the massacre in Russia and extol the master hangman with such zeal that Trotsky thought of suing him for defamation. Where Gorky and Rolland gave the cue, hosts of minor humanitarians and moralists followed suit with little or no scruple. Their manifestos and appeals in support of Stalin make strange reading. In the United States, for instance, they declared a boycott on the Commission of Inquiry set up under John Dewey's auspices. They warned all men of goodwill against assisting the commission, saying that critics of the Moscow trials were interfering in domestic Soviet affairs, giving aid and comfort to fascism, and dealing a blow to the forces of progress. The manifesto was signed by Theodor Dreiser, Granville Hicks, Corliss Lamont, Max Lerner, Raymond Robbins, Anna Louise Strong, Paul Sweezy, Nathaniel West, and many professors and artists, quite a few of whom were to be in the forefront of the anti-communist crusades of the 1940s and 1950s. 20 Louis Fischer and Walter Duranty, popular experts on Soviet affairs, vouched for Stalin's integrity, Vyshinsky's veracity, and the G.P.U.'s humane methods in obtaining confessions. From Zinoviev, Kamina, Pyatakov, and Radek. Even Bertram D. Wolfe, a member of the Loves Tonight opposition long expelled from the Communist Party, still gave Stalin credit for saving the revolution from the Trotskyite Zinovyevite conspiracy. 21 In the Jewish American press, writers who had hitherto described themselves as Trotsky's admirers turned against him when he spoke of the anti-Semitic undertones of the Moscow trials. The editor of one such paper wrote, "This is the first time that we of the Jewish press have heard such an accusation. We have been accustomed to look to the Soviet Union as to our only consolation, as far as anti-Semitism is concerned. It is unforgivable that Trotsky should raise such groundless charges against Stalin." 22. Plate 15. Associated Press. Arriving in Mexico. Trotsky and Natalia at Tampico, 1937. Plate 16. Paul Popper. Diego Rivera. Hypocrisy, bigotry, and the simple-minded fear of aiding Hitler by criticizing Stalin were not the only motives. Some of the intelligentsia saw no point in Trotsky's refutations. Charles A. Beard, America's distinguished historian, held that it was not incumbent upon Trotsky to do the impossible, that is to prove a negative by positive evidence. It is incumbent upon his accusers to produce more than confessions, to produce corroborating evidence. 23 Bernard Shaw also rejected the idea of a counter-trial and wrote, "I hope Trotsky will not allow himself to be brought before any narrower tribunal than his reading public where his accusers are at his mercy. His pen is a terrific weapon." A month later he wrote less sympathetically, "The strength of Trotsky's case was the incredibility of the accusations against him. But Trotsky spoils it all by making exactly the same sort of attacks on Stalin. Now I have spent nearly 3 hours in Stalin's presence and observed him with keen curiosity, and I find it just as hard to believe that he is a vulgar gangster as that Trotsky is an assassin." 24 Shaw was, of course, evading the issue, for Trotsky did not make exactly the same sort of attacks on Stalin. Yet, unlike Roland, Shaw did not carry his friendship for Stalin to the point of justifying the purges. He saw there a conflict not between right and wrong but between right and right, an historic drama of the kind he had depicted in Saint Joan, which he had written about the time of the first anathema on Trotsky, a clash between the revolutionary fighting for the future and the established power defending the legitimate interests of the present. André Malraux declared likewise that Trotsky is a great moral force in the world, but Stalin has lent dignity to mankind, and just as the Inquisition did not detract from the fundamental dignity of Christianity, so the Moscow trials do not detract from the fundamental dignity of communism. 25. Bertolt Brecht's response was similar. He had been in some sympathy with Trotskyism and was shaken by the purges, but he could not bring himself to break with Stalinism. He surrendered to it with a load of doubt on his mind, as the capitulators in Russia had done, and he expressed artistically his and their predicament in Galileo Galilei. It was through the prism of the Bolshevik experience that he saw Galileo going down on his knees before the Inquisition and doing this from an historic necessity, because of the people's spiritual and political immaturity. The Galileo of his drama is Zinoviev, or Bukharin or Rakovsky dressed up in historical costume. He is haunted by the fruitless martyrdom of Giordano Bruno. That terrible example causes him to surrender to the Inquisition, just as Trotsky's fate caused so many communists to surrender to Stalin. And Brecht's famous duologue, "Happy is the country that produces such a hero and unhappy is the people that needs such a hero," epitomizes clearly enough the problem of Trotsky and Stalinist Russia rather than Galileo's quandary in Renaissance Italy. 26. To Stalin's apologists and to those who washed their hands, Trotsky replied with an anger which, however justified, made him look like the proverbial animal merchant and gave lukewarm defenders of the truth an excuse for silence. That Sidney and Beatrice Webb refused to join in the protest was not surprising, they had by now become Stalin's admirers. But even men like André Gide and H. G. Wells, whose first impulse was to support the counter-trial, decided in the end to keep aloof. The scope of the campaign thus remained rather narrow, and the various committees in defense of Trotsky were composed mostly of declared anti-Stalinists and some anti-communists of long standing, and this restricted still further the effect of their action. In March 1937 the American, the British, the French, and the Czechoslovak committees formed a joint commission of inquiry which was to conduct the counter-trial. Its members were, Alfred Rosmer, Otto Rühl, distinguished as the member of the Reichstag, who alone with Karl Liebknecht had voted against war in 1914-15, Wendelin Thomas, also a former communist member of the Reichstag, Carlo Tresca, a well-known anarcho-syndicalist, Suzanne La Follette, a radical, strongly anti-Marxist American writer, Benjamin Stahlberg, and John R. Chamberlain, journalists, Edward A. Ross, professor of Wisconsin University, Carlton Beals, a university lecturer, and Francisco Zamora, a leftish Latin American writer. Apart from Rosmer, none of the members had ever been associated with Trotsky. Most of them were his political opponents. The commission owed its authority mainly to John Dewey, its chairman, America's leading philosopher and educationist who was also reputed to be a friend of the Soviet Union. John F. Finnerty, famous as counsel of defense in great American political trials, especially those of Tom Mooney and Sacco and Vanzetti, acted as the commission's legal counsel. Trotsky was not at first confident that the commission would be up to its task. The names of most of its members told him little or nothing, and he had doubts even about its chairman. He wondered whether Dewey, who was nearly 80, was not too old and too remote from the issues before the commission. Would he not fall asleep during the hearings? Would he be able to cope with the enormous documentary evidence? And would he, as friend of the Soviet Union, not be inclined to whitewash Stalin? James Burnham, who was active in organizing the commission, laid these doubts at rest. Dewey is old. He wrote to Trotsky, but his mind is still keen and his personal integrity beyond question. It was he, you will recall, who wrote the most searching analysis of the Sacco-Vanzetti case. He will judge the evidence not perhaps as a politician, but as a scientist and a logician. He will not sleep during the hearings. It would be a great error to underestimate him. Dewey is, of course, not a Marxist, and all his personal integrity and intelligence does not prevent him from being politically on the fence. In that sense we cannot, obviously, be quite sure of him. 27. Dewey's accession to the committee was an act almost heroic. Philosophically he was Trotsky's adversary. They were presently to clash in public controversy over dialectical materialism. For all his radicalism, he stood for the American way of life and parliamentary democracy. As a pragmatist, he was inclined to favor the undoctrinaire and practical Stalin against Trotsky, the dogmatic Marxist. In taking upon himself, at his age, the burden of presiding over the inquiry, he had to break many old associations and give up old friendships. The Stalinists went out of their way to dissuade him. When they failed, they shrank from no obloquy and slander. Their mildest aspersion on him was that he had fallen for Trotsky from sheer senility. The New Republic, of which he had been a founder and on whose editorial board he had sat for nearly a quarter of a century, turned against him, and he resigned from it. His next of kin implored him not to tarnish the luster of his name by participating in a shady and shabby business. Intrigue and harassment only hardened his resolve. The fact that so many influences were set in motion to obstruct his action, openly and surreptitiously, was to him an argument in its favor. He put aside work on a treatise logic, the theory of inquiry, which he regarded as his magnum opus, in order to plunge into the practical experience of this particular inquiry. In the course of weeks and months he pored over the blood-reeking pages of the official reports of the Moscow trials, over Trotsky's voluminous writings and correspondence, and mountains of other documents. He took notes, compared facts, dates, and allegations, until he was thoroughly versed in all aspects of the case. Again and again he had to resist intimidation and threats. Nothing shook his equanimity or weakened his energy. The commission was to cross-examine Trotsky as chief witness, and as there was no chance that the American government would allow him to come to New York, Dewey decided to carry out the investigation in Mexico. He was warned that the Mexican Federation of Workers would not allow the counter-trial to take place, that he and his companions would be met with hostile demonstrations on the frontier, and that they would be mobbed. Unmoved, the old philosopher pursued his course. His mind was open. Though he was convinced that Trotsky's guilt had not been proven in Moscow, he was not yet sure of Trotsky's innocence. Determined not only to maintain strict impartiality, but to make the impartiality evident to all, he never met Trotsky outside the Commission's public sessions, although he would have liked to talk to him informally as man-to-man. 28. The Commission opened its hearings on April 10. It had intended to hold them in a large hall in the center of Mexico City, but it gave up the idea in order to avoid public disturbance and to save money. The sessions were held at the Blue House, in Trotsky's study. The atmosphere was tense. There was a police guard outside, visitors were searched for guns and identified by a secretary of Trotsky who was, himself, armed. The French windows of the room facing the street were covered, and behind each of them there were 6-foot barricades of cemented brick and sandbags. These brick barricades had been completed the night before. About 50 people were present, including reporters and photographers. The hearings were conducted in accordance with American judicial procedure. Dewey had invited the Soviet Embassy and the Communist parties of Mexico and the United States to send representatives and take part in the cross-examination, but the invitations were ignored. 29. In a brief inaugural statement, Dewey declared that the Commission was neither a court nor a jury but merely an investigating body. Our function is to hear whatever testimony Mr. Trotsky may present to us, to cross-examine him, and to give the results of our investigation to the full commission of which we are part. The title of the American Committee for the Defense of Leon Trotsky did not mean that the committee stood for Trotsky. It acted in the American tradition, on the belief that no man should be condemned without a chance to defend himself. Its aim was to secure a fair trial where there was a suspicion that the accused man was denied such a trial. The case was comparable with the cases of Mooney and of Sacco and Vanzetti, but the latter could at least make their pleas before a legally constituted court, whereas Trotsky and his son had twice been declared guilty in their absence by the highest Soviet tribunal, and his repeated demands that the Soviet government ask for his extradition, which would have brought him automatically before a Norwegian or a Mexican court, had been ignored. That he has been condemned without the opportunity to be heard is a matter of utmost concern to the Commission and the conscience of the whole world. Explaining his own motives for participation, Dewey said that having given his life to social education, he treated his present work as a great social and educational task. To act otherwise would be to be false to my life's work. The proceedings lasted a full week and took up 13 long sessions. Dewey, Finnerty, A. Goldman, Trotsky's lawyer, and others cross-examined Trotsky on every detail of the charges and the evidence. At times the cross-examination almost turned into a political dispute, when some of the examiners insisted on Trotsky's and Lenin's moral co-responsibility for Stalinism, and Trotsky refuted the imputation. There was not a single question into which he refused to go or which he dodged. Despite the controversial interludes, the hearings proceeded calmly and smoothly. They were disturbed only once by the so-called Beals incident. Carlton Beals, a member of the commission, repeatedly addressed to Trotsky questions which were more or less irrelevant but showed a marked pro-Stalinist bias and were extremely offensive in form. Trotsky answered composedly and to the point. Towards the end of a long session on April 16, Beals went into a political argument and maintained that while Stalin, the expounder of socialism in one country, represented the mature statesmanship of Bolshevism, Trotsky was something of an incendiary bent on fomenting world revolution. Trotsky replied that in the Moscow trials he had been described as the fomenter not of revolution but of counter-revolution and as Hitler's ally. Beals then asked him whether he knew Borodin, Stalin's former emissary to China and advisor to Chiang Kai-shek. Trotsky replied that he had not met him personally, although he had, of course, known of him. But, Beals asked, had Trotsky not sent Borodin to Mexico in 1919 or 1920 in order to found the Communist Party there? The question suggested that Trotsky had lied to the commission and moreover that he had tried to foment revolution even in the country that was giving him shelter at present. The exchange grew hot. With his Norwegian experience still fresh, Trotsky suspected that the question might have been designed to incite Mexican opinion against him, to rob him of asylum, and to disrupt the counter-trial. He pointed out that he had always set his hopes on world revolution, but had sought to promote it by politically legitimate means, not by staging coups in foreign countries. The allegation that he had sent Borodin to Mexico in 1919-20 was fantastic. At that time, at the height of civil war, he hardly ever left his military train, he had his eyes fixed on the maps of his fronts and had nearly forgotten all his world geography. Beals emphatically reiterated his allegation and added that Borodin himself had declared that Trotsky had sent him to Mexico, and also that already in 1919 the Soviet Communist Party was torn between the statesmen and the fomenters of revolution. "May I ask the source of this sensational communication?" Trotsky inquired. "Is it published?" "It is not published," said Beals. "I can only give the advice to the commissioner to say to his informant that he is a liar," Trotsky retorted. "Thank you, Mr. Trotsky. Mr. Borodin is the liar." "Very possible," was Trotsky's laconic reply. Before the end of the hearing he protested against Beals's tendentious Stalinist tone. The incident looked to him more and more sinister. The Borodin affair had nothing to do with the Moscow trials and seemed to have been dragged in only to embarrass him and the Mexican government. And so at the opening of the next session he once again denied Beals's assertion and asked the commission to throw light on its source. If Beals had his information directly from Borodin, let him say where and when he obtained it. If, indirectly, then in what way, through whom and when did he get it? A probing into these questions should reveal a design aiming at disrupting the counter-trial. If Mr. Beals himself is not consciously and directly involved in this new intrigue, and I will hope that he is not, he must hasten to present all the necessary explanations in order to permit the commission to unmask the true source of the intrigue. As Beals refused to reveal that source, the commission censured him in private session, and he resigned from the commission. The incident had no further sequel. 30. The results of the cross-examination were summed up by Trotsky himself in his final plea on 17 April. 31. Showing signs of strain and fatigue, he asked to be allowed to read his statement sitting. He began by pointing out that either he and nearly all members of Lenin's Politburo were traitors to the Soviet Union and communism, as the accusers in Moscow claimed, or else Stalin and his Politburo were forgers. Tertium non datur. It was said that to delve into this question was to interfere with the domestic affairs of the Soviet Union, the fatherland of the workers of the world. It would be a strange fatherland whose affairs the workers were not allowed to discuss. He himself and his family had been deprived of Soviet citizenship, they had no choice but to place themselves under the protection of international public opinion. To those who, like Charles A. Beard, held that the onus of the proof lay on Stalin, not on him, and that it was anyhow impossible to disprove a negative with positive evidence, he replied that the legal conception of an alibi presupposed the possibility of such a disproof and that he was in a position to establish his alibi and to demonstrate the positive fact that Stalin had organized the greatest frame-up in history. The juridical examination of the case, however, was concerned with the form of the frame-up and not with its essence, which was inseparable from the political background of the purges, the totalitarian oppression, to which all are subjected, accused, witnesses, judges, counsel, and even the prosecution itself. Under such oppression a trial ceases to be a juridical process and becomes a play, with the roles prepared in advance. The defendants appear on the scene only after a series of rehearsals which give the director in advance complete assurance that they will not overstep the limits of their roles. There was no room for any contest between prosecution and defense. The chief actors performed their parts at pistol point. The play can be performed well or badly, but that is a question of inquisitorial technique and not of justice. In evaluating the accusation one must consider the political record of the defendants. A crime usually arises from the criminal's character or is at least compatible with it. The cross-examination was therefore necessarily concerned with his and the other defendants' work in the Bolshevik Party and with their roles in the revolution, and in the light of these the crimes imputed to them were utterly incompatible with their characters. That was why Stalin had to falsify their records. The classical criterion cui prodest had to be applied here. Was or could the assassination of Kirov be of any advantage to the opposition? Or was it of advantage to Stalin, whom it provided with a pretext for the extermination of the opposition? Could the opposition hope to benefit in any way from acts of sabotage in coal mines, factories, and on the railways? Or did the government, whose insistence on over-hasty industrialization and whose bureaucratic neglect had caused many industrial disasters, seek to exculpate itself by blaming the opposition for these disasters? Could the opposition gain anything from an alliance with Hitler and the Mikado? Or was Stalin making political capital out of the defendants' confessions that they were Hitler's allies? It would have been suicidal folly for the opposition to commit any of these crimes. The unreality of the accusation accounted for the prosecution's inability to produce any valid evidence. The conspiracy of which Vyshinsky spoke was supposed to have gone on for many years and to have had the widest ramifications in the Soviet Union and abroad. Most of its supposed leaders and participants had all these years been in the G.P.U.S. hands. Yet the GPU could not adduce any realistic data or even a single factual piece of evidence for the gigantic conspiracy, only confessions, confessions, endless confessions. The plot had no flesh and blood. The men in the dock related not any specific events or actions of the conspiracy but only their conversations about it. The court proceedings were a conversation about conversations. The lack of all psychological verisimilitude and factual content showed that the spectacle had been enacted on the basis of an especially prepared libretto. Yet a frame-up on such a colossal scale is too much even for the most powerful police. Too many people and circumstances, characteristics and dates, interests and documents, do not fit the ready-made libretto. If one approaches the question in its artistic aspect, such a task, the dramatic concordance of hundreds of people and of innumerable circumstances, would have been too much even for a Shakespeare. But the GPU does not have Shakespeares at its beck and call. As long as they were concocting events supposed to have taken place inside the USSR, they could still maintain a semblance of coherence. Inquisitorial violence could force defendants and witnesses to be consistent in some of their fantastic tales. The situation changed when the threads of the plot had to be extended to foreign countries, and the GPU had to extend them there in order to implicate him, the public enemy number one. Abroad, however, the facts, dates, and circumstances could be verified, and whenever this was done the story of the conspiracy fell to pieces. Not a single one of the threads that were supposed to lead to Trotsky had led to him. It was established that the few defendants, David, Bermanurin, Ram, and Pyatakov, to whom he had allegedly given terrorist orders, in the presence of his son or otherwise, had not and could not have seen him, and his son, at the places and on the dates indicated, because either he, and his son, or they, were not and could not have been there. Yet, these contacts disproved, the whole accusation collapsed because his alleged contacts with Radek, through Ram, and Pyatakov were crucial to the conspiracy. All other accusations and testimonies had been based on, or derived from, Pyatakov's and Radek's confessions that they had acted as Trotsky's chief agents and as the twin pillars of the conspiracy. All the testimony of the other accused rests upon our own testimony, Radek himself had declared in court, and their own testimony, which centered on the meetings with Trotsky in Paris and Oslo, rested on nothing. It is hardly necessary to demolish a building brick by brick once the two basic columns on which it rests are thrown down, Trotsky pointed out, yet he went on demolishing the building brick by brick. He asked the commission to consider that his own versions were full of that psychological and historical authenticity which was so conspicuously lacking in Moscow's versions, that the documentation he had placed before the commission reflected with extraordinary fullness his life and work over many years, and that had he committed any of the crimes, surely his papers would betray him at one point or another. People who easily swallowed camels but strained at gnats were saying that he could have arranged all his archives and all the files of his correspondence so as to camouflage his real designs. Yet for the purpose of camouflage one can compose 5, 10, even 100 documents, not thousands of letters addressed to hundreds of persons, not hundreds of articles and dozens of books. No, he had not built a skyscraper to camouflage a dead rat. If someone had declared, for instance, that Diego Rivera was a secret agent of the Catholic Church, would not any jury investigating the accusation inspect Rivera's frescoes? And would anyone dare to say that the impassioned anti-clericalism evident in those frescoes was mere camouflage? No one can pour out his heart's blood and nerves sap in works of art, history, and revolutionary politics just in order to deceive the world. How hollow by comparison with his documentation was Vyshinsky's. All it consisted of were Trotsky's letters, 2 to Mrakovsky, 3 to Radek, 1 to Pyatakov, and 1 to Muralov, all faked. But why had the defendants made their confessions? He could hardly be expected to offer precise information about the G.P.U.S. inquisitorial techniques. We could not here question Yagoda. He is now himself being questioned by Yezhov, or Vyshinsky, or Stalin, or their victims, the majority of whom have already been shot. However, the Commission had before it the affidavits of Russian and European communists who had themselves been subjected to the G.P.U.S. techniques. It was all too often forgotten that those who made the confessions had not been active opposition leaders but capitulators, who had for years prostrated themselves before Stalin. Their last confessions were the consummation of a long series of surrenders, the conclusion of a truly geometric progression of false accusations. In the course of 13 years Stalin had with their help erected a Babel Tower of slander. A dictator who used terror without inhibition and could buy consciences like sacks of potatoes was well able to perform such a feat. But Stalin himself was terrified by his Tower of Babel, for he knew that it must collapse after the first breach in it had been made, and made it would be. Trotsky ended with an apotheosis of the October Revolution and of communism. Even under Stalin, he said, despite all the horror of the purges, Soviet society still represented the greatest progress in social organization mankind had so far achieved. The blame for the tragic degeneration of Bolshevism lay not on the revolution but on its failure to extend beyond Russia. For the time being Soviet workers were confronted with a choice between Hitler and Stalin. They preferred Stalin, and in this they were right. Stalin is better than Hitler. As long as they saw no other alternative, the workers remained apathetic even in the face of the monstrosities of Stalinist rule. They would shed the apathy the very moment when any prospect appeared abroad of new victories for socialism. That is why I do not despair. I have patience. 3 revolutions made me patient. The experience of my life, in which there has been no lack either of success or of failures, has not only not destroyed my faith in the clear, bright future of mankind, but, on the contrary, has given it an indestructible temper. This faith in reason, in truth, in human solidarity, which at the age of 18 I took with me into the workers' quarters of the provincial Russian town of Nikolaev, this faith I have preserved fully and completely. It has become more mature, but not less ardent. With these words, and with thanks to the Commission and its chairman, he concluded this Apologia Pro Vita Sua. For a long while the Commission sat in silence, deeply shaken. Dewey had intended to sum up and close the proceedings in a formal manner. Instead he brought the hearings to an end with this single sentence: anything I can say will be an anticlimax. 32. The record of the cross-examination is all the more remarkable because of the handicaps Trotsky had imposed upon himself. He often pulled his punches so as not to embarrass the Mexican government unduly. He sought to explain the many involved issues between himself and Stalin not in his accustomed Marxist idiom, which might have been unintelligible to his audience, but in the language of the pragmatically minded liberal. The difficulty of such a translation can be appreciated only by those who have ever attempted it. Eager for personal contact with his listeners, he conducted his defense not in his native tongue or even in German or French but in English. His vocabulary was limited. His grammar and idiom were shaky. Stripped of the splendors of his mighty eloquence, denying himself the advantages which even the humdrum speaker finds in the use of his native language, he answered impromptu the most varied, complex, and unexpected questions. Day after day, and hearing after hearing, he searched for expression and struggled with the resistance of the language, frequently halting or stumbling into unintentionally comic sentences, and sometimes saying almost the opposite of what he meant to say, or failing to understand questions put to him. It was as if Demos thence, his stammer uncured and his mouth full of pebbles, had come to court to fight for his life. Thus he recounted the events of his long career, expounded his beliefs, described the many changes in the Soviet regime, analyzed the issues that had separated him from Stalin and Bukharin, but also from Zinoviev and Kamina, portrayed the personalities, and delved into every phase of the terrible contest. By the end no question had been left unanswered, no important issue blurred, no serious historic event unilluminated. 13 years later Dewey, who had spent so much of his life in academic debate and was still as opposed as ever to Trotsky's Weltanschauung, recalled with enthusiastic admiration the intellectual power with which Trotsky had assembled and organized the mass of his evidence and argumentation and conveyed to us the meaning of every relevant fact. The incisiveness of Trotsky's logic got the better of his unwieldy sentences, and the clarity of his ideas shone through all his verbal blunderings. Even his wit did not succumb, it often relieved the gloom of his subject matter. Above all, the integrity of his case allowed him to overcome all external restraint and constraint. He stood where he stood like truth itself, unkempt and unadorned, unarmored and unshielded yet magnificent and invincible. It was to be several months before the Dewey Commission got ready with its verdict. Meanwhile, Trotsky had still to supplement the evidence he had laid before it, and he kept the whole household busy. The cross-examination and the work connected with it had worn him out, and he did not recuperate during a brief stay in the country. For the rest of the spring and the summer he suffered again from severe headaches, dizziness, and high blood pressure and complained again about old age that had caught him by surprise. The first echoes of the counter-trial were less than faint. 33 The strains in the family were scarcely diminished. Dear Papa, Lyova wrote towards the end of April, you continue to subject me to your ostracism, it is more than a month since I received any letter from you. Trotsky, still dissatisfied with the way Lyova was managing the bulletin, had again proposed to transfer it to New York. In reply Lyova calmly pointed out that the paper should remain in Europe where most of its readers were, and he again bitterly complained to his mother about the rough treatment he was getting. In a long and somewhat apologetic letter, Trotsky then tried to smooth matters out. 34 He explained to Lyova that having lost so many months in Norway before he could prepare for the counter-trial, he was then irritated by further delays and anxious to be able to place his full dossiers before the Dewey Commission, and he was convinced that the delays had been caused by Lyova's reluctance to cooperate with comrades. He advised him to take a rest and steady his nerves, great trials are still ahead for both of us. The advice was timely enough. Lyova too was suffering from headaches and fevers, and he did not have his father's resilience. What is left of my old strength, he wrote to his mother, hinting that he would presently need a small operation. He lived in poverty, but thought of helping his parents financially by earning a living as a factory worker or gaining an academic scholarship. When Natalia urged him to write for newspapers instead, he replied with a note of frustration, writing, comes with difficulty to me. I have to read, study, reflect, which requires time. Yet since I have been in emigration I have been burdened almost continually with technical and other chores. I am a beast of burden, nothing else. I do not learn, I do not read. I cannot aspire to do any literary work, I do not have the light touch and the talent that can partly replace knowledge. 35 This mood of frustration was suffused with tenderness and devotion. When his parents sent him back checks he had collected from French publishers and forwarded to them, Lyova took only a little for himself and divided the rest among needy comrades or paid it into the organization's funds. He worried lest his father was expending his strength too recklessly and shattering his nerves. Why, He asked Natalia, had they not bought a car in Mexico and organized hunting or fishing trips? Why did LD not play croquet, of which he used to be so fond? My dear darling Mamaka, he wrote in reply to a rather sad letter from her, think only what might have happened if Stalin had not committed the mistake of banishing Papa? Papa would have been dead long ago. Or if I had been allowed to return to the USSR in 1929, if Sergei had been active in politics, or if Papa had been in Norway now, or, worse still, in Turkey. Kemal would have handed him over, things might have been far, far worse. 36 These were poor consolations, of course, yet no better ones were at hand. About this time there occurred a somewhat tragicomic incident in the family's intimate life. Amid all these grim events and amid all her anguish, Natalia was troubled by marital jealousy. What caused it exactly is not quite clear. She is most discreet about this even in her letters to her husband, which leave no doubt on one point only, namely that this was the first time she felt she had reason to be jealous. Perhaps a less self-assured woman would have been jealous earlier, for Trotsky's behavior towards women, in those rare moments when he could notice them, was characterized by a sort of articulate gallantry, not free from male vanity and sensitiveness to female admiration. At any rate, a woman's presence sometimes stimulated him to dashing displays of seductive verve and wit. There was old-fashioned chivalry and artistic finesse in these flirtations, yet they were somewhat at variance with his high seriousness and his almost ascetic life. Natalia, however, was confident enough of his love not to take them amiss. But at Coyoacan she became acutely jealous of someone to whom she referred in her letters only by the initial F. To judge from circumstantial evidence, this may have been Frida Kahlo. Members of the household soon noticed a discord between the two women and a slight cooling off between their husbands. We do not know whether Frida's uncommon delicate beauty and artistry excited in Trotsky more than the normal gallantry, or whether Natalia, now 55, fell a prey to the jealousy that often comes with middle age. Enough that a crisis ensued and both Trotsky and Natalia were unhappy and miserable. 37. In the middle of July he left Coyoacan and with his bodyguard went to the mountains to get physical exercise, to do farm work on a large estate, and to ride and hunt. Daily, sometimes even twice daily, he wrote to Natalia. He had promised her to say nothing in his letters about her upset but could not help breaking the promise. He implored her to stop competing with a woman who meant so little to him while she, Natalia, was all to him. He was full of shame and self-hatred and signed himself your old faithful dog. How I love you, Nata, my only one, my eternal one, my faithful one, my love, my victim. Ah, if only I could still bring a little joy into your life. As I am writing this, after every 2 or 3 lines, I get up, walk about my room, and weep with tears of self-reproach and of gratitude to you, and I weep over old age that has caught us by surprise. Again and again the note of self-pity, which no stranger and no member of his household could ever detect in him, breaks through in these letters. I am still living with our yesterdays, with our pangs and memories, and with the torments of my suffering. Then his resilience and even joy of life come back. All will be well, Nata, all will be well, only you must recover and get stronger. Once he relates to her somewhat teasingly how he charmed a group of men, women, and children, especially the women who had visited him in the mountains. His vitality surges up and he feels a sexual craving for Natalia. He relates to her that he had just reread the passage in Tolstoy's memoirs where Tolstoy describes how at the age of 70 he would come back from his riding full of desire and lust for his wife. He, Trotsky, at 58, was returning in the same mood from his strenuous escapades on horseback. In his craving for her he breaks into the slang of sex, and then feels abashed at putting such words on paper for the first time in my life and behaving just like a young cadet officer. And as if to prove the nihil humanum, he indulges in an odd marital recrimination. He rakes up a love affair Natalia was supposed to have had as far back as 1918, and he pleads that as he had never made her the slightest reproach and had never even mentioned that affair, she should not be too severe on him, who had not given her any ground for jealousy. In reply she explains the affair of 1918. This was just after she had been appointed director of the museums department in the Commissariat of Education. She did not quite know how to organize her work, and one of her assistants, a comrade who was admittedly infatuated with her, helped her. She was grateful and treated him with sympathy, without, however, reciprocating his feelings or allowing him any intimacy. This gently comic recrimination, in which, after 35 years of common life, husband and wife found no other infidelity with which to reproach each other, reveals in quite unexpected a manner the steadfastness of their love. 38. Plate 17. Leoncidov, Lyova. Plate 18. Trotsky at his desk. In her letters Natalia appears reserved, somewhat embarrassed by his outbursts, and anxious to bring him back to himself from his introspective and effusive moods. To his harping on old age she invariably has this answer: one is old only when one has no prospect ahead and when one no longer strives for anything, and this surely could not be true of him. Pull yourself together. Get back to work. If only you do this, your cure will have begun. Before long she was again mistress of her emotions, and, though herself ill and tense, she was preoccupied with the diseases, fevers, misfortunes, and strivings of every member of the family, and was calmer and stronger than any of them. He knew her fortitude and relied on it. In one of his letters to her there occur these telling words: "You will still carry me on your shoulders, Nada, as you have carried me throughout our life." 39. Meanwhile, in the Soviet Union hardly a day passed without its human hecatomb. Towards the end of May the GPU announced that they had discovered a conspiracy at the head of which had stood Marshal Tkhachevsky, the Deputy Commissar of Defense, the modernizer and actual Commander-in-Chief of the Red Army. Outstanding generals Yakir, Yuburovich, Kork, Putna, Primakov, and others, including Gamarnik, the Chief Political Commissar of the Armed Forces, were charged with treason. With the exception of Gamarnik, who committed suicide, all were executed. Of the four marshals whose signatures appeared under the death sentence, Voroshilov, Budyeny, Blucher, and Yegorov, the last two presently also faced the firing squad. All these men had risen to their positions of command while Trotsky was Commissar of War, but most of them had never belonged to the opposition and none of them had been in contact with Trotsky since his banishment. Yet all were accused of being his and Hitler's accessories and of working for the military defeat of the Soviet Union and its dismemberment. Their executions were the prelude to a purge which affected 25,000 officers and decapitated the Red Army on the eve of the Second World War. 25 years later, after the formal rehabilitation of Tkhachevsky and most of the other generals, no light has yet been thrown on the background to this purge. According to various anti-Stalinist sources, Tkhachevsky, alarmed by the terror which was sapping the nation's morale and defenses, had planned a coup d'état in order to overthrow Stalin and break the power of the GPU, but he had done this without any connection with Trotsky, let alone with Hitler or any foreign power. Trotsky did not believe that there had been any plot, but described Tkhachevsky's fall as a symptom of a conflict between Stalin and the officer corps, a conflict which might place a military coup on the order of the day. 40. By this time the GPU were already rehearsing the trial of the 21, casting Rykov, Bukharin, Tomsky, Rakovsky, Krestinsky, and Yagoda, for the main roles. Of all these, Tomsky alone, by committing suicide, escaped the humiliation of a public trial and confession. Even before the curtain rose on this spectacle, the terror struck at the Stalinist faction too. Rudzutak, Meslok, Kossier, Shubar, Postishev, Yanukovych, Okuzava, Ilyava, Chervyakov, and others, members of the Politburo, party secretaries of Moscow, of the Ukraine, Belarusia, and Georgia, trade union leaders, heads of the State Planning Commission and of the Supreme Council of the National Economy, nearly all of them Stalinists of long standing, were branded as traitors and foreign spies, and executed. Ortjonikij, who had been devoted to Stalin for more than 30 years but became troubled in his conscience and began to oppose him, died in mysterious circumstances, or, as some believed, was driven to commit suicide. If the Trotskyists, Zinovievists, and Bukharinists were disgraced publicly, these Stalinists were destroyed secretly without open trials. The havoc which Stalin's rage wrought among them was hidden in obscurity. The terror spread beyond the Bolshevik party and caught many German, Polish, Hungarian, Italian, and Balkan communists who had lived in the Soviet Union as refugees from prisons and concentration camps in their own countries. Then the drive against Trotskyism was carried into foreign lands. In Spain, the GPU established themselves early in the Civil War and launched an attack on the POUM. Andrés Nin, the leader of the POUM, had his differences with Trotsky, who criticized him for his participation in the loyalist government of Catalonia and for adopting a timid and semi-Menshevik attitude in the revolution. Even so, Nin's policy was far too radical and independent for the Stalinism of the Popular Front period, and so he and his party were denigrated as Franco's fifth column. In the end he was kidnapped and assassinated. Whoever dared to protest, exposed himself to GPU vengeance. The witch hunts, the assassinations, and the cynicism with which Stalin used the Spanish Revolution demoralized the Republican camp and prepared its defeat. And as if in mockery, Stalin sent none other than Antonov Ovzhenko, the ex-Trotskyist and hero of 1917, to preside over the purge in Catalonia, the stronghold of the POUM. Then, after Antonov had done his job, he denounced him too as a wrecker and spy and ordered his execution. In Moscow no one was safe now, not even the inquisitors and the hangman. After Yagoda's arrest, the GPU and all secret services were purged. Their agents in Europe were lured back to face the usual accusations. As a rule, these agents knew or guessed what awaited them, but as if hypnotized they obeyed the summons. Many preferred self-immolation to asylum in any capitalist country. It was therefore a startling event, when Ignaz Reis, chief of a network of the Soviet Secret Service in Europe, resigned from his post in protest against the purges. When he made up his mind to do this, he had not even been summoned back to Moscow. Shaken by the purges, he approached Sneevliet, the Dutch Trotskyist parliamentarian, and through him Lyova, in order to warn Trotsky that Stalin had decided to liquidate Trotskyism outside the Soviet Union by the same means he was using to destroy it inside. Reis described the infernal sadism and blackmail, the long and horrible interrogations, through which the GPU had obtained the confessions in the Moscow trials, and the moral torture and confusion in which the old generation of Bolsheviks was meeting its doom, but he also depicted the young communists who refused to submit and still filled prison yards and execution places with the cry, "Long live Trotsky." 41. On July 18, Reis addressed a message from Paris to the Central Committee in Moscow announcing his break with Stalinism and adherence to the Fourth International. "The day is not far," he stated, "when international socialism will sit in judgment over all the crimes committed in the last 10 years. Nothing will be forgotten, nothing forgiven. The leader of genius, father of the peoples, son of socialism will have to give account for all his deeds. I am returning to you the Order of the Red Banner awarded to me in 1928. To wear it, would be beneath my dignity." 42. 6 weeks later, on September 4, Reis was found dead, his body bullet-ridden, on a Swiss road near Lausanne. The GPU had known about his decision even before he handed his letter of resignation to an official of the Soviet embassy in Paris. Knowing the disgust which the purges had aroused even among his former colleagues in the Secret Service, he had hoped to persuade some of them to follow his example. With this purpose in mind he had arranged to meet in Lausanne Gertrude Skildbach, a Soviet agent resident in Italy, who had been a friend of his for close on 20 years. They met, she pretended sympathy, and after their first talk, she lured him to another meeting on the outskirts of Lausanne. There the GPU had laid a trap for him. The Swiss and French police soon brought to light some of the circumstances. Using clues found in an abandoned blood-stained car and in luggage left in hotels, they established the identity of the assassins. These, it turned out, had been members of the Society for the Repatriation of Russian Émigrés in Paris, a society sponsored by the Soviet embassy. The police ascertained that the gang which had killed Rice had long kept a watch on Lyova also. A woman in whose name the blood-stained car was hired, had been detailed to shadow him. He recalled that a year earlier she had followed him to the south of France, where he had gone for a short rest, had installed herself in his pension and had occasionally urged him with strange insistence to go out with her on sailing trips. Further investigation disclosed that the same gang had laid a trap for Lyova in Mulhouse, near the Swiss border, in January 1937, when he was planning to go there in order to discuss with a Swiss lawyer a lawsuit against Swiss Stalinists. He avoided the trap because ill health prevented him from making the journey, but the gang had gone on shadowing him throughout the first half of the year and he sensed it. In July and August he was puzzled to notice that the watch on him had almost ceased. Evidently his pursuers were then busy keeping track of Rice. Now they could be expected to return to their old hunt. 43. Lyova was startled to learn from the interrogation how quickly and accurately the GPU agents were as a rule informed about all his plans and moves. By whom? And who had informed them about Rice's intentions? Some Trotskyists already wondered whether an agent provocateur was not to be found among Lyova's closest friends, and suspicion turned on Etienne, who had quite recently worked for the Society for the Repatriation of Russian Émigrés. Sneevliet's distrust of Etienne was so strong that after Rice had approached him, he at first refused to put him in touch with the Trotskyist center in Paris, fearing that this would be dangerous. 44 Lyova, however, refused to countenance any suspicion of his best and most reliable comrade. With the feeling that a mysterious noose was tightening around his neck, Lyova wrote Rice's obituary for the Bulletin. 45 The father of the peoples and his Yezhovs know all too well how many potential Rices there are around. Stalin's designs will be defeated. No one can bring history to a halt with a gun. Stalinism is doomed, it is rotting and disintegrating before our eyes. The day is near when its stinking corpse will be thrown into the sewers of history. Yet Rice's fate deterred potential imitators. In the next few weeks only two of these came forward, Walter Krivitsky, another senior agent of the Secret Service, and Alexander Barmin, Soviet charge d'affaires in Athens. They too, having broken with their government, sought contact with Trotsky, whose adherents they had never been, because, as Krivitsky put it, Trotsky was surrounded by an aureole even in the eyes of the GPU men assigned to the struggle against Trotskyism. 46 These were strange converts. Krivitsky feared that Trotsky and his adherents would distrust and despise him as one who had spent so many years in Stalin's service. He was therefore anxious to justify his past at the very moment he was breaking with it. Rice's widow accused him of complicity in the assassination of her husband. He bowed his head and confessed that he was not blameless. 47 He was eager to wipe out his guilt by revealing the truth about the purges, yet he was also anxious to guard the many secrets in his possession which had a bearing on Soviet military security. Lyova listened to his tortured confidences with some distaste. But he considered it his duty to transmit the information to his father and also to help, comfort, and as far as possible protect any Soviet citizen who broke with Stalinism. Trotsky, on his part, urged Krivitsky and Barmin, for their own safety and for the sake of political clarity, to come out against Stalin unequivocally and in broad daylight. He was uneasy about their contortions and impatient with Lyova's indulgence. This led to renewed altercations between father and son. 48. Meanwhile, the presence of an agent provocateur in Lyova's circle caused more and more suspicion and confusion. Krivitsky had confirmed Rice's warnings about the forthcoming assassinations of Trotskyists and said that the GPU had their eyes and ears inside the Trotskyist center in Paris. He was, however, unable to identify the agent provocateur, and he cast a suspicion on Victor Serge, of all people. The GPU, he said, would not have released Serge and allowed him to leave the Soviet Union unless they were sure that he would spy for them on the Trotskyists. No one was, of course, less suited to act such a part than Serge. He was one of Trotsky's early adherents, a gifted and generous, though politically ingenuous, man of letters. The worst that might be said of him was that he had a foible for vainglorious chatter, and that this was a grave fault in a member of an organization which had to guard its secrets from the GPU. In any case, suspicion began to cling indiscriminately to anyone, even to Lyova himself, while the actual agent provocateur went on collecting and reading Trotsky's mail, shared all of Lyova's secrets, and used his wiles to keep his own reputation clear by casting distrust upon others. 49. The French police, continuing to investigate the Rice case, discovered that one of the gang of assassins had applied for a Mexican visa and had supplied himself with detailed plans of Mexico City. Lyova at once conveyed the warning to Coyoacan. The police also took a grave view of the danger to Lyova's life and assigned a special guard to him. 51 of his comrades, almost certainly Clement, Adolf, took Lyova's plight so much to heart that he wrote to Trotsky and Natalia begging them to ask Lyova to leave France at once and join them in Mexico. Lyova, he warned them, was ill, nearly exhausted, exposed to constant danger, yet convinced that he was irreplaceable in Paris and that he must remain at his post. This was not so, however, for his comrades could replace him, and if he were to stay on in Paris, he would be quite helpless against the G.P.U. At the very least his parents should ask him to come over to Mexico for a time, to rest and convalesce there. He is able, brave, and energetic, and we must save him. 51. This touching solicitude did not have the effect it should have had. Trotsky was well aware, of course, that Lyova's life was in jeopardy. He had urged him unceasingly to be prudent and avoid any contact with people on whom the GPU might have a hold, especially with nostalgic Russian émigrés. Just before the Rice affair he had written, "If an attempt is made on your life or mine, Stalin will be blamed, but he has nothing to lose, in honor anyhow." Yet he discouraged the idea of Lyova's move from France. When Lyova insisted that he was irreplaceable in Paris and assured him that to protect himself he was assuming an incognito, as Trotsky had done at Barbizon, Trotsky wrote back that Lyova would gain nothing by leaving France, the United States was not likely to admit him and Mexico would offer him even less security than France. He did not wish his son to shut himself up in the Coyoacan semi-prison, and the discords between father and son perhaps made both of them reluctant to contemplate reunion. Trotsky's final letter about this ended with these spare and tense sentences: "Voilà, mon petit, this is what I can tell you. It isn't much. But, it's all. You ought to keep now whatever you can cash from the publishers. You will need it all. J.E.T.M. Brass." Ton View 52. There was in this letter, of which Trotsky was to think with bitter self-reproach a few months later, something of the message sent out to a fighter holding out in a doomed forward position beyond all succor. Yet Trotsky had some ground for thinking that Mexico would offer Lyova even less security than France. Many GPU agents, often disguised as refugees from Spain, had just installed themselves in Mexico, and the clamor for Trotsky's expulsion was growing more and more strident. Before the turn of the year the walls of Mexico City were covered with posters accusing him of conspiring with reactionary generals to overthrow President Cardenas and to establish a fascist dictatorship in Mexico. There was no saying whither the vilification might lead. The gloom of these months was only momentarily relieved in September, when the Dewey Commission concluded the counter-trial and pronounced the verdict. This stated pointedly, on the basis of all evidence, we find that the Moscow trials of August 1936 and January 1937 were frame ups, we find Leon Trotsky and Leon Sedov not guilty. 53. Trotsky received this verdict with joy. Yet its effect was small, if not negligible. Dewey's voice commanded some attention in the United States, but it was ignored in Europe, where opinion was preoccupied with the critical events of the year, the last year before Munich, and with the vicissitudes of the French Popular Front and the Spanish Civil War. Trotsky was again disappointed, and when the bulletin which was to carry the verdict was slow in appearing, he was so irritated that he chided Lyova for this crime and political blindness. "I am utterly dissatisfied," he wrote to him on January 21, 1938, with the way the bulletin is conducted, and I must pose anew the question of its transfer to New York. By this time Lyova's strength had ebbed away. He had lived, as Serge puts it, an infernal life. He endured poverty and personal frustrations more easily than blows to his faith and pride. To quote Serge again, more than once, lingering until dawn in the streets of Montparnasse, we tried together to unravel the tangle of the Moscow trials. Every now and then, stopping under a street lamp, one of us would exclaim, "We are in a labyrinth of sheer madness." 54 Overworked, penniless, and anxious about his father, Lyova lived permanently in this labyrinth. He went on echoing his father's arguments, denunciations, and hopes. But with each of the trials something snapped in him. His brightest memories of childhood and adolescence had been bound up with the men in the dock. Kamina was his uncle, Bukharin almost an affectionate playmate, Rakovsky, Smirnov, Muralov, and so many others elder friends and comrades, all ardently admired for their revolutionary virtues and courage. He brooded over their degradation and could not reconcile himself to it. How had it been possible to break every one of them and make them crawl through so much mud and blood? Would at least one of them not stand up in the dock, abjure his confession, and tear in shreds all the false and terrible accusations? In vain Lyova waited for this to happen. He was shocked and pained when Lenin's widow was reported to have come out in support of the trials. For the nth time he repeated that the Stalinist bureaucracy, aspiring to become a new possessing class, had finally betrayed the revolution. But even this interpretation failed to account for all the blood and fury. Yes, this was the labyrinth of sheer madness. Would even his father's clear-sighted genius be able to find the way out? Sickness of heart, despair, fever, insomnia. Reluctant to leave his post, he delayed an operation for appendicitis, despite recurrent sharp attacks. He ate little, was unnerved, and moved about droopingly. Yet in the first days of February he at last brought out the bulletin with the verdict of the Dewey Commission. He joyfully reported this to Coyoacan, enclosing the proofs, and outlined his plans for further work, without giving any hint about his health. This was the last letter he wrote to his parents. On February 8 he was still working, but ate nothing the whole day and spent much time with Etienne. In the evening he had another attack, the worst of all. He could not delay the operation any longer, and he wrote a letter, which he sealed and handed to his wife, telling her to open it only if some accident happened to him. He talked to Etienne again, and wished to see no one else. They agreed that he must not enter a French hospital and register under his own name, for, if he did, the GPU would easily discover his whereabouts. He was to go to a small private clinic run by some Russian émigré doctors. He was to present himself as Monsieur Martin, a French engineer, and he was to speak only French. No French comrade, however, was to know where he was or to visit him. Having agreed on all this, Etienne ordered the ambulance. 55. Even on the face of it this was an incredibly absurd arrangement. Russian émigrés were the last people among whom Lyova could hope to pass for a Frenchman. He was all too likely to lapse into his native tongue in fever or under an anesthetic. It was preposterous that in the whole of Paris the only hospital or clinic found for him should be one staffed by the very people whom, since Rice's assassination, he had avoided like the plague. Yet he agreed at once to go, although, when his wife and Etienne took him there, he was neither delirious nor unconscious. Evidently, his critical sense and instinct of self-preservation were blunted. He was operated on that same evening. In the next few days he seemed to recover well and rapidly. Apart from his wife, only Etienne came to see him. The visits cheered him up, they talked about politics and matters of organization, and he invariably begged Etienne to come back as soon as possible. When some French Trotskyists wished to see him, Etienne told them, with the appropriate air of mystery, that they could not do so and that the address must be kept secret even from them if it was to remain a secret to the GPU. When one of the French comrades was startled by this excess of caution, Etienne promised to talk the matter over with Lyova, but no one was admitted to the patient's bedside. 4 days passed. Then, all of a sudden, the patient suffered a grave relapse. He was seized by attacks of pain and lost consciousness. On the night of February 13 he was seen wandering half-naked and delirious through corridors and wards, which for some reason were unattended and unguarded. He was raving in Russian. Next morning his surgeon was so surprised by his state that he asked Jean whether her husband might not have attempted to take his own life had he not been recently in a suicidal mood. Jean denied this, burst into tears, and said that the GPU must have poisoned him. Another operation was carried out urgently, but it brought no improvement. The patient suffered terrible agony, and the doctors tried to save him by repeated blood transfusions. It was in vain. On February 16, 1938 he died at the age of 32. Did he, as his widow claimed, die at the hands of the GPU? Much of the circumstantial evidence suggests that this was the case. In the Moscow trials he had been branded as his father's most active assistant, indeed, as the chief of staff of the Trotskyist Zinovyevist conspiracy. The youngster is working well, without him the old man would have found the going much harder, it had often been said at GPU headquarters in Moscow, according to Rice's and Krivitsky's testimony. It was in the G.P.U.'s interest to deprive Trotsky of his help, especially as this was sure to gratify Stalin's vengefulness. The GPU had a most reliable informer and agent at his side who had brought him to the spot where he was to meet his death. The GPU had every reason to hope that once Lyova was out of the way, their agent would take his place at the Russian section of the Trotskyist organization and establish direct contact with Trotsky. At the clinic not only doctors and nurses but even cooks and porters were Russian émigrés, some of them members of the Repatriation Society. Nothing would have been easier for the GPU than to find an agent among them, who would somehow administer poison to the patient. With so many murders on their conscience, would the GPU have scrupled over this one? But there is no certainty. An inquest held at Jean's demand yielded no proof of foul play. Police and doctors emphatically denied poisoning or any other attempt on Lyova's life. They attributed his death to a post-operational complication, intestinal occlusion, heart failure, and low powers of resistance. An eminent doctor who was also a friend of the Trotsky family accepted their opinion. On the other hand, Trotsky and his daughter-in-law asked a number of pertinent questions which remained unclarified. Was it by sheer accident that Lyova found himself in the Russian clinic? Trotsky did not know that no sooner had Etienne called the ambulance than he informed the GPU, as Etienne himself has since confessed. The staff of the clinic maintained that they had been unaware of Lyova's identity and nationality. But eyewitnesses maintained that they had heard him raving and even arguing about politics in Russian. Why had Lyova's surgeon been inclined to attribute the deterioration of his state to a suicidal attempt rather than to any natural cause? According to Lyova's widow, that surgeon lapsed into terrified silence as soon as the scandal blew up, and he took cover behind his duty to guard his professional secrets. It was in vain that Jean tried to bring these obscure circumstances to the notice of the examining magistrate, and that Trotsky pointed out that the routine inquest took no account of the G.P.U.'s perfected and recondite techniques of assassination. Did the French police, as Trotsky surmised, hush up the matter in order to cover their own inefficiency? Or were there, within the Popular Front, powerful political influences at work to prevent a thorough investigation? Nothing was left for the family but to demand a new inquest. 56. When the news reached Mexico, Trotsky was away from Coyoacán. A few days earlier Rivera had noticed unknown people prowling around the Blue House and spying on its inhabitants from an observation post in the neighborhood. He was alarmed, and he arranged that Trotsky should move out and stay for some time with Antonio Hidalgo, an old revolutionary and Rivera's friend, at Chapultepec Park. There, on February 16, Trotsky was working on his essay, Their Morals and Ours, when evening papers announced Lyova's death. Rivera, when he read the news, telephoned to Paris hoping for a denial, and then went to Trotsky at Chapultepec Park. Trotsky refused to believe it, exploded with anger, and showed the door to Rivera, but then went back with him to Coyoacan to break the news to Natalia. I was just sorting out old pictures, photographs of our children, she writes. The bell rang, and I was surprised to see Leon Davidovich coming in. I went out to meet him. He entered, his head bowed as I had never seen it, his face ash-gray and his whole look suddenly age-worn. "What has happened?" I asked in alarm. "Are you ill?" He answered in a low voice, "Lyova is ill. Our little Lyova." 57. For many days he and Natalia remained closed in his room, petrified with pain, and unable to see secretaries, receive friends, or answer condolences. None spake a word unto him, for they saw that his grief was very great. When after 8 days he emerged, his eyes were swollen, his beard overgrown, and he could not bring out his voice. Several weeks later he wrote to Jean, "Natalia is not yet capable of answering you. She is reading and rereading your letters and weeping, weeping. When I manage to free myself from work, I weep with her." 58. Mingled with his grief was compunction for the harsh rebukes he had not spared his son this last year and the advice he had given him to stay on in Paris. This was the third time he was mourning a child, and each time there was greater remorse in the mourning. After Nina's death, in 1928, he reproached himself for not having done enough to comfort her and not even having written to her in her last weeks. Zina was estranged from him when she killed herself, and now Lyova had met his doom at the post where he had urged him to hold out. With none of his children had he shared so much of his life and struggle as with Lyova, and no other loss had left him so desolate. In these days of mourning he wrote Lyova's obituary, a THRE note unique in world literature. 59. Now as together with Lev Sedov's mother I write these lines, we cannot yet believe it. Not only because he was our son, faithful, devoted, and loving, but because like no one else he had entered our life and grown into it with all his roots. The old generation with whom we once embarked upon the road of revolution, has been swept off the stage. What Tsarist deportations, prisons, and katorga, what the privations of life in exile, what civil war, and what illness had not done, Stalin, the worst scourge of the revolution, has accomplished in these last few years. The better part of the middle generation, those, whom the year 1917 awakened and who received their training in 24 armies on the revolutionary front, have also been exterminated. The best part of the young generation, Lyova's contemporaries, has also been trampled down and crushed. In these years of exile we have made many new friends, some of whom have become, like members of our family. But we first met all of them, when we were already approaching old age. Lyova alone knew us when we were young, he participated in our life from the moment he acquired self-awareness. Remaining young, he became almost like our contemporary. Simply and tenderly he recollected Lyova's short life, depicting the child, scuffling with his father's jailers, bringing food parcels and books to the prison, making friends with revolutionary sailors, and hiding under a bench in the Soviet government's conference hall so as to see how Lenin directed the revolution. He portrayed the adolescent, who during the great and hungry years of civil war would bring home, in the sleeves of a tattered jacket, a fresh roll given him by baker's apprentices, among whom he worked as a political agitator, and who, detesting bureaucratic privilege, refused to travel with his father by motor car and left the parental home in the Kremlin for a proletarian students' hostel and, joining voluntary workers' teams, swept the snow off Moscow's streets, unloaded bread and timber from trains, repaired locomotives, and liquidated illiteracy. He recalled the young man, the oppositionist, who without a moment's hesitation left his wife and child to go with his parents into banishment, who, at Alma-Ata, where they lived surrounded by the GPU, assured his father's contact with the outside world, and went out, sometimes in the dead of night, in rain or snowstorm, to meet a comrade clandestinely in woods outside the town, in a crowded bazaar, in a library, or even in a public bath. Each time he would return animated and happy, with a bellicose little fire in his eyes and with a treasured trophy under his coat. How well he understood people! He knew many more oppositionists than I did. His revolutionary instinct allowed him, without hesitation, to tell the genuine from the false. His mother's eyes, and she knew the son better than I did, shone with pride. Here the father's feelings of remorse found their outlet. He mentioned his exacting demands on Lyova and explained these apologetically by his, Trotsky's, pedantic habits of work and his inclination to demand the utmost from those who were closest to him and who had been closer than Lyova. It might appear that our relationship was marked by a certain severity and estrangement. But underneath there, lived a deep, a burning mutual attachment, springing from something immeasurably greater than blood kinship, from commonly held views, from shared sympathies and hates, from joys and sufferings experienced together, and from great hopes cherished in common. Some saw Lyova as merely a great father's little son. But they were mistaken, as were those who for a long time thought in this way of Karl Liebknecht. Only circumstances had not allowed Lyova to rise to his full stature. Here comes a perhaps over-generous acknowledgement of Lyova's share in his father's literary work. On almost all my books written since the year 1929 his name should in justice have figured next to mine. With what relief and joy his parents, in their Norwegian internment, had received a copy of Lyova's Livre Rouge, the first crushing retort to the slanderers in the Kremlin. How right the GPU men were who had said that without the youngster the old man would have found the going much harder, and how much harder it would be now. He again contemplated the ordeals which this very sensitive and delicate being had had to endure, the endless hail of lies and calumnies, the long series of desertions and surrenders of former friends and comrades, Zena's suicide, and finally the trials which deeply shook his moral organism. Whatever the truth about the direct cause of Lyova's death, whether he died exhausted by these ordeals or whether the GPU had poisoned him, in either case it was they and their master that were guilty of his death. The great lament ended on the note on which it had begun. His mother, who was closer to him than anyone in the world, and I, as we are living through these terrible hours, recall his image feature by feature, we refuse to believe that he is no more, and we weep because it is impossible not to believe. He was part of us, our young part. Together with our boy has died everything that still remained young in us. Your mother and I never thought, never expected, that fate would lay this task on us, that we should have to write your obituary. But we have not been able to save you. It was almost certain by now that Sergei had also perished, although there was no official information about this and none was to be available even 25 years later. From a political prisoner, however, who early in 1937 shared a cell with him in Moscow's Butyrki, we have this account. 60 For several months in 1936 the GPU pressed Sergei to renounce publicly his father and all his father stood for. Sergei refused, was sentenced to 5 years' labor in a concentration camp, and was deported to Vorkuta. There towards the end of the year the Trotskyists were being assembled from many other camps. It was there, behind the barbed wire, that Sergei first came into close contact with them, and although he refused to consider himself a Trotskyist even now, he spoke with deep gratitude and respect of his father's adherents, especially those who had held out without any surrender for nearly 10 years. He took part in a hunger strike which they proclaimed and which lasted more than 3 months, and he was near death. 61. At the beginning of 1937 he was brought back to Moscow for yet another interrogation. It was then that the prisoner from whom we draw our account met him. He did not hope to be freed or to get any relief, for he was convinced that all his father's followers and he with them would be exterminated. Yet he behaved with stoic equanimity, drawing strength from his intellectual and moral resources. Discussing the G.P.U.S. methods of interrogation, he expressed the opinion that any educated man should be equal to them. He pointed out that a century earlier Balzac had described all these tricks and techniques very accurately and that they were still almost exactly the same. He faced the future with complete calm and would under no circumstances make any statement that would implicate in the slightest degree either himself or anyone else. He evidently stuck it out to the end, for if the GPU had succeeded in wresting any confession from him, they would have broadcast the fact all over the world. He guessed that his parents must fear that he, their non-political son, might lack the conviction and courage necessary to endure his lot, and he regretted most of all that no one would ever be able to tell them, especially his mother, about the change that had occurred in him, for he did not believe that anyone of all those whom he had met since his imprisonment would live to tell the story. The author of this account soon lost sight of Sergei, but heard of his execution from other prisoners. Much later, in 1939, a message of dubious trustworthiness, which reached Trotsky through an American journalist, claimed that Sergei had still been alive late in 1938, but after that nothing more was heard about him. 62. Of Trotsky's offspring, only Seva, Zina's son, who was now 12 years old, was left alive outside the USSR. Nothing was or is known of what happened to Trotsky's other grandchildren. Seva had been brought up by Lyova and Jean, who, herself childless, had been a mother to him and had become passionately and obsessively attached to him. In his first letter after Lyova's death, Trotsky invited her to come with the child to Mexico. "I love you greatly, Jean," he wrote, "and for Natalia you are not only a daughter loved tenderly and discreetly as only Natalia can love, but also part of Lyova, of what is left of his most intimate life." They both wished nothing more than that she and Seva should live with them in Mexico. But if this was not Jean's wish, let her at least visit them, and if you think that it would be too difficult for you now to separate yourself from Seva, we shall understand your feelings. 63. Here, however, the sorrowful tale shades off into the grotesque, and becomes entangled in the squabbles of the Trotskyist sects in Paris. Lyova and Jean had belonged to two different groups, he to the Orthodox Trotskyists, she to the Molinier set. It says much for his tact and dignity that in the letter he left in lieu of a will, he declared that despite this difference, and despite, one may add, their unhappy marital life, he held her in the highest esteem and had unreserved confidence in her. Yet the furious competition of the rival sects did not spare even Lyova's dead body. It fastened on the little orphan, and it involved Trotsky himself in a preposterous situation. 64. Jean, pressing desperately for a new inquest on Lyova, authorized a lawyer who was a member of the Molinier set to represent the family interest vis-à-vis the French magistrates and police. The Orthodox Trotskyists, and Gerard Rosenthal, who was Trotsky's lawyer, denied Jean the right to do this and maintained that Lyova's parents alone were entitled to speak for the family. The conflicting claims only made it easier for the police and the magistrates to ignore the demand for the inquest. 65. Another rumpus broke out over Trotsky's archives. Since Lyova's death these had been in Jean's possession and so, indirectly, in the hands of the Molinier group. Trotsky asked that the archives be returned to him through one of his Orthodox French followers. Jean refused to hand them over. The relations between her and Lyova's parents cooled off abruptly and even grew hostile. Trotsky eventually recovered the archives, but not before he sent an American follower of his to Paris to collect them. Despite repeated urgings, Jean refused to come to Mexico or to send the child there. She was neurotic, her mind was quite unsettled now, and she would not agree to part with her ward even temporarily. The rival factions kicked up a row over this too, and, much though Trotsky tried to conciliate his daughter-in-law, they rendered any agreement impossible. Whether because after the loss of all his children Trotsky was more than eager to recover his grandchild, the only one he could recover, or because he was afraid of leaving the orphan, as he put it, under the care of un esprit très ombrage et malheureusement déséquilibre, or for both these reasons, he decided to go to law. An unseemly litigation followed, which dragged on for a year, providing grist for sensational newspapers and sectarian sheets. 66. In her despair at losing the child, Jean sought to invalidate Trotsky's claim by asserting that he had never legalized either his first or his second marriage, and Trotsky had to prove that this was not true. Even under this provocation he expressed, in a letter to the court, his understanding of Jean's emotional predicament, recognized her moral, though not her legal, write to the child, and renewed the invitation to her, offering to pay the cost of her journey to Mexico. He even declared himself willing to consider returning Seva to her, but not before he had had the chance to see him. 67 Twice the court adjudicated in Trotsky's favor and appointed trustees to ensure that the orphan was given back to the grandfather, but Jean refused to comply, took the boy away from Paris, and hid him. Only after a long search and a winter expedition to the Vosges, did Marguerite Rosmer trace the child and wrest him from his aunt's hands. This was not the end yet, for Jean's friends made an attempt to abduct the child, and it was not until October 1939 that the Rosmers at last brought him to Coyoacan. In a pathetic letter, Trotsky tried to explain to Seva why he insisted on his coming to Mexico. As he avoided making any derogatory remark about Jean, he could not give the child his main reason, and so the explanation was awkward and unconvincing. Mon petit Seva, Uncle Leon is no more, and we should keep in direct touch with each other, my dear boy. I do not know where your father is or whether he is still alive. In his last letter to me, written over 4 years ago, he asked insistently whether you had not forgotten the Russian language. Although your father is a very intelligent and educated man, he does not speak foreign languages. It would be a terrible blow to him if finding you one day he were unable to communicate with you. The same goes for your sister. You may imagine what a sad reunion this would be if you could not talk with your little sister in your native tongue. You are a big boy now, and so I want to talk to you also about something else that is of great importance, the ideas that were and are common to your mother and father, to your Uncle Leon, and to me and Natalia. I greatly desire to explain to you personally the high value of these ideas and purposes, for the sake of which our family has suffered and is suffering so much. I bear full responsibility for you, my grandson, before myself, before your father if he is alive, and before yourself. And in words which were strangely stiff and out of place in a letter to a child, he concluded, that is why my decision about your journey is irrevocable. 68. Meanwhile the GPU continued to weave their intrigue. Etienne had no difficulty in taking Liova's place in the Trotskyist organization in Paris. He now published the Bulletin, was Trotsky's most important correspondent in Europe, and kept in touch with new refugees from the Stalinist terror who sought contact with Trotsky. The Russian section of the organization had only 3 or 4 members in Paris, of whom none was as well versed in Soviet affairs and as educated and industrious as Etienne. From Liova's letters Trotsky knew that Liova had regarded him as his most intimate and reliable friend, and the agent provocateur now did what he could to confirm this opinion of himself. Playing on Trotsky's paternal grief and sensibilities, he sought to arouse Trotsky's distrust of people who were in his, Etienne's, way. Within a week of Liova's death, he wrote to Trotsky with all due indignation that Sneevliet was spreading the slanderous rumor that Liova had been responsible for Rice's death, and with seeming casualness he reminded Trotsky of Liova's complete trust in him, Etienne, who had all the time held the key to Liova's letter box and collected all his mail. 69 Trotsky, who had his political differences with Sneevliet, replied with an angry outburst against the slanderer. 70 The agent provocateur was, of course, the model of an orthodox Trotskyist, never dissenting from the old man, yet never appearing as a contemptible yes-man either. Careful to give abundant yet not over-ostentatious proof of devotion, he inquired with touching concern about the old man's health and well-being, addressing, however, such questions not to Trotsky himself but to one of the secretaries. With Trotsky directly he discussed political questions and the contents of the bulletin, which now appeared more regularly than it had done for a long time. He asked Trotsky for a commemorative article on Rice, which, he said, he was anxious to publish on the anniversary of Rice's death. He saw to it that the paper should come out with a proper tribute to Liova, too, on his first anniversary. He gave Trotsky notice that the bulletin was going to come out with an article, Trotsky's Life in Danger, exposing the activities of GPU agents in Mexico. He supplied Trotsky with data and quotations drawn from files of old Russian newspapers and from other, not easily accessible, publications, data and quotations which Trotsky needed for his Stalin. In a word, he made himself indispensable, almost as indispensable as Lyova had been. And all the time he unobtrusively added fuel to the feud between the sects and the quarrel between Trotsky and Jean, until Trotsky refused to support Jean's application for a new official inquiry into the circumstances of Lyova's death. Etienne himself did what he could to obstruct the inquiry, presenting himself to the French police as Leon Sidoff's closest friend. He dismissed any suspicion of foul play, saying that Lyova's death had been due to the feeble resistance of his constitution. 71. The agent provocateur was also at the center of the preparations which the Trotskyists were making for the foundation congresses of the Fourth International. In the very middle of the preparations, on July 13, 1938, Rudolf Clement, the German émigré who had been Trotsky's secretary at Barbizon and was the secretary of the would-be International, vanished mysteriously from his home in Paris. About a fortnight later Trotsky received a letter, ostensibly written and signed by Clement, but posted from New York, which denounced Trotsky's alliance with Hitler, collaboration with the Gestapo, and having repeated the usual Stalinist accusations, the writer announced his break with Trotsky. Several French Trotskyists received copies of this letter which had been posted at Perpignan. The letter contains so many incongruities and blunders, which Clement could not possibly have committed, that Trotsky at once concluded that it was plain forgery or that Clement had written it under duress, while a GPU man pointed a revolver at him. Let Clement, if he is still alive, come forward and state before the judiciary, the police, or any impartial commission everything he knows. One can foretell that the GPU will in no case let him out of their hands. 72 Shortly thereafter Clement's body, horribly mutilated, was found washed ashore by the waters of the Seine. The gang that had assassinated Rice had evidently killed him too, and one of the killers had assumed in Clement's name the attitude of a disillusioned follower breaking with Trotsky. 2 years later Trotsky's assassin was to adopt the same pose. Why had the GPU picked Clement? He had not been outstanding among the Trotskyists for any special ability, but he had been a modest and selfless worker who kept his eyes wide open to what was going on in the organization. It was, we think, he who had urged Trotsky and Natalia to ask Lyova to leave France. Had he recently come into possession of some important GPU secret? Had he been on the track of their agent provocateur, perhaps about to unmask him? This, Trotsky guessed, would plausibly explain why the GPU pounced and why they killed him in so vindictive and cruel a manner. 73. By this time Sneevliet's suspicion of Etienne had hardened into a certainty, and both he and Serge voiced it openly. The agent provocateur was so brazen as to ask Trotsky what to do about it. Trotsky replied that he should at once challenge his accusers to lay their charges before a competent commission. Comrade Etienne should take this step, and the sooner, the more categorically and firmly he does it the better. Trotsky could give no other advice. In such cases it was customary and obligatory for a man who had come under suspicion to ask for an investigation and for a chance to clear his honor. But Trotsky himself did not believe the accusation. 74. To make the strange tale stranger, another warning reached Trotsky within a month. It came from a senior officer of the GPU, now a refugee in the United States. The author of the warning was, however, so afraid of the GPU that he refused to disclose his identity and pretended to be an old American Jew of Russian origin conveying the message to Trotsky from a relative of his, a GPU officer who had fled to Japan. The correspondent begged Trotsky to beware of a dangerous stool pigeon in Paris, who was called Mark. He did not know Mark's family name, but gave so detailed and accurate a description of Etienne's person, background, and relations with Lyova, that Trotsky could have no doubt to whom he was referring. The writer was amazed at the credulity and carelessness of the Trotskyists in Paris, whose suspicions had not been aroused even by the fact, which he claimed was well known, that Mark had worked in the notorious Society for the Repatriation of Russian Émigrés, and he assured Trotsky that if only they watched the stool pigeon they would find that secretly he was still meeting officials of the Soviet embassy. Whether Mark was guilty of Lyova's death, the correspondent did not know, but he feared that what was on the agenda now was Trotsky's assassination, which was to be carried out either by Mark himself or by some Spaniard posing as a Trotskyist. This was a weighty warning. "The main thing, Lev Davidovich," the correspondent urged, "is that you should be on your guard. Distrust any man or woman whom this agent provocateur may send or recommend to you." 75. Trotsky did not leave the warning altogether unheeded. Through a note in a Trotskyist paper, he asked the correspondent to get in touch with his followers in New York. The correspondent, afraid of revealing himself to them, tried to speak to Trotsky over the telephone from New York, but failed to contact him. The apparent lack of response on the correspondent's part and the strange form of his warning made Trotsky doubt his trustworthiness. Nevertheless, a small commission was formed at Coyoacan to investigate the matter, but it found no substance in the charges against Etienne. Trotsky wondered whether the denunciation was not a GPU hoax, designed to discredit the man who appeared to be the most efficient and devoted of his assistants, who spoke and wrote Russian, was thoroughly versed in Soviet affairs, and edited the bulletin. All too many accusations had already been bandied about in the small Trotskyist circle in Paris anyhow, and if all of these were to be taken seriously, there would be no end to the chasing of agents provocateurs. He knew all too well what a curse stool pigeons were in any organization, but he also knew that constant suspicion and witch hunting could be even worse. He decided not to lend ear to any accusation unless it was unequivocally presented and substantiated. He preferred to take the gravest risks and to expose himself to extreme danger rather than to infect and demoralize his followers with distrust and scares. And so the agent provocateur went on acting as his factotum in Paris until the outbreak of the war. 76. Within a fortnight of Lyova's death, Bukharin, Rykov, Rakovsky, Krestinsky, and Yagoda appeared in the dock in Moscow. It might have seemed that in the previous trials the macabre imagination of the stage producer had reached the limit. But those trials looked almost like essays in moderate realism compared with the new phantasmagoria. Once again prosecutor and defendants denounced Trotsky as the chief of the conspiracy, which this time included the Bukharinists, who had been his deadly enemies. Lyova loomed as his father's accomplice even larger than in the earlier indictments. After a feeble attempt to deny the accusations, Krestinsky confessed that he had repeatedly conspired with Trotsky personally and Lyova in Berlin and various European resorts, that he had contacted Lyova with General von Seeckt, chief of the Reichswehr, and had paid out 2 million gold marks, nearly $1 million, and various other sums to finance the conspiracy. Trotsky and the defendants were now depicted as the agents not only of Hitler and the Mikado, but of British military intelligence as well, and even of the Polish Czim Bureau. To the familiar tales about attempts on the lives of Stalin, Voroshilov, and Kaganovich, and about railway catastrophes, colliery explosions, and mass poisonings of workers, were added stories about the assassination of Gorky, Menzinsky, Kuibyshev, and even of Sverdlov, who had died in 1919. All these Trotsky had on his conscience. With each confession, the conspiracy not only grew in scope and swelled beyond the bounds of reason, it also extended back in time, to the very first weeks of the Soviet regime, and even to earlier periods. Like Ghosts, Kamkov, and Karelin, once leaders of the left social revolutionaries, came to the courtroom to testify that in 1918, when they staged their anti-Bolshevik insurrection, they had acted in secret accord with Bukharin, who was out to assassinate Lenin. Yagoda, who had for 10 years been in charge of the persecution of the Trotskyists, had deported them en masse, had introduced torture in prisons and concentration camps, and had prepared the trial of Zinoviev and Kamina, now claimed to have been all this time a mere tool in Trotsky's hands. Alongside former members of the Politburo or the Central Committee and ministers and ambassadors, a group of distinguished doctors sat in the dock. One of them, Dr. Levin, a septuagenarian, had been Lenin's and Stalin's personal physician since the revolution, and he was charged with having, on Yagoda's orders, poisoned Gorky and Kuibyshev. For many hours in the course of several sessions the doctors related how they plied their poisonous trade within the walls of the Kremlin, describing all manner of sadistic procedures in which they had allegedly indulged. 77. Trotsky compared this trial with the Rasputin affair, for the trial, he said, reeked with the same rot and decay of an autocracy. Perhaps nothing shows more tellingly than this comparison how his mind boggled at the spectacle. The Rasputin affair had, of course, been a puny and almost innocuous incident, compared with any of these trials, and the trials can hardly be said to have hastened Stalin's downfall even though they were to cover his memory with shame and disgrace. Yet Trotsky found no more adequate precedent or parallel, because none existed. Stalin had in a sense surpassed all historical experience and imagination. He set a new scale to the terror and imparted to it a new dimension. As the trials proceeded, any rational reaction to them became more and more helpless. Trotsky went on exposing the absurdities of the case, elaborating methodically his alibi, and proving that neither he nor Lyova could have conspired with any of the defendants, let alone with General von Seeckt, at the places and the dates indicated. In this criminal activity he commented prime ministers, ministers, generals, marshals, and ambassadors, appear invariably to have taken their orders from a single quarter, not from their official leader but from a banished man. A wink from Trotsky was enough for veterans of the revolution to become Hitler's and the Mikado's agents. On Trotsky's instructions, transmitted through the first and best task correspondent, the leaders of industry, agriculture, and transport were destroying the nation's productive resources and shattering its civilization. On an order from the enemy of the people, sent out from Norway or Mexico, railwaymen wrecked military transports in the Far East and highly respectable doctors poisoned their patients in the Kremlin. This is the astounding picture, drawn by Vyshinsky. But here a difficulty arises. In a totalitarian regime it is the apparatus, i.e. the party and state machine, that exercises the dictatorship. If my underlings have occupied all the crucial positions in the apparatus, how is it that Stalin is in the Kremlin and that I am in exile? 78. He referred to the international setting and the consequences of the trials. Hitler's troops had just marched triumphantly into Austria and were getting ready for further conquests. Is Stalin still chuckling behind the scenes? Has this unforeseen turn of events not yet taken his breath away? True, he is separated from the world by a wall of ignorance and of servility. True, he is accustomed to think that world opinion is nothing and the GPU is everything. But the threatening and multiplying symptoms must be visible even to him. The working masses of the world are seized by acute anxiety. Fascism is gaining victory after victory and finding its chief aid in Stalinism. Terrible military perils knock at all the doors of the Soviet Union. And Stalin has chosen this moment to shatter the army and trample over the nation. Even this Tiflis impostor must find it harder to chuckle. An immense hatred is growing around him, a terrible resentment is suspended over his head. It is quite possible that a regime which exterminates the nation's best brains may eventually provoke a genuinely terroristic opposition. What is more, it would be contrary to all laws of history if it did not do so. But this terrorism of despair and revenge is alien to the adherents of the Fourth International. Individual revenge would be all too little for us. What political and moral satisfaction indeed could the working class derive from the assassination of Cain Jugashvili, whom any new bureaucratic genius would replace without difficulty? In so far as Stalin's personal fortunes can be of any interest to us at all, we should only wish that he should survive the crumbling of his own system, and that is not very far off. He forecast another trial, a genuine one, at which the workers will sit in judgment over Stalin and his accomplices. No words will then be found in the human language to defend this most malignant of all the Cains that can be found in history. The monuments he has erected to himself will be pulled down or taken into museums and placed there in chambers of totalitarian horrors. And the victorious working class will revise all the trials, public and secret, and will erect monuments to the unfortunate victims of Stalinist villainy and infamy on the squares of a liberated Soviet Union. 79. Again, this prophecy was to come true, but not for many years. In the meantime, the purges, by their scale and force, acted like an immense natural cataclysm, against which all human reaction was vain. The terror crushed brains, broke wills, and flattened all resistance. The immense hatreds and resentments of which Trotsky spoke were there, but they were pressed deep down, where they were to remain stored for the future. At present and for the rest of the Stalin era they could find no outlet. All those the Trotskyists in the first instance in whom such emotions were allied with a political consciousness and who had ideas and programs of action to offer, all such people were being exterminated systematically and pitilessly. For over 10 years Stalin had kept the Trotskyists behind bars and barbed wire, and subjecting them to inhuman persecution, demoralized many of them, divided them, and almost succeeded in cutting them off from society. By 1934 Trotskyism seemed to have been stamped out completely. Yet 2 or 3 years later Stalin was more afraid of it than ever. Paradoxically, the great purges and mass deportations that had followed the assassination of Kirov gave fresh life to Trotskyism. With tens and even hundreds of thousands of newly banished people around them, the Trotskyists were no longer isolated. They were rejoined by the mass of capitulators, who ruefully reflected that things might have never come to the present pass if they had held out with the Trotskyists. Oppositionists of younger age groups, Komsomolцы who first turned against Stalin long after Trotskyism had been defeated, deviationists of every possible variety, ordinary workers deported for trivial offenses against labor discipline, and malcontents and grumblers who began to think politically only behind barbed wire, all these formed an immense new audience for the Trotskyist veterans. 80 The regime in the concentration camps was more and more cruel. The inmates had to slave 10 or 12 hours a day, they starved, and they wasted away amid disease and indescribable squalor. Yet the camps were once again becoming schools and training grounds of the opposition, with the Trotskyists as the unrivaled tutors. It was they who were at the head of the deportees in nearly all the strikes and hunger strikes, who confronted the administration with demands for improvements in camp conditions, and who by their defiant, often heroic behavior, inspired others to hold out. Tightly organized, self-disciplined, and politically well-informed, they were the real elite of that huge segment of the nation that had been cast behind the barbed wire. Stalin realized that he would achieve nothing by further persecution. It was hardly possible to add to the torment and the oppression, which had only surrounded the Trotskyists with the halo of martyrdom. They were a menace to him as long as they were alive, and with war and its hazards approaching, the potential threat might become actual. We have seen that since he had first seized power he had to reconquer it over and over again. He now decided to rid himself of the necessity to go on reconquering it. He was out to ensure it once for all and against all hazards. There was only one way in which he could achieve this, by the wholesale extermination of his opponents, above all, of the Trotskyists. The Moscow trials had been staged to justify this design, the main part of which was now carried out, not in the limelight of the courtrooms, but in the dungeons and camps of the East and Far North. An eyewitness, an ex-inmate of the great Vorkuta camp but not a Trotskyist himself, thus describes the last activities of the Trotskyists and their annihilation. 81 There were, he says, in his camp alone about 1,000 old Trotskyists, calling themselves Bolsheviks-Leninists. Roughly 500 of these worked at the Vorkuta colliery. In all the camps of the Pekara province there were several thousands of Orthodox Trotskyists, who had been in deportation since 1927 and remained true to their political ideas and leaders till the end. The writer probably includes former capitulators among the Orthodox Trotskyists, for otherwise his estimate of their number would appear greatly exaggerated. 82 Apart from these genuine Trotskyists, he goes on to say, there were about this time more than 100,000 inmates of the camps in Vorkuta and elsewhere, who as party members or komsomolцы had joined the Trotskyist opposition and had then, at various times and for various reasons, been forced to recant and admit their mistakes and to leave the ranks of the opposition. Many deportees, who had never been party members, also regarded themselves as Trotskyists. These numbers again must include oppositionists of every possible shade, even some of Rykov's and Bukharin's adherents, and newcomers of the young and youngest age groups, as our eyewitness himself indicates. All the same, he remarks, the Trotskyists proper, the followers of L.D. Trotsky, were the most numerous group. Among their leaders he lists V.V. Kossier, Poznansky, Vladimir Ivanov, and other authentic Trotskyists of long standing. They arrived at the colliery in the summer of 1936 and were put up, in 2 large shanties. They refused categorically to work in the pits. They worked only at the pithides and for not more than 8 hours a day, not 10 or 12 hours, as the regulations required and as all other inmates labored. They ignored the camp regulations ostentatiously and in an organized manner. Most of them had spent about 10 years in isolation, first in jails, then in camps on the Solovki Islands, and finally at Vorkuta. The Trotskyists were the only groups of political prisoners who openly criticized the Stalinist general line and openly and in an organized manner resisted the jailers. They still proclaimed, as Trotsky did abroad, that in case of war they would defend the Soviet Union unconditionally, but seek to overthrow Stalin's government, and even ultra-lefts, like Sapronov's adherents, shared this attitude, though with reservations. In the autumn of 1936, after the trial of Zinoviev and Kamenev, the Trotskyists arranged camp meetings and demonstrations in honor of their executed comrades and leaders. Shortly after, on October 27, they began a hunger strike. This was the strike in which, according to the account quoted earlier, Sergei, Trotsky's younger son, took part. The Trotskyists of all the Pekara camps joined in and the strike lasted 132 days. The strikers protested against their transfer from previous places of deportation and their penalization without open trial. They demanded an 8-hour working day, the same food for all inmates, regardless of whether they fulfilled production norms or not, separation of political and criminal prisoners, and the removal of invalids, women, and old people from subpolar regions to areas with a milder climate. The decision to strike was taken at an open meeting. Sick and old age prisoners were exempted, but the latter categorically rejected the exemption. In almost every barrack non-Trotskyists responded to the call, but only in the shanties of the Trotskyists was the strike complete. The administration, afraid that the action might spread, transferred the Trotskyists to some half-ruined and deserted huts 25 miles away from the camp. Of a total of 1,000 strikers, several died and only 2 broke down, but those 2 were not Trotskyists. In March 1937, on orders from Moscow, the camp administration yielded on all points, and the strike came to an end. In the next few months, before the Yezhov terror reached its height, the Trotskyists benefited from the rights they had won, and this raised the spirits of all other deportees so much that many of them looked forward to the 20th anniversary of the October Revolution, hoping that a partial amnesty would be promulgated. But presently the terror came back with fresh fury. The food ration was reduced to 400 gr of bread a day. The GPU armed criminal prisoners with clubs and incited them against the oppositionists. There were indiscriminate shootings, and all political prisoners were isolated in a camp within the camp, surrounded by barbed wire, and guarded by 100 heavily armed soldiers, day and night. One morning, towards the end of March 1938, 25 men, mostly leading Trotskyists, were called out, given a kilogram of bread each, and ordered to collect their belongings and prepare for a march. After a warm leave-taking with friends, they left the shanties, there was a roll call and they were marched out. In about 15 or 20 minutes a volley was suddenly fired about half a kilometer from the shanties, near the steep bank of a little river, the upper Vorkuta. Then a few disorderly shots were heard, and silence fell. Soon the men of the escort were back, and they passed by the shanties. Everyone understood what march it was the 25 had been sent on. On the next day no fewer than 40 people were called out in this way, given their bread ration, and ordered to get ready. Some were so exhausted that they could not walk, they were promised they would be put on carts. With bated breath the people in the shanties listened to the creaking of the snow under the feet of those who were marched away. All sounds had already died down, Yet everyone was still listening tensely. After about an hour, shots resounded across the tundra. The crowd in the shanties knew now what awaited them, but after the long hunger strike of the previous year and many more months of freezing and starvation, they had not the strength to resist. Throughout April and part of May the executions in the tundra went on. Every day or every other day 30 to 40 people would be called out. Communiques were broadcast over loudspeakers, for counter-revolutionary agitation, sabotage, banditry, refusal to work, and attempts to escape. The following have been executed. Once a large group, about 100 people, mostly Trotskyists, were taken out. As they marched away, they sang the Internationale, and hundreds of voices in the shanties joined in the singing. The eyewitness describes the executions of the families of the oppositionists. The wife of one Trotskyist walked on her crutches to the execution place. Children were left alive only if they were less than 12 years of age. The massacre went on in all the camps of the Pekara province and lasted until May. At Vorkuta only a little over 100 people were left alive in the huts. About 2 weeks passed away quietly. Then the survivors were sent back to the colliery, where they were told that Yezhov had been dismissed and that Beria was in charge of the G.P.U. By this time hardly any of the authentic Trotskyists or Zinovievists were left alive. When about 2 years later hundreds of thousands of new deportees, Poles, Latvians, Lithuanians, and Estonians, arrived in the camps, they found among the old inmates many disgraced Stalinists and even a few Bukharinists, but no Trotskyists or Zinovievists. An old deportee would tell the story of their extermination in whispers or hints, because nothing was more dangerous even for a wretched deportee than to draw on himself the suspicion of harboring any sympathy or pity for the Trotskyists. 83. The terror of the Yezhov period amounted to political genocide. It destroyed the whole species of the anti-Stalinist Bolsheviks. During the remaining 15 years of Stalin's rule no group was left in Soviet society, not even in the prisons and camps, capable of challenging him. No center of independent political thinking had been allowed to survive. A tremendous gap had been torn in the nation's consciousness, its collective memory was shattered, the continuity of its revolutionary traditions was broken, and its capacity to form and crystallize any nonconformist notions was destroyed. The Soviet Union was finally left, not merely in its practical politics, but even in its hidden mental processes, without any alternative to Stalinism. Such was the amorphousness of the popular mind that even after Stalin's death no anti-Stalinist movement could spring from below, from the depth of the Soviet society, and the reform of the most anachronistic features of the Stalinist regime could be undertaken only from above, by Stalin's former underlings and accomplices. While the trials in Moscow were engaging the world's awestruck attention, the great massacre in the concentration camps passed almost unnoticed. It was carried out in such deep secrecy that it took years for the truth to leak out. Trotsky knew better than anyone that only a small part of the terror revealed itself through the trials. He surmised what was happening in the background. Yet even he could not guess or visualize the whole truth, and had he done so, his mind would hardly have been able to absorb its full enormity and all its implications during the short time left to him. He still assumed that the anti-Stalinist forces would presently come to the fore, articulate and politically effective, and in particular that they would be able to overthrow Stalin in the course of the war and to conduct the war towards a victorious and revolutionary conclusion. He still reckoned on the regeneration of the old Bolshevism to whose wide and deep influence Stalin's ceaseless crusades seemed to be unwitting tributes. He was unaware of the fact that all anti-Stalinist forces had been wiped out, that Trotskyism, Zinovievism, and Bukharinism, all drowned in blood, had, like some Atlantis, vanished from all political horizons, and that he himself was now the sole survivor of Atlantis. Throughout the summer of 1938 Trotsky was busy preparing the draft program and resolutions for the foundation congresses of the International. In fact this was a small conference of Trotskyists, held at the home of Alfred Rosmer at Périgny, a village near Paris, on September 3, 1938. 21 delegates were present, claiming to represent the organizations of 11 countries. 84 The conference was overshadowed by the recent assassinations and kidnappings. It elected the three young martyrs, Lyova, Clement, and Erwin Wolf, as its honorary presidents. 85 Along with Clement, the organizing secretary of the conference, reports on Trotskyist work in various countries, the draft of the statutes of the Fourth International, and other documents had vanished. In order to prevent another coup by the GPU, the conference held only one plenary session, which lasted a whole day without a break, and it refused to admit observers from the Catalonian POUM and the French Parti Socialiste Ouvrier et Paysan. 86 To assure the deepest secrecy, a communiqué issued after the conference spoke of the Congress held at Lausanne. At the conference, however, Etienne represented the Russian section of the International. Two guests were also present. One of them was a certain Sylvia Ajloff, a Trotskyist from New York, who served as an interpreter. She had come over from the States some time earlier and in Paris met a man calling himself Jacques Mornard, whose mistress she became. He hovered somewhere outside the conference room, pretending to take no interest in the highly secret gathering and waiting only for Sylvia to come out. Max Schachtman presided over the conference, which during its one-day session voted on the reports of the commissions and on the resolutions, most of which had come from Trotsky's pen. The formal agenda was so crowded that it would have kept any normal Congress busy for a week. Navally delivered the progress report, which was to justify the organizers' decision to proclaim the foundation of the Fourth International. Unwittingly, however, he revealed that the International was little more than a fiction. None of its so-called executives and international bureaus had been able to work in the past few years. The sections of the International consisted of a few dozen, or at most, a few hundred members each. This was true even of the American section, the most numerous of all, which claimed a formal membership of 2,500.87. The conference, however, remained unshaken in its determination to constitute itself a foundation congresses, as Trotsky had advised. Only two Polish delegates protested that the Polish section as a whole was opposed to the proclamation of the Fourth International. They pointed out that it was hopeless to try to create a new international while the workers' movement, as a whole, was on the ebb, during a period of intense reaction and political depression, and that all previous internationals had to some extent owed their success to the fact that they had been formed in times of revolutionary upsurge. The creation of every one of the earlier internationals constituted a definite threat to bourgeois rule. This will not be the case with the Fourth International. No significant section of the working class will respond to our manifesto. It is necessary to wait. The Poles agreed with Trotsky that the Second and the Third Internationals were morally dead, but they warned the conference that it was frivolous to underrate the hold those internationals had on the allegiance of the working class in many countries, and although the Poles endorsed Trotsky's draft program, they appealed again and again to their comrades to refrain from making an empty gesture and committing a folly. 88. These were weighty objections, and they came from the only Trotskyist group outside the USSR which had behind it many years of clandestine revolutionary work and a solid tradition of Marxist thought going back to Rosa Luxemburg. Much of the conference was taken up by rejoinders to the Poles, but no serious attempt was made to refute their argument. Navally declared that the moment was uniquely suitable for the creation of the new international. It was essential to put an end to the present indeterminate situation and to have a definite program, a definitely constituted international leadership, and definitely formed national sections. Schachtman dismissed the historical arguments of the Poles as irrelevant and false and described them as the Mensheviks in our midst, for only Mensheviks could show so poor a grasp of the importance of organization and so little faith in the future of the international. In the vote, the conference decided by a majority of 19 against 3 to proclaim the Fourth International there and then. After a hurried and almost unanimous acceptance of all other resolutions, the delegates proceeded to elect an executive committee. At this point Etienne, who had been the chief speaker on the Russian question, protested that the Russian section had not been allocated a seat. The conference made good this oversight and nominated Trotsky as a secret and honorary member of the executive. As Trotsky could not participate in the executive's work, the agent provocateur was to go on representing the Russian section. Trotsky decided to found the new international at a time when, as the Poles warned him, the act could make no impact. His adherents in the Soviet Union, the strongest section of the Fourth International, had been exterminated. His following in Europe and Asia was dwindling. In nearly all countries east of the Rhine and south of the Alps the labor movement was crushed. No Marxist organization could engage in systematic clandestine activity under Hitler's rule in Germany, Austria, and presently in Czechoslovakia. In France the Popular Front was crumbling in disappointment and apathy. In Spain the civil war was drawing to an end, with the left self-defeated morally even before it was vanquished militarily. The whole of the European continent was politically prostrate, waiting only for Hitler's armed might to roll over it. Years of Nazi occupation and unbearable oppression and humiliation were needed to force the working classes of some countries back into political activity or into the resistance. But then the workers, at least in France and Italy, turned to the Stalinist parties, which were associated with the Soviet Union, the greatest and since 1941 the most effective force of the resistance. Whatever the changing circumstances, the influence of Trotskyism was bound to remain negligible. The prospects were no better for it in Asia, even though Asia was full of revolutionary ferment. Trotsky devoted much time and attention to the social and political developments in China, Japan, India, Indochina, and Indonesia. In all these countries he exercised an influence on small groups of communist intellectuals and workers. But nowhere, with the peculiar exception of Ceylon, were his followers able to form an effective political party. Even in China, where his opposition to Stalin's policy in 1925-7 might have been expected to make the greatest impression, the Fourth International did not possess a section worthy of the name. Trotskyist groups, working clandestinely, under the pressure of terrible poverty, and persecuted by Kuomintang and Stalinists alike, consisted of 24 men in Shanghai, a few dozen in Hong Kong, and smaller circles scattered over the central and eastern provinces. Even after Chen Tuxiu had embraced Trotskyism they never managed to break out of their isolation. Chen Tuxiu spent 6 years in prison. On his release he was banished to a remote village in the Chongqing province and forbidden to engage in politics or publish his writings. He lived in starvation and fear, weighed down by the odium of his responsibility for the defeat of 1927, distrusted even by the Trotskyists, calumniated by the Maoists, surrounded by spies, and threatened with murder by Chiang Kai-shek's police who eventually, in 1943, were to imprison him again and assassinate him. In 1938 and 1939 Trotsky tried desperately to bring him out of China, hoping that he could play in the Fourth International a role comparable to that Katayama played in the Third, but, with greater advantage to the cause of revolution. But Chen Tuxiu was already breaking down under the strain and sinking into the blackest pessimism. He nevertheless occasionally still surveyed the Chinese scene with great perspicacity and pointed out where and why Trotskyism was failing. In a statement written 2 months after the proclamation of the Fourth International he explained, for instance, why the revolutionary movement in China must base itself on the peasantry, and not, as Trotsky and he himself had expected, on the urban workers. The Japanese had dismantled industry in China's most advanced provinces, consequently the Chinese working class was reduced numerically, materially, and spiritually, to the condition in which it had been 30 or 40 years earlier. It was therefore vain to assume that the revolution could find its main centers in the towns. If we do not grasp now what are likely to be the political circumstances of the future, and if we do not recognize clearly the weakness of the Chinese proletariat and the condition of its party, we shall be shutting ourselves up in our small holes, shall slumber away our chances, and, taking great pride in ourselves, feed on consolations. The Trotskyists, he went on, by their sectarian arrogance, their purely negative attitude towards Maoism, and their insensitivity to the needs of the war against Japan were cutting themselves off from political realities. He feared that the proclamation of the Fourth International would merely encourage them in their conceits and illusions, and that the venture would end in bankruptcy. He himself leaned towards reconciliation now with the Kuomintang and now with Maoism, but was unable or unwilling to come to terms with either, and it was as a broken man that he lived out his last tragic years. His warnings and his fate summed up the predicament of Trotskyism in his part of the world. 89. The only country where Trotskyism stirred a little was the United States. In January 1938, after various splits and mergers, the Socialist Workers' Party formed itself, and soon gained the title of the strongest section of the Fourth International. It had to its credit some militant activity in trade unions and industry, and it published regularly two periodicals, the New International, a theoretical monthly, and the Militant. At its head there was a fairly large team of, by American standards, experienced and able leaders, of whom James P. Cannon, Max Schachtman, and James Burnham were the best known. 90 Trotsky was always at the party's call, willing to advise, criticize, praise, prod, and settle disputes and squabbles. Emissaries traveled between New York and Mexico City, and contact was facilitated by the circumstance that the secretaries and bodyguards at the Blue House were nearly all Americans. New York rather than Paris was now the center of Trotskyism. Even so, the American party too was a feeble shoot planted in a soil from which it could draw all too little nourishment. Why then, despite such unpropitious auguries, did Trotsky go ahead with the proclamation of the Fourth International? It was more than 5 years now since he had decided that it was impossible to sit in one international with Stalin, Manuelsky, and co. In these years the Third International had deteriorated so much further and had become so depraved that he was impelled to sever himself and his following from it as sharply and dramatically as possible. Lenin, in his revulsion against the Second International, had once urged the Bolsheviks to throw off the old dirty shirt of social democracy and call themselves communists. Trotsky spoke of the syphilis of Stalinism or of the cancer that must be burned out of the labor movement with a hot iron, and he believed that he was bringing to life an organization that would play a decisive part in the revolutionary class struggles to come. 91. What is less clear is whether he hoped for success in the near future or whether he was working for history, without any such hope. His own statements are contradictory. All great movements, he wrote once, referring to the smallness of his following, have begun as splinter groups of old movements. Christianity was at the beginning a splinter of Judaism. Protestantism a splinter of Catholicism, that is of degenerate Christianity. The grouping of Marx and Engels came into being as a splinter of the Hegelian left. The Communist International was prepared during the last war by splinters of the Social Democratic International. The initiators of all these movements were able to gain mass followings only because they were not afraid of remaining isolated. A passage like this, for all its historical optimism, suggests that Trotsky did not expect any early and decisive success. On the other hand, the draft program, which he wrote for the International, was not so much a statement of principles as an instruction on tactics, designed for a party up to its ears in trade union struggles and day-to-day politics and striving to gain practical leadership immediately. In a message on the Foundation Congresses he wrote, "Henceforth the Fourth International is confronted with the task of a mass movement. It is now the only organization which has not merely a clear idea of what are the driving forces of this epoch, but also a full set of day-to-day demands capable of uniting the masses for the revolutionary struggle for power." And he went on, "The disproportion between our strength today and our tasks tomorrow is clearer to us than to our critics. But the severe and tragic dialectic of our epoch is working for us. The masses whom war will drive to utter despair and indignation will find no other leadership than that which the Fourth International offers them." In an address to his American followers he exalted the mission of the New International in an almost mystical vein and even more confidently, "In the course of the coming 10 years the program of the Fourth International will gain the adherence of millions, and these revolutionary millions will be able to storm heaven and earth." In the days of the Munich crisis he stated again that though the Fourth International might be weak at the beginning of the next war, each new day will work in our favor. In the very first months of the war a stormy reaction against the fumes of chauvinism will set in among the working masses. Its first victims will be, along with fascism, the parties of the Second and Third Internationals. Their collapse will be the indispensable condition for an open revolutionary movement, led by the Fourth International. To Kingsley Martin, who visited him in 1937, he exclaimed, "I tell you that in 3 to 5 years from now the Fourth International will be a great force in the world." 92. His expectations were based on the twin premise that the coming World War would be followed by a revolutionary aftermath similar to that which had followed the First World War, but larger in scope and force, and that the Stalinist parties, like the Social Democratic ones, would use all their strength to stem the tide of revolution. More than ever he saw the advanced industrial countries of the West as the main battlefields of socialism. From their working classes was to come the salutary revolutionary initiative that alone could break the vicious circle socialism in a single country and bureaucratic absolutism in which the Russian Revolution was imprisoned. It was almost unthinkable to him that Western capitalism, already shattered by the slumps and depressions of the 1930s, should be able to survive the coming cataclysm. He had no doubt that Hitler would endeavor to unify Europe under German imperialism, and would fail. But Europe needed to be united, and only proletarian revolution could unite it and bring into existence the United States of Socialist Europe. Not only Germany, with its Marxist heritage, and France and Italy, with their revolutionary traditions, but even North America would be drawn into the social upheaval. In his introduction to Living Thoughts of Karl Marx, written in 1939, he refuted the Rooseveltian New Deal and all attempts to rejuvenate and reform capitalism as reactionary and helpless quackery. He pointed out how irrelevant Das Kapital was to the problems of the American economy, and he greeted the dawn of a new epoch of Marxism in the United States. In Marxism too, America will in a few jumps catch up with Europe and outdistance it. Progressive technology and a progressive social structure will pave their own way in the sphere of doctrine. The best theoreticians of Marxism will appear on American soil. Marx will become the mentor of the advanced American worker. 93. Trotsky did not overlook the vast potentialities of revolution in the underdeveloped countries, especially in China. He dwelt on these more than any other writer of the 1930s. But he visualized those prospects as subordinate to the prospect of revolution in the West. Once it begins, the socialist revolution will spread from country to country with immeasurably greater force than fascism is spreading now. By the example and with the aid of the advanced nations, the backward nations will also be brought into the mainstream of socialism. By carrying to an extreme the logic of classical Marxism, which had postulated progressive technology and a progressive social structure as the basis for socialist revolution, he was unwittingly exposing the discrepancy between theory and facts. Had the advanced industrial countries played the part for which classical Marxism had cast them in theory, no country should have been more congenial to Marxism and socialism than the United States. Trotsky did not and could not foresee that in the next few decades the backward nations would form the mainstream of socialism, that the advanced West would seek to contain it or to throw it back, and that the United States in particular, instead of evolving its own ultramodern version of Marxism, would become the world's greatest and most powerful bulwark against it. 94. He expected the working classes of the West to rise, as they had risen in 1848, 1871, 1905, and 1917-18. Applying the traditional Marxist conception even to China, he viewed with distrust Mao Zedong's peasant armies, fearing that, like many such armies in China's history, they might turn into instruments of reaction and come into conflict with the workers, if the latter failed to resume the revolutionary initiative. Despite Chen Tuxiu's warnings, he believed that the Chinese working class would recover its political élan and reassert itself as the leading force of the revolution. It remained an axiom with him that in all modern class struggle supremacy belongs of necessity to the towns, and the idea of an insurgent movement conquering the cities from the outside from the countryside was to him both unreal and retrograde. In West and East alike, he insisted, the revolution would either be proletarian in the true sense or it would not be at all. Least of all could he envisage the situation which was to arise during and after the Second World War, when the course of the class struggle in East and West alike was to be governed, and in a sense distorted, first by the alliance between Stalin's Russia and the West, and then by their world-embracing antagonism. From his premises Trotsky could not but pose the question, which party was going to direct the forthcoming revolutionary struggles? The Second International, he answered, was a rotting prop of the old order. The third was a tool in Stalin's hands, a tool Stalin would throw away when this suited him or use as a mere bargaining counter in his dealings with the capitalist powers. Stalin and his bureaucracy lived in fear of revolution abroad, a revolution which might arouse the working class of the Soviet Union as well and endanger bureaucratic absolutism and privilege. Thus the workers, as they entered a new epoch of social convulsions, had no revolutionary Marxist party at their head. Lack of leadership had been responsible for the long sequence of debacles they had suffered in the 1920s and 1930s, and without revolutionary leadership they would suffer further and even more catastrophic defeats. If Marxism was not a fallacy, if the working class was the historic agent of socialism, and if Leninism was right in insisting that the workers could not win unless they were led by a vanguard, then the protracted crisis of leadership could be resolved only by the formation of a new Communist Party and International. In his pre-Bolshevik years, Trotsky, like Rosa Luxemburg and so many other Marxists, had been inclined to rely on the untutored activity of the working class and to neglect the directing and organizing functions of the party, the functions that had been at the center of Lenin's preoccupations. He had since come to see in this the greatest single mistake he had committed in his long political career, and he was not going now to place his trust once again in the spontaneous flow of the tide of revolution. And when all his reasonings led him to set himself a task, he would not shrink from any difficulties, not even from its apparent hopelessness. The Second and the Third Internationals are dead, long live the Fourth. His duty, as he conceived it, was to proclaim this. As for the rest, let the future take care of it. In one milieu, among the radical American intelligentsia, especially in literary circles, Trotskyism was making headway at this time. Under the impact of the Great Slump, the rise of Nazism, and the Spanish Civil War, many American intellectuals had been drawn towards the Communist Party, but the most critically minded balked at the Popular Front opportunism which caused the party to court Roosevelt and hail the New Deal, and they were shocked and disgusted by the Moscow trials and the equivocal maneuvers and bizarre rituals of Stalinism. Trotskyism appeared to them as a fresh breeze breaking into the stuffy air of the left and opening new horizons. Men of letters responded to the dramatic pathos of Trotsky's struggle and to his eloquence and literary genius. Trotskyism became something of a vogue which was to leave many marks in American literature. Among the writers, especially critics, affected by it, were Edmund Wilson, Sidney Hook, James T. Farrell, Dwight MacDonald, Charles Malamud, Philip Robb, James Rorty, Harold Rosenberg, Clement Greenberg, Mary McCarthy, and many, many others. 95. Partisan Review became the center of that literary Trotskyism. Edited by Philip Robb and William Phillips, the paper had been published under the auspices of the John Reed Clubs and, indirectly, of the Communist Party. The editors, however, irritated by the party's meddling in literature, uneasy at its political gyrations, and shaken by the Moscow trials, suspended publication. Before the end of 1937 they brought the paper out again, but changed its orientation. Partisan Review was to stand for revolutionary socialism and against Stalinism. The editors invited Trotsky to contribute. He refused at first, and treated the venture with reserve. "It is my general impression," he wrote to Dwight MacDonald, "that the editors of Partisan Review are capable, educated, and intelligent, but have nothing to say." 96 The leaders of the Socialist Workers' Party did not like to see his prestige thrown behind the periodical, and he himself wondered just how serious was the Partisan Review's commitment to revolutionary socialism. Most of its contributors had known Marxism and Bolshevism only through the Stalinist distortion. Would they not now in their disillusionment with Stalinism react also against Marxism and Bolshevism? On the other hand, he reproached the editors with reacting too feebly against the Moscow trials and attempting to remain on friendly terms with new masses, the nation, and the New Republic, which either defended the trials or were vague about them. Certain measures, Trotsky wrote to Rov, are necessary for a struggle against incorrect theory, and others for fighting a cholera epidemic. Stalin is incomparably nearer to cholera than to a false theory. The struggle must be intense, truculent, merciless. An element of fanaticism is salutary. 97 Later in the year, as Partisan Review grew more outspoken in its anti-Stalinism, the ice was broken. The moment of the paper's closest association with Trotsky came when Breton and Rivera, inspired by Trotsky, published in its pages their manifesto for the freedom of art and called for an international federation of revolutionary writers and artists to resist totalitarian encroachments on literature and the arts. 98. André Breton, the French surrealist poet, arrived at Coyoacan in February 1938. He had long been one of Trotsky's ardent admirers, and nothing characterizes better his but not only his feeling towards Trotsky than a letter he wrote him after the visit to Mexico, on board the ship that was taking him back to France, Trace Cher left Davidovich. In addressing you now in this way I am suffering less from lack of confidence than I did in your presence. I felt so often the desire to address you thus. I am telling you this so that you should realize of what inhibition I am the victim whenever I am trying to make a move towards you and trying it under your eyes. That inhibition came from boundless admiration. It was a Cordelia complex which got hold of him whenever he came face to face with Trotsky. He succumbed to this inhibition only when he had to approach the greatest of men. You are one of these, the only one alive. I need a long process of adjustment to persuade myself that you are not beyond my reach. Trotsky's answer to this letter was not less characteristic. Your eulogies seem to me so exaggerated that I am becoming a little uneasy about the future of our relations. 99. During his stay at Coyoacan, Breton, Trotsky, and Rivera went for long walks and trips into the country, arguing, sometimes heatedly, about politics and art. In France the Surrealists and the Trotskyists, especially navally, the ex-Surrealist, were at loggerheads. Trotsky's attitude towards Surrealism, however, as towards any artistic innovation, was rather friendly, though not uncritical. He accepted the Surrealists' quasi-Freudian concentration on dream and subconscious experience, but shook his head over a strand of mysticism in the work of Breton and his friends. Remote though these issues were from Trotsky's present preoccupations, Breton's visit coincided with Lyova's death and the Bukharin trial. He nevertheless argued at length with Breton and Rivera about communism and art and the philosophy of Marxism and aesthetics. Out of these discussions emerged the idea of the Manifesto to Writers and Artists and of the International Federation. The manifesto, of which Trotsky was co-author, appeared under Breton's and Rivera's signatures in the Partisan Review. 100 Trotsky himself thus commented on the venture in letters to Breton and to the Review. I welcome wholeheartedly, he wrote to Breton, your and Rivera's initiative in founding an international federation of genuinely revolutionary and genuinely independent artists, and why not add of genuine artists? Our planet is being turned into a filthy and evil-smelling imperialist barrack. The heroes of democracy do all they can to resemble the heroes of fascism, and the more ignorant and obtuse a dictator is, the more does he feel destined to direct the development of science, philosophy, and art. The intelligentsia's herd instinct and servility are yet another and not inconsiderable symptom of the decadence of contemporary society. The ideas of the manifesto were essentially those which he had expressed in Literature and Revolution 15 years earlier, when he sought to forestall the Stalinist tutelage over literature and the arts. He now attacked the sycophants of Stalinism, the Aragons, Ehrenbergs, and other petty tricksters, the gentlemen who like Barbusset compose with the same enthusiasm biographies of Jesus Christ and of Joseph Stalin, and Malraux, whose falsehood in his latest descriptions of the German and Spanish scenes was all the more repulsive because he sought to give it an artistic form. He saw Malraux's behavior as typical of a whole category, almost of a generation of writers, so many of them tell lies from alleged friendship for the October Revolution, as if the revolution needed lies. The struggle for artistic truth and for the artist's unyielding faithfulness to himself had therefore become a necessary part of the struggle for the ideas of the revolution. In art man expresses his need for harmony and a full existence, which class society denies him. The quotation is from Trotsky's letter to Partisan Review. That is why there is always implied a conscious or unconscious, active or passive, optimistic or pessimistic, protest against reality in any genuine artistic creation. Decaying capitalism is incapable of assuring even the minimum conditions necessary for their development to those currents of art which to some extent meet the needs of our epoch. It is superstitiously terrified of any new word. The oppressed masses live their own life. The bohemian artistic milieu is shut in its own narrowness. The artistic schools of the last decades, Cubism, Futurism, Dadaism, Surrealism, have superseded each other without any of them coming to fruition. It is impossible to find a way out of this impasse by artistic means alone. This is a crisis of the entire civilization. If contemporary society does not succeed in reconstructing itself, art will inevitably perish as Greek art perished under the ruins of the slave civilization. Hence the function of art in our epoch is determined by its attitude towards the revolution. But here precisely history has laid a tremendous trap for the arts. A whole generation of the left intelligentsia has turned its eyes eastwards and has tied its fate not so much to the revolutionary working class as to a victorious revolution, which is not the same. In that victorious revolution there is not only the revolution, but also a new privileged stratum, which has strangled artistic creation with a totalitarian hand. Even under absolute monarchy court art was based on idealization, but not on falsification, whereas in the Soviet Union official art and none other exists there is sharing in the fate of official justice. Its purpose is to glorify the leader and to manufacture officially a heroic myth. The style of official Soviet painting is being described as socialist realism. The label could have been invented only by a bureaucrat at the head of an arts department. The realism consists in imitating provincial daguerreotype pictures of the third quarter of the previous century, the socialist style in using tricks of affected photography to represent events that have never taken place. One cannot without revulsion and horror read the poems and novels or view the pictures and sculptures, in which officials armed with pen, brush, or chisel, and surveyed by officials, armed with revolvers, glorify the great leaders of genius in whom there is not a spark either of genius or of greatness. The art of the Stalin epoch will remain the most striking expression of the deepest decline of proletarian revolution. The problem, he pointed out, was not limited to the USSR. Under the pretense of a belated recognition of the October Revolution, the left intelligentsia of the West has gone down on its knees before the Soviet bureaucracy. A new era has opened with all sorts of centers and circles, with the inevitable epistles by Romain Rolland, and with subsidized editions, banquets, and congresses, where it is difficult to draw any line between art and the GPU. Yet, despite its wide sweep, this militarized movement has not brought forth a single artistic work capable of surviving its author and his Kremlin inspirers. Art, culture, and politics need a new perspective. Without it mankind will not move forward. But a genuinely revolutionary party cannot and will not wish to guide art, let alone take it under command. Only an ignorant and insolent bureaucracy run amok with arbitrary power could conceive such an ambition. Art can be the revolution's great ally only insofar as it remains true to itself. 101. Despite these rousing appeals, the International Federation of Writers and Artists never assumed reality. In Europe its call for the defense of artistic freedom was soon drowned in the rumblings of approaching war, and in America the heyday of literary Trotskyism was of short duration. As Trotsky had feared, the intelligentsia's revulsion against Stalinism was turning into a reaction against Marxism at large and Bolshevism. For the nth time we can follow here the strange cycle through which ran the emotions roused by Trotsky in his intellectual followers. Most of them had turned towards him with an exalted reverence, and in most he had evoked the Cordelia complex, of which Breton spoke. But gradually they found his way of living and thinking an unbearable moral strain. They found him indeed beyond their reach. Their King Lear, they discovered, was still the hardest of revolutionaries. He was not out to gather around him a retinue of lyrical admirers. He strove to rally fighters to the most impossible of causes. He sought to set his followers, as he himself was set, against every power in the world, against fascism, bourgeois democracy, and Stalinism, against every variety of imperialism, social patriotism, reformism, and pacifism, and against religion, mysticism, and even secularist rationalism and pragmatism. He required his adherents to defend the Soviet Union unconditionally despite Stalin, and to assail Stalinism with a vehemence matching his own. Himself never yielding an inch from his principles, he would not tolerate yielding in others. He demanded of his adherents unshakable conviction, utter indifference to public opinion, unflagging readiness for sacrifice, and a burning faith in the proletarian revolution, whose breath he constantly felt, but they did not. In a word, he expected them to be made of the stuff of which he himself was made. They balked, and their exalted reverence for him gave place first to uneasiness and doubt, or to a weariness which was still mingled with awe, then to opposition, and finally to a covert or frank hostility. One by one the intellectual Trotskyists came to abjure first timidly then angrily their erstwhile enthusiasms and to dwell on Trotsky's faults. As nothing fails like failure, they brought up whatever mistakes or fiascos of his, real or imaginary, they could seize on until they came to denounce him as a fanatical and dogma-ridden daydreamer, or until they decided that there was not much to choose between him and Stalin. Behind the persistent pattern of these disillusionments and broken friendships there was the growing exasperation of the radical intelligentsia of the West with the experience of the Russian Revolution in all its aspects, and with Marxism. This was one of those recurrent processes of political conversion by which the radicals and revolutionaries of one era turn into the middle-of-the-roaders or conservatives and reactionaries of the next. Among the literary Trotskyists of the 1930s there were only a very few who would not be found at the head of the propagandist crusaders against communism of the late 1940s and 1950s. To those crusades they were to bring a familiarity with communism, an acute though one-sided grasp of its vulnerable points, and a passionate hatred which Trotsky had inculcated in them, in the hope that Stalinism, not communism, would be its object. Of course, many former Stalinists, who had never succumbed to any Trotskyist influence, were also to be prominent in the anti-communist crusades, but more often as vulgar informers than as ideological inspirers. The beginnings of this conversion are half hidden in the confusion of a few minor controversies. During the winter of 1937-8 Eastman, Serge, Suvarin, Siliga, and others raised the question of Trotsky's responsibility for the suppression of the Kronstadt revolt in 1921. The context in which they raised it was an attempt to find out where and when exactly that fatal flaw in Bolshevism had shown itself from which Stalinism took its origin. It had shown itself, they answered, at Kronstadt, in the suppression of the 1921 revolt. That was the decisive turn, the original sin, as it were, that led to the fall of Bolshevism. But was not Trotsky responsible for the suppression of the Kronstadt revolt? Did he not appear in that act as the true precursor of the Stalinist terror? The critics found it all the easier to condemn him, as they had a highly idealized image of the Kronstadt rising and glorified it as the first truly proletarian protest against the betrayal of the revolution. Trotsky replied that their image of Kronstadt was unreal and that if the Bolsheviks had not suppressed the rising they would have opened the floodgates to counter-revolution. He assumed full political responsibility for the Politburo's decision about this, a decision he had supported, and denied only the allegation that he had personally directed the attack on Kronstadt. 102. The polemic was full of a strange and unreasonable passion. There was no need to accept Trotsky's version to see that his critics greatly inflated the importance of the Kronstadt rising, detaching it, as it were, from the historic flux and the many cross-currents of events. Kronstadt as the prelude to Stalinism overshadowed in their eyes the fundamental factors that favored Stalinism, such as the defeats of communism in the West, the poverty and isolation of the Soviet Union, the weariness of its working masses, the conflicts between town and country, the logic of the single-party system, and so on. And such at times was the venom of the discussion over the relatively distant and ambiguous episode that Trotsky remarked, one would think that the Kronstadt revolt occurred not 17 years ago but only yesterday. What angered him was that his supposed well-wishers should have chosen to heckle him about Kronstadt right in the middle of his campaign against the Moscow trials. Moreover, while he was denouncing the present executions of the wives and children of the anti-Stalinists, Serge and Severin blamed him for the shooting of hostages during the Civil War. Did not this hue and cry aid Stalin? And did they not see the moral and political difference between his use of violence in civil war and Stalin's present terror? Or were they denying the Bolshevik government of 1918-21 the right to defend itself and impose discipline? I do not know whether there were any innocent victims at Kronstadt. I cannot undertake to decide now, so long after the event, who should have been punished and in what way, especially as I have no data at hand. I am ready to admit that civil war is not a school of humane behavior. Idealists and pacifists have always blamed revolution for excesses. The crux of the matter is that the excesses spring from the very nature of revolution, which is itself an excess of history. Let those who wish to do so reject, in their petty journalistic articles, revolution on this ground. I do not reject it. The critics accused him of Jesuitic or Leninist immorality, that is of holding that the end justifies the means. He replied with his essay Their Morals and Ours, an aggressive and eloquent statement on the ethics of communism. 103 The essay begins with a burst of invective against those Democrats and anarchists of the left who at a time when reaction triumphs exude double their usual amount of moral effluvia, just as other people perspire doubly in fear, but who preach morality not to the mighty persecutors but to persecuted revolutionaries. He did not indeed accept any absolute principles of morality. Such absolutes had no meaning outside religion. The popes at least derived them from divine revelation, but whence did his critics, those petty secularist priests, draw their eternal moral truths? From man's conscience, moral nature and similar concepts which are but metaphysical circumlocutions for divine revelation. Morality is embedded in history and class struggles and has no immutable substance. It reflects social experience and needs, and so it always must relate means to ends. In a striking passage he defended the Jesuits against their moralistic critics. The Jesuitic order never taught that any means, though it be criminal, is permissible, if only it leads to the end. Such a doctrine was malevolently attributed to the Jesuits by Protestant and partly by Catholic adversaries, who had no scruples in choosing the means for the attainment of their ends. Jesuit theologians expounded the truism that the use of any means, which by itself may be morally indifferent, must be justified or condemned according to the nature of the end it serves. To fire a shot is morally indifferent, to shoot a mad dog threatening a child is a good deed, to shoot to murder is a crime. In their practical morals the Jesuits were not at all worse than other priests and monks, on the contrary, they were superior to them, at any rate more consistent, courageous, and perspicacious. They represented a militant, closed, strictly centralized and aggressive organization, dangerous not only to enemies but also to allies. Just like the Bolsheviks, they had had their heroic era and periods of decadence, when from warriors of the church they turned into bureaucrats, and like all good bureaucrats were quite good swindlers. In the heroic period, however, the Jesuit differs from the average priest as a soldier of the church differs from one who is a merchant in it. We have no reason to idealize either of them. But it is altogether unworthy to look upon the fanatic warrior with the eyes of the obtuse and slothful shopkeeper. The idea that the end justifies the means, Trotsky argued, is implicit in every conception of morality, not least in that Anglo-Saxon utilitarianism, from the standpoint of which most of the attacks against Jesuitic and Bolshevik immorality are made. In so far as the ideal of the greatest possible happiness of the greatest possible number implies that what is done to achieve that end is moral, that ideal coincides with the Jesuitic notion of ends and means. And all governments, even the most humanitarian, who in time of war proclaim it the duty of their armies to exterminate the greatest possible number of the enemy, Do they not accept the principle that the end justifies the means? Yet, the end too needs to be justified, and ends and means may change places, for what is seen as an end now may later be the means to a new end. To the Marxist, the great end of increasing man's power over nature and abolishing man's power over man is justified, and so is the means to its socialism, and so is the means to socialism revolutionary class struggle. Marxist-Leninist morality is indeed governed by the needs of revolution. Does this signify that all means, even lies, betrayal, and murder may be used if they further the interests of revolution? All means are permissible, Trotsky replied, which genuinely lead to mankind's emancipation, but such is the dialectic of ends and means that certain means cannot lead to that end. Permissible and obligatory are those and only those means which impart solidarity and unity to revolutionary workers, which fill them with irreconcilable hostility to oppression, which imbue them with the consciousness of their historic tasks, and raise their courage and spirit of self-sacrifice. Consequently, not all means are permissible. He who says that the end justifies the means says also that the end rejects certain means as incompatible with itself. A wheat grain must be sown in order that wheat should grow. Socialism cannot be furthered by fraud, deceit, or the worship of leaders which humiliates the mass, nor can it be imposed upon the workers against their will. As Lassalle put it, show not only the goal, show also the road. So inseparably grow goal and road into each other, that the one always changes with the other. Another road brings another goal into being. Truthfulness and integrity in dealing with the working masses are essential to revolutionary morality, because any other road is bound to lead to a goal other than socialism. The Bolsheviks, in their heroic period, were the most honest political party in the whole of history. Of course, they deceived their enemies, especially in civil war, but they were truthful with the working people whose confidence they gained to an extent to which no other party had ever gained it. Lenin, who repudiated all ethical absolutes, gave the whole of his life to the cause of the oppressed, was supremely conscientious in ideas and fearless in action, and never showed the slightest attitude of superiority towards the plain worker, the defenseless woman, the child. As to his own, Trotsky's, immorality in decreeing that families of White Guard officers be taken as hostages, he assumed full responsibility for that measure, which was dictated by the necessities of civil war, although to his knowledge not a single one of those hostages had ever been executed. Hundreds of thousands of lives would have been saved, if the revolution had from the outset shown less superfluous magnanimity. He trusted that posterity would judge his behavior as it judged Lincoln's ruthlessness in the American Civil War. History has different yardsticks for the cruelty of the Northerners and that of the Southerners. A slave owner who uses cunning and violence to shackle the slave, and a slave who uses cunning and violence to break the chains, only contemptible eunuchs will tell us that they are equal before the court of morality. It was a perversion of the truth to blame the October Revolution and Bolshevik immorality for the atrocities of Stalinism. Stalinism was the product not of revolution or Bolshevism but of what had survived of the old society. This accounted for Stalin's pitiless struggle against the old Bolsheviks, a struggle through which the primordial barbarity of Russia was taking revenge on the progressive forces and aspirations that had come to the top in 1917. Moreover, Stalinism was the epitome of all the untruths, brutality, and baseness that made up the mechanics of any class rule and of the state at large. The apologists of class society and of the state, including the defenders of bourgeois democracy, were therefore hardly entitled to feel morally superior. Stalinism was holding up to them their own mirror, even if it was partly a distorting mirror. Of the many rejoinders to their morals and ours, John Dewey's deserves to be mentioned here. 104 Dewey accepted Trotsky's view of the relationship between means and ends and of the relative historical character of moral judgments. He agreed also that a means can be justified only by its end, and the end is justified if it leads to the increase of man's power over nature and the abolition of man's power over man. But he differed from Trotsky in that he did not see why this end should be pursued mainly or exclusively by means of class struggle. To his mind, Trotsky, like all Marxists, treated the class struggle as an end in itself. He detected a philosophical contradiction in Trotsky, who on the one hand asserted that the nature of the end, i.e. of socialism, determines the character of the means and, on the other, deduced the means from historical laws of the class struggle or justified them by reference to such laws. To Dewey the assumption of fixed laws, allegedly governing the development of society, was irrelevant. The belief that a law of history determines the particular way in which the struggle is to be carried on certainly seems to tend to a fanatical and even mystical devotion to the use of certain ways of conducting the class struggle, to the exclusion of all other ways. Orthodox Marxism shares with orthodox religionism and traditional idealism the belief that human ends are interwoven into the very texture and structure of existence, a conception inherited presumably from its Hegelian origins. Dewey's conclusion became the keynote of nearly all the attacks on Trotsky that presently came from his former disciples and friends, all aimed at the Hegelian heritage of Marxism, dialectical materialism, and the religious fanaticism of Bolshevism. Max Eastman, for instance, spoke of the final collapse of the dream about socialism. "I advocate that we abandon those utopian and absolute ideals." Not only was Marxism in his eyes now an antique religion or a German romantic faith, but it was the progenitor of fascism as well as of Stalinism. Do not forget that Stalin was a socialist. Mussolini was a socialist. Hundreds of thousands of the followers of Hitler were socialists or communists. Sidney Hook likewise renounced the idea of proletarian dictatorship and finally abandoned Marxism in favor of pragmatic liberalism. So did Edmund Wilson, Benjamin Stahlberg, James Rorty, and others. 105. With 40 years of ideological controversy behind him, Trotsky found little new or original in these arguments. They must have reminded him of Tikhomirov's "Why I Ceased to be a Revolutionary," the almost classic statement of recantation by an old Narodnik who left the revolutionary movement to make peace with the established order. Since then, in every generation, in every decade, the weary and disillusioned, as they withdrew from the fray or changed sides, tried to answer this question. What was new this time was the vehemence of the disillusionment. It matched the savage blows that Stalinism was inflicting on faith and illusion. Never yet had men withdrawn from a revolutionary struggle with so much deep-felt emotion and genuine indignation, and never yet had any cause looked as hopeless as Trotsky's began to look to the professors, authors, and literary critics who were deserting him. They came to feel that by opting for Trotskyism they had needlessly involved themselves in the huge, remote, obscure, and dangerous business of the Russian Revolution, and that this involvement was bringing them into conflict with the way of life and the climate of ideas which prevailed in their universities, editorial offices, and literary coteries. It was one thing to lend one's name to a committee for the defense of Trotsky and to protest against the purges, but quite another to subscribe to the manifestos of the Fourth International and to echo Trotsky's call for the conversion of the forthcoming World War into a global civil war. What was galling to Trotsky was to see even such old friends and associates as Eastman and Serge turn their back on him. He emptied the vials of his scorn on them and their ilk, and like another great controversialist, not too fastidious in the choice of his victims, he preserved in his prose as one preserves insects in amber the names of quite a few scribblers who would otherwise have been long forgotten. Here is a sample of his polemic with Suvarin as his target. Ex-pacifist, ex-communist, ex-Trotskyist, ex-democrato-communist, ex-Marxist, almost ex-Suvarin is all the more insolent in his attacks on proletarian revolution, the less he knows what he wants. This man loves to collect and file documents, excerpts, quotation marks, and commas, and he has a sharp pen. He once imagined that this equipment would do him for his lifetime. Then he had to learn that it was also necessary to know how to think. In his book on Stalin, despite an abundance of interesting quotations and facts, he himself produced the certificate of his own intellectual poverty. He understands neither revolution nor counter-revolution. He applies the criteria of a petty raisonneur to the historic process. The disproportion between the critical bent and the creative impotence of his mind corrodes him like an acid. Hence he is constantly in a state of savage irritation and lacks elementary scruple in appraising ideas, men, and events, and he covers all this by dry moralizing. He is, like all misanthropes and cynics, drawn towards reaction. But has he ever openly broken with Marxism? We have never heard about this. He prefers equivocation, that is his native element. In his review of my pamphlet Their Morals and Ours he writes, Trotsky once again mounts his hobby horse of class struggle. To the Marxist of yesterday, class struggle is already Trotsky's hobby horse. He, Suverin, prefers to sit astride the dead dog of eternal morality. 106. In such polemical excursions Trotsky was eagerly accompanied by two of his disciples, James Burnham and Max Schachtmann, who sprang fiercely on the intellectuals in retreat, tearing them to pieces for their Stalinophobia and treason to the working class and Marxism. Before long these disciples too were to desert the master and join the intellectuals in retreat. 107. After a friendship which lasted 2 years, Trotsky and Rivera fell out. The quarrel broke out rather suddenly, just after the Manifesto on the Freedom of Art had appeared in Partisan Review. In the summer Trotsky, hoping that Rivera would attend the foundation congresses of the Fourth International, had written to the organizers in Paris, "You should invite him, personally, and underline that the Fourth International is proud to have in its ranks, him, the greatest artist of our epoch and an indomitable revolutionary. We should be at least as attentive towards Diego Rivera as Marx was towards Freilagrath and Lenin towards Gorky. As an artist he is far superior to Freilagrath and Gorky, and he is a genuine revolutionary, whereas Freilagrath was only a petty bourgeois sympathizer and Gorky a somewhat equivocal fellow traveler." 108. It was therefore a rude shock to Trotsky when, before the end of the year, Rivera bitterly attacked President Cardenas as an accomplice of the Stalinists, and in the presidential elections backed Cardenas' rival, Almanzar, a right-wing general who promised to bring the trade unions to heel and tame the left. Rivera too had caught the virus of Stalinophobia, but such was the whimsicality of his political behavior that a few years hence he was to return contritely to the Stalinist fold. Trotsky was wary of becoming involved in Mexican politics, and he would in any case have nothing to do with the kind of anti-Stalinism for which Rivera now stood and with his campaign against Cardenas. He tried to dissuade Rivera, but failed. As in the public eye he was extremely closely associated with the painter, nothing short of an open break with him could free Trotsky of responsibility for his political vagaries. In a special statement Trotsky deplored Rivera's stand in the presidential elections and declared that henceforth he could not feel any moral solidarity with him or even benefit from his hospitality. 109. However, when the Stalinists attacked Rivera as one who sold himself to reaction, Trotsky defended him against the charge of venality and expressed undiminished admiration for the genius whose political blunderings could cast no shadow either on his art or on his personal integrity. 110. The break with Rivera and the decision to leave the Blue House put Trotsky in a difficult financial situation. His earnings had been greatly reduced, which had not mattered much as long as he did not have to pay for the roof over his head. Now he was compelled to do what he could to raise his earnings, and in the meantime he had to borrow from his friends to be able to run his household. 111. He had undertaken to write a biography of Stalin, but work being frequently interrupted he progressed with it slowly. His publishers, disappointed that his Lenin had not been forthcoming, were cautious with advances. 112. He thought of writing a short and popular book that might become a bestseller and free him from journalistic chores, but he could not bring himself to do this. He negotiated with the New York Public Library and the universities of Harvard and Stanford about the sale of his archives. Eager to place his papers in safety, he had asked an almost ludicrously low price for them, but the prospective buyers were in no hurry, and the negotiations dragged on for over a year. 113. Even in journalism his stock had slumped badly, and literary agents often found it difficult to place his articles, although he wrote on subjects of burning topicality such as the Munich settlement, the state of the Soviet armed forces, American diplomacy, Japan's role in the coming war, and so on. 114. Financial difficulties led him to a strange quarrel with Life magazine. 115. At the end of September 1939, on Burnham's initiative, one of Life's editors came to Coyoacan, and commissioned him to write a character sketch of Stalin and also an article on Lenin's death. Trotsky had just concluded the chapter in Stalin in which he suggested that Stalin had poisoned Lenin, and he was to present this version in Life. His first article appeared in the magazine on October 2. Although it contained relatively inoffensive reminiscences, the article raised the ire of pro-Stalinist liberals, who flooded Life with vituperative protests. Life printed some of these to the annoyance of Trotsky, who maintained that the protests had come from a GPU factory in New York, and were defamatory of him. He nevertheless sent in his second article, the one on Lenin's death, but Life refused to publish it. Ironically, the objections of the editors were reasonable enough. They found Trotsky's surmise that Stalin had poisoned Lenin unconvincing, and they demanded from him less conjecture and more unquestionable facts. He threatened to sue Life for breach of contract, and in a huff submitted the article to the Saturday Evening Post and Collier's, where he again met with refusals, until Liberty finally published it. It is sad to see how much time in his last year the irate and futile correspondence about this matter took. In the end, Life paid him the fee for the rejected article. This and a few other earnings, he could report to his friends, insured him financially for a few months and allowed him to go on bargaining a little longer about the sale of his archives. In February or March 1939 he rented a house at the Avenida Vienna on the far outskirts of Coyoacan, where the long street grew empty, stony, and dusty, with only a few campesino hovels scattered on either side. The house was old and roughly built, but fairly solid and spacious, and it stood in its own grounds, separated by thick walls from the road and the surroundings. No sooner had the Trotskys moved in than a rumor spread that the GPU was about to buy up the property. To forestall this, Trotsky himself purchased it, although he had to borrow money for this, his first deal in real estate. In view of the unceasing Stalinist threats of physical violence, it was necessary, or so it seemed, to fortify the house. Later on, a watchtower was to be erected at the entrance gate. Immediately doors were heavily barred, sandbags were put up against walls, and alarm signals were installed. Day and night 5 policemen were on duty in the street outside, and 8 to 10 Trotskyists guarded the house inside. The Trotskyists lived in. After a turn of duty at the gate, they worked as secretaries and participated in domestic activities, especially in the regular debates which took place in the evenings unless the arrival of visitors turned day into debating time. The visitors were sometimes political refugees from Europe, but more often Americans, radical educationists, liberal professors, journalists, historians, occasionally a few congressmen or senators, and, of course, Trotskyists. The debates ranged from dialectics and surrealism to the condition of the American Negroes, and from military strategy to Indian agriculture or the social problems of Brazil and Peru. Every visitor was a source of fresh knowledge to Trotsky, who listened, interrogated, took notes, argued and questioned. Again, there seemed to be no limit to his curiosity and capacity to absorb facts. The men of his bodyguard were uneasy at the unconcern with which he received strangers, but they could do nothing about it. Only when his curiosity turned to his immediate neighborhood and he peeped into the hovels across the road to find out how people lived there and what they thought of the land reform, his guards stopped him. They considered it safer for him to go under their protection on long trips into the country than to slip past the gate and wander around outside the house. The trips into the country had to be undertaken suddenly and in great secrecy. He usually went by car, accompanied by Natalia, a friend, and the bodyguard. When they passed through Mexico City, he had to crouch down in his seat and cover his face, otherwise a crowd on the pavements would recognize him and cheer or boo. Just as at Alma-Ata and on Principe, these trips were military expeditions, with much marching, climbing, and toiling. Since there was less chance of fishing and hunting, he developed a new hobby and collected rare, huge cacti on the rocky pyramid-shaped mountains. When he was not ill, he still had enormous physical strength, although with his white head and deeply lined face he sometimes looked prematurely aged. He had also preserved his military bearing, and the strongest of his bodyguards could not easily keep pace with him as he climbed up a steep slope with a load of heavy bayonet-blade cacti on his back. On one occasion, a secretary relates, we accompanied some friends to Tamazuncal, a distance of about 380 kilometers from Coyoacan, in hopes of finding a special variety of cactus. We were unsuccessful, but on the way down, nearer to Mexico City, LD had noticed some biznagas. He decided, despite the fact that we reached the spot long after dark, to stop and collect a carful. It was a balmy night, LD was in a cheerful mood, he moved briskly about the little group, digging cactus by the light from the headlamps of the cars 116. More often his companions had to follow him in the heat of the blazing sun, as he climbed among the boulders, his figure, in a blue French peasant jacket, sharply outlined against the rocks and his white thatch of hair torn by the wind. Natalia teasingly called these outings days of penal labor. He was in a frenzy, she recollects, always the first on the job and the last to leave, hypnotically driven by an urge to complete the job in hand. 117. With time, and with the growing violence of Stalinist threats, even these outings seemed more and more risky, and all of Trotsky's existence was becoming compressed within the walls of his half-court half-prison. This showed itself even in his manner of taking physical exercise and in his hobbies. He took to planting the most exotic cacti in his garden and to raising chickens and rabbits in his yard. Even in these melancholy chores he remained rigorously methodical. Every morning he spent a long while in the yard, feeding the rabbits and chickens, according to strictly scientific formulas, tending them, and scrubbing the coops and hutches. When his health was poor, says Natalia, the feeding of rabbits was a strain on him, but he could not give it up, for he pitied the little animals. How remote, how infinitely remote, was now his tumultuous, world-shaking past, and how poignant his and Natalia's loneliness. Very rarely a face or a voice from that past would come back, but only to bring it home to him that nothing bygone could be recaptured or revived. In October 1939 Alfred and Marguerite Rosmer at last came to Coyoacan. They were the Trotskys' only surviving friends of the years of the First World War. They stayed with them at the Avenida Vienna, nearly 8 months, till the end of May 1940, during which they spent many an hour in intimate talk and reminiscences. Trotsky and Rosmer went over the archives together, sorting them out, and pondering old documents. Sometimes they were joined by Otto Ruhl, another veteran, who as an exile also lived in Mexico. Ruhl, we know, had at the beginning of the First World War distinguished himself as one of the two socialists in the Reichstag. The other was Karl Liebknecht, who voted against the war. He had been one of the founding members of the German Communist Party and one of the first dissenters to break with it. In emigration he devoted himself to a study of Marx and kept aloof from political activity, though he agreed to sit on Dewey's Commission of Inquiry. Since the counter-trial he had become a frequent guest at the Blue House and then at the Avenida Vienna, and Trotsky, who respected his scholarship, showed him a warm friendship and helped him as much as he could. Together they brought out the living thoughts of Karl Marx. 118. In the first days of the war the thoughts of the three men, naturally enough, went back to the days when they had all been engaged in the same revolutionary opposition to war, the days of the Zimmerwald movement. Trotsky, the author of the Zimmerwald Manifesto, proposed that they should come out with a new manifesto to assert and to symbolize the continuity of the revolutionary attitude in both world wars. Rosmer was all for it, but as Ruhl had his differences with them and anyhow would not allow himself to be tempted into political action, the idea of the new Zimmerwald Manifesto was abandoned. The past was too remote to answer even with an echo. With the Rosmers, Seva had come to Coyoacan, and Trotsky and Natalia hugged the recovered grandchild. It was nearly 7 years since they had sent him away from Principo. The child had lived those years in Germany, Austria, and France, had changed guardians, schools, and languages, and had almost forgotten how to speak Russian. His grandfather's huge drama was as if mirrored in the tiny compass of his childhood. He had scarcely left the cradle when his father was torn away from him, and no sooner had he rejoined his mother in Berlin than she killed herself. Then Lyova, who had become father to him, died suddenly and mysteriously, and the child became the object of the family quarrel, was abducted, hidden, and seized again until he was brought to his grandfather, whom he could scarcely remember but whom he had been brought up to adore. And now the bewildered orphan stared restlessly at the strange and crowded fortress-like house to which he had been brought, a house already marked by death. Behind the most welcome guests, the Rosmers, an ominous shadow was to creep in, the shadow of Ramon Mercader Jackson. This was the friend of Sylvia Ajloff, the American Trotskyist who had attended the foundation conference of the Fourth International at the Rosmers' home. Some claim that it was then or shortly thereafter that Jackson had been introduced to the Rosmers, and that ever since he had unobtrusively sought their company and rendered them, with seeming disinterestedness, many small services and favors. Rosmer emphatically denies this and asserts that he met him only in Mexico, and Rosmer's version is confirmed by Jackson himself. 119 Jackson posed, plausibly enough, as a non-politically minded businessman, sportsman, and bon viveur. It was supposedly as an agent of an oil company that he went to Mexico City at the time when the Rosmers arrived there. He kept himself in the background, however, and for many months sought no access to the fortified house at the Avenida Vienna. But he was getting ready for his dreadful assignment. Stalin was the only full-scale book, his last, on which Trotsky worked in these years. As posthumously published, the volume is pieced together from 7 completed chapters and a mass of diverse fragments, arranged, supplemented, and linked up by an editor, not always in accordance with Trotsky's trend of thought. No wonder that the book lacks the ripeness and balance of Trotsky's other works. But perhaps even if he had lived to give it final shape and to eliminate the many tentative statements and overstatements of its early drafts, the Stalin would probably have remained his weakest work. Trotsky had no awareness at all that he was somehow lowering himself by assuming the role of his rivals and enemies' portraitist. He never found any literary or journalistic work beneath him provided he could carry it out conscientiously. It is said that his publishers pressed him to tackle the biography of Stalin, and that financial necessity compelled him to yield. This is not quite borne out by the evidence. The publishers were at least as keen, if not more so, on the life of Lenin he had promised to complete. 120 If the need of money played its part in causing him to give priority to Stalin, he was nevertheless mainly actuated by a literary artistic motive. He was eager to reassess Stalin's character in the fresh and fierce light of the purges, and his fascination with this task was stronger than any pride or vanity that might have prevented him becoming Stalin's biographer. His chief character, the Super Cain now revealed, was to some extent unfamiliar even to him. He scrutinized Stalin's features anew, dug deep into archives, and searched his own memories for those scenes, incidents, and impressions that now seemed to acquire new meanings and new aspects. He delved with unrelenting suspicion into the hidden nooks and crannies of Stalin's career, and everywhere he discovered, or rediscovered, the same villain. Yes, he concluded, the Cain of the Great Purges had been there all the time, concealed in the Politburo member, in the pre-1917 Bolshevik, in the agitator of 1905, even in the pupil of the Tiflis Seminary and the boy Soso. He drew the sinister, malignant, almost ape-like figure, stealthily making its way to the highest seat of power. The image, rough, lopsided, sometimes unreal, derives an artistic quality from the force of the passion that animates it. It does present the torso of a terrifying monster. There is no question that even here Trotsky treats the facts, dates, and quotations with his usual historical conscientiousness. He draws a clear line of distinction between the established facts, the deductions, the guesses, and the hearsay, so that the reader is able to sift the enormous biographical material and form his own opinion. Such indeed is Trotsky's pedantry here that his method of inquiry and exposition is exceptionally repetitive and wearisome. Armed with a formidable array of quotations and documents, he polemicizes at great length against hosts of Stalin's flatterers and courtiers, without realizing what a grotesque honor he pays them by doing so. Nevertheless, in composing the portrait, he uses abundantly and far too often the material of inference, guess, and hearsay. He picks up any piece of gossip or rumor if only it shows a trait of cruelty or suggests treachery in the young Jugashvili. He gives credence to Stalin's schoolmates and later enemies who in reminiscences about their childhood, written in exile 30 or more years after the events, say that the boy so-so had only a sarcastic sneer for the joys and sorrows of his fellows, that compassion for people or for animals was foreign to him, or that from his youth the carrying out of vengeful plots became for him the goal that dominated all his efforts. He cites Stalin's adversaries who depict the youngster and the mature man as almost an agent provocateur, and although Trotsky does not accept the accusation, he attaches significance to it as showing what Stalin was held to be capable of by his former comrades. 121. There is no need to go into many examples of this approach. The most striking is, of course, Trotsky's suggestion, mentioned earlier, that Stalin had poisoned Lenin. He relates that in February 1923 Lenin, paralyzed and losing speech, wanted to commit suicide and asked Stalin for poison. Stalin himself confided this to Trotsky, and to Zinoviev and Kamina. He recalls the queer expression Stalin's face bore at that moment, and he makes his accusation on the ground that Lenin's death a year later came unexpectedly, and that Stalin was just then in so severe a conflict with Lenin that he must have made up his mind to hasten Lenin's death. Whether Stalin sent the poison to Lenin with the hint that the physicians had left no hope for his recovery or whether he resorted to more direct means, I do not know. But I am firmly convinced that Stalin could not have waited passively when his fate hung by a thread, and the decision depended on a small, very small, motion of his hand. 122. And here Trotsky presents in a startlingly new context the story he had told so many times before, of how Stalin maneuvered to keep him, Trotsky, away from Moscow during Lenin's funeral. He might have feared that I would connect Lenin's death with last year's conversation about poison, would ask the doctors whether poisoning was involved, and demand a special autopsy. He recalls that on his return to Moscow after the funeral, he found that the physicians were at a loss to account for Lenin's death, and that even 2 and 3 years later Zinoviev and Kamina eschewed all talk about this and answered Trotsky's questions in monosyllables and avoiding my eyes. Yet he never states whether he himself had conceived the suspicion or conviction of Stalin's guilt already in 1924 or whether he formed it only during the purges, after Yagoda and the Kremlin doctors had been charged with using poison in their murderous intrigues. If he had felt this conviction or suspicion in 1924, why did he never voice it before 1939? Why did he, even after Lenin's death, describe Stalin as a brave and sincere revolutionary to none other than Max Eastman? Even in this denunciatory biography, Trotsky still expresses the opinion that if Stalin had ever foreseen in what bloody convulsions the inter-party struggle would end, he would never have started it. 123. Thus he still treats the Stalin of 1924 as a basically honest though short-sighted man, who would have hardly been capable of poisoning Lenin. Such inconsistencies suggest that in charging Stalin with this particular crime, Trotsky is projecting the experience of the Great Purges back to 1923-4. He concludes that Stalin, the hangman of all of Lenin's disciples, was surely capable of killing Lenin as well, and that he did kill him. Yet it is difficult not to wonder whether the enigma of Lenin's death, the suspicion of foul play, the tricks Stalin used to avoid a post-mortem, whether all these parts of the story are not so many transposed circumstances, say, of the story of Lyova's death. Stalin's personality admittedly confronts any biographer with this difficult problem. His character was undoubtedly a vital element in the purges, and it is the biographer's task to trace the formation of that character and to show how early, at what stages, and to what extent its propensities had revealed themselves. The task, however, is not different from that which the student analyzing the life course of a criminal has to solve. The potentiality of the criminal act may be present in the given character early enough, but it must not be presented as an actuality before it has turned into one. To be sure, deep suspiciousness, secretiveness, and a resentful craving for power reveal themselves in Stalin long before his rise, yet for many years they are only his secondary characteristics. The biographer ought to treat them with a sense of proportion and with an eye to the dynamics of the personality and the all-important interplay of circumstance and character. Trotsky's Stalin is implausible to the extent to which he presents the character as being essentially the same in 1936-8 as in 1924, and even in 1904. The monster does not form, grow, and emerge. He is there almost fully fledged from the outset. Any better qualities and emotions, such as intellectual ambition and a degree of sympathy with the oppressed, without which no young man would ever join a persecuted revolutionary party, are almost totally absent. Stalin's rise within the party is not due to merit or achievement, and so his career becomes very nearly inexplicable. His election to Lenin's Politburo, his presence in the Bolshevik inner cabinet, and his appointment to the post of the general secretary appear quite fortuitous. Trotsky himself sums up his approach in a single sentence: the process of Stalin's rise took place somewhere behind an impenetrable political curtain. At a certain moment his figure, in the full panoply of power, suddenly stepped away from the Kremlin wall. 124 Yet even from Trotsky's disclosures it is evident that Stalin did not at all come to the fore in this way, that he had been, next to Lenin and Trotsky, the most influential man in the party's inner councils at least since 1918, and that it was not for nothing that Lenin in his will described Stalin as one of the two most able men of the Central Committee. As biographer not less than as leader of the opposition, Trotsky underrates Stalin and the forces and circumstances favoring him. The current official comparisons of Stalin to Lenin are simply indecent, he rightly remarks. If the basis of comparison is sweep of personality, he then adds, it is impossible to place Stalin even alongside Mussolini or Hitler. However meager the ideas of fascism, both the victorious leaders of reaction, the Italian and the German, from the beginning of their respective movements, displayed initiative, roused the masses to action, pioneered new paths through the political jungle. Nothing of the kind can be said about Stalin. These words were written while the USSR was entering into the second decade of planned economy, and there was an unreal ring about them even then. They sounded altogether fantastic a few years later when Stalin's role could be viewed against the background of the Second World War and its aftermath. In attempting to find an historical parallel to Stalin, Trotsky went on, we have to reject not only Cromwell, Robespierre, Napoleon, and Lenin, but even Mussolini and Hitler. We come closer to an understanding of Stalin when we think in terms of Mustafa Kemal Pasha or perhaps Porfirio Diaz. 125 Here the lack of historical scale and perspective is striking and disturbing. What guides Trotsky's pen in passages like these is, of course, his holy anger and disgust with the monstrosities of the Stalin cult. He reduces to less than life-size the autocrat who has puffed himself up to superhuman stature, the self-deified despot. In doing so, Trotsky paves the way, as it were, for those who will many years later pull down Stalin's monuments, evict his body from the Red Square mausoleum, efface his name from the squares and streets, and even rename Stalingrad Volgograd. With a lucid premonition of all this, Trotsky recalls that Nero too had been deified, but that after he perished his statues were smashed and his name was scraped off everything. The vengeance of history is more powerful than the vengeance of the most powerful general secretary. I venture to think that this is consoling. 126 About to be struck down by the ultimate act of Stalin's treachery, Trotsky already savors history's coming retribution and his own victory beyond the grave. He prepares that retribution in words weighty enough to serve as texts for posterity's judgment. He treats Stalin as the symbol of an immense vacuum, the product of an epoch in which the morality of the old order has dissolved and that of the new one has not yet formed. L'état c'est moi is almost a liberal formula by comparison with the actualities of Stalin's totalitarian regime. Louis XIV identified himself with both the state and the church, but only during the epoch of temporal power. The totalitarian state goes far beyond Caesaropapism. Stalin can justly say, unlike Leroi Solile, La Société c'est moi. And this is how Trotsky conveys in a single epigram the whole tragic tension between Stalin and the old Bolsheviks. Of Christ's 12 apostles, Judas alone proved to be traitor. But if he had acquired power, he would have represented the other 11 apostles as traitors, and also all the lesser apostles whom Luke numbers as 70.127. Trotsky's comments on the events leading up to the war and on the prospects of war and revolution could be the subject of a special monograph. In these writings one is struck more strongly than ever by the contrast between his lucid and almost flawless analyses of the strategic diplomatic elements of the world's situation and his blurred vision of the prospects of revolution. He saw the Second World War as being basically a continuation of the First, a prolongation of the struggle of the great imperialist powers for a redivision of the world. At the time of the Munich crisis he saw Hitler's strength, and weakness, in his readiness to use blackmail and bluff and to risk war, whereas the old colonial powers, having nothing to win but much to lose, were frightened of armed conflict. Chamberlain would give away all the democracies of the world and not many are left for 1/10 of India. The Munich settlement, in his view, hastened the outbreak of war, and so did Franco's successes in Spain, in so far as they freed the bourgeois governments from the fear of revolution in Europe. Stalin's policy had the same effect, selling out the labor movement, as if it were petrol or manganese ore. He too was helping capitalism to regain self-confidence. 128 But it was the attitude of the United States that was decisive, for both Chamberlain and Stalin were afraid of committing themselves against Hitler as long as the United States remained uncommitted. Yet as the world's leading imperialist power, inheriting Britain's place, the United States could not remain isolationist. It was vitally interested in stopping the expansion of German and Japanese imperialism, and it would be compelled to join in the Second World War much earlier than it had entered the First. The United States was also destined to play a far more decisive part in the peacemaking, for if peace is not concluded on the basis of socialism, then the victorious United States will dictate the conditions of peace. One may well imagine the thunderous denunciation with which Trotsky met the German-Soviet Pact of August 1939, the master of the Great Purges now stood self-exposed as Hitler's accomplice. Ever since 1933 Trotsky had repeated that nothing would suit Stalin better than an accommodation with Hitler. Now, after the decapitation of the Red Army, the fear of his own weakness had driven Stalin into Hitler's arms. While Hitler is conducting his military operations, Stalin is acting as his intendant, Trotsky remarked in the first days of the war. 129 But Stalin's purpose, he added, was not to help the Third Reich to victory, but to keep the Soviet Union out of the war for as long as possible, and in the meantime to obtain a free hand in the Baltic states and in the Balkans. When Stalin and Hitler, applauded by the Comintern, proceeded to partition Poland, Trotsky commented, "Poland will resurrect, the Comintern never." But even in his most vehement assaults on Stalin's lack of principle and cynicism, he did not put all the blame on Stalin. He reiterated that the key to the Kremlin's policy is in Washington, and that in order that Stalin should change his course the United States must throw its weight against Hitler. He repeated the same thought during the phony war in the winter of 1939-40, saying that France and Britain, in avoiding real military collision with Germany, were conducting a sort of a military strike against the United States. From east and west alike Hitler was abetted in the conquest of Europe. The Polish and Czech governments had already fled to France. Who knows, Trotsky wrote on December 4, 1939, many months before the collapse of France, whether the French government, together with the Belgian, Dutch, Polish, and Czechoslovak governments, will not have to seek refuge in Great Britain. He did not accept even for a moment the possibility of a Nazi victory, but before the hour of Hitler's defeat strikes, many, very many in Europe will be wiped out. Stalin does not want to be among them, and so he is wary of detaching himself from Hitler too early. 130. When France capitulated and nearly the whole of Europe succumbed to Hitler's armed might, Trotsky stigmatized Stalin and the Comintern for their share in bringing about the catastrophe. The Second and Third Internationals have deceived and demoralized the working class. After 5 years of propaganda for an alliance of the democracies and collective security, and after Stalin's sudden passage into Hitler's camp, the French working class was caught unawares. The war provoked a terrible disorientation, a mood of passive defeatism. Now the USSR was on the brink of the abyss. All Stalin's territorial gains in Eastern Europe counted little in comparison with the resources and the power which Hitler had seized and which he would use against the Soviet Union. 131. Having said all this, Trotsky insisted with the utmost firmness that the Soviet Union remained a workers' state, entitled to be unconditionally defended against all its capitalist enemies, fascist and democratic. He did not even deny Stalin the right to bargain with Hitler, although he himself thought that the Soviet-German pact had not brought the Soviet Union any significant advantage. He would have preferred a Soviet coalition with the West. But he held that the question with whom the Soviet Union should align itself should be decided solely on grounds of expediency, and that no political or moral principle was involved in the choice, because the Western powers no less than the Third Reich fought only for their imperialist interests. What Trotsky repudiated in Stalin's policy was not so much his choice of ally or partner, but his making a virtue of the choice and his proclaiming ideological solidarity with whoever happened to be his partner at the moment. Stalin and Molotov now extolled the German-Soviet friendship cemented with blood, their underlings, conniving in Hitler's atrocities, declared that Poland would never rise again, and their propagandists, like Ulbricht, turned all their anti-imperialist zeal exclusively against the Western powers. This was, Trotsky concluded, how Stalinism exercised its counter-revolutionary influence on the international arena, and this was one more reason why the Soviet workers must overthrow it by force. But he reasserted that even under Stalin's rule, the workers' state remained a reality, which must be protected against any foreign enemy and fought for to the last. 132. He was well aware that his ideas would again seem paradoxical to many, but was reality not just as paradoxical? Having in collusion with Hitler annexed Poland's eastern marches, Stalin proceeded to expropriate the big landlords there, to divide their estates among the peasants, and to nationalize industry and banking. Anxious to secure military control over the annexed territories, his new defensive glacis, he adjusted in every respect their social and political regime to that of the Soviet Union. Thus an act of revolution resulted from Stalin's cooperation and rivalry with the most counter-revolutionary power in the world. At a stroke, Stalin fulfilled the main desiderata which had always figured in every program of Polish and Ukrainian socialists and communists, the desiderata they themselves had not been able to realize. The social upheaval in the annexed lands was, of course, the work of the Soviet occupation forces, not of the Polish and Ukrainian toilers. It was the first of the long series of revolutions from above which Stalin was to impose upon Eastern Europe. And while he was expropriating the possessing classes economically, he expropriated the workers and the peasants politically, depriving them of freedom of expression and association. 133. Trotsky, contemptuous of Stalin's bureaucratic methods and horse trading with Hitler, acknowledged the basically progressive character of the social changes in Poland's eastern marches. He argued that Stalin overthrew the old order there only because the workers' state was a reality in the Soviet Union only that had stopped him from coming to terms with the Polish landlords and capitalists. In other words, the revolutionary dynamic of the Stalinist state had now overlapped the boundaries of the USSR. However, in making this assertion Trotsky involved himself in a contradiction. Had he not maintained that Stalinism continued to play a dual, progressive and reactionary part, only within the Soviet Union, but that its role on the international arena was exclusively counter-revolutionary, i.e. directed towards the preservation of the capitalist order? Had this not been Trotsky's chief argument in favor of the creation of the Fourth International? He still held that the wider international influence of Stalinism remained counter-revolutionary, and that the social upheaval on Poland's eastern marches was only a local phenomenon. He pointed out how little the expropriation of landlords and capitalists in the western Ukraine, or later in the Baltic states, weighed against the demoralization by Stalinism of the French workers, the betrayal by it of the Spanish Revolution, and the services it had rendered Hitler. Again and again he returned to the disparity of the two facets of Stalinism, the domestic and the foreign, and he sought to explain it by the fact that inside the USSR the elements of the workers' state, national ownership, planning, and revolutionary traditions, refracted themselves even through Stalin's bureaucratic despotism and limited Stalin's freedom of movement, whereas in the international arena Stalinism acted without any such inhibition, pursuing only its narrow interests and following freely its opportunistic bent. 134. The argument, although it contains some truth, could not resolve or even conceal the theoretical and political difficulty which now beset Trotskyism, a difficulty that was to grow immensely with the events of the coming decade. How real indeed was the distinction Trotsky had drawn between the domestic, partly still progressive, and the international, wholly counter-revolutionary, functions of Stalinism. Could any government or ruling group have for any length of time one character at home and quite a different one abroad? If the Soviet body politic preserved the quality of a workers' state, how could this leave unaffected its relationship with the outside world? How could the government of a workers' state be consistently a factor of counter-revolution? Trotsky and his disciples could deal with this problem in only one of two ways: either they had to declare that the Soviet Union had ceased to be a workers' state, that this accounted for the anti-revolutionary direction of Stalin's policies both at home and abroad, and that consequently Marxists had no reason whatsoever to go on defending the Soviet Union. Or else, they had to admit that Stalinism was continuing to act a dual or ambivalent, progressive and reactionary, role both abroad and at home, that this was consistent with the contradictory character of the regime of the USSR, with the survival of the workers' state within the bureaucratic despotism, and that Marxists could cope with this intricate situation only by opposing Stalinism yet defending the Soviet Union. Quite a few of Trotsky's disciples tried to find a way out of the predicament by declaring that the Soviet Union was no longer a workers' state, because its bureaucracy formed a new class, exploiting and oppressing the workers and peasants. This idea, we know, had been in the air since 1921, when the workers' opposition first voiced it in Moscow, and although Trotsky had always rejected it, the idea never ceased to appeal to some of his followers. In 1929 Rakovsky startled them when he wrote that the Soviet Union had already changed from a proletarian state which was bureaucratically deformed into a bureaucratic state with only a residual proletarian element. 135 Trotsky approvingly quoted the epigram, which underlay some of his reasonings in The Revolution Betrayed, but he drew no conclusions from it. Some of his disciples now wondered what could possibly be left of that residual proletarian element after 10 years, and what years. Was it not, they asked, preposterous to go on talking about a workers' state? They found encouragement for such a conclusion in some of Trotsky's speculations, hints, and obiter dicta. In The Revolution Betrayed he had argued that the Soviet managerial groups were preparing to denationalize industry and to become its stockholding owners. In other words, that the Stalinist bureaucracy was incubating a new capitalist class. Years had passed and of such a development there was no sign. Was Trotsky then not mistaken in his conception of Soviet society? He saw the Stalinist bureaucracy hatching out a new bourgeois class and a new capitalism, but was not that bureaucracy itself the new class hatched out by the October Revolution and fully fledged already? Just before the outbreak of the war an Italian ex-Trotskyist, Bruno Rizzi, answered this question affirmatively in a little noticed but influential book, La bureaucratisation du monde, published in Paris. Rizzi was the original author of the idea of the managerial revolution, which Burnham, Schachtman, Gillas, and many others were to expound later in far cruder versions. He based himself on part of Trotsky's argument, as stated in The Revolution Betrayed, in order to reject the argument as a whole. The Russian Revolution, he maintained, having set out, like the French, to abolish inequality, had merely replaced one mode of economic exploitation and political oppression by another. Trotsky, haunted by the phantom of a capitalist restoration in the USSR, failed to see that bureaucratic collectivism had established itself there as the new form of class domination. He refused to treat the bureaucracy as the new class because it did not own the means of production and did not accumulate profits. But the bureaucracy, Rizzi replied, did own the means of production and did accumulate profits, only it was doing that collectively and not individually, as the old possessing classes had done. In Soviet society the exploiters do not appropriate surplus value directly, as the capitalist does when he pockets the dividends of his enterprise. They do it indirectly, through the state, which cashes in the sum total of the national surplus value and then distributes it among its own officials. 136 De facto possession of the means of production, possession through the state and possession of the state, had taken the place of bourgeois possession de jure. The new state of affairs was not, as Trotsky supposed, a bureaucratic interval or a transient phase of reaction, but a new stage in the development of society, even an historically necessary stage. Just as feudalism was followed not by equality, liberty, fraternity, but by capitalism, so capitalism was being followed not by socialism but by bureaucratic collectivism. The Bolsheviks were objectively just as incapable of achieving their ideal as the Jacobins had been of realizing theirs. Socialism was still utopia. The workers inspired by it were once again cheated of the fruits of their revolution. Insofar, Rizzi went on, as bureaucratic collectivism organized society and its economy more efficiently and productively than capitalism had done, or could do it, its triumph marked historic progress. It was therefore bound to supersede capitalism. State control and planning were predominant not only in the Stalinist regime, but also under Hitler, Mussolini, and even under Roosevelt. In different degrees Stalinists, Nazis, and New Dealers were the conscious or unconscious agents of the same new system of exploitation, destined to prevail the world over. As long as bureaucratic collectivism stimulated social productivity, Rizzi concluded, it would be invulnerable. The workers could only do what they had done under early capitalism's struggle to improve their lot and wrest concessions and reforms from their new exploiters. Only after the new system had begun to decay and to retard and shackle social growth, would they be able to resume the fight for socialism successfully. This was a remote prospect, yet it was not unreal. Bureaucratic collectivism was the last form of man's domination by man, so close to classless society that bureaucracy, the last exploiting class, refused to acknowledge itself as a possessing class. 137. Trotsky, knowing that Rizzi had expressed a trend of ideas that was gaining ground among Trotskyists, dealt with his argument in an essay, The USSR in War, written in the middle of September 1939. 138. It would be a piece of monstrous nonsense, he began, to break with comrades who differ from us in their views about the social nature of the USSR as long as we are in agreement about our political tasks. The argument whether the USSR was a workers' state or not was often only a quibble. Rizzi had at least the merit of having raised it to the height of historical generalization. He identified bureaucratic collectivism as the new order of society, essentially the same behind the different facades of Stalinism, Nazism, Fascism, and the New Deal. His equation of Stalinism and Nazism, Trotsky replied, might sound plausible enough in the days of the pact between Hitler and Stalin. That pact, many argued, had merely brought out the kinship of the two regimes, a kinship so evident in their techniques of government, and, in Rizzi's opinion, it was only a matter of time before the Nazi and Fascist, but also the Rooseveltian, state would carry its control of the economy to a logical conclusion and nationalize all industry. Against this, Trotsky asserted that whatever the resemblances between Hitler's and Stalin's methods of government, the economic and social differences were qualitative and not merely quantitative. This was the gulf between their regimes. Neither Hitler nor Roosevelt would or could go beyond partial nationalization. Each was only superimposing state intervention upon an essentially capitalist order. Stalin alone exercised control over a truly post-capitalist economy. To be sure, the growth of bureaucracy was evident in various countries and under different regimes. But bureaucratic collectivism as a distinctive social order, if it existed at all, was still confined to a single country, and there it rested upon foundations created by a socialist revolution. It was therefore rash, Trotsky pointed out, to speak of any universal trend, by dint of which bureaucratic collectivism was the real successor to capitalism. If this had been so, then any socialist revolution, even in the most advanced industrial country, or in several such countries, would inevitably usher in something like the Stalinist regime. This was indeed Rizzi's view. Against this Trotsky referred to the empirical evidence which showed how decisively Russia's backwardness, poverty, and isolation had contributed to the ascendancy of Stalinism. The Russian Revolution had deteriorated under the burden of circumstance, and there was no reason to assume that any socialist revolution must, regardless of circumstance, deteriorate likewise. Stalinism was not the norm of the new society, as Rizzi thought, but an historic abnormality, not the final outcome of the revolution, but an aberration from the revolutionary course. Soviet bureaucracy was still a parasitic outgrowth of the working class, as dangerous as such an outgrowth can be, but it was not an independent body. Contrary to Rizzi's view, bureaucratic collectivism did not represent any historic progress. The progress the Soviet Union was making was due to collectivism, not to bureaucracy. Stalinism could survive only as long as the Soviet Union was merely borrowing, imitating, and assimilating superior Western technology. Once this stage was left behind, the requirements of social life would become more complex, and social initiative would have to reassert itself. A major conflict between bureaucracy and social initiative was therefore looming ahead, and the conflict would be all the deeper, because unlike the French bourgeoisie after the revolution, the bureaucracy is not the bearer of a new economic system, which could not function without it. On the contrary, in order to function properly, the new system would have to free itself from the stranglehold of bureaucracy. The idea that underlay all the theories about bureaucratic collectivism was that the working class had shown itself incapable of accomplishing the socialist revolution which Marxism had expected it to accomplish. Yet capitalism too had shown itself unable to function and survive. Some form of a collectivist economy was therefore bound to replace it. But as the working class had failed to cope with this task, the bureaucracy was performing it, and not socialist but bureaucratic collectivism was superseding the old order. Trotsky agreed that here was the crux of the controversy. 139 The question whether the Soviet Union was a workers' state or whether its regime was one of bureaucratic collectivism was secondary. All that he himself intended to say when he spoke of the workers' state was that its potentiality and its elements were preserved in the social structure of the Soviet Union. It had not occurred to him to suggest that the Stalinist regime was a workers' state in the ordinary and political sense of the term. One might, on the other hand, speak of Soviet bureaucratic collectivism and still hold that this included the potentiality of the workers' state. What was far more important was whether one held that bureaucratic collectivism had come to stay because the working class was inherently incapable of achieving socialism. That the record of the labor movement was compounded of failures and disappointments was undeniable. The workers had not been able to bar Mussolini's, Hitler's, and Franco's roads to power. They had allowed themselves to be maneuvered into defeat by popular fronts, and they had not prevented 2 world wars. But how were these failures to be diagnosed? As faults of leadership, faults which could be remedied? Or as the historic bankruptcy of the working class and evidence of its inability to rule and transform society? If the leadership was at fault, the way out was to create a new leadership in new Marxist parties and a new international. But if the working class was at fault, then the Marxist view of capitalist society and socialism must be admitted to have been wrong, for Marxism had proclaimed that socialism would either be the work of the proletariat or it would not be at all. Was Marxism then just another ideology or another form of the false consciousness that causes oppressed classes and their parties to believe that they struggle for their own purposes when in truth they are only promoting the interests of a new, or even of an old, ruling class? Viewed from this angle, the defeat of the pristine Bolshevism would indeed appear to have been of the same order as the defeat of the Jacobins, the result of a collision between utopia and a new social order, and Stalin's victory would present itself as the triumph of reality over illusion and as a necessary act of historic progress. Thus at the close of his days Trotsky interrogated himself about the meaning and the purpose of all his life and struggle, and indeed of all the struggles of several generations of fighters, communists, and socialists. Was a whole century of revolutionary endeavor crumbling into dust? Again and again he returned to the fact that the workers had not overthrown capitalism anywhere outside Russia. Again and again he surveyed the long and dismal sequence of defeats which the revolution had suffered between the 2 world wars. And he saw himself driven to the conclusion that if major new failures were to be added to this record, then the whole historic perspective drawn by Marxism would indeed come under question. At this point he indulged in one of those over-emphatic and hyperbolic statements which from time to time occur to any great controversialist and man of action, but which taken literally lead to endless confusion. He declared that the final test for the working class, for socialism and for Marxism was imminent. It was coming with the Second World War. If the war were not to lead to proletarian revolution in the West, then the place of decaying capitalism would indeed be taken not by socialism, but by a new bureaucratic and totalitarian system of exploitation. And if the working classes of the West were to seize power, but then prove incapable of holding it and surrender it to a privileged bureaucracy, as the Russian workers had done, then it would indeed be necessary to acknowledge that the hopes which Marxism placed in the proletariat had been false. In that case the rise of Stalinism in Russia would also appear in a new light. We would be compelled to acknowledge that Stalinism was rooted not in the backwardness of the country and not in the imperialist environment, but in the congenital incapacity of the proletariat to become a ruling class. Then it would be necessary to establish in retrospect that the present USSR was the precursor of a new and universal system of exploitation. However onerous this perspective may be, if the world proletariat should actually prove incapable of accomplishing its mission, nothing else would remain but to recognize openly that the socialist program, based on the internal contradictions of capitalist society, had petered out as a utopia 140. Perhaps only Marxists could sense fully the tragic solemnity which these words had in Trotsky's mouth. True, he uttered them for the sake of the argument, but even for the sake of argument he had never yet contemplated the possibility of an utter failure of socialism so closely. He insisted that the final test was a matter of the next few years, and he defined the terms of the test with painful precision. He went on to state, "It is self-evident that if the Marxist program turned out to be impracticable, a new minimum program would be required to defend the interests of the slaves of the totalitarian bureaucratic system." The passage was characteristic of the man. If bureaucratic slavery was all that the future had in store for mankind, then he and his disciples would be on the side of the slaves and not of the new exploiters, however historically necessary the new exploitation might be. Having lived all his life with the conviction that the advent of socialism was a scientifically established certainty and that history was on the side of those who struggled for the emancipation of the exploited and the oppressed, he now entreated his disciples to remain on the side of the exploited and the oppressed, even if history and all scientific certainties were against them. He, at any rate, would be with Spartacus, not with Pompey and the Caesars. Having explored this dark prospect, he did not, however, resign himself to it. Was there, he asked, sufficient evidence for the view that the working class was incapable of overthrowing capitalism and transforming society? Those who held this view, including some of his disciples, had never seen the working class in revolutionary action. They had watched only the triumphs of fascism, Nazism, and Stalinism, or they had known only bourgeois democracy in decay. All their political experience was indeed compounded of defeat and frustration. No wonder that they had come to doubt the political capacity of the proletariat. But how could he doubt it, he who had seen and led the Russian workers in 1917? In these years of worldwide reaction we must proceed from the possibilities which the Russian proletariat revealed in 1917. The revolutionary intelligence and energy the Russian workers had shown then was surely latent in German, French, British, and American workers as well. The October Revolution was therefore still a colossal asset and a priceless pledge for the future. The subsequent record of defeats must be blamed not on the workers but on their conservative and utterly bourgeois leaders. Such was the dialectics of the historic process that the proletariat of Russia, a most backward country, has brought forth the most far-sighted and courageous leadership, whereas in Great Britain, the country of the oldest capitalist civilization, the proletariat has even today the most dull-witted and obsequious leaders. But leaders come and go, the social class remains. Marxists must still work for the renewal of the leadership and must stake everything on the organic, deep, irrepressible urge of the toiling masses to tear themselves free from the sanguinary chaos of capitalism. He reasserted his Marxist conviction not with the flamboyant optimism of his earlier years, but with a hard-tested and enduring loyalty. The basic task of our epoch has not changed for the simple reason that it has not been solved. Marxists do not have the slightest right, if disillusionment and fatigue are not considered rights, to draw the conclusion that the proletariat has forfeited its revolutionary possibilities and must renounce all aspirations. 25 years in the scales of history, when it is a question of most profound changes in economic and cultural systems, weigh less than an hour in a man's life. What good is the individual who, because of setbacks suffered in an hour or a day, renounces a goal he has set for himself on the basis of all the experience of his life? If this war provokes, as we firmly believe it will, a proletarian revolution, this must inevitably lead to the overthrow of the bureaucracy in the USSR and to the regeneration of Soviet democracy on an economic and cultural basis far higher than that of 1918. In that case, the question whether the Stalinist bureaucracy was a new class or a malignant growth on the workers' state will be solved. It will become clear to everyone that in the worldwide process of revolution the Soviet bureaucracy was only an episodic relapse. To put a cross over the Soviet Union because of this episodic relapse and so to lose all historic perspective, would be unpardonable. The Soviet Union, and for the time being the Soviet Union alone, contained within itself the socio-economic framework for a reborn socialist democracy, and this must be defended. What do we defend in the Soviet Union? Not the features in which it resembles the capitalist countries, but precisely those in which it differs from them, not privilege and oppression, but the elements of socialism. This attitude does not at all mean any rapprochement with the Kremlin bureaucracy, any acceptance of its policies or any conciliation with the policies of Stalin's allies. We are not a government party, we are the party of irreconcilable opposition. We realize our tasks, exclusively through the education of the workers, by explaining to them what they should defend and what they ought to overthrow. Turning again to Stalin's moves in eastern Poland, Trotsky pointed out that if Stalin had left private property untouched there, then it would have been necessary to reassess thoroughly the nature of the Soviet state. But Stalin acted as Napoleon had done when, having tamed revolution at home, he carried it abroad on bayonets. Here Trotsky tacitly revised the notion about the wholly counter-revolutionary character of Stalin's foreign policy. To be sure, this was not the Marxist method of revolution. We were and remain against seizures of new territories by the Kremlin. We are for the independence of the Soviet Ukraine and, of Soviet Belorussia. At the same time, in the provinces of Poland which are occupied by the Red Army, the adherents of the Fourth International must be most active in expropriating the landlords and capitalists, in sharing out the land among the peasants, in creating Soviets, workers' councils, and in doing so they must preserve their political independence. They must fight in elections for the complete independence of the Soviets and the factory committees vis-à-vis the bureaucracy, and they must conduct their revolutionary propaganda in a spirit of distrust of the Kremlin and its local agencies. Trotsky could not offer his Polish and Ukrainian followers any other advice and remain true to himself, yet they had no chance whatsoever to act on his advice. They were weak, they held lost positions, and the GPU crushed them in no time. They too were caught, as he had been, between the necessity and the impossibility of action. This dispute was to last till the end of May 1940, that is until the armed raid on Trotsky's home. James Burnham, Max Shachtman, and other American Trotskyists, members of the SWP, held views similar to Rizzi's, though they were less definite. With the outbreak of war and the Stalin-Hitler pact, these views crystallized rapidly. Early in September 1939, Burnham submitted to the National Committee of the SWP a statement saying that it is impossible to regard the Soviet Union as a workers' state in any sense whatever. 141 Before the end of the month, Shachtman tabled a motion branding the Soviet occupation of the western Ukraine and Belorussia as imperialist, denying that the occupation had any of the progressive consequences of which Trotsky spoke, and urging the party to disavow its pledge to defend the Soviet Union. Burnham, as professor of philosophy at New York University, and Schachtman, the party's popular spokesman, exercised a strong influence on the Trotskyist intelligentsia. They had hitherto been committed to oppose war with revolutionary defeatism, if the war was waged by a bourgeois government, even a democratic one, and to defend the Soviet Union no matter to which imperialist camp it was allied. For men like Burnham and Schachtman it was easy enough to expound such a view theoretically before the outbreak of the war, when it was generally assumed that the Soviet Union would be the ally of the Western democracies. But with the Stalin-Hitler Pact and the beginning of hostilities much had changed. The national mood, even in the years of American neutrality, was one of cautious sympathy with Britain and France and furious indignation against the German-Soviet Pact. Even Trotskyists found it hard to resist that mood. Burnham and Schachtman could not help feeling that if they went on defending the Soviet Union, they would take upon themselves an unbearable odium. Yet in order to refuse defending it they had, in Marxist terms, to declare that the USSR was no longer a workers' state, but just another counter-revolutionary power fighting for imperialist aggrandizement. If Rizzi still argued that bureaucratic collectivism was historically necessary and to some extent progressive, Burnham and Schachtman denied it any such merits. The logic of the argument led them further to deny that there was anything progressive in the Soviet economy. Implicitly or explicitly, they attacked national ownership of industry and national planning, saying that these served as the foundations for bureaucratic collectivism and totalitarian slavery. Gradually every principle of the Marxist-Leninist program, including dialectics and morality, came again under debate. Burnham, Schachtman, and those who followed them, found themselves rejecting the program point after point. This was, in fact, a continuation of that retreat of the intellectuals which they themselves had just described, when they attacked Eastman, Hook, and others in the pages of the New International, only that now the attackers joined in the retreat. In his criticism of Rizzi, Trotsky had said all that he had to say in this debate. The controversy with Burnham and Schachtman was conducted on far lower levels of political thought and style. The argument was remarkable mainly as an outburst of the disillusionment and pessimism pent up among Trotsky's followers, and as Trotsky's last stand against them, the finale of all his controversies. 142. All the issues under debate were brought to a head before the end of the year 1939, when Stalin ordered his armies to attack Finland. Trotsky in his commentaries castigated Stalin's stupid and incompetent conduct of the Finnish War, which had outraged the world and exposed the Red Army to humiliating defeats. 143. He nevertheless insisted that what Stalin was trying to do in Finland was to secure an exposed flank of the Soviet Union against a probable attack from Hitler. This was a legitimate endeavor, and any Soviet government, acting in the circumstances in which Stalin acted, circumstances which were, however, partly of Stalin's making, might well be compelled to protect its frontiers at Finland's expense. The strategic interest of the workers' state must take precedence over Finland's right to self-determination. 144. As Stalin's invasion of Finland was met in the Allied countries by a campaign for switching the war, and for armed intervention in favor of Finland, Trotsky called all the more emphatically for the defense of the Soviet Union. This brought an outcry from his erstwhile disciples. Has Trotsky become Stalin's apologist? Does he want us to become Stalin's stooges? No, Comrade Trotsky. Burnham replied, we will not fight alongside the GPU for the salvation of the counter-revolution in the Kremlin. 145. Words like these echoed the language Trotsky himself had used in connection with the Great Purges, when he called on every honest man to expose the murderous GPU plots, and to burn out with iron the cancer of Stalinism, and when he inveighed against those friends of the Soviet Union who, in the name of the sacrosanct interests of the workers' state, condoned Stalin's crimes. True, even in the heat of the most furious polemics, he had always reiterated that, despite everything, he and his followers would defend unconditionally the USSR against all foreign enemies. But quite a few of his followers had treated these declarations as merely his facon de parler, and they were dismayed to find that he meant what he had said. They charged him with inconsistency, duplicity, even betrayal. They searched his reasonings and arguments for the loose threads that could be found in them, and out of these threads they spun their own theories. Had Trotsky not said that internationally Stalinism was only a factor of reaction and counter-revolution? How could he now dwell on the progressive and revolutionary consequences of Stalinist expansion in Eastern Europe? When they spoke about the Soviet Union's new class and bureaucratic collectivism, he reproached them with abandoning Marxism and said that it was preposterous to speak of any new mode of exploitation in a country where the means of production were nationalized. Yet had he himself not declared that if within the next few years socialism were to fail in the West, bureaucratic collectivism would supersede capitalism as the new and universal system of exploitation? If bureaucratic collectivism was conceivable as the new, universal system of exploitation, why was it inconceivable as the national system of the USSR? In saying that if the working classes of the West did not overthrow capitalism by the end of the Second World War, Marxism and socialism would be bankrupt, he knocked all his followers on the head. 146 They had watched so many of his prophecies come true that they were not inclined to take this prophecy lightly. The faithful and naive among his disciples spent the next few years looking for the signs of revolution in the West and having visions of revolution. The skeptics and cynics concluded, at once or somewhat later, that on Trotsky's own showing Marxism and socialism were already bankrupt, and that the epoch of bureaucratic collectivism had set in. Burnham was the first to dot the i's. He had been a good Bolshevik-Leninist, even a fierce enemy of American imperialism, as long as he felt that he was riding the tide of history. But having, with Trotsky's unwitting assistance, convinced himself that the managerial class was riding it, he hastened to cast off the ideological ballast of Marxism and to proclaim the advent of the managerial revolution. 147 Schachtman accepted Burnham's prognosis, but being more strongly attached to Marxism, he viewed the prospect with grief rather than exhilaration, and he tried to fit it in with the wreckage of his earlier beliefs. 148. In terms of the new Trotskyism which they had culled from the revolution betrayed, Burnham and Schachtman used fairly strong arguments, and both now claim to defend Trotskyism against Trotsky himself. Then I am not a Trotskyist, the master replied, paraphrasing Marx. 149 But to counter their arguments he had to disavow, at least implicitly, his own polemical exaggerations and excesses. The comrades are very indignant about the Stalin-Hitler pact, he said in a letter. This is comprehensible. They wish to get revenge on Stalin. Very good. But today we are weak, and we cannot immediately overthrow the Kremlin. Some comrades try then to find a purely verbalistic satisfaction, they take away from the USSR the title workers' state, as Stalin deprives a disgraced functionary of the Order of Lenin. I find it, my dear friend, a bit childish. Marxist sociology and hysteria are absolutely irreconcilable. 150 After all he had suffered at Stalin's hands, nothing distressed him more than to see the judgment of his own disciples clouded by Stalinophobia, and to his last breath he pleaded with them against hysteria and for objective Marxist thinking. The American Trotskyists had split into a majority which, led by James P. Cannon, accepted Trotsky's view, and a minority which followed Burnham and Schachtman. Trotsky urged all of them to exercise tact and tolerance, and while he encouraged the Cannonites to conduct the argument against Burnham and Schachtman vigorously, he also warned them that Stalinist agents in their ranks would seek to exacerbate the quarrel, and he advised them to allow the minority to express itself freely and even to act as an organized faction within the SWP. If someone should propose to expel Comrade Burnham, he gave notice, I would oppose it energetically. 151 Even after the minority had held its own national convention, Trotsky still counseled the majority not to treat this as an excuse for expulsions. The minority, however, of its own accord constituted itself as a new party and appropriated the New International, the theoretical monthly of the SWP. Almost at once the new party also split, for Burnham broke with it, declaring that of the most important beliefs, which have been associated with the Marxist movement, whether in its reformist, Leninist, Stalinist, or Trotskyist variants, there is virtually none which I accept in its traditional form. I regard these beliefs as either false, or obsolete, or meaningless. This was a startling confession coming as it did from someone who had been a leading Trotskyist these last years. Only a few weeks earlier Burnham and his friends had felt offended by Trotsky's remarks about his un-Marxist way of thinking, on the ground of beliefs and interests. Burnham now stated, "I have for several years had no real place in a Marxist party." 152. Whether this was true or not, whether the future author of the managerial revolution was merely trying to make his ideological somersault appear less indecently sudden, or whether he had in fact only posed as a zealous Marxist and Leninist all these years, nothing that Trotsky said against him was even remotely as devastating as was Burnham's present picture of himself. After the event, Trotsky was not sorry to lose so dubious a disciple whom he had characterized in private letters with epithets of which intellectual snob is the mildest. 153. He expected others to follow in Burnham's footsteps. Dwight MacDonald is not a snob, but a bit stupid. He will abandon the party just as Burnham did, but possibly because he is a little lazier, it will come later. He was, however, truly saddened by the break with Schachtman, for whom he had a soft spot, even though he was often annoyed by his clownishness, superficiality, and their connection dated back to Schachtman's visit to Principo early in 1929, and it had become close through many subsequent meetings, letters, and proofs of Schachtman's devotion. In the present fight between the factions, Trotsky, of course, supported Cannon, but on personal grounds he felt much closer to Schachtman. "If I could do so," he wrote to him at the height of the controversy, "I would immediately take an aeroplane to New York City in order to discuss with you for 48 or 72 hours uninterruptedly. I regret very much that you do not feel the need to come here to discuss the questions with me. Or do you? I should be happy." 154. The split might be said to have ruined the Fourth International, if so shadowy an organization could be ruined at all. Trotsky trusted that after the exit of the petty bourgeois and careerist elements, the SWP would strike deeper roots in the American working class. This was not to happen. The SWP remained a tiny chapel, the members of which were zealously devoted to the letter of Trotsky's teaching, and later to his memory, but which was never able to acquire any political weight, while its rival, Schachtman's group, devoid even of such virtues as may keep the feeblest of sects alive for decades, renounced more and more of its Trotskyism until it crumbled away and vanished. 155. Trotskyist groups in other countries were also affected, for everywhere, but especially in France, quite a few members accepted Burnham's or Schachtman's views. Thus at his sunset Trotsky watched for the last time the rock he rolled up his dreary mountain rolling down the slope again. On February 27, 1940, Trotsky wrote his testament. He had drafted several brief wills earlier, but he had done so for legal purposes only, to ensure that Natalia and Orlyova inherited the copyright on his books. The present document was his real last will and testament. Every line of it was permeated by his sense of the approaching end. In writing it he supposed, however, that he might die a natural death or commit suicide. He did not think of dying at the hand of an assassin. "My high, and still rising, blood pressure is deceiving those near me about my actual condition. I am active and able to work. But the end is evidently near." Yet in the course of the 6 months which he still had before him, his health, despite the usual ups and downs, was not so bad as to justify this gloomy foreboding. In a postscript, dated March 3, he repeated, "At present I feel a surge of spiritual energy because of the high blood pressure, but this will not last long." He suspected that he was in an advanced stage of arteriosclerosis and that his doctors were hiding the truth from him. Evidently, Lenin's last illness and protracted paralysis often came to his mind, and he declared that rather than suffer such agony, he would commit suicide or, to put it more accurately, cut short the too slow process of dying. Yet he hoped that death would come to him suddenly, through a brain hemorrhage, for this would be the best possible end I could wish for. 156. Unwittingly he modeled his testament to some extent on Lenin's. Both documents consist of the main texts and postscripts added a few days later. In content, however, they reflect all the striking contrast of characters and circumstances. Lenin's will is absolutely impersonal. He gave it the form of a letter to the forthcoming party congress, and he did not say or even hint that he was writing it with his approaching death in mind. Although he too was tormented by the gravest dilemmas, he felt no need to make of his will a credo, knowing full well that his principles and beliefs would be taken for granted. His mind was occupied exclusively with the crisis in Bolshevism, which he knew his death would precipitate, and with the means and ways to prevent it. He told the party what he thought about the virtues and the failings of every one of its top leaders, he submitted to it his scheme for the reorganization of the Central Committee, and he advised the committee to remove Stalin from the post of the General Secretary. To his last breath he remained, in his whole being, the chief of a great movement. Trotsky's testament on the other hand is intensely personal. He states briefly that there is no need for him to refute Stalin's stupid and vile slander, for there is not a single spot on his revolutionary honor, and that a new revolutionary generation will rehabilitate the political honor of himself and of thousands of other victims. In a single sentence he thanks friends and followers who kept faith with him in his most difficult hours, but he offers them no advice. The testament contains not a single mention of the Fourth International. About half the text is devoted to Natalia. In addition to the happiness of being a fighter for the cause of socialism, fate gave me the happiness of being her husband. During almost 40 years of our common life she has remained an inexhaustible source of love, magnanimity, and tenderness. She has undergone great sufferings, but I find some comfort in the fact that she has also known days of happiness. He interrupts this tribute to her with a profession of faith. For 43 years of my conscious life I have been a revolutionary, and for 42 I have fought under the banner of Marxism. If I were to begin all over again, I would try to avoid making this or that mistake, but the main course of my life would remain unchanged. I shall die a proletarian revolutionary, a Marxist, a dialectical materialist, and consequently an irreconcilable atheist. My faith in the communist future of mankind is not less ardent, indeed it is firmer today, than it was in the days of my youth. As he penned these lines he looked out of the window, saw Natalia approaching the house, and the sight of her stirred him to conclude with this poetic passage. Natasha has just come up to the window from the courtyard and opened it wider so that the air may enter more freely into my room. I can see the bright green strip of grass beneath the wall, and the clear blue sky above the wall, and sunlight everywhere. Life is beautiful. Let the future generations cleanse it of all evil, oppression, and violence, and enjoy it to the full. In an addendum he bequeathed to Natalia his literary rights and started another paragraph with the words, "In case we both die." But he did not finish the sentence and left a blank. In the postscript of March 3 he went again into the nature of his illness and recorded that he and Natalia had more than once agreed that it was preferable to commit suicide rather than allow old age to turn one into a physical wreck. I reserve the right to determine for myself the time of my death. But whatever may be the circumstances, I shall die with unshaken faith in the communist future. This faith in man and in his future gives me even now such power of resistance as cannot be given by any religion. 157. By now Stalin had decided that he could no longer allow Trotsky to live. This may seem strange. What, it might be asked, had he still to fear? Had he not exterminated all of Trotsky's adherents and even their families so that no avenger should rise? And what could Trotsky, from the other end of the world, alone undertake against him? A few years earlier Stalin might have feared that Trotsky could place himself at the head of a new communist movement abroad, but did he not realize now that the Fourth International had come to nothing? The fact remains that Stalin was not reassured. He could not bring himself to believe that his violence and terror had indeed accomplished all that he wanted, that the old Bolshevik Atlantis had really vanished. He scrutinized the faces of the multitudes that acclaimed him, and he guessed what terrible hatred might be hidden in their adulation. With so many existences destroyed or broken up and with so much discontent and despair all around him, who could say what the unforeseeable shocks of war might not bring? Might not Atlantis somehow re-emerge, with new denizens, but with the old defiance. And even if the Fourth International was quite impotent now, who could say how the cataclysms of war might change the political landscape, what mountains they might not flatten and what hillocks they might not raise into mighty peaks. All the prospects that were so real to Trotsky in his hopes were equally real to Stalin in his fears, and Trotsky alive was their supreme and never-resting agent. He remained the mouthpiece of Atlantis, still uttering all its undying passions and all its battle cries. At every critical turn, when the inglorious Finnish campaign came to an end, when Hitler occupied Norway and Denmark, and when France collapsed, his voice rose from beyond the ocean to thunder on the consequences of these disasters, on Stalin's blunders that had helped to bring them about, and on the mortal perils threatening the Soviet Union. True, his indictments, condemnations, and warnings, did not reach the Soviet people, but they appeared in American, British, and other newspapers, and as the war spread to the east, they might, in the turmoil and confusion of military defeats and retreats, penetrate there too. At the end of April 1940, Trotsky addressed to Soviet workers, peasants, soldiers, and sailors a message entitled "You Are Being Deceived." It is said that a leaflet with the message was smuggled into the USSR by sympathetic sailors, but it must be doubted whether the message ever reached its destination. 158 Still, every sentence in it was dynamite. "Your newspapers," he told the Soviet workers and soldiers, "are telling you lies in the interest of Cain Stalin and his depraved commissars, secretaries, and G.P.U. men. Your bureaucracy is bloodthirsty and ruthless at home, but cowardly vis-a-vis the imperialist powers. Stalin's infamies were robbing the Soviet Union of sympathy abroad, isolating it, and strengthening its enemies. These infamies were the main source of danger to the Soviet Union." He called the workers and soldiers never to surrender to the world bourgeoisie, the nationalized industry and the collectivized economy, because upon this foundation they could still build a new and happier society. It is the duty of revolutionaries to defend tooth and nail every position gained by the working class, democratic rights, wage scales, and an achievement as colossal as the nationalization of the means of production and a planned economy. But these conquests of the October Revolution would benefit the people only if they proved themselves capable of dealing with the Stalinist bureaucracy as they had once dealt with the Tsarist bureaucracy. No, Stalin could not allow Trotsky's voice to go on summoning insurrection. Several former GPU officers and foreign communists have since described how the final assault on Trotsky was prepared. 159 At the end of the Spanish Civil War, GPU agencies specialized in the liquidation of Trotskyism were transferred to Mexico. Mexican Stalinists did what they could to whip up mass hysteria against the traitor sheltering at Coyoacán. Day in, day out, they accused him not only of plotting against Stalin, but of conspiring, in the interest of the American oil magnates, against Cardenas, and preparing a general strike and a fascist coup d'état in Mexico. Even so, at the beginning of the year 1940, Moscow charged the leaders of the Mexican Communist Party with adopting a conciliatory attitude towards Trotskyism, and these leaders were demoted. The anti-Trotskyist campaign rose to a new pitch, and a minor blunder committed by Trotsky himself provided grist to his enemies. Just before the end of the year 1939, he agreed to go to the United States and appear as witness before the so-called Dies Committee of the House of Representatives, a body which carried out investigations into un-American activities, and which did this in a manner anticipating the witch hunts conducted by Senator McCarthy in the 1950s. Senator Dies, chairman of the committee, demanded the suppression of the American Communist Party on the ground that it was the agency of a foreign power. Trotsky intended to use the committee as a forum from which he would expose the G.P.U.'s murderous activities directed against himself and his followers. But he made it clear beforehand that he would speak up against the suppression of the Communist Party and would call the workers of the world to turn world war into world revolution. Nothing came of the plan, partly because Trotsky's own followers, especially Burnham, strongly objected to it, and partly because the Dies Committee, forewarned about the kind of deposition Trotsky was ready to make, did not wish to hear him, and the American government refused him the entry visa. Yet whatever the terms on which he had intended to appear before the committee, the mere fact that he had been willing to do so made it easy for the Stalinists to accuse him of intriguing with dyes and the oil magnates against the Mexican people. On May 1, 1940, 20,000 uniformed communists marched through Mexico City with the slogan "Out with Trotsky" on their banners. He replied with denials, published his correspondence concerning the dyes committee, and asked for an official Mexican inquiry into the matter. 160 President Cardenas shrugged off the Stalinist accusations, yet these had made an impression, and Trotsky's well-wishers wondered whether he would not be deprived of asylum, especially if Cardenas were to lose at the forthcoming elections. At this time the assassin already stood at the gate of the house at Avenida Vienna. This was the man who had, in the summer of 1938, introduced himself as Jacques Mornard, the son of a Belgian diplomat, to Sylvia Ajloff, the American Trotskyist who was present at the founding conference of the Fourth International. What his real name was has not yet been officially established, although it seems quite certain that he was Ramon Mercader, the son of Caridad Mercader, a Spanish communist well known in her country during the Civil War inter alia for her close connections with the GPU. Mornard's meeting with Sylvia Ajloff in Paris was not accidental, it had been carefully prearranged. GPU agents had for some time past watched Sylvia and her sister, both were Trotskyists, and Sylvia's sister traveled occasionally as courier to Coyoacan and did secretarial work for Trotsky. As to Sylvia, she had studied philosophy under Sidney Hook and psychology at Columbia University, she knew Russian, French, and Spanish, and could be especially helpful to the old man, who so often complained that he was paralyzed at work because of the lack of a Russian secretary. A lonely spinster of rather unattractive appearance, she found herself all of a sudden assiduously courted by the handsome and well-groomed Mornard. She succumbed, and spent with him several absent-minded, dream-like months in France. Now and then she was puzzled by his behavior. He exhibited so complete a lack of any interest in politics that this seemed to amount to an indolence of mind, quite surprising in the educated son of a diplomat. He had impenetrably obscure connections in commerce and journalism, even his family background was enigmatic. The stories he told her about himself were odd, even incoherent, and he spent lavishly, as if from a horn of plenty, on feasts and amusements. 161. In February 1939, Sylvia Ajloff returned to the States. In September he joined her in New York. Again she was somewhat perplexed by his behavior. He had given her notice that he would come to the States as the American correspondent of a Belgian newspaper. Instead he arrived with a false Canadian passport, assumed the name of Frank Jackson, and said that he had done this in order to avoid military service in Belgium. He claimed that he had never been in New York before, yet he knew his way about the city like someone familiar with the place. But to any puzzled query he had a plausible answer, and as he never dropped his role of playboy and bon viveur, he aroused not a shred of political suspicion. The worst she could reproach him with was frivolity and a penchant for fanfaronade. She tried to improve him and to get him interested in Trotskyism, but he invariably met these attempts with a closed mind and a bored face. And so, when soon after his arrival in New York, he told her that he was going to Mexico as sales agent or manager of an import-export firm, she found nothing strange in this, and when he urged her to join him in Mexico, she eagerly consented. He was in Mexico before the middle of October, she came in January. She went at once to worship at the shrine in the Avenida Vienna. She certainly delivered their messages from American Trotskyists. She soon returned to help with secretarial work. Jackson usually drove her to the Avenida Vienna in his expensive car, and, when her work was done, he awaited her at the gate. The guards came to know him and often chatted with him. Yet for several months he never ventured into the compound. He still pretended to have only a condescending smile for Sylvia's political activities, but just to please her he began to show a little more curiosity about them. At the gate he ran into Alfred and Marguerite Rosmer, who presently became familiar with him as the obliging young man, Sylvia's husband. He invited them to dinners in Mexico City and took them out into the country on sightseeing trips. During the hours which he was supposed to work as a business agent, he kept in touch with GPU men from whom he took orders and, it seems, with his mother who, according to several sources, was in Mexico then. Of these contacts of his Sylvia never had the slightest glimpse. He never brought his wife and his mother together. Only sometimes he committed an indiscretion that for a moment put even Sylvia on guard. He gave her the address of his business office, and this turned out to be fictitious. He apologized for the mistake and gave her another address. Sylvia, remembering that he had made a similar mistake in Paris once, was so worried that she asked Marguerite Rosmer, a shrewd and observant person, to investigate the matter. However, the new address was found to be genuine, and even the Rosmers were so convinced that if there was anything slightly louche in Mornar Jackson's affairs it had nothing to do with politics, that no one tried to pry into the nature of his business office. Only much later was it discovered that the same office was used by various local Stalinist bigwigs. Sylvia was scrupulous enough never to bring Jackson into Trotsky's home. She even told Trotsky that as her husband had come to Mexico on a false passport, his visit might needlessly embarrass Trotsky. And when, in March, she left for New York, she took from Jackson a formal promise that he would never in her absence enter the house in Avenida Vienna. Soon thereafter, however, he did enter. Rosmer had fallen ill, and Jackson was asked to take him to the French hospital in Mexico City, then to bring him back, to buy medicines, and see. While chance thus smoothed his way, he was cautious enough to write to Sylvia and explain apologetically why he had broken his promise. And although he was now becoming more and more familiar with Trotsky's household, 3 more months were to pass before he would meet Trotsky himself. It seems that so far Jackson had not yet been assigned the job of assassin. His task was rather to reconnoitre the house, its layout and defenses, to ferret out details of Trotsky's daily routine, and to get any other information that might be useful for a massive armed assault which others were to carry out. The man in charge of this attack was to be David Alfaro Siqueiros, Rivera's former friend, the celebrated painter, communist, and leader of Mexican miners. The year before he had returned from Spain, where he had commanded several brigades during the Civil War. He withdrew from the fighting at the head of only 2 or 3 score survivors. That so eminent and even heroic an artist should have agreed or volunteered to become Trotsky's murderer speaks volumes about the morals of Stalinism in these years, but it was, of course, a national habit in Mexico to settle political accounts gun in hand. In Siqueiros' art, revolution and gangsterism were inseparable. He had in himself much of the Latin American buccaneer. In Spain he had entered into a close connection with the GPU and, some say, with the Mercader family. Yet, despite the zealous services he had rendered, the Communist Party had censured him recently for a misdemeanor in his handling of party funds. He was hurt and eager to regain favor by a conspicuous and hazardous act of devotion. He worked out the plan of an armed raid on Trotsky's home, and for its execution he called on men who had fought under him in Spain, and on Mexican miners. 162. At Avenida Vienna everyone had lived in the expectation of such an attack. Reading the local Stalinist papers railing against him, Trotsky remarked, "People write like this only when they are ready to change the pen for the machine gun." True, at the insistence of his American followers, the house had been fortified, heavily barred doors, electrified wires, automatic alarm signals, and machine guns were in the way of would-be assailants. The guards had been increased. 10 Mexican policemen were on duty outside and around the house. Inside, sentries kept watch at the gate, day and night, and 4 or 5 men were at the ready in the guards' quarters. No doubt some of the guards, American boys from middle-class homes and just out of college, were little suited for their duty, but this could not be helped. The few workers who were members of the Trotskyist organization could rarely afford to give up jobs, leave families, and come to Coyoacán. Men came and went after a few months of the monotonous routine. A member of the bodyguard easily became jaded, undisciplined, and had to be replaced. It was therefore unavoidable that now and then the sentry at the entrance door should be an inexperienced recruit. Robert Sheldon Hart, who was to be on duty on the night of the Sequeris raid, had come from New York on April 7. During his 6 weeks at Coyoacán, his comrades and Trotsky himself found him a warm-hearted and devoted but rather gullible and feckless creature. 163 Much later his comrades were to recall that he had struck up a quick friendship with Mornar Jackson and that they had often been seen going out together. Clearly, Trotsky's security depended now on quite a few accidental circumstances. However, even these circumstances were not quite accidental, for they reflected his general situation, the heavy odds against him, and the extreme scantiness and the limitations of his following. On May 23, Trotsky worked hard the whole day, went late to bed, and could not fall asleep until he took a sleeping pill. About 4 a.m. a noise like the rattling of machine guns awakened him. He was tired and drowsy, and for a moment he thought that Mexicans outside were celebrating with fireworks one of their uproarious religious or national holidays. But the explosions were too close, right here within the room, next to me and overhead. The odor of gunpowder became more acrid, more penetrating. We were under attack. 164 Natalia had already jumped out of bed and shielded him with her body. A moment later, under a hail of bullets, she pushed him down to the floor, into a corner between the bed and the wall, and, pulled by him, she went down herself, again covering him with her body. Silent and motionless, they lay in the darkness, while unseen assailants kept the room under a steady crossfire coming through windows and doors. Perhaps 200 shots were fired, 100 fell on and near the beds. Over 70 holes were later counted in walls and doors. Natalia raised herself a little, he dragged her down again, and again they lay without stirring, breathed the gunpowder, and wondered what had happened to the guards and the police outside. Suddenly a high-pitched cry, "Grandpa," came from behind a wall or door. The attackers had broken into Seva's bedroom. The voice of the child, Trotsky said later, remains the most tragic recollection of that night. This cry, Natalia recalls, chilled us to the marrow. Then silence fell. "They have kidnapped him," Trotsky whispered. As in a dream, Natalia saw a man's silhouette which was illumined by the flare of an incendiary bomb exploding in the child's room, the curve of a helmet, shining buttons, an elongated face. The man stopped at the doorstep between the Trotsky's bedroom and the child's, as if to check whether there was any sign of life, and, though there seemed to be none, he fired another volley at the beds and vanished. The shooting now resounded through the courtyard, and the child's bedroom was on fire. Seva was not there amid the flames. A thin trail of blood could be seen leading out into the patio. Then all was silence, unbearable silence, Natalia recalled. "Where can I hide you safely?" She was thinking. "I was losing my strength from the tension and the hopelessness. Any moment now, they will return to finish him." Where were all the members of the household, the Rosmers, the secretaries, the guards, the police? Were they all killed? We felt the stillness of the night, like the stillness of the grave, of death itself. And suddenly there came again the same voice, the voice of our grandson, but this time it came from the patio and sounded quite differently, ringing out like a staccato passage of music, bravely, joyously, "Alfred! Marguerite!" It returned us to the living. Seva had saved himself also by hiding under his bed, and even before the shooting had ceased, thinking that his grandparents were dead, he went out with a wound in his toe, to look for the Rosmers. 165. Within a few minutes the household assembled in the patio. No one had been killed or seriously wounded. The guards were still so dazed that they had not even checked what had happened to the police outside. Trotsky rushed out into the street and found the sentries disarmed and tied up. Brief, rapid, excited accounts. Just before 4 a.m. over 20 men in police and army uniforms surprised the sentries and overpowered them without firing a shot. Then the assailants, led by a major, approached the gate, and one of them spoke to Robert Sheldon Hart, who was on duty. The latter at once opened the gate. The attackers rushed into the courtyard, surprised and terrorized the other guards, placed machine guns behind trees at various points opposite Trotsky's bedroom, took up other positions, and opened fire. They were obviously out to kill Trotsky and his family. They aimed not a single shot at anyone else. The raid lasted 20 minutes. Convinced that neither Trotsky nor his wife and grandchild could have survived, the raiders withdrew, throwing incendiary grenades into the house and a powerful bomb, which failed to explode, into the patio. Some left in 2 cars which belonged to Trotsky and usually stood in the yard ready to depart at a moment's notice, with the ignition keys in the locks. Sheldon disappeared with the raiders. The policeman, who had seen him, maintained that he had put up no resistance, but that 2 of the raiders had led him out, holding him fast by the arms. Relief and joy at the miraculous escape were the first emotions, and Trotsky's sense of irony was aroused. It amused him to see that so heavy an attack, so laboriously mounted, should have failed so miserably only because he, Natalia, and the child had, in their utter helplessness, done the only thing they could do and thrown themselves under their beds. Now Stalin and his agents stood exposed and covered with ridicule. There could be no doubt for whose benefit, at whose instigation, and by whose orders the raid had been carried out. But with the exhilaration and the triumphant irony there mingled some perplexity. How familiar the raiders had been with the layout and the defenses of the little fortress. They even knew that they could drive away in their victims' cars. How had Sheldon come to let them in, apparently without hesitation? He was feckless and gullible, but surely before he opened the gate, he must have been approached by someone whom he trusted and whose voice he knew. Who was it? Or had the raiders climbed into the courtyard over the high walls and electrified wires? Why then did they abduct Sheldon, whom they must certainly be going to kill? Within half an hour Colonel Salazar, chief of the Mexican secret police, was on the spot, and this is how he describes the scene. 166 I asked to see Trotsky, who soon arrived accompanied by his wife. He was in pajamas, over which he had slipped a dressing gown. They greeted me with friendliness, but they preserved a surprising calm. One might have thought that nothing had happened. Trotsky smiled, with his eyes bright and clear behind his tortoise-shell glasses, eyes always keen and piercing, his glance sharp and penetrating, with a jesting, sarcastic, slightly Mephistophelian air. His hair, almost white, seemed a little untidy, thrown back from his forehead, with stray locks falling at the sides. There was a striking contrast between Trotsky and Natalia, he, energetic and authoritative, his features still young, firm, she sweet, calm, and almost resigned. But both behaved with a coolness and perfect self-control which seemed quite unnatural to the police chief. At once a suspicion crossed his mind: had there really been an attempt on their lives, or was it a put-up job? As he listened to Trotsky, giving him, in his study, without the slightest emotion, a full and precise account of what he had just experienced, Salazar reflected again: so many attackers, so many firearms, even bombs, and nothing has happened to them. It is all very strange. They went back into the garden, which looked, with its lovingly tended cacti, as peaceful as ever, and the officer asked Trotsky whether he suspected anyone as the author of the attempt. "I most certainly do," he replied in a very decided tone of voice. "Come." He put his right arm on my shoulder and slowly led me towards the rabbit hutches. He stopped, glanced all round him, as if to make sure that we were alone, and, placing his right hand near his mouth, as though wishing to make the confidence more secret, he said in a low voice and with deep conviction: "The author of the attack is Joseph Stalin, through the medium of the G.P.U." Now the officer was sure that Trotsky was pulling his leg. I looked at him stupefied. My first suspicion became a certainty. Again I said to myself, it is a put-up job. There is not the least doubt of it. And when Trotsky advised him to interrogate some of the most conspicuous local Stalinists, from whom he might learn a lot about the raid, Salazar concluded that the old revolutionary was trying to distract my attention from the real path. He ordered the arrest first of 3 domestic servants, a cook, a parlor maid, and a handyman, and then of 2 of Trotsky's secretaries, Otto Schussler and Charles Cornell. The turn the investigation now took bred the most sensational rumors. Some said that Diego Rivera had organized the attack and that the raiders had broken into the house with the cry "Long live Almazar." Almazar was the name of the reactionary general whose candidature for the presidency Rivera backed against Cardenas. Others maintained that Trotsky or his followers had staged the attack in order to turn suspicion on the Stalinists and discredit them. 167. Curiously, the chief of the secret police felt no hostility towards Trotsky and had no axe to grind. But to the mind of a professional soldier and policeman, unfamiliar with the issues, the personalities, and the atmosphere of the terrible struggle which the raid was to have brought to an end, the whole affair did indeed appear extremely enigmatic. He had just counted 73 bullet holes in the wall over Trotsky's bed, and the miraculous escape seemed to him all the more mysterious. He observed Trotsky's and Natalia's self-possession and reflected that he, a veteran of Mexico's many civil wars, had never seen anyone behaving with such calm so soon after facing such dangers. 168 The precision and the humor of Trotsky's talk seemed quite out of place and all the more suspect. Only in the next few months, when his duties brought him to Trotsky very frequently, was he to realize that the man's unnatural calm, courage, and humor were his nature. On the other hand, the raid was so gross a scandal even by Mexican standards that Salazar found it hard to believe that the Stalinists, Cardenas supporters, of whom he was no friend, could have been behind it. The behavior of Trotsky's guards also aroused his distrust. Why had they been so strangely passive? Why had none of them been shot at? Salazar was convinced that Sheldon had been in collusion with the raiders and had left with them of his own free will. Trotsky vehemently asserted that Sheldon was their victim, not their accomplice, but he could offer no proof. And there was this grain of truth in Salazar's reasoning: the raid could not have been carried out without the cooperation of someone in Trotsky's entourage, or at least of someone in close contact with his household. Who was it? This question should now have engaged all their attention and aroused all their vigilance. A week after the attack, Trotsky, outraged by the suspicions directed towards himself and Rivera, protested to President Cardenas against the arrest of his 2 secretaries. 169 Referring to what he knew, inter alia from Rice and Krivitsky, about the workings of the GPU in many countries, he demanded that the magistrate or the police interrogate the present and former general secretaries of the Mexican Communist Party and also Sequeiros and Lombardo Toledano. The president ordered the immediate release of Trotsky's secretaries. But for some time yet the investigation followed wrong tracks, and Trotsky was busy refuting imputations made against him, defending his collaborators, and affirming the innocence of Robert Sheldon Hart. If Hart, he said, had been a GPU agent, he could have stabbed me on the quiet, without all the hubbub of a massive and sensational raid. In the meantime the police apprehended several of the raiders, who confirmed that Sequeiros had been their leader, and Sequeiros himself went into hiding. 170 Finally, on June 25, Salazar's men dug out Sheldon Hart's corpse from the grounds of a little farm outside Mexico City. The farmhouse had been rented by 2 well-known painters, both Stalinists. At 4 a.m., the hour when a month and a day earlier the raid took place, Salazar came with this news to Trotsky's house. The guards refused to awaken Trotsky, and so he returned to the farmhouse with one of the guards to identify the body. We arrived at the foot of the slope at dawn. The soaked earth made the ascent extraordinarily difficult. The body was lying on the stretcher where I had left it, outside the house. Otto immediately recognized his comrade. It was daylight when we arrived at San Angel. The corpse was placed in a courtyard. General Núñez arrived shortly afterwards, and gave the order for it to be washed. Then he had the guard strengthened, for the news had spread throughout the town and inquisitive crowds began to arrive. The formalities finished, the magistrate left. All at once a movement occurred among the crowd. Trotsky! Trotsky! It was indeed he. 10 o'clock struck. The old Russian exile approached the body. He looked sad and depressed. He stood for a long moment looking at his ex-secretary, his eyes were filled with tears. This man had directed a great revolution, had survived bloody battles, had seen his friends and his family disappearing one by one, had remained unmoved by an attack which had almost cost him not only his, but his wife's and grandson's lives, and now he wept in silence. 171. The enigma of Hardt's role was not definitely solved, however. Salazar still maintained that Hardt had been a GPU agent, but that the GPU killed him because they feared that he would fall into the hands of the Mexican police and talk too much. This supposition was partly confirmed by eyewitnesses who said that they had seen Hardt moving around the farmhouse freely and going out for walks without any guard or escort. Against this, Trotsky insisted that this was the eighth of his secretaries to perish and that all that he and his American comrades knew of Hardt contradicted Salazar's version. 172. He sent a moving message of condolence to the victims' parents and put up a plaque commemorating Bob. Opposite that plaque, Trotsky's own tombstone was soon to be raised. After May 24, the mist of doom hung still and stifling over the little fortress at Avenida Vienna. From week to week and from day to day another attack was expected. To Trotsky himself it was a freak of fortune that he was still alive. He would get up in the morning and say to Natalia, "You see, they did not kill us last night, after all, and you are still dissatisfied." Once or twice he added pensively, "Yes, Natasha, we have had a reprieve." 173. He remained as active and energetic as ever, intervened in every phase of the police investigation, appeared in the court, replied to never-ending calumny, commented on such events as the capitulation of France and Molotov's declaration of support to the Third Reich, and went on debating the position of the Negroes in the USA, the tactics of revolutionary defeatism, and so on. A group of American friends, who visited him before the middle of June, implored him to go underground, assume an incognito, and allow himself to be smuggled into the United States, where they were confident they could provide him with a safe clandestine retreat. He refused to listen to their entreaties. He could not, he said, skulk for his life and do his work furtively. He had to meet foe and friend in the open. His bare head had to endure the hell-black night to the end. 174. Reluctantly, he yielded to friends and to Mexican authorities who urged that the defenses of his house be strengthened by higher concrete walls, new watchtowers, armored doors, and steel shutters on windows. He dutifully inspected the fortification works, suggested changes and improvements, but then shrugged with distaste. "This reminds me of the first jail I was in," he remarked to Joseph Hansen, his secretary. "The doors make the same sound. This is not a home, it is a medieval prison." One day Hansen says he caught me gazing at the new towers. His eyes twinkled in one of those warm, intimate smiles of his. Highly advanced civilization that we must still make such constructions. 175. He was indeed like a man awaiting the fatal day in the condemned cell, only that he was determined to make judicious use of every hour, and his irony and humor did not abandon him. He went on his last drives into the country over muddy, boulder-strewn roads, and his mind wandered back to Russia's roads in the years of civil war. On this last trip he slept much more than usual, as if he were exhausted and this were his first opportunity in a long time to rest. He relaxed in the seat beside me and slept from Cuernavaca almost to Amicameca, where the volcanoes, Popocatépetl and Ixtascawatl, the sleeping woman, gather great fleecy clouds about their white summits. We stopped beside an ancient hacienda with towering, strongly buttressed walls. The old man regarded the walls with interest. "A fine wall, but medieval. Like our own prison." 176. In this description medieval, which so often came to his lips, he expressed not merely his repugnance for his own incarceration, but his sense that the world was relapsing from what might have been the age of progress and triumphant humanity into the savage cruelties of the Dark Ages, and that even he, by surrounding himself with turrets, buttresses, and ramparts, was somehow involved in the general backsliding. After the raid, friends presented him with a bulletproof vest, and even as he thanked them he could not hide his displeasure. He put the vest away and suggested that it would best be worn by the sentry on duty in the watchtower. His secretaries repeatedly proposed to search visitors for concealed weapons and objected when he received strangers alone in his study. He could not bear having his friends submit to search, says Hansen. No doubt he felt that in any case this would be useless and could even give us a false sense of security. A GPU agent would find some way of setting at naught what search we could make. He frowned when any of his bodyguards tried to be present while he talked with visitors, some of whom had personal problems and would not talk freely in the presence of a guard. 177. It was on May 28, a few days after the raid, that the assassin came for the first time face to face with Trotsky. The encounter could not have been more casual. The Rosmers were about to leave Mexico and board a ship at Veracruz, and Jackson had offered to take them there in his car, pretending that he had to go to Veracruz anyhow, on one of his regular business journeys. He came to fetch them early in the morning and was asked to wait in the courtyard until they were ready. As he entered, he ran into Trotsky, who was still at the hutches feeding the rabbits. Without interrupting his chores, Trotsky shook hands with the visitor. Jackson behaved with exemplary discretion and amiability. He did not stare at the great man, try to engage him in conversation or hang around. He went instead to Seva's room, gave the child a toy glider, and explained its working. At a hint from Trotsky, Natalia then asked him to join the family and the Rosmers at the breakfast table. 178. After his return from Veracruz, Jackson did not show himself at Avenida Vienna for a fortnight. When he reappeared there on June 12, he came for a few minutes to say that he was going to New York and leaving his car with the guards so that they might have its use in his absence. He returned to Mexico a month later, but did not call at Avenida Vienna for 3 weeks, until the Trotskys invited him and Sylvia to have tea with them on July 29. This was his longest visit. It lasted a little over an hour. According to the detailed records kept by the guards, he crossed the gate only 10 times between May 28 and August 20, and he saw Trotsky only twice or thrice. This was enough for him to survey the scene, to take the measure of his victim, and to put the finishing touches to his plan. He could not have behaved more unobtrusively, obligingly, innocuously. He came with a modest bouquet or a box of sweets for Natalia, gifts from Sylvia. He offered, as an experienced alpinist, to accompany Trotsky in climbing mountains, but he did not dwell on the offer or take it up. When he chatted with the guards, he threw out with familiarity the names of well-known Trotskyists of various nationalities so as to give the impression that he was in and of the movement, and passant he mentioned his own donations to party funds. In Trotsky's and Natalia's presence, however, he behaved almost bashfully, as befitted an outsider who was just being converted into a sympathizer. This was the time of the split among the American Trotskyists. Sylvia had sided with Burnham and Schachtman, but she was as welcome as ever at Avenida Vienna. Only when she and Jackson were invited to tea there was a lively argument at table. Jackson did not take part, but let it be understood that he was on Trotsky's side, that he agreed that the Soviet Union was a workers' state and had to be defended unconditionally. With the secretaries he was less reserved, and he told them of the heated arguments he had about this with Sylvia. Yet he was careful not to appear overzealous. Had Trotsky not warned his followers that agents provocateurs in their midst would show trop de zeal and seek to exacerbate the quarrel? Well, Jackson did nothing of the sort. He only tried judiciously to bring Sylvia round to the right viewpoint. Yet even this master dissembler, who during the 20 years of his imprisonment was to foil all investigators, judges, doctors, and psychoanalysts attempting to discover his real identity and his connections, began to lose nerve as his deadline approached. He returned from New York, where he probably got the final briefing on his assignment, in a brooding mood. Usually robust and gay, he became nervous and gloomy. His complexion was green and pale, his face twitched, his hands trembled. He spent most of his days in bed, silent, shut up in himself, refusing to talk to Sylvia. Then he had fits of gaiety and garrulousness which startled Trotsky's secretaries. He boasted of his alpinist exploits and of the physical strength which enabled him to split a huge ice block with a single blow of an ice axe. At a meal he demonstrated the surgical skill of his hands by carving a chicken with unusual dexterity. Months later those who witnessed this demonstration recalled that he had also said that he had known Clement well, Clement whose dead body had been found dismembered with such surgical skill. He talked of the financial genius of his commercial boss and offered to carry out with him some operations on the stock exchange in order to help the Fourth International financially. One day, watching with Trotsky and Hansen the fortification works at Avenida Vienna, he remarked that these were worthless because in the next attack the GPU would use quite a different method, and asked what method that might be. He answered with a shrug. Members of the household were to recall these and similar incidents only 3 and 4 months later when they realized how ominous they had been. For the time being they saw in them nothing worse than signs of Jackson's erratic temper. Trotsky alone, who knew him so little, became apprehensive. True, even he had defended Jackson rather half-heartedly when someone said with indignation that Jackson, during his trip to New York, had not even called at the Trotskyist headquarters there. Well, Trotsky replied, Sylvia's husband was, of course, a flippant fellow who might never be of much use as a comrade, but perhaps he would improve. It took all sorts of people to make a party. But Jackson's talk about his boss, the financial genius, and the stock exchange speculations he would undertake for the movement, made Trotsky bristle. These brief conversations, says Natalia, displeased me. Leon Davidovich was also struck by them. Who is this very rich boss, he said to me. One should find out. It may, after all, be some profiteer of the fascist type. Perhaps it might be better for us not to receive Sylvia's husband any more. He had broken with Molinier, who had also had his financial plans, but he had never had the slightest doubt about Molinier's political sincerity, and he was quite willing to forgive him his offenses even now. But in Jackson he sensed something sinister. Was he perhaps connected with the fascists? Yet despite this vague intuition, he would not affront him without verifying the grounds for the distrust. 179. On August 17, Jackson returned, saying that he had written an article against Burnham and Schachtman, with some references also to the situation in German-occupied France. Would Trotsky go over the draft and suggest corrections? He touched cunningly a sensitive chord in his victim, the urge to instruct and improve comrades and followers. Reluctantly but dutifully, Trotsky invited Jackson to come with him to the study. There they remained alone and discussed the article. After only 10 minutes Trotsky came out disturbed and worried. His suspicion was suddenly heightened. He told Natalia that he had no wish to see Jackson any more. What upset him was not what the man had written, a few clumsy and muddled clichés, but his behavior. While they were at the writing table and Trotsky was looking through the article, Jackson seated himself on the table and there, placed above his host's head, he remained to the end of the interview. And all the time he had his hat on and clutched his coat to himself. Trotsky was not only irritated by the visitor's discourtesy, he sensed a fraud again. He had the feeling that the man was an impostor. He remarked to Natalia that in his behavior Jackson was quite unlike a Frenchman, yet he presented himself as a Belgian brought up in France. Who was he really? They should find this out. Natalia was taken aback. It seemed to her that Trotsky had perceived something new about Jackson, but had not yet reached, or rather was in no hurry, to reach, any conclusions. Yet the implication of what he had said was alarming. If Jackson was deceiving them about his nationality, why was he doing it? And was he not deceiving them about other things as well? About what? These questions must have been on Trotsky's mind, for 2 days later he repeated his observations to Hansen, as if to ascertain whether similar misgivings had occurred to anyone beside himself. However, the assassin moved faster than the victim's intuition and instinct of self-preservation. It was on the day before the attempt on his life that Trotsky confided his vague suspicions to Hansen. 180. The interview on August 17 was for Jackson his dress rehearsal. He had enticed Trotsky into the study for a tête-à-tête, made him read a manuscript, and placed himself above his head. He had come to the dress rehearsal with ice axe, dagger, and pistol concealed in the coat he clutched in his arms. In his pocket he may already have had the letter purporting to explain his motives. The text had been typed out well ahead of time. On the day of the attempt he had only to insert the date and to sign it. In that letter he presented himself as Trotsky's devoted follower who had been ready to give the last drop of blood for him, who had gone to Mexico on instructions from the Fourth International, and for whom meeting Trotsky was the realization of a dream. But in Mexico a great disillusionment awaited him. The man whom he had imagined to be the leader of the working class unmasked himself as a criminal counter-revolutionary and urged him to go to Russia to organize there a series of attempts against various persons and, in the first place, against Stalin. He found Trotsky conspiring with certain leaders of capitalist countries. The consul of a great foreign nation paid him frequent visits and conspiring against both the Soviet Union and Mexico. 181 The purpose of the letter was to make even Trotsky's death corroborate all the Stalinist accusations, except that, in view of the pact between Stalin and Hitler, the charge that Trotsky was Hitler's accomplice was replaced by a hint that he was in the service of American imperialism. Even the trick by which Trotsky's disillusioned follower was to confirm the Stalinist charges was not new. The hand that had murdered Clement had written the same disclosures of a disillusioned Trotskyist in Clement's name. To make the concoction even shabbier, Jackson added that Trotsky had urged him to desert his wife because she had joined the Shachtman group, but he, Jackson, could not live or go to Russia without Sylvia. The forgery was crude, but not too crude for the gullible, and, anyhow, who would find the time and patience to scrutinize it carefully now, during the interval between the capitulation of France and the Battle of Britain, when the existence of so many peoples and the foundations of so many states were shattered? And so the last day, Tuesday, August 20th, had come. Whoever recalled it later remembered the exceptional peace and serenity that prevailed in the house up to the fatal hour. The sun shone brightly. The old man emanated calm, confidence, and energy. When he got up at 7 a.m. he turned to his wife not with the grim and by now habitual joke, "You see, they did not kill us last night," but with an expression of physical well-being. "It is a long time since I felt so well," he said to her, and added that the sleeping drugs he had taken had a good effect on him. "It is not the drug that does you good," she replied, "but sound sleep and complete rest." "Yes, of course," he chimed in contentedly. He looked forward to a really good day's work, dressed quickly, and vigorously walked out into the patio to feed his rabbits. He had neglected them somewhat, for, on doctor's orders, he had spent the Sunday in bed, so he now tended them diligently for a full 2 hours. At breakfast he again assured Natalia of his excellent health and mood. He was eager to get back to work on my poor book, Stalin, which he had to put aside after the May raid in order to give his time to the police investigation and to current polemics. But now he had said all that he had to say about the raid, the investigation was moving in the right direction and he hoped that he would not be bothered with it any more. But before going back to the Stalin, he still wanted to write an important article, not for the great bourgeois press but for the little Trotskyist periodicals, and speaking with some excitement about the article he went into the study. He found the morning mail satisfactory. He had at last placed his archives in safety. A cable from the librarian of Harvard University had just acknowledged their receipt. There had been some uneasiness about these, because of hitches en route caused either by the GPU or the FBI, and a couple of days earlier Trotsky had instructed Albert Goldman, his American lawyer and comrade, to take action if the FBI tried to pry into his papers. "I personally have nothing to hide," he wrote, "but in my letters many third persons are mentioned." He had deposited the archives at Harvard on condition that one section of them would remain closed until the year 1980.182, but the hitch en route was evidently not serious, and this matter was now happily settled. In his characteristic English, he wrote a few brief, kindly, and jovial letters to American Trotskyists. 183 He inquired about the health of one who, after a spell as secretary at Coyoacan, had returned home, he thanked the comrade and his wife for a dictionary of American slang they had sent him, and he promised to study it diligently so as to be able to follow his bodyguard's conversation at meal times. He sent greetings to 2 comrades who had been imprisoned for strike activities and were about to be released. And then he settled down to record his last article on a dictaphone. 184. The tentative shapeless text of the article suggests that his mind was in a ferment and that he was trying to modify an old idea of his or to produce a new one. He had until quite recently expounded revolutionary defeatism, as Lenin had done during the First World War, telling the workers that their task was not to defend any imperialist fatherland, be it democratic or fascist, but to turn the war into revolution. But now, after the Nazis had conquered virtually the whole of Europe and while the British and American working classes were reacting to this with militant anti-fascism, he felt that the mere repetition of old formulae was of no use. The present war, as we have stated on more than one occasion, is a continuation of the last war. But a continuation is not a repetition but a development, a deepening, a sharpening. Similarly, the continuation of the Leninist policy of 1914-17 should not be mere repetition, but development, deepening. Lenin's revolutionary defeatism had rendered the Bolshevik Party immune to the fetishes of bourgeois patriotism, but contrary to a widespread belief it could not win the masses who did not want a foreign conqueror. The Bolsheviks had gained popular support not so much by their refusal to defend the bourgeois fatherland as by the positive aspects of their revolutionary agitation and action. Marxists and Leninists in this war must realize this, he concluded, and he came out against Schachtman's group and the pacifists among the Trotskyists who opposed conscription in the United States. In a letter written a few days earlier he had commented on a public opinion poll which had shown that 70% of American workers favored conscription. We place ourselves on the same ground as the 70% of the workers. We say you, workers, wish to defend democracy. We wish to go further. However, we are ready to defend democracy with you, only on condition that it should be a real defense, and not a betrayal in the Pétain manner. In the article his mind wandered between France, humiliated and saddled with a treacherous senile Bonapartism, and the vastly different American scene. But he had no time to develop these inchoate thoughts, his voice in the dictaphone was to remain the only trace of his last inconclusive groping in a new direction. At 1 o'clock Rigault, his Mexican attorney, came to see him to advise him to reply at once to an attack in El Popular, Toledano's paper, which had accused him of defaming the Mexican trade unions. Trotsky feared that this would drag him back into arid polemics with the local Stalinists, but he agreed that he had to answer El Popular at once, and he put aside the article on revolutionary defeatism for a few days. "I will take the offensive and will charge them with brazen slander," he said to Natalia. He was defiant, but cheerful, and he assured her once more that he was in excellent form. After a brief siesta he was at his desk again, taking notes from El Popular. He looked well, says Natalia, and was in an even mood all the time. Somewhat earlier she saw him standing in the patio, bareheaded under the scorching sun, and she hastened to fetch his white cap so as to protect his head. Now from time to time she slightly opened the door to his study so as not to disturb him, and she saw him in his usual position, bent over his desk, pen in hand. On tiptoe, from behind the door, the modern Niobe cast her last fond glances at the only beloved being left to her. Shortly after 5 p.m. he was back at the hutches, feeding the rabbits. Natalia, stepping out on a balcony, noticed an unfamiliar figure standing next to him. The figure came closer, took off the hat, and she recognized Jack's son. Here he is again, it flashed through my mind. Why has he begun to come so often? I asked myself. His appearance deepened her foreboding. His face was gray-green, his gestures nervous and jerky, and he pressed his overcoat to his body convulsively. She remembered suddenly that he had boasted to her that he never wore a hat and a coat even in winter, and she asked him why he had the hat and the coat on so sunny a day. It might rain, he replied, and saying that he was frightfully thirsty asked for a glass of water. She offered him tea. "No, no, I dined too late and I feel the food up here," he pointed at his throat, "it's choking me." His mind wandered, he did not seem to catch the meaning of what was said to him. She asked whether he had corrected his article and he, clutching his coat with one hand, showed her several typewritten pages with the other. Pleased that her husband would not have to strain his eyes over an illegible manuscript, she went with Jackson towards the hutches. As they came near, Trotsky turned to her and said in Russian that Jackson was expecting Sylvia to come and, as they would both be leaving for New York the next day, Natalia ought perhaps to invite them to a farewell meal. She answered that Jackson had just refused tea and was not feeling well. Lev Davidovich glanced at him attentively, and said in a tone of slight reproach, "Your health is poor again, you look ill." "That's no good." 185. There was a moment of awkward silence. The strange man stood waiting with the typewritten pages in hand, and Trotsky, having advised him to rewrite the article, felt obliged to have a look at the result of his fresh effort. Lev Davidovich was reluctant to leave the rabbits and was not at all interested in the article, Natalia relates. But controlling himself, he said, "Well, what do you say, shall we go over your article?" Unhurriedly, he fastened the hutches and took off his working gloves. He brushed his blue jacket and slowly, silently, walked with myself and Jackson towards the house. I accompanied them to the door of L.D.'s study. The door closed and I went into the adjoining room. As they entered the study, the thought "this man could kill me" flashed across Trotsky's mind, so at least he told Natalia a few minutes later when he lay bleeding on the floor. However, thoughts like this must have occurred to him sometimes, only to be dismissed when strangers visited him singly or in groups. He had resolved not to let his existence become cramped by fear and misanthropy, and so now he suppressed this last faint reflex of his self-protective instinct. He went to his desk, sat down, and bent his head over the typescript. He had just managed to run through the first page, when a terrific blow came down upon his head. "I had put my raincoat on a piece of furniture," Jackson testifies, "took out the ice axe, and, closing my eyes, brought it down on his head with all my strength." He expected that after this mighty blow his victim would be dead without uttering a sound, and that he himself would walk out and vanish before the deed was discovered. Instead, the victim uttered a terrible, piercing cry. "I shall hear that cry all my life," the assassin says. 186. His skull smashed, his face gored, Trotsky jumped up, hurled at the murderer whatever object was at hand, books, inkpots, even the dictaphone, and then threw himself at him. It had all taken only 3 or 4 minutes. The piercing, harrowing cry raised Natalia and the guards to their feet, but it took a few moments for them to realize whence it had come and to rush in its direction. During those moments a furious struggle went on in the study, Trotsky's last struggle. He fought it like a tiger. He grappled with the murderer, bit his hand, and wrenched the ice axe from him. The murderer was so confounded that he did not strike another blow and did not use pistol or dagger. Then Trotsky, no longer able to stand up, straining all his will not to collapse at his enemy's feet, slowly staggered back. When Natalia rushed in, she found him standing in the doorway, between the dining room and the balcony, and leaning against the doorframe. His face was covered with blood, and through the blood his blue eyes, without the glasses on, shone on her sharper than ever. His arms were hanging limply. "What has happened?" I asked. "What's happened?" I put my arms around him. He did not answer at once. For a second I wondered whether something had not fallen on him from the ceiling. Repair work was being done in the study, and why was he standing here? Calmly, without anger, bitterness, or sorrow, he said, "Jackson." He said it as if he wished to say, "Now it has happened." We took a few steps, and slowly, aided by me, he slumped down onto a mat on the floor. 187. "Natasha, I love you." He uttered these words so unexpectedly, so gravely, almost severely that, weak from inner shock, I swayed towards him. No one, she whispered to him, no one, must be allowed to see you without being searched. Then she carefully placed a cushion under his broken head and a piece of ice on his wound, and she wiped the blood off his forehead and cheeks. Seva must be kept out of all this, he said. He spoke with difficulty, his words were becoming blurred but he seemed unaware of it. You know, in there he turned his eyes towards the door of the study I sensed. I understood what he wanted to do, he wanted, me, once more, but I did not let him. He said this calmly, softly, with a breaking voice, and as if with a note of satisfaction he repeated, but I did not let him. Natalia and Hansen knelt by his sides, opposite each other, and he turned towards Hansen and spoke to him in English, while she strained all her attention to catch the meaning of his words, but failed. This is the end, he said to his secretary in English, and he wanted to find out what exactly had happened. He was convinced that Jackson had fired at him and was incredulous when Hansen told him that he had been hit with an ice axe and that the wound was superficial. No, he replied pointing to his heart, I feel here that this time they have succeeded. When he was assured again that the wound was not very dangerous, he smiled faintly with his eyes as if it amused him to see that someone sought to comfort him and to conceal the truth from him. Most of the time he was pressing Natalia's hands to his lips. Take care of Natalia, he went on in English, she has been with me many years. We will, Hansen promised. The old man pressed our hands convulsively, tears suddenly in his eyes. Natalia cried brokenly, bending over him, kissing his wound 188. Meanwhile, in the study the guards fell upon the assassin, beat him with revolver butts, and his whining and moaning were heard outside. Tell the boys not to kill him, Trotsky said, struggling to articulate his words clearly. No, he must not be killed, he must be made to talk. The guards related that under the blows Jackson said, they have got something on me, they have imprisoned my mother. Sylvia has nothing to do with this. And when they tried to get out of him who had imprisoned his mother, he denied that it was the GPU and said that he had nothing to do with the G.P.U. When the doctor arrived, Trotsky's left arm and leg were already paralyzed. As the stretcher bearers came simultaneously with them, the police entered. Natalia shrank away, she thought of Lyova's death in the hospital, and she did not want her husband to be moved. He too had no wish to be taken away. Only when Hansen promised that the guards would accompany him, he replied, I leave it then to your decision, as if aware that for him all the days of making decisions were gone. While he was being placed on the stretcher, he whispered again, I want everything I own to go to Natalia. You will take care of her 189. At the gate the guards, with belated vigilance, stopped the stretcher bearers, afraid of another attack. They would not allow Trotsky to be taken away unless General Nunez, chief of police, came to take charge of the escort. I noticed an ambulance worker relates that the wounded man's wife had covered her husband with a white shawl. The señora sobbed and held his bleeding head between her two hands. Señor Trotsky neither spoke nor groaned. We thought that he was dead, but he was still breathing. 190. They carried him to the ambulance between two lines of police, and as they were about to start, another ambulance arrived to fetch the assassin. Through the roaring city, through its vain tumult and din, amidst its garish evening lights, the emergency ambulance sped, winding its way through the traffic and overtaking cars. The sirens were incessantly wailing and the police cordon on motorcycles whistled shrilly. With unendurable anguish in our hearts and alarm increasing with every minute, we were bearing the wounded man. He was conscious. His right hand described circles in the air as if it could not find a place to rest, then it wandered above the blanket, touched a water basin overhead, and at last found Natalia. She, bending over him, asked how he felt. Better now. Then he motioned Hansen to himself and in a whisper instructed him how to conduct the investigation. He is a political assassin, a member of the G.P.U., or a fascist. More likely the G.P.U., but possibly aided by Gestapo. Almost simultaneously in the other ambulance the assassin was handing to his escort the letter giving his motives and making it clear that the Gestapo had nothing to do at least with this crime. A large crowd was already gathered outside the hospital when Trotsky was lifted out of the ambulance. There may be enemies among them. Natalia worried. Where are our friends? They should surround the stretcher. A few minutes later he lay on a narrow hospital bed and doctors examined his wound. A nurse started to cut his hair, and he, grinning at Natalia, who stood at the head of the cot, recalled that only the day before they had wanted to send for a barber to cut his hair. You see, he winked, the barber has also come. Then, his eyes almost closed, he turned towards Hansen with the question with which he had turned to him so many times, Joe, you have notebook. He remembered that Hansen did not know Russian and he made a great effort to dictate a message in English. His voice was barely audible, his words blurred. This is what Hansen claims to have taken down: I am close to death from the blow of a political assassin, struck me down in my room. I struggled with him, we entered, talk about French statistics, he struck me, please say to our friends. I am sure, of victory, of Fourth International, go forward. When he started dictating, he evidently still hoped to be able to give his account of the attempt on his life as well as a political message. But suddenly he felt that his life was ebbing, and he cut short the account and hastened to give his followers his last encouragement. The nurses began to undress him for the operation, cutting with scissors his jacket, shirt, and vest, and unstrapping the watch from his wrist. When they began to remove his last garments, he said to Natalia distinctly but very sadly and gravely, I do not want them to undress me. I want you to undress me. These were the last words she heard from him. When she finished undressing him, she bent over him and pressed her lips against his. He returned the kiss. Again. And again he responded. And once again. This was our final farewell. 191. About 7:30 the same evening he fell into a coma. 5 surgeons carried out the trepanning of the skull. The wound was 2 3/4 inches deep. The right parietal bone was broken, its splinters embedded in the brain, the meninges were damaged and part of the brain substance was ruptured and destroyed. He bore the operation with extraordinary strength but did not regain consciousness, and he struggled with death for more than 22 hours. Natalia, dry-eyed, hands clenched, watched him day and night, waiting for his awakening. This is the last image she retained of him. They lifted him up. His head drooped onto his shoulder. The arms fell just as the arms in Titian's Descent from the Cross. Instead of a crown of thorns the dying man wore a bandage. The features of his face retained their purity and pride. It seemed that any moment now he might still straighten up and become his own master again. 192. Death followed on August 21, 1940 at 7:25 p.m. The autopsy showed a brain of extraordinary dimensions, weighing 2 pounds and 13 ounces, and the heart too was very large. 193. On August 22, in accordance with a Mexican custom, a large funeral cortege marched slowly behind the coffin carrying Trotsky's body, through the main thoroughfares of the city, and also through the working-class suburbs, where ragged, barefoot, silent crowds filled the pavements. American Trotskyists intended to take the body to the United States, but the State Department refused a visa even to the dead. For 5 days the body lay in state, and about 300,000 men and women filed past, while the streets resounded with the Grand Corrida de Leon Trotsky, a folk ballad composed by an anonymous bard. 194. On August 27 the body was cremated, and the ashes were buried in the grounds of the little fortress at Coyoacan. A white rectangular stone was raised over the grave, and a red flag was unfurled above it. Natalia was to live on in the house for another 20 years, and every morning, as she rose, her eyes turned to the white stone in the courtyard. Pravda announced the event in a few lines, saying that Trotsky had been killed by a disillusioned follower. Postscript: victory in defeat. In the whole history of the Russian Revolution, and in the history of the labor movement and Marxism, no period has been as difficult and somber as the years of Trotsky's last exile. This was a time when, to paraphrase Marx, the idea pressed towards reality, but as reality did not tend towards the idea, a gulf was set between them, a gulf narrower yet deeper than ever. The world was riddled with extraordinary contradictions. Never had capitalism been so close to catastrophe as during the slumps and depressions of the 1930s, and never had it shown so much savage resilience. Never had the class struggle driven so stormily towards a revolutionary climax, and never yet had it been so incapable of rising to it. Never had such vast masses of people been inspired by socialism, and never had they been so helpless and inert. In the whole experience of modern man there had been nothing as sublime and as repulsive as the first workers' state and the first essay in building socialism. And perhaps never yet had any man lived in so close a communion with the sufferings and the strivings of oppressed humanity and in such utter loneliness as Trotsky lived. What was the meaning of his work and the moral of his defeat? Any answer must be tentative, for we still lack the long historical perspective, and our appraisal of Trotsky follows primarily from our judgment on the Russian Revolution. If the view were to be taken that all that the Bolsheviks aimed at socialism was no more than a fata morgana, that the revolution merely substituted one kind of exploitation and oppression for another, and could not do otherwise, then Trotsky would appear as the high priest of a god that was bound to fail, as Utopia's servant mortally entangled in his dreams and illusions. Even then he would attract the respect and sympathy due to the great utopians and visionaries. He would stand out among them as one of the greatest. Even if it were true that it is man's fate to stagger in pain and blood from defeat to defeat and to throw off one yoke only to bend his neck beneath another, even then man's longings for a different destiny would still, like pillars of fire, relieve the darkness and gloom of the endless desert through which he has been wandering with no promised land beyond. And no one in our age has expressed those longings as vividly and sacrificially as Trotsky. But has the Russian Revolution been able only to give the people one yoke instead of another? Is this to be its final outcome? Such a view seemed plausible to people who contemplated Stalinism in the last years of Trotsky's life and later. Against them Trotsky asserted his conviction that in the future, after Soviet society had progressed towards socialism, Stalinism would be seen as merely an episodic relapse. His optimism seemed gratuitous even to his followers. After nearly 25 years, however, his forecast may still sound bold, but hardly gratuitous. It is clear that even under Stalinism Soviet society was achieving immense progress in many fields, and that the progress, inseparable from its nationalized and planned economy, was disrupting and eroding Stalinism from the inside. In Trotsky's time it was too early to try to draw a balance of this development. His attempts to do so were not faultless, and the balance is not yet quite clear, even a quarter of a century later. But it is evident that Soviet society has been striving, not without success, to rid itself of the heavy liabilities, and to develop the great assets it had inherited from the Stalin era. There has been far less poverty in the Soviet Union, far less inequality and far less oppression in the early 1960s than in the 1930s or the early 1950s. The contrast is so striking that it is an anachronism to speak of the new totalitarian slavery established by bureaucratic collectivism. The issues over which Trotsky argued with his disciples in his last controversy are still being debated, not within tiny sects but before a worldwide audience. It is still a matter of argument whether the Soviet bureaucracy is a new class and whether reform or revolution is needed to bring its arbitrary rule to an end. What is beyond question is that the reforms of the first post-Stalin decade, however inadequate and self-contradictory, have greatly mitigated and limited bureaucratic despotism, and that fresh currents of popular aspirations are working to transform Soviet society further and more radically. Even so, Trotsky's belief that one day all the horrors of Stalinism would appear to have been merely an episodic relapse may still outrage contemporary sensitivity. But he applied the grand historical scale to events and to his own fate, when it is a question of the profoundest changes in economic and cultural systems. 25 years weigh less in history than an hour does in a man's life. His inclination to take the long historical view did not blunt his sensitivity to the injustices and cruelties of his time. On the contrary, it sharpened it. He denounced the Stalinist perversion of socialism so passionately because he himself never lost sight of the vista of a truly humane socialist future. Measured by his historical scale, the progress which Soviet society has achieved since his day is merely a modest, and all too modest, beginning. Yet even this beginning vindicates the revolution and his basic optimism about it, and lifts the dense fog of disillusionment and despair. Trotsky's huge life and work are an essential element in the experience of the Russian Revolution and, indeed, in the fabric of contemporary civilization. The uniqueness of his fortunes and the extraordinary moral and aesthetic qualities of his endeavor speak for themselves and bear witness to his significance. It would be contrary to all historical sense, that so high an intellectual energy, so prodigious an activity, and so noble a martyrdom should not have their full impact eventually. This is the stuff of which the most sublime and inspiring legends are made. Only the Trotsky legend is woven throughout of recorded fact and ascertainable truth. Here no myth is hovering above reality, reality itself rises to the height of myth. So copious and splendid was Trotsky's career that any part or fraction of it might have sufficed to fill the life of an outstanding historic personality. Had he died at the age of 30 or 35, some time before 1917, he would have taken his place in one line with such Russian thinkers and revolutionaries as Belinsky, Herzen, and Bakunin, as their Marxist descendant and equal. If his life had come to a close in 1921 or later, about the time Lenin died, he would have been remembered as the leader of October, as founder of the Red Army and its captain in the Civil War, and as the mentor of the Communist International who spoke to the workers of the world with Marx's power and brilliance and in accents that had not been heard since the Communist Manifesto. It took decades of Stalinist falsification and slander to blur and erase this image of him from the memory of 2 generations. The ideas which he expounded and the work which he performed as leader of the opposition between 1923 and 1929 form the sum and substance of the most momentous and dramatic chapter in the annals of Bolshevism and communism. He came forward as protagonist in the greatest ideological controversy of the century, as intellectual initiator of industrialization and planned economy, and finally as the mouthpiece of all those within the Bolshevik party who resisted the advent of Stalinism. Even if he had not survived beyond the year 1927, he would have left behind a legacy of ideas which could not be destroyed or condemned to lasting oblivion, the legacy for the sake of which many of his followers face the firing squad with his name on their lips, a legacy to which time is adding relevance and weight and towards which a new Soviet generation is gropingly finding its way. Plate XXIII. A. Trotsky's assassin. B. Trotsky is dead. Plate XXIV. Trotsky's testament. A facsimile. On top of all this come his ideas, writings, struggles, and wanderings of the period narrated in this volume. We have reviewed critically his fiascos, fallacies, and miscalculations, his fiasco with the Fourth International, his mistakes about the prospects of revolution in the West, his fumblings about reform and revolution in the USSR, and the contradictions of the new Trotskyism of his last years. We have also surveyed those of his campaigns which are now fully and incontrovertibly vindicated, his magnificently far-sighted, although vain, efforts to arouse the German workers, the international left, and the Soviet Union to the mortal danger of Hitler's ascendancy, his sustained criticisms of Stalin's hideous abuses of power, not least in the conduct of economic affairs, especially in collectivization, and his final titanic struggle against the Great Purges. Even the epigones of Stalinism, who are still doing all they can to keep Trotsky's ghost at bay, admit by implication that on these great issues he was right, all that after so many years they themselves have been able to do, with all the courage that the dead Stalin has inspired in them, is to echo disparately Trotsky's protests, accusations, and criticisms of Stalin. It must be emphasized again that to the end Trotsky's strength and weakness alike were rooted in classical Marxism. His defeats epitomized the basic predicament by which classical Marxism was beset as doctrine and movement: the discrepancy and the divorce between the Marxist vision of revolutionary development and the actual course of class struggle and revolution. Socialist revolution made its first, immense conquests not in the advanced West but in the backward East, in countries, where not the industrial workers but the peasants predominated. Its immediate task was not to establish socialism but to initiate primitive socialist accumulation. In the classical Marxist scheme of things, revolution was to occur when the productive forces of the old society had so outgrown its property relations as to burst the old social framework. The revolution was to create new property relations and the new framework for fully grown, advanced, and dynamic productive forces. What happened in fact was that the revolution created the most advanced forms of social organization for the most backward of economies. It set up frameworks of social ownership and planning around underdeveloped and archaic productive forces, and partly around a vacuum. The theoretical Marxist conception of the revolution was thereby turned upside down. The new productive relations being above the existing productive forces were also above the understanding of the great majority of the people, and so the revolutionary government defended and developed them against the will of the majority. Bureaucratic despotism took the place of Soviet democracy. The state, far from withering away, assumed unprecedented, ferocious power. The conflict between the Marxist norm and the reality of revolution came to permeate all the thinking and activity of the ruling party. Stalinism sought to overcome the conflict by perverting or discarding the norm. Trotskyism attempted to preserve the norm or to strike a temporary balance between norm and reality until revolution in the West resolved the conflict and restored harmony between theory and practice. The failures of revolution in the West were epitomized in Trotsky's defeat. How definite and irrevocable was the defeat? We have seen that as long as Trotsky was alive, Stalin never considered him to have been finally vanquished. Stalin's fear was no mere paranoiac obsession. Other leading actors on the political stage shared it. Robert Coulondre, French ambassador to the Third Reich, gives a striking testimony in a description of his last interview with Hitler just before the outbreak of the Second World War. Hitler had boasted of the advantages he had obtained from his pact with Stalin, just concluded, and he drew a grandiose vista of his future military triumph. In reply, the French ambassador appealed to his reason and spoke of the social turmoil and the revolutions that might follow a long and terrible war and engulf all belligerent governments. "You are thinking of yourself as victor," the ambassador said, "but have you given thought to another possibility, that the victor may be Trotsky?" At this Hitler jumped up, as if he had been hit in the pit of the stomach, and screamed that this possibility, the threat of Trotsky's victory, was one more reason why France and Britain should not go to war against the Third Reich. Thus, the master of the Third Reich and the envoy of the Third Republic, in their last maneuvers, during the last hours of peace, sought to intimidate each other, and each other's governments, by invoking the name of the lonely outcast trapped and immured at the far end of the world. They are haunted by the specter of revolution, and they give it a man's name, Trotsky remarked when he read the dialogue. Were Hitler and the ambassador quite wrong in giving the specter Trotsky's name? It may be argued that although their fear was well grounded, they should have given the specter Stalin's name, not Trotsky's. It was, at any rate, Stalin who was to triumph over Hitler. Yet, as so often in history, so here the underlying realities were far more confused and ambiguous than the surface of events. Stalin's victory over Trotsky concealed a heavy element of defeat, while Trotsky's defeat was pregnant with victory. The central ideological issue between them had been socialism in one country, the question whether the Soviet Union would or could achieve socialism in isolation, on the basis of national self-sufficiency, or whether socialism was conceivable only as an international order of society. The answer events have given is far less clear-cut than were the theoretical arguments, but it comes much closer to Trotsky's view than to Stalin's. Long before the Soviet Union came anywhere near socialism, revolution had spread to other countries. History, it might be said, did not leave the Soviet Union alone long enough to allow a laboratory experiment with socialism in a single country to be carried into any advanced stage, let alone to be completed. Insofar as in the struggle between Trotskyism and Stalinism revolutionary internationalism had clashed with Bolshevik isolationism, it is certainly not Stalinism that has emerged with flying colors. Bolshevik isolationism has been dead long since. On the other hand, the staying power of the Soviet Union, even in isolation, was far greater than Trotsky sometimes assumed, and, contrary to his expectations, it was not the proletariat of the West that freed the Russian Revolution from isolation. By a feat of history's irony, Stalinism itself malgré lui-même broke out of its national shell. In his last debate Trotsky staked the whole future of Marxism and socialism upon the sequel to the Second World War. Convinced that war must lead to revolution, the classical Marxist revolution, he asserted that if it failed to do so Marxism would be refuted, socialism would lose once and for all by default, and the epoch of bureaucratic collectivism would set in. This was, in any case, a rash, dogmatic, and desperate view. Historic reality was once again to prove immeasurably more intricate than the theorist's scheme. The war did indeed set in motion a new series of revolutions, yet once again the process did not conform to the classical pattern. The Western proletariat again failed to storm and conquer the ramparts of the old order, and in Eastern Europe it was mainly under the impact of Russia's armed power, advancing victoriously to the Elbe, that the old order broke down. The divorce between theory and practice, or between norm and fact, deepened even further. This was not a fortuitous development. It represented a continuation of the trend which had first announced itself in 1920-1, when the Red Army marched on Warsaw and when it occupied Georgia. 1 With those military acts the revolutionary cycle which the First World War set in motion had come to a close. At the beginning of that cycle Bolshevism had risen on the crest of a genuine revolution. Towards its end the Bolsheviks began to spread revolution by conquest. Then followed the long interval of 2 decades, during which Bolshevism did not expand. When the next cycle of revolution was set in motion by the Second World War, it started where the first cycle had ended, with revolution by conquest. In military history there exists, as a rule, a continuity between the closing phase of one war and the opening phase of another. The weapons and the ideas about warfare invented and formed towards the end of one armed conflict dominate the first stage of the next conflict. A similar continuity exists also between cycles of revolution. In 1920-1 Bolshevism, straining to break out of its isolation, tried, rather fitfully, to carry revolution abroad on the point of bayonets. 2 and 3 decades later Stalinism, dragged out of its national shell by war, imposed revolution upon the whole of Eastern Europe. Trotsky had expected the second revolutionary cycle to begin in the forms in which the first had begun, with class struggles and proletarian risings, the outcome of which would, in the main, depend on the balance of social forces within each major nation and on the quality of national revolutionary leadership. Yet the new cycle started not where the previous one had begun, but where it had ended, not with revolution from below, but with revolution from above, with revolution by conquest. As this could be the work only of a great power applying its pressure in the first instance to its own periphery, the cycle ran its course on the fringes of the Soviet Union. The chief agents of revolution were not the workers of the countries concerned, and their parties, but the Red Army. Success or failure depended not on the balance of social forces within any nation, but mainly on the international balance of power, on diplomatic pacts, alliances, and military campaigns. The struggle and the cooperation of the great powers superimposed themselves upon class struggle, changing and distorting it. All criteria by which Marxists were wont to judge a nation's maturity or immaturity for revolution went by the board. Stalin's pact with Hitler and the division between them of spheres of influence provided the starting point for the social upheaval in eastern Poland and in the Baltic states. The revolutions in Poland proper, in the Balkan countries, and in eastern Germany were accomplished on the basis of the division of spheres which Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill carried out at Tehran and Yalta. By dint of that division the Western powers used their influence and force to suppress, with Stalin's connivance, revolution in Western Europe, and Greece, regardless of any local balance of social forces. It is probable that had there been no Tehran and Yalta compacts, Western rather than Eastern Europe would have become the theater of revolution, especially France and Italy, where the authority of the old ruling classes was in ruins, the working classes were in revolt, and the communist parties led the bulk of the armed resistance. Stalin, acting on his diplomatic commitments, prevailed upon the French and Italian communists to resign themselves to the restoration of capitalism in their countries from the virtual collapse and even to cooperate in the restoration. At the same time, Churchill and Roosevelt induced the bourgeois ruling groups of Eastern Europe to submit to Russia's preponderance and consequently to surrender to revolution. On both sides of the Great Divide, the international balance of power swamped the class struggle. As in the Napoleonic era, revolution and counter-revolution alike were the byproducts of arms and diplomacy. Trotsky saw only the opening of this great chain of events. He did not realize what it portended. All his habits of thought made it difficult, if not impossible, for him to imagine that for a whole epoch the armies and diplomacies of three powers would be able to impose their will upon all the social classes of old Europe, and that consequently the class struggle, suppressed at the level on which it had been traditionally waged, would be fought at a different level and in different forms, as rivalry between power blocks and as Cold War. From theoretical conviction and political instinct alike, Trotsky felt nothing but distaste for revolution by conquest. He had opposed the invasions of Poland and Georgia in 1920-1, when Lenin favored these ventures. As Commissar of War he had categorically disavowed Tukhachevsky, the early exponent of the neo-Napoleonic method of carrying revolution into foreign countries. 20 years before the Second World War he had castigated the armed missionary of Bolshevism, saying that it were better that a millstone be hanged about his neck and he cast into the sea. His attitude in 1940 was still the same as in 1920. He still saw in revolution by conquest the most dangerous aberration from the revolutionary road. He was still confident that the workers of the West were impelled by their own circumstances to struggle for power and for socialism, and that it would be as criminal on the part of the Soviet government to try to make the revolution for them as it would be to act directly against their revolutionary interests. He still saw the world pregnant with socialism, he still believed that the pregnancy could not last long, and he feared that any tampering with it would result in abortion. He was not quite wrong. Stalin's armed tampering with revolution has produced many a stillbirth and many a live monstrosity. Yet, confronted with revolution by conquest, Trotsky once again found himself in a grave quandary. He was for revolution and against conquests, but when revolution led to conquest or when conquest promoted revolution, he could not press his opposition to it beyond the point of an open and irrevocable breach. He did not press it to that point over Georgia and Poland in 1920-1, and he did not do so over Poland and Finland in 1939-40 either. Had he lived to witness the aftermath of the Second World War, he would have found his dilemma aggravated, huge, insoluble. We need not doubt that he would have denounced Stalin for bargaining away the interests of communism in the West, and also that the logic of his attitude would have compelled him to accept the reality of the revolution in Eastern Europe, and, despite all distaste for the Stalinist methods, to recognize the people's democracies as workers' states. Such an attitude, whatever its merits and integrity, could provide no clue to practical political action, and so Trotsky, the man of practical action, would hardly have found any effective role for himself in the whole post-war drama. There was no room for classical Marxism in this cycle of revolution. This cycle, however, like the previous one, was to end differently from the way it had begun. It culminated in the Chinese Revolution, which was neither imposed from above nor brought in on the point of foreign bayonets. Mao Zedong and his party struggled for power despite Stalin, who in 1945-8, as in 1925-6, aimed at a deal with the Kuomintang and Chiang Kai-shek, and having seized power they did not stop at the bourgeois democratic stages of the upheaval but, obeying the logic of permanent revolution, carried it to the anti-bourgeois conclusion. This, the Chinese October, was, in a sense, yet another of Trotsky's posthumous triumphs. Yet here again grey is all theory and evergreen is the tree of life. The industrial proletariat was not the driving force of the upheaval. Mao's peasant armies substituted themselves for the urban workers and carried the revolution from country to town. Trotsky had been convinced that, if these armies were to remain confined to the rural areas for long, they would become so assimilated with the peasantry as to champion its individualistic interests against the urban workers, and against socialism, and become the mainstay of a new reaction. Had not rebellious Chinese peasant armies in the past fought Jacques rise and overthrown established dynasties only to replace them by new dynasties? This analysis was correct in terms of classical Marxism, which assumed that a party of socialist revolution needs not only to represent the urban workers, but must necessarily live with them and act through them, otherwise it must become socially displaced and express alien class interests. And it may indeed be that if this revolution had depended solely on the social alignments within China, Mao's partisans would have become, during their Yan'an period, so closely assimilated to the peasantry that, despite their communist origin, they would have been unable to bridge the gulf between Jacquerie and proletarian revolution. But the outcome of the struggle was even in China determined as much by international as by national factors. Amid the Cold War and in face of hostile American intervention, Mao's party secured its rule by attaching itself to the Soviet Union and transforming the social structure of China accordingly. Thus the revolutionary hegemony of the Soviet Union achieved, despite Stalin's initial obstruction, what otherwise only the Chinese workers could have achieved. It impelled the Chinese Revolution into an anti-bourgeois and socialist direction. With the Chinese proletariat almost dispersed and absent from the political stage, the gravitational pull of the Soviet Union turned Mao's peasant armies into agents of collectivism. With this, the tide of revolution had moved farther to the east, farther away from the advanced West, and it became once again embedded in a primitive and destitute pre-industrial society. More than ever, classical Marxism appeared to be practically irrelevant to the problems of East and West alike. Yet such were the dialectics of the situation that at the same time processes were at work which were in an unexpected manner investing it with fresh validity. Thanks to intensive industrialization, the backward East was becoming less and less backward. The Soviet Union emerged as the world's second industrial power, its social structure radically transformed, its large industrial working class striving for a modern way of life, and its standards of living and mass education rising rapidly, if unevenly. The very preconditions of socialism which classical Marxism had seen as existing only in the highly industrialized countries of the West were being created and assembled within Soviet society. In relation to the new needs of that society, Stalinism, with its amalgamation of Marxism and barbarity, was anachronistic. Its methods of primitive accumulation were too primitive, its anti-egalitarianism was too shocking, its despotism absurd. The traditions of Marxism and of the October Revolution, having survived in a state of hibernation, as it were, began to awaken in the minds of millions and to struggle against bureaucratic privilege, the inertia of Stalinism, and the dead weight of monolithic dogma. Through the forcible modernization of the structure of society, Stalinism had worked towards its own undoing and had prepared the ground for the return of classical Marxism. The return has been slow and accompanied by confusion and endless ambiguities. The conflict between Stalinism, or what was left of it, and a renascent socialist consciousness filled the first decade after Stalin. Had the Trotskyist, Zinovьevist, Bukharinist opposition survived into the 1950s, the task of de-Stalinization would have fallen to them, and they would have accomplished it with honor, wholeheartedly and consistently. But as they had all gone down with the old Bolshevik Atlantis, and as de-Stalinization was an inescapable necessity, Stalin's acolytes and accomplices had to tackle the job, and they could not tackle it otherwise than half-heartedly, with trembling hands and minds, never forgetting their own share in Stalin's crimes, and forever anxious to bring to a halt the shocking disclosures and the reforms they themselves had had to initiate. Of all the ghosts of the past, none dogged them as mockingly and menacingly as the ghost of Trotsky, their arch-enemy, to whom each of their disclosures and reforms was an unwitting tribute. Nothing indeed troubled Khrushchev more than the fear that young men, not burdened by responsibility for the horrors of the Stalin era, might become impatient with his evasions and quibblings and proceed to an open vindication of Trotsky. The open vindication is bound to come in any case, though not perhaps before Stalin's aging epigones have left the stage. When it does come, it will be more than a long overdue act of justice towards the memory of a great man. By this act the workers' state will announce that it has at last reached maturity, broken its bureaucratic shackles, and re-embraced the classical Marxism that had been banished with Trotsky. How all this may affect the rest of the world is a question too large to be discussed in a postscript to a biographical study. Suffice it to say here that if the historic development has already been cancelling out Trotsky's defeat by obliterating the old antithesis between backward Russia and the advanced West, the antithesis in which his defeat had been rooted, then the regeneration of the Russian Revolution must help to obliterate that antithesis to the end. The West, in which a Marxism debased by Mother Russia into Stalinism inspired disgust and fear, will surely respond in quite a different manner to a Marxism cleansed of barbarous accretions. In that Marxism it will have to acknowledge at last its own creation and its own vision of man's destiny. And so history may come full circle. Till hope creates from its own wreck the thing it contemplates. Trotsky sometimes compared mankind's progress to the barefooted march of pilgrims who advance towards their shrine by moving only a few steps forward at a time, and then retreat or jump sideways in order to advance and deviate or retreat again, zigzagging thus all the time they approach laboriously their destination. He saw his role in prompting the pilgrims to advance. Mankind, however, when after some progress it succumbs to a stampede, allows those who urge it forward to be abused, vilified, and trampled to death. Only when it has resumed the forward movement, does it pay rueful tribute to the victims, cherish their memory and piously collect their relics, then it is grateful to them for every drop of blood they gave, for it knows that with their blood they nourished the seed of the future.